Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 4 EP Chapter 90 Let me be frank. I want you sisters to serve together, Part 2. The picture shows Hae Tong, half a month later. The Empire's expeditionary force has conquered the first gold mine in Korea, and the black pupils that Lin Xiu transferred from the south have also returned to the imperial capital. Kurwontu, like her sister Akaneto, is wearing a black JK sailor suit. The difference is that Akagi usually wears short socks, revealing her well-trained, fair thighs with an amazing shape and texture. Hae Tong usually wears black stockings that completely cover her lower body, just as she completely hides her own vulnerability. Moving her slender black silk jade feet, Hae Tong soon arrived at the door of the governor's mansion. This is Governor Lin Xiu's residence. Hae Tong looked up at the huge plaque of the governor's mansion, with a myriad of thoughts in his mind. She had never imagined that only 2 years later, the governor Lin Xiu, whom she had once assassinated, would become the governor of the empire, a position comparable to that of a minister. 2 years ago, the empire's assassination unit and the Revolutionary Army's Assassination Society jointly launched an assassination attempt on Governor Lin Xiu. During that assassination attempt, the governor named Lin Xiu displayed astonishing strength and captured nearly half of the assassins. She and her sister Kai Tong were two of the few who escaped. After escaping, due to the lack of members in the elite group, Hae Tong and Kai Tong lived together for a period of time. The two of them worked together to complete the task, and they were very close. But such days did not last long. After a certain mission, Kai Tong broke her and her sister's promise to be together forever and chose to betray the empire. After realizing she was betrayed by her sister, Hae Tong gradually turned evil and became a sickly little sister who wanted to turn her sister into a puppet. I'm grateful to Governor Lin Xiu for transferring me back to the imperial capital. I heard that my elder sister is there. If I have the chance, I will definitely make my elder sister into a puppet. This way, we'll be together forever. As she was thinking, Hae Tong clamped the 8 chambers of the imperial tool with her black silk thighs and rubbed them up and down, looking like a classic yandere. However, Hae Tong's yandere state did not last long. After seeing the lazy queen walking out of the governor's mansion, Hae Tong's concentration instantly broke down. The one who came was the Assassination Society leader, Mira. Long before fighting with Lin Xiu, the team that Kai Tong was in had fought with Mira. If Mela's target at that time was not them, she would probably not be alive today. Why is Mira here? Could it be that she is now working for Governor Lin Xiu? Under the gaze of Hae Tong, Mila raised her beautiful hand and said lazily, Hey, isn't this Hae Tong? You're finally here? Governor Lin Xiu has been waiting for you for a long time. Mila still likes Hae Tong very much, because Hae Tong is Kai Tong's sister. Soon, under the guidance of Mila, Hae Tong crossed the numerous blockades and came to the deepest part of the governor's mansion, where she met the person she had once assassinated, Lin Xiu. Looking at Lin Xiu in front of him, who was obviously much more mature than before, Hae Tong was stunned for several seconds. Was it her illusion? She always felt that Lin Xiu had a kind of magical power that continued to release attraction. Although Lin Xiu was also very handsome before, he didn't have this special temperament. Hae Tong, do you know why I summoned you to the capital? The Governor General must have his reasons for wanting to see me. Hae Tong looked indifferent, because she believed that Lin Xiu was not here to cause trouble for her. Lin Xiu could even keep Mellard by his side, so how could he bother her for no reason? Lin Xiu had anticipated Hae Tong's cold look, so he asked softly. Hae Tong, what if I tell you that the reason I'm looking for you is because of your sister Kai Tong? What did you say, Governor? As soon as Hae Tong heard the word, red eyes, he instantly perked up. I'm going to arrange for you to carry out a secret mission related to Kai Tong. Lin Xiu repeated it with a smile. All right, Governor Lin Xiu, please give your orders. I will definitely deliver the traitor's head to you. Looking at Hae Tong, who got excited when Kai Tong was mentioned, Lin Xiu smiled helplessly and took a sip of tea. Putting aside the matter of taking Kai Tong's head, Hae Tong, can you tell me why you want to kill your sister? Why do you want to kill her? Hae Tong showed a slightly sickly smile. Of course it's because she betrayed me, betrayed our oath to be together forever, and chose to join the Revolutionary Army. When mentioning Akame, Hae Tong's voice was unusually louder. In other words, if Akame chooses to be with you forever, you will forgive her? Lin Xiu directly removed the mixed information and captured the most essential parts. Hae Tong didn't expect Lin Xiu to think this way. However, she also admitted that Lin Xiu's thoughts were exactly what she thought. Governor Lin Xiu, that's impossible. That top student has his own ideas and will never agree to return to the empire. It is precisely because Hae Tong is well aware of aka Tong's stubbornness that he wants to make a recognition doll of her and force her to stay by his side. Hae Tong, don't be so absolute in everything. Lin Xiu smiled playfully. Yin, your former teammate is here, come out and meet him? As soon as Lin Xiu finished speaking, a beautiful girl with silver hair and green eyes walked in. Yin, Kurono's classmate in the original story, has an assassination rank of number 10. He is determined to improve his assassination rank and join the elite ranks. After the Battle of the Ruins, he joined the elite force as a reinforcement along with Hae Tong and Natara. In the Battle of Oberg, he encountered Mellard, who implanted insect eggs into his body, causing him to explode and die. Lin Xiu, who single-handedly captured the Imperial Assassination Corps and the Revolutionary Army Assassination Society, was in a sense Yin's savior. Long time no see, He Tong. Yin greeted He Tong with a smile. Yin, why are you here too? Could it be that? He Tong turned to look at Mara. Could it be that Yin and Mara had both surrendered to the young man in front of them? He Tong felt that Yin was very different from her previous self, and she had become much more feminine. Yes, that's right. I'm working for Master Lin Xiu now. Silver nodded. The next second, Yin threw himself into Lin Xiu's arms coquettishly and offered his red lips to her. He Tong never thought that the girl who had been working hard to reach the elite group would one day actively ask a man for a kiss. After a while, Lin Xiu finally let go of the coquettish silver-haired girl and looked at the black pupil in front of him. Kuretome, Jin, and Mara all chose to stand by me, so why can't Akame? If Kai Tong is willing, can't you sisters be reunited? He Tong bit her red lips lightly, and she admitted that the transformation of silver and malad surprised her. However, in her opinion, this level is not enough. Governor, my elder sister's will is very strong, far beyond that of Yin. Otherwise, she would not have abandoned me in the first place. He Tong's attitude proved that she was not shaken by the evidence presented by Lin Xiu. Yeah? What if I say that several members of Night Raid have chosen to be my woman, and even Kai Tong is shaken? Lin Xiu threw out his trump card. As soon as these words were spoken, He Tong showed a look of surprise for the first time. Huh? How is that possible? The members of the Night Raid are all assassins who can use Imperial weapons. How is it possible? Halfway through his words, He Tong froze in place. Because Lin Xiu directly shot out a beam of light, which flew into her brain. In an instant, a large number of images continuously impacted He Tong's brain. Asterisk. The night of defeat. Night Raid member Hill surrenders for his teammates. The Night Raid base. The Night Raid members who took over the Devil's chess piece. Main, who used the Devil's chess piece. The pink-haired girl who offered herself voluntarily. The rest of the Night Raiders, who were ready to sacrifice themselves. Even my elder sister carries a demon chess piece with her, just in case. This is what happened during this period of time. After reading this memory, He Dui took several steps back. Lin Xiu was right. Kai Tong was indeed shaken. He Tong looked at Lin Xiu, his eyes becoming more subtle. If it's Lin Xiu, maybe he can really bring Kai Tong back. At least, Kai Tong did not have the same hostility towards Lin Xiu as he did towards the Empire. If Lin Xiu could capture her, maybe she would really be willing to stay with Lin Xiu, just like Yin and Shuang Tong's former teammates. After pondering for a long time, He Tong slowly spoke. Governor Lin Xiu, if I'm not mistaken, you should be interested in my skinny body, right? Just like you were interested in Sister Kai Tong's plump body. Isn't this natural? Who doesn't like a cute girl? Lin Xiu smiled and spread his hands. Okay, I do. As long as Master Lin Xiu can use manly means to keep me and Sister Kai Tong by your side forever, I am willing to serve Master Lin Xiu. As she spoke, He Tong took the initiative to unbutton her JK uniform, revealing her plain black underwear. She has completely understood that Lin Xiu is a pervert. She was asking why all those captured by Lin Xiu were women. It turned out that Lin Xiu had always intended to conquer their bodies first and then their hearts. He Tong had experienced too much pain and separation and did not object to Lin Xiu's way of dealing with prisoners. She even felt that Lin Xiu and she were very compatible. The reason she wanted to use Hachifu to kill Akato was not to keep Akato's body by her side forever. Since Lin Xiu has a way to keep Kai Tong forever without killing her, and Kai Tong has already accepted this approach, then, she is willing to accept it too. The next second, to He Tong's surprise, Lin Xiu held down her hands that were unbuttoning her clothes, preventing her from taking off her clothes. He Tong, don't be so anxious. Let's wait until Kai Tong uses his strength to produce results. 17. It's obviously not as pleasant to be alone as it is to be with two sisters. He Tong didn't expect that Lin Xiu stopped her for this reason and was stunned for a while. Okay, then we'll wait until Sister Chitong surrenders and then serve you together. Master Lin Xiu, I hope you won't betray my trust in you. He Tong reminded with a complicated look. He Tong, are you questioning my ability in this area? Now, all of Kai Tong's former teammates have become my people. I believe that Kai Tong and her current teammates will have the same ending. Lin Xiu then input the images of his successive battles with Cornelia and others into He Tong's mind. Looking at the girls enjoying themselves under Lin Xiu in the video, a blush appeared on his cold face with black pupils. Besides feeling shy, He Tong actually felt a sense of relief. If it was Lin Xiu, who had conquered Kai Tong's former teammates one after another, perhaps this method could really make Kai Tong change her mind? Master Lin Xiu, I have some things to do, so I'll take my leave first. After watching the video, He Tong said goodbye to Lin Xiu as quickly as he could in his life. The image Lin Xiu gave was too stimulating, causing He Tong's innocent eyes to react subtly. In order not to look ugly in front of Lin Xiu, He Tong felt that she had to take a bath first. Remove the special smell on your body. Chapter 91. The Gamble with the Insect Queen, the New God Slayer, Part 3. He Tong, don't forget this. Before He Tong left, Lin Xiu threw out a chess piece that broke the rules. And Haidong didn't want to say anything more and left quickly with his face becoming increasingly red. As Lin Xiu watched Haidong leave, the system prompt sounded in his ears. Bite. Congratulations to the host for triggering the main storyline quest, the return of former Minister Tle. Task level. Purple task description. According to the agreement with the host, Minister Tle chose the most high-profile way to come out. Such a widespread announcement of his departure would definitely attract thieves, and this was exactly the purpose of the host and the ministers. With the help of Minister Tle, the host can quickly eliminate those who are hostile to the host. Quest requirements. Save former Minister Jory from Esdeath's attack. Master Tle, it's time to call it a day. Let's see how many big fish we can catch this time. According to Lin Xiu's estimation, both Esdeath's hunters and night raids would be involved this time. It's time to clean up the world and confront those who are hostile to us with their true colors. After Haidong left, the insect queen Mara stretched lazily. Her figure was like that of an Egyptian dancer, and with a black teardrop mole under her eye, Mara had a unique charm. Haidong really agreed. Lin Xiu, you win. But how did you predict that Haidong would agree? Although she lost the bet, Mela didn't care much. Isn't it just that if you lose you have to give Lin Xiu a B*********? Having witnessed so many of his consecutive battles here at Lin Xiu's place, Mila had long been prepared to be dragged into one of them. If I say that I have the ability to predict the future, would you believe it? Lin Xiu smiled slightly. Really? Predicting the future? Are you trying to say that in the future you predicted, you successfully conquered me? Mila rolled her eyes at Lin Xiu. She was already used to the offensive and defensive battles with Lin Xiu. Not just you, to be precise, I not only got you, I also got the whole world, Lin Xiu corrected. The whole world, ha ha ha, I knew someone with ideas like you would never submit to the Empire. Mira smiled happily. Mr. Lin Xiu, it's a good thing to have lofty ambitions, however, conquering me may be more difficult than conquering the world. Mira's eyes were still arrogant, still carrying that hint of laziness that seemed to never change. In response, Lin Xiu just narrowed his eyes. The more arrogant a woman is, the more noble her status, and the more powerful she is, the more she will arouse a man's desire to conquer her. Mila, you have been the leader of an assassination society for so long, don't you understand this principle? Hearing this, Ala narrowed his eyes again. Her hunch was right. At this moment, Lin Xiu had already grabbed her wrist and then, suddenly pulled her towards him. Before Mila could react, Lin Xiu forcibly occupied her red lips. You. Mila opened her mouth to say something, but Lin Xiu took advantage of the opportunity and blocked her ability to speak. The noble and lazy queen of insects, Mara, rarely showed a hint of weakness, and was picked to her heart's content by Lin Xiu. Mila reached out, originally wanting to push Lin Xiu away. However, halfway through, her hand changed from pushing Lin Xiu's shoulders away to laying flat on Lin Xiu's shoulders. In the end, Ala even evolved to the point of vividly holding Lin Xiu's neck. After more than 10 minutes, Lin Xiu let go of the dazed Mila. Ms. Mela, when did I ever say I needed your heart? Wouldn't it be a good option to just get your body? As he spoke, Lin Xiu groped down Mila's gauze dress, gently stroking her jade-like white thighs. Don't worry, I won't force myself on you right now. Of course, that may not be the case in the future. After all, my patience has its limits. Who told you to deliberately speak nonsense in front of me every day even though you've become a prisoner? Feeling the hot hands on her thighs, Mela retreated several meters. Looking at Lin Xiu again, Mila's green snake eyes experienced shock, murderous intent, doubt, and understanding. Lin Xiu, could it be that you can't control your desires after starting to eat meat? If that's the case, go find those little girls to accompany you. Most of them have been brainwashed by you and will basically not refuse you as long as you ask them. So, don't bother with me anymore. Although she was forced to pay compensation beyond the bet, Mila did not intend to attack Lin Xiu. Instead, she pointed out a clear way for Lin Xiu. However, Lin Xiu knew very well that this was actually a sign that Mila was about to break down. Mira, are you saying there's no chance of anything happening between us? Yes, that's right, Mila snapped back, her voice firmer than ever before. Then why did you respond to me so actively when we kissed from behind just now? Could Mila say she still felt quite comfortable? If she said it out loud, wouldn't it be the same as admitting that she quite liked this kind of intimate contact with Lin Xiu? Okay, you don't have to answer me. I've already gotten the answer from your silence, Lin Xiu smiled. He saw Mira's hesitation. At times like this, someone needs to add fuel to the fire and give her a push. So, Lin Xiu smiled and mentioned another matter. Mira, have you ever thought about a question? What's the problem? With your own strength and resources, you will never be able to obtain Akame and Esdeath. You should know my plan. After this plan is over, Akame will most likely use the Devil Pawn as well. You, who have always been unwilling to use the Devil Pawn, will never be a match for Akame again, let alone Esdeath. So, if you continue as you are now, you will never achieve your goal. Even if I grant you the right to act in the Imperial capital, you still won't achieve your goal. Mira fell into deep thought, while she was recalling the feeling that had just made her soul tremble. She admitted that Lin Xiu was right. Now she was a cute girl who was not opposed to contact with Lin Xiu but also wanted to be the one she cared about. The optimal solution in this situation seemed to be right in front of her. Looking at Mila who was lost in thought, Lin Xiu exerted a little force and pulled her into his arms. The lazy queen of insects did not resist too much, and even took the initiative to put her arms around Lin Xiu's neck. Lin Xiu, although this is just a means for you to get me, I admit that what you said does make sense. Let me see, you who possess both tyranny and kingly authority, just how far you can go. The insect queen lowered her waist while Lin Xiu raised her head. The reason why this is so easy is that Mera herself is wearing very gorgeous and open clothes, which allows her to fight anytime and anywhere. As the symbiont continues to penetrate deeper, Lin Xiu's blood infusion method takes effect, transforming Malard's physique and causing some evolution in his life form. At the same time, Lin Xiu felt a tingling sensation as if being devoured and bitten by thousands of insects. Of course, this wasn't the effect of Mela releasing the insects directly, but rather the result of Mela's own special physique. If it was Esdeath, would it feel different? Lin Xiu couldn't help but think of this. However, the next second, before Lin Xiu could move forward, Mila took the initiative to stretch out her legs and hook them around Lin Xiu's waist. You haven't done anything even though it's already like this. Are you still teasing me? Mila narrowed her eyes and, without waiting for Lin Xiu to recover, she proactively blocked Lin Xiu's ability to speak. She admitted that Lin Xiu did indeed bring her an unprecedented feeling. This feeling of being penetrated and opened up made her feel a deeper pleasure than just rubbing shoulders with a beautiful girl. Mila felt her brain was a little dizzy, as if she was about to melt. In this situation, Mila completely obeyed her instincts and directly suppressed Lin Xiu before he could make the next move. One night passed and time quickly came to the next day. The extraordinary chess piece, coupled with a night of blood infusion, allowed Mera's life level to evolve, breaking through the boundaries of the quasi-demon king and entering the door of the demon king level. Moreover, because of the extraordinary chess piece, Mera is definitely the top powerful among the demon kings. After all, the energy level of Akame Kill's world is not that high, and most people are physical cultivators. Only after obtaining the special chess pieces and unlocking the magic power can they truly make up for this shortcoming. To be frank, the current Mela can beat dozens of her former selves. The first time Lin Xiu fought against a demon king level existence, he used up all his energy. Later, he even used the Red Dragon Emperor's caged hand to enhance his physical fitness. Finally, in the early morning when the sky in the east was just beginning to turn pale, Lin Xiu heard the system's prompt tone 3.7. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the acquisition of luck. Source of luck. Mallard Oberg. Blank initial ability grid +1. The current total number of initial ability grid spaces is 15. Lin Xiu's strategy for conquering Mila didn't involve many tricks. It was all about perseverance. He relied on time, on his mindset, on his familiarity with her relationship with other women. Of course, most importantly, he relied on last night's perseverance. It's true that Mela likes beautiful girls, but that doesn't mean she doesn't like men. What's more, Lin Xiu also stimulated his succubus bloodline to the greatest extent, allowing Mera to directly enter the most suitable state for breeding offspring. After a night of hard work, Mallard wrapped himself around Lin Xiu like an anaconda, trying to use his powerful body to crush the symbiote that had been swallowed into his stomach. Well, Funina wants to see me today, so I have to go to the palace to see her. Lin Xiu kissed Moilet on the forehead and said softly. After this light peck, the system prompt sound rang in Yin Xiu's ears again. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing his previous life's goal, the Queen of Insects submission, goal. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, evanescent instantaneous. Chapter 92. The Ice Emperor of the Moment, the Return of the Former Minister, Part 4. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the goal of the previous life, the submission of the Insect Queen, goal. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, evanescent instantaneous. Momentary Hyode. The companion of the God Slayer, Eternal Ice Princess, the God Slayer possesses the ultimate power of ice. In the absolute stillness of ice, eternity is a moment, and a moment is eternity. Momentary Hyode is the Eternal Hyode. Legend has it that Bingji is the companion of Bingdi. Her power comes from Bingdi and she is an indispensable part of Bingdi. After reading the description of this god-destroying tool, Lin Xiu could already imagine how excited Esdeath would be after seeing him use his ice ability. However, Lin Xiu was not too concerned about the god-destroying tool. He was more concerned about why he heard the system prompt sound. If he remembered correctly, this was the system prompt he heard after he gently kissed Mela on the forehead. In other words, because of his kiss, Mallard chose to give in? Mira, you're not awake, are you? I am very happy that you can choose to stay with me. So, if you like, I can postpone my meeting with Funina. After hearing Lin Xiu's words, Mila opened her eyes instantly, and the pressure in her already tight cavity increased a lot instantly. That's what you said. Mila smiled charmingly and skillfully sat on Lin Xiu's waist. Since you took my virginity, you must take responsibility for it. In the future, you must find me many, many beautiful girls, understand? Before Lin Xiu could recover, Mila kissed him again, blocking his mouth. She didn't need Lin Xiu's answer, she just wanted to express her attitude. Even though her eyes were rolling up uncontrollably, Queen Mera of Insects continued to kiss Lin Xiu, wrapping her arms around him as if to rub him into her body. Mila is a queen-type character who will be conquered because of Lin Xiu's occasional affection and care. Her so-called liking for girls is just because she likes beautiful things. Rather than saying that she likes girls, it is better to say that she likes things that are controlled by her, and likes those who are obviously controlled by her but still care and love her. Of course, in the case of Lin Xiu and Mila, it is not certain who is dominated and who is conquered. However, this did not prevent Mallard from treating Lin Xiu as his own. The favorability had already reached the strategy capturing level, and coupled with the genuine concern shown by Lin Xiu, it was only then that Queen Yuji surrendered. Boost. 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 Considering that she would have to go to the palace to see the young emperor soon, Lin Xiu used all her strength from the beginning, causing the already very sensitive Mila to be defeated from the start. It didn't take long, just an hour, and the insect queen, whose strength had reached the Demon King level, rolled her eyes, trembled, and fainted. Fortunately, if I use Vamana's power to hurry on, I'll still make it in time. Lin Xiu caressed Mallard for a while, then pulled away and quickly rushed towards Haogong. The other side, the Hunter headquarters was recently established. Esdeath met with the assembled hunters. However, to Esdeath's surprise, a member of the Time People submitted a report to her right after they met. The report is titled, Regarding the Benefits and Threats of Governor Lin Xiu's Governing Ability to the Empire. Oh, you wrote this report on Governor Lin Xiu? What's your name? Esdeath was very interested in this young man who dared to write negative material about Lin Xiu. As the name suggests, this report was already in progress before Lin Xiu became the Governor General. My name is Lan. I'm honored that Esdeath is interested in my report, Lan said calmly. Well, Lan, do you know that I can punish you for making up stories about the Imperial officials like this? General Esdeath, I know there are some things I shouldn't say, but I still have to say them, Lan replied, raising his head. Good. You have ambition, Esdeath showed a happy smile on her face. I'm not interested in the content of your report. I'm only interested in why you submitted it. Tell me, why did you want to submit this report to me? Of course it's because I want to lead the Empire to a better future, Lan began to talk. It's no secret that Governor Lin Xiu has made remarkable achievements in governing Chang'an, benefiting not only the local area but also Longxi Prefecture. However, my research has revealed that the spread of Chang'an's technologies and talents is exceedingly slow. Someone must be deliberately restricting their spread. And this person, I believe, is Governor Lin Xiu. I was originally planning to go to Beijing to submit the materials, but I was suddenly called here by General Esdeath. That's why I wanted to present this report to you. It was fine before, but after entering the imperial capital, the power of Governor Lin Xiu has been further expanded, and he has become an imperial governor comparable to a general. From his recent expedition to Fusang and the cleanup of the imperial capital guard, it can be seen that even the ministers are about to lose the ability to control Governor Lin Xiu. In my judgment, if he were allowed to grow up, he would become a figure far more terrifying than the minister. Under his leadership, the empire may prosper, but it also has the potential to collapse. I submitted this report in the hope that the Empire would appoint Governor Lin Xiu in a more appropriate manner, rather than allowing his power and network to expand wildly as they are now. After listening to Lan's statement, Esdeath nodded. To be honest, she didn't care whether Lin Xiu's power expanded or not. In her opinion, the more power Lin Xiu has, the better. This way, the ministers will rely on her more, and she will have the opportunity to fight a life and death battle with Lin Xiu. Lan, I admire your courage and your ideas. How about this? You stay with General Leva as an aide-de-camp. After you've gained some experience, I'll recommend you to the minister. General Leva. Yes, I understand. Thank you, General Esdeath. Lan felt a little regretful, as he had originally wanted to be Esdeath's adjutant. Lan, work hard. I think you have the potential to become a young governor, Esdeath encouraged. Little governor. Lan didn't understand what Esdeath meant. General Leva stepped forward and looked at the blonde young man, Lan. The imperial governor, General Lin Xiu, has both the talent to govern the country and the ability to be a great general. He is truly a man of both civil and military abilities. General Esdeath said you have the potential to become a junior governor. This means General Esdeath believes you have reached the level of a general in both civil and military matters. I see. It's truly my honor. Lan felt a little ashamed. He thought that even being a small governor was difficult. With the extraordinary figure of Governor Lin Xiu, no one, whether civil or military, is allowed to have another similar figure appear. Okay. No more small talk. Introduce yourselves to me first, starting with General Riva of the Three Beast Warriors. Esdeath waved her hand and shouted. Okay, then I'll start. General Leva stepped forward. My name is Leva, and I was once a member of the Three Beast Warriors commanded by General Esdeath. My imperial weapon is called Water Dragon Possession Black Marlin, and I possess the ability to control liquids. Leva took the lead and all members introduced themselves. My name is Didus. I'm also a member of the Three Beast Warriors, and my imperial weapon is this great axe, the spinning axe Belzak. My name is Niu, the last of the Three Beast Warriors, Degen, is this flute called Music Fantasy Scream. My name is Lan. I'm from the countryside and was originally a teacher. My Tigu is called Wanli Aoshang Mostima, and it has the ability to fly. Hello everyone. My name is Will. I'm from the Imperial Navy. My imperial weapon is the Shira Incarnation, the Noble Chariot. Anything to charge into battle, leave it to me. Finally, it's my turn. My name is Fashion, so you can call me Drive. Fashion. My imperial tool is called the Divine Hand, Perfector, and it's a supreme imperial tool capable of performing perfect human body transformations. If you need anything, you can always contact me for body transformations. I love young, strong bodies the most. After listening to everyone's introduction, Esdeath frowned. Is Fashion the last person? Why is there one missing? Esdeath remembered that the Empire had given a temporary organization of 7 Imperial weapon users. General Esdeath, regarding this matter, General Leva looked troubled. The one missing is named Porus, formerly of the Imperial Incineration Corps. Recently, some new dangerous species have appeared outside the Imperial capital, and the incineration team has been sent out to deal with them. But, due to misjudging the strength of those new dangerous species, Li Liao, the incineration troops were nearly annihilated. Completely annihilated? Esdeath frowned. A new type of dangerous species. Humph. Even though we haven't met yet, my subordinates are my subordinates. Once we finish today's work, we will leave the city immediately to eliminate those new dangerous species. Esdeath snorted coldly. Today's work? What did General Esdeath assign us today? Lan was very curious. Normally, shouldn't we all have dinner together at the end of the 10th meeting? Yes, I have arranged a temporary job for everyone. Esdeath lowered the brim of her hat slightly and looked outside the city with a smile. There's something important going on in the outskirts of the Imperial capital. The actors are in place and the curtain is about to rise. When Lin Xiu entered the Imperial city to meet Funina, the offensive and defensive battle of the former Minister Tle officially began. A carriage accompanied by a large number of guards was traveling on the official road, appearing extremely ostentatious. He bought it as if he was saying, there are high-ranking officials and a lot of money here, come and attack me. Of course, ordinary thieves would not dare to attack a convoy with a large number of guards. Anyone who dares to attack a convoy of this level must be at least at the level of an Imperial tool user. Chapter 93 The Second Dedicated Night Raid Member, Part 1. The picture shows Chong Mao, the daughter of Minister Tle. In the middle carriage, Minister Tle was reading today's newspaper. Ah, as expected of my valued heir, even without me, Lin Xiu has made a name for himself in the Imperial capital. Upon hearing this, a beautiful orange-haired girl holding a spear beside Minister Yori also raised her spear excitedly. Yes, Master Lin Xiu is still so outstanding. The orange-haired girl is named Chong Mao, the daughter of the Minister of Tle and one of Lin Xiu's childhood sweethearts. In the original plot, Minister Juri's convoy heading to the Imperial capital was attacked by the 3 beast warriors. Not only did Minister Juri die, but Chong Mao also had his face peeled off by Niu, one of the 3 beast warriors. Ha ha ha, excellent. Yeah, Lin Xiu, he's quite excellent. Minister Tle remembered the letter Lin Xiu had written to him more than a month ago. If it weren't for Lin Xiu's request, he would have chosen to leave the mountain as soon as he knew Xiu had arrived in the Imperial capital. You actually tried to use me to fish, Lin Xiu, that brat. When I see him, I'm going to give him a good beating with my cane. Although he was unhappy with Lin Xiu's unorthodox style of doing things, the ministers also understood that extraordinary times require extraordinary measures. A loyal minister must be more treacherous than a treacherous minister, only then can he fight against a treacherous minister. A loyal minister? If it was before, it would have been fine, but after I retired, I find that brat Lin Xiu is less and less of a loyal minister. He secretly developed such a huge power in Chang'an and Longxi Prefecture. If I were a minister in the current dynasty, I would not hesitate to take action against him. If I'm not mistaken, he's planning to become the Prince Regent, or Emperor Regent, right? Also, it just so happens that the current majesty is a woman. She can just let powerful ministers control the government for a generation and then govern the country well, and then hand it over to the next emperor born together. No matter how you look at it, it's a very cost-effective deal. It's just, your daughter, have suffered so much. Minister Tle looked at his daughter, who was smiling and looking forward to meeting Lin Xiu 010, and sighed deeply. He had learned from Lin Xiu's letter that Lin Xiu had subdued those who had once assassinated him, and even the female protagonist Mila had become Lin Xiu's subordinate. If my daughter knew she would face so many powerful rivals upon returning to the Imperial capital, she would definitely not be happy, right? Click, as the convoy was moving, it suddenly stopped. Minister Tle raised his head and looked out through the gap in the curtain. After seeing clearly who was blocking the road, Tle simply pulled open the curtain and walked out. If I'm not mistaken, you are General Leva. Minister Tle revealed Leva's real name. Leva bowed slightly in greeting to the former minister. Former Minister Tle, I admire your political skills, and even more so, your ability to cultivate a talented group like Governor Lin Xiu. However, in order to carry out the will of my lord, I have no choice but to let you stay here forever. Swish. As soon as Leva finished speaking, the ring on his finger flashed with blue light, and a sharp water knife flew out, directly hitting the head of the Minister of Tle. At the critical moment, a flash of silver light appeared. OJ. With a loud thud, the sharp stream of water was cut off in half by a silver metallic brilliance. The one who stopped the water knife was a beautiful girl with purple hair and wearing a purple cheongsam. Minister Tle breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had the self-defense tools given by Lin Xiu, feeling this dangerous situation up close was really too much for his old bones to bear. Night attack, is it really coming? Go. A smile appeared on Leva's lips. Just as General Esdeath had predicted, the night raid came to stop them. However, Leva's smile did not last long. TD. CCBC, boom. A huge golden beam flew from afar and hit Datus, who was acting as the gate god behind him. Oh! As soon as Datus noticed the golden beam, his body was completely enveloped by it. Bang! After the golden beam flew past, all that was left at Yin Yishan's place was a double-axe imperial weapon with a burnt surface. There's an ambush. After realizing this, Leva immediately hid in the bushes beside him without caring about his image. Leva's judgment was undoubtedly correct the moment he hid in the bushes. Bang! A carriage and a convoy was broken open, and a blonde lady with animal ears fell from the sky. Leone clasped his fists together, then smashed them hard at the blonde boy below. Bang! Puff! Under Leona's charged sneak attack, Niu, who didn't have time to strengthen herself, was directly smashed into a pool of bloody mud. Datus, Niu, Leva didn't expect to lose two people so quickly. Damn it! I will avenge you, water block bomb. Swish, 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 swish. Controlling the water dragon ring, Riva continuously shot highly concentrated water bullets at Leone. Bang 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 bang. Facing the incoming water bombs, Leone kept swinging his fists to intercept them. Ola, 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 ola 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 ola. Leone became more and more interested in the fight, and he was about to stop Leva's momentum by himself. I fell into a trap. Looking at the soaked Leona, Riva curled his lips. Kacha, 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 kacha. The next second, Leva's water was frozen into ice, instantly blocking Leone's ability to move. Have you seen it? This is the gorgeous combination skill between me and Lady Esdeath. According to their plan, in order to avoid being discovered during the night raid and not daring to take action, Esdeath would start by waiting at a distance. Now that they were being attacked, Esdeath should be on her way. Esdeath will arrive in a minute at most, but even if Esdeath hasn't arrived yet, we can still provide him with support. Freezing his water flow is a combination skill between him and Esdeath. Muddy Current Spear. Leva slapped the ground with both hands, drawing out the underground water flow, which turned into several surging water spears, attacking Leone's neck. You wish. Hill swung the big scissors and made a horizontal cut, perfectly blocking Leva's Muddy Current gun. At this moment, the sky suddenly darkened, and a huge icicle appeared in the air. Huge hail falls from the sky. From a distance, Esdeath directly used this ranged skill that could cover the entire field. In the original story, using this move, Esdeath easily crushed Dr. Fashion's transformed giant dangerous species to death. Now, Esdeath didn't use this move to smash these people to death. After all, her Deputy General Leva was still inside. Esdeath used this move just to attract the opponent's firepower. A sniper point in the distance. Mine opened her red lips slightly. She had never thought that Esdeath would go to such lengths to prevent her from a sneak attack. Damn it. Don't underestimate me, Esdeath. At this moment, we are facing a crisis of total destruction. Roar. Romantic battery. Pumpkin. Main raised the Tegu, removing all restrictions on its firepower. Boom. The golden cannon pierced the sky and rushed towards Esdeath's icicle. I found you. In the distance, Esdeath, who was quickly rushing towards Leva's direction, smiled happily. Thunder falls from the sky, another huge icicle. The location where the icicle landed this time was the sniper point where Marin was. Esdeath had no intention of using this to crush Mayan to death. She knew very well that Mayan's firepower was not enough to kill her. She was only doing this to buy time so that reinforcements could arrive in time. However, this will is quite capable. He can actually catch up with my speed. Esdeath glanced at the black armor beside her and quickened her pace. The other side. As for Leone, she found that no matter what she did, she could not break free from the shackles of the ice. Now, there are two choices before her. Either cut off the part below the knee and then quickly connect it, or use the Lin Xiu chess piece. As for me, of course I would choose the second option. Leone must kill General Riva before Esdeath arrives. Otherwise, if these two people work together, they will probably suffer heavy losses. After absorbing the blood-colored energy, Leona's body was covered with a layer of golden gas, which was a combination of spiritual power and life force, Do-Chi. Ka 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 ka. After easily breaking the ice beneath his feet, Leone crushed the ground and attacked Leva. Don't underestimate me. Despite the tragic situation of bleeding from all 7 orifices, General Leva launched his ultimate move. Water Dragon's Heavenly Expedition. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The groundwater was pumped out and a large number of water dragons were wrapped around Leva. With Esdeath's cooperation, these water dragons quickly transformed into ice dragons, possessing even stronger offensive and defensive capabilities than before. Realizing that Esdeath was approaching, Leone took a gamble, jumped up on the spot, and suddenly slammed down. Lion Kick. It's not a special move. This flying kick was just a full-throated flying kick from Leone after his footsteps were filled with fighting spirit. Bang 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 bang. Powered by the golden fighting spirit, Leone's flying kick pierced through several ice dragons. It went straight to Leva's chest. Puff. Without any hesitation, after piercing through the ice dragon, Leone crushed Leva into a bloody mud under his feet like he was stepping on plasticine. Night attack. How dare you? At this time, Esdeath finally arrived. Gray horns. A sharp icicle shot straight towards Leone from where Esdeath was. Esdeath. Leone suddenly opened her mouth and bit down on Esdeath's icicle with her strong teeth. As soon as they met, Leone and Esdeath entered into a head-on confrontation. After Esdeath joined the battlefield, the battle quickly entered a white-hot stage. Leone and Main took on the responsibility of fighting against Esdeath. If it was just an evolved Leone, Esdeath could still suppress it, but with Main in the distance, even Esdeath was temporarily defeated. Because, now Leona has the strongest defense and regeneration ability in the team. Since Leona is not afraid of getting hurt, Main can now throw flares at Leona and Esdeath without worrying about her teammates. Anyway, Leona can recover quickly even if he gets injured, so of course he has to throw it wildly, throw it hard, throw it with all his strength. Chapter 94. Night Raid with everyone submitting, Mokotimo, Part 2. Pictured as Esdeath fell into decline, her team members were not doing well either. After the three beast warriors were killed, only Lan, Will, and Dr. Fashion were left behind Esdeath. The three of them faced off against Hill, Najishiden, and Akame. Hill alone was enough to overwhelm these three people. If they hadn't faced Hill, these three might have gained a certain advantage. But when the opponent was Hill, Will's imperial armor was like it didn't exist. It was like losing a member of the team. How could he possibly win? What's more, there were sneak attacks from Najishiden and Akame from time to time, and the three of them were miserable. In that case, seeing the situation was dire, Dr. Fashion chose to fight on the spot. He injected a large injection of medicine directly into his neck. Here it comes. Here it comes. The ultimate fashion, the ultimate power. Under the effect of the strengthening potion, Dr. Fashion's originally thin body rapidly expanded, and a giant as tall as a mountain appeared in the venue. Is this Dr. Fashion's secret technique? Najishiden glanced at Akame, who had slashed Dr. Fashion but didn't even cut into the skin, and her eyes became stern. It seems that this is the only way. Since Leone has made his choice, I can't hesitate. Hurry up, 453, and come back, Susano. Secret technique. The evil spirit appears. The pure white life energy was transmitted to Susano's location through the contract between Najishiden and Susano. Swoosh. A figure wrapped in white aura flew out from the imperial capital and quickly headed towards the direction of Najishiden and others. Najishiden knew very well why Lin Xiu did not kill Susano directly, but sealed Susano up instead. Lin Xiu is just waiting for Xing to recall Susano. Even when Susano is sealed, she can still forcibly activate Susano. But the price is, she has to use her secret technique twice in a row. Originally, activating Susano's secret technique would greatly consume Najishiden's lifespan, and she could only use it 3 times in her lifetime. Now, after using it twice in a row, Najishiden's vitality has been weakened to the extreme. Fortunately, Najishiden was well prepared and used Lin Xiu's special chess piece at the first opportunity. After the blood-colored energy merged into her body, Najishiden's vitality was instantly restored. However, what surprised Najishiden even more was that not only had her vitality been fully restored, but even her lost arm had been restored thanks to the chess piece. Looking at her arm that had been lost and found again, and the skin on it that was as smooth as a baby's, Najishiden felt extremely complicated. It's called a special chess piece, but no matter how I look at it, it's more like a devil's chess piece. Its mere presence is attracting people to sign a pact with the devil. While complaining about Lin Xiu's methods of luring them into submission and depravity, Najishiden suddenly felt a surge of strong blood. Looking towards the source of the blood, Najishiden saw red eyes wrapped in blood and cursed poison. Wrapped in blood-colored spells, Kaitong's various attributes showed explosive growth. Akame used a secret technique. Is she buying time for Susano's arrival? Even at this point, he's still unwilling to use his pawns. Perhaps Akame's heart is more resolute than I thought. However, this also proves that in Akame's mind, the Demon Sword Murasama's secret technique is no longer an absolute killer. Lin Xiu's pawn has replaced the Demon Sword Murasama's secret technique as Akame's last resort. After realizing that Akame was starting to fight desperately, Najishiden quickly changed her tactics. Akame, switch opponents with Leone first, hold Esdeath back, and we'll quickly eliminate this dangerous giant. After saying this, Najishiden quickly made the agreed gesture towards Main in the distance to convey her instructions. The next second, Akame and Leona switched positions. Akame turned to deal with Esdeath, while Leone turned to deal with the giant-type dangerous species that was the incarnation of Dr. Fashion. In terms of compatibility, Leone and Akame are both suitable to deal with Esdeath. But if you want to fight against giant dangerous creatures, Leone is much more suitable. After all, Akame's Murasama couldn't penetrate the thick skin of the giant dangerous creature, but Leone could suppress it with his powerful physical strength. After receiving instructions from Najishiden, Main has been targeting Dr. Fashion. Taking advantage of the opportunity when Akame was fighting Esdeath alone, Main's bombardment was finally ready. With such a big body, it's simply a sitting duck for me. Smash him. Pumpkin. Boom. A golden beam of light with a diameter of tens of meters arrived from afar and hit Dr. Fashion's huge body directly. Under the overwhelming firepower, Dr. Fashion's flesh and blood began to be rapidly annihilated. Sky Cloud Cloud Sword. While Mine was bombarding Dr. Fashion, Susano arrived late and swung his massive Aim no Murakumo sword towards Dr. Fashion. And just at this moment, boom! A golden beam of destruction flew from afar. The golden destructive beam deflected Susano's Murakumo sword, and then, it collided with Mine's artillery fire in midair. Two light waves confronted each other in the air, and it was hard to tell which was stronger. How is that possible? Mine's bombardment is as powerful as that of a super dangerous species. Najashitan looked in the direction of the destructive light. Then, she saw a dangerous dragon-shaped creature as huge as a hill. Judging from the situation, the one battling with mine is truly a super dangerous creature. Bang! In the distance, a petite figure was thrown out by the super dangerous species and landed next to Esdeath. General Esdeath, my name is Hei Tong, and I'm here to support you on the orders of Governor Lin Xiu. Long time no see, Oni-sama. The JK girl in black stockings bowed slightly and greeted her sister. Akame was also moved when she saw Hei Tong, so she directly stabbed Hei Tong. Normally, with Akame in her current state of using her secret technique, Hei Tong would not be able to block her attack at all. However, contrary to Kai Tong's expectations, Hei Tong actually kept up with her speed and blocked her attack. Excluding the puppets, Akame's strength is far greater than Kurome's, and she can easily suppress it in close combat. But now, even if she used the secret technique, she couldn't suppress the black pupil. In this situation, she could only think of one possibility. Hei Tong, you haven't already. Kai Tong frowned when she thought that Lin Xiu might have already attacked her sister. Looking at Kai Tong's nervous and sad expression, Hei Tong felt both nervous and disdainful. What were you doing earlier? Don't you think it's too late to get nervous now? With a sneer, Hei Tong slightly lifted the hem of her skirt and greeted Kai Tong. Sister, Master Lin Xiu asked me to give you his regards. By the way, I also brought you a gift from Master Lin Xiu. Show yourself. Super dangerous species, Tirad. The next second, Hei Tong raised the Imperial Gear 8 chambers. A dark purple light tore through the ground, and another huge, dangerous dragon-like creature crawled out from underground. Just as Hei Tong said, in order to let her capture Kai Tong, Lin Xiu gave her some gifts. For example, the previous super dangerous species, DxD Guru, and the current super dangerous species, Tirad. Hei Tong also had his own super dangerous species in the original plot, but unfortunately, it was just a skeleton. After absorbing the special chess pieces, Lin Xiu gave Hei Tong several enhanced puppets. Using the power of fantasy beast modeling, Lin Xiu gave life to the super dangerous skeleton and the imperial tool, evil ghost haunting, and then completed their flesh and blood and strength. The two super dangerous puppets that appeared before Akame were definitely not weaker than those living super dangerous species. Tirad. From what Hei Tong said, Governor Xiu has already subdued the extremely dangerous species? Interesting. Esdeath showed a bloodthirsty smile. She was looking forward to meeting Lin Xiu more and more. Damn it. Is this what Governor Lin Xiu wants? Unlike Esdeath's expectations, Kai Tong was extremely anxious about her sister falling into Lin Xiu's hands. But at the same time, Kai Tong felt a sense of security in his heart. Reassured that Lin Xiu had no intention of becoming their enemy. Rest assured that Lin Xiu, with such strength and power, is a good official who will allow the people to live a happy life. The only thing that makes me uneasy is, Lin Xiu is so lustful. She had clearly already accepted the chess piece, but Lin Xiu deliberately sent out Hei Tong to force her to use it. As early as when she accepted the chess piece, Kai Tong had already made preparations. As long as the minister died or a new empire was established, she would devote herself to Lin Xiu. Who would have thought that Lin Xiu was such an impatient person that she had to use her sister Hei Tong to provoke her? No, it's not quite right to say that he has no patience, it should be said that he really has a bad taste. The only consolation is that since Hei Tong used Governor Lin Xiu's pawn, her health problems have most likely been resolved. Kai Tong now felt both resentful and grateful towards Lin Xiu. She was willing to devote herself to Lin Xiu, but also resentful of Lin Xiu's resorting to such desperate measures. She heard from Ma Yin that Lin Xiu specifically asked her not to take off her black stockings and also asked her to work with Xi'er. At that time, just listening to Ma Yin's description, Kai 2.9 Tong's body became hot. When she thought that Lin Xiu would probably let her and Hei Tong serve him together in the future, even the mature Kai Tong couldn't help but blush. Judging from the fact that Lin Xiu sent out Hei Tong and two super dangerous species, Lin Xiu's goal this time was to make them all use demonic pawns. In other words, Lin Xiu deliberately set the difficulty. If they didn't all use chess pieces, they would definitely not be able to pass this difficult level. After making the decision, Shitong looked at Hei Tong with a hint of relief. Hei Tong, since you have made your choice, then, sister is willing to go with you. Since everyone had to use chess pieces for today's night raid, she had to complete her final mission before she could completely become Governor Lin Xiu's man. She must kill Esdeath. Someone like Esdeath absolutely cannot and should not live in the new empire. However, just as Akame was using the chess piece, Esdeath clasped her hands together. A powerful ice elemental force emanated from Esdeath's palm, instantly freezing the entire space and time. Secret technique. Mokoti Timo. Esdeath had witnessed how the two became stronger after using special items, and she was already wary of Akame's potential use of them. Chapter 95. Cultivating an Emperor. Funini's personal reward. Time and space are frozen. The world also turned ice blue. Esdeath looked around, checking the surrounding situation. It seems that the bandits who attacked at night have already left in full force, and there will be no more reinforcements. I had originally planned to catch all the thieves who attacked at night today, but who knew we would suffer such heavy losses? Night attack. When did so many quasi-general and even general-level beings appear? Esdeath walked in the ice blue world, raised the ice sword, and prepared to strike Akagi with the sword. Because, among all the members of Night Raid, the one she feared the most was Akagi. Even without using any special items and only using secret techniques, Akame suppressed her in close combat. If Kai Tong were to use the item, she would be in great danger. Esdeath raised her ice blue eyelashes, because she actually saw living things in this static world. A girl with pink hair, holding a holy sword, was rushing towards her. How can she move in a static world? Before she had time to think, Chelsea swung the holy sword in her hand, which was shining with golden light. Holy sword. Holy sword that slays the devil. Here, show your brilliance. Ha! Boom! The holy sword's light cannon struck, and Esdeath was instantly caught in a dilemma. There is a price to pay for using her secret technique, Mokopatmo. When she uses her secret technique, her ice manipulation ability will be reduced to the lowest level, and the duration of the stop is also limited. This holy sword light cannon was clearly not an attack that she could block with her limited ice control abilities. Damn it! Where on earth did these enemies come from? Facing Chelsea's light cannon, Esdeath had no choice but to withdraw her secret technique and defend herself with all her might. If Hei Tong was Lin Xiu's detonator to force Kai Tong and his group to use chess pieces, then Chelsea is the insurance that Lin Xiu installed for Kai Tong and the others. When Esdeath used her killing move, Chelsea decided that this was the time for her to strike, so she immediately rushed forward with the holy sword Lin Xiu had given her. Using the power of Phantom Beast modeling, Lin Xiu gave life to the already spiritual, holy sword of Devil Slayer. Although he usually takes the form of a sword, when the need arises, Esther can act independently even when Lin Xiu is not around. Of course, considering that Esther was relatively pure, Lin Xiu specially assigned her the very smart Chelsea. Since Chelsea didn't know that Lin Xiu had the pool of reincarnation of all worlds that could bring people back after death, she jumped out hurriedly after seeing Esdeath use her ultimate move. Leveraging the powerful properties of the Holy Sword of Demon Slayer, Chelsea and Esther broke free and launched the luminous cannon at Esdeath. Because Esdeath stopped, Mokpatmo, time resumed its flow, and Akame was able to absorb all the broken chess pieces. After the time stop ended, Kai Tong burst out with a strength even stronger than before. Just by stepping on her feet, Akame can attack Esdeath at a speed that is invisible to the naked eye, making it impossible to defend against. As a result, a situation of Tiangong being reversed appeared on the scene. Esdeath, who was always known as the leader of Akame / in the universe, was actually beaten to a pulp. Just when Esdeath was getting more and more dangerous. Boom, 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 in the distance, there was a sound of something heavy hitting the ground. Everyone looked into the distance and almost dropped their jaws in shock at what was happening in front of them. Because, huge icicles are constantly forming in the distant sky. The huge icicles were like high-speed rail pillars. After they fell, the icy tracks continued to be laid, extending straight towards the battlefield where Esdeath was. The most important thing is, they saw an ice roller coaster that was accelerating on the icicle track? Ha 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 ha. On the roller coaster, Fu Nina sat in Lin Xiu's arms and laughed the most hearty laugh of her life. Your Majesty, and Governor Lin Xiu. Esdeath had never imagined that her first meeting with Lin Xiu would turn out like this. More than a few hours ago, Lin Xiu went to the palace to meet the Little Emperor. According to the Little Emperor, the reason she summoned him alone was to reward him for his outstanding contributions in the imperial capital during this period. At this stage, the expeditionary force is divided into two groups, heading to Korea and Fuso respectively. The group heading to North Korea had already transported the first batch of silver back to the imperial capital because the distance was very close. Governor Lin Xiu, the first batch of silver has been shipped back. The empire's financial situation has been greatly alleviated, and I am very relieved. This is all thanks to you, Governor Lin Xiu. I believe that with your help, I will definitely achieve achievements that surpass the emperor. Perhaps because she was too excited, the emperor girl's face was a little red. Your Majesty, thank you for your kind words. It is my great honor to serve you. Lin Xiu crossed his arms over his chest, looking like a loyal minister. Governor Lin Xiu, there's no need to be so modest. By the way, Governor Lin Xiu, do you know why I summoned you this time? I don't know, Your Majesty, please tell me clearly. Actually, I hope that, Governor Lin Xiu, you can serve as my tutor. Tutor, this is a trick that the little emperor thought about for a long time. If I become a tutor, wouldn't I have more time to spend with Governor Lin Xiu? In this way, both cultivating feelings and testing each other will be much smoother. I hope that Governor Lin Xiu can teach me some principles of governing a country, so that I can handle state affairs more easily in the future. I wonder if Governor Lin Xiu has the time? After saying that, the imperial girl looked at Lin Xiu with hopeful eyes. Her big, watery eyes were particularly charming. From the little emperor's eyes, Lin Xiu probably understood her thoughts. Maybe, she also wants to be close to the water and get the moon first? Perhaps, raising 10 little emperors is quite a good idea? The old nobles must be eliminated, otherwise they will continue to suck blood in the new empire. However, the emperor said that it would be good to keep them as a mascot or for a good cause. After realizing that the little emperor probably wanted him to be her regent emperor, Lin Xiu smiled slightly. It is my blessing to be able to guide your Majesty. I wonder what kind of knowledge your majesty would like to learn. This. Funina pause. Is it really okay to start learning from what I'm interested in? Shouldn't learning knowledge be based on a unified and reasonable order, regardless of personal interests? That's the teaching method for ordinary people. Your majesty is not an ordinary person, so naturally, you don't need to use ordinary teaching methods. In that case, Governor Lin Xiu, please tell me how you govern Chang'an. The Emperor girl has always been interested in how Lin Xiu governs Chang'an. Longxi Prefecture is not considered developed in the empire. How could Lin Xiu develop Longxi Prefecture after so many years of development? Chang'an City? Okay, let's talk about Chang'an City. Of course, Lin Xiu would not tell all his secrets, but it was okay to slightly reduce the values of Chang'an City and talk about some basic concepts. Your Majesty, in your opinion, what does a country need most for long-term peace and stability? Need. The people have food to eat, don't they rebel? Your Majesty is right. Providing food for the people is the most basic condition for the empire to maintain its rule. If the people rebel because they have no food, then such a country deserves to be overthrown. However, in order to maintain a long-term situation where the people have enough food to eat, in addition to having the people work hard in the fields and officials not taking bribes, other conditions are also needed. For example, by introducing new agricultural technologies, we can grow more food. For example, if officials' salaries are raised, even though they already have power, if their financial situation is poor, they will be forced to resort to corruption and bribery. For example, establishing a long-term and effective social mobility system to give those at the bottom hope of upward mobility is the only way for a country to prosper and stabilize. Because the pursuit of a happy individual life is a beautiful and simple aspiration shared by all. Governor Lin Xiu, please speak slower and first tell me how you grow more food. The imperial girl felt a little dizzy.
Okay, first, we need to survey the land area and assess the land conditions. Lin Xiu began to explain the details to the little emperor. The feeling of raising an empress and then eating her gave Lin Xiu an unprecedented novel experience. Lin Xiu knew that even if he wanted to cultivate him, it would not last long. After all, the little emperor was not very old, and he would soon raise the banner of rebellion. But, this does not prevent Lin Xiu from enjoying the cultivation experience for a period of time. The feeling of having the emperor of a country display his feminine charm in front of him really made him excited. An hour later, Lin Xiu gave the emperor girl some time to rest. There is no way. The human brain has a limited concentration time. Even if you learn a lot of knowledge at one time, it will be useless if you cannot absorb it. During the break, the imperial girl kept feeding Lin Xiu fruits. Grapes, apples, pineapples, watermelons, the fruits were cut into slices by the maids and happily fed into Lin Xiu's mouth by the imperial girl. Watching Lin Xiu eat the fruit she fed her with her own hands, Funina felt an unprecedented emotion in her heart. This feeling of wanting to make others happy is very novel to Funina. After pondering for a long time, Funina prepared herself mentally and asked the question she had prepared for a long time. Governor Lin Xiu, I feel that you have worked very hard for the empire and me. So, in addition to the official rewards, I plan to give you some personal rewards. Personal rewards. Your Majesty, please specify. Lin Xiu noticed the excitement in the emperor girl's eyes. Why was Funina so excited when the personal reward was mentioned? Could it be that this personal reward was a reward of that kind of attribute? Under Lin Xiu's subtle gaze, Funina's red lips parted slightly. Before I reward you, I want to ask you a question first. Do you like me with my shoes on, or with my shoes off and only my socks on? Lin Xiu. Looking at the emperor girl's gradually rosy face, Lin Xiu felt that he completely understood what the emperor girl's reward meant. Chapter 96. Fernina corrupted by Esdeath Part 4. Why did your majesty suddenly bring this up? Lin Xiu curled his lips. He was enjoying the young emperor training program so that he could feel more comfortable and sensual in the future. But why did the young emperor suddenly go astray? Why did she ask him such a question? For a pure girl like Funina, even if she wanted to fall in love, shouldn't she hold hands or kiss first? Why would she ask him whether he liked shoes or socks? If he only looked at the question and not the person asking it, Lin Xiu would have thought it was Esdeath asking him. The imperial girl ignored Lin Xiu's question, and instantly moved closer to Lin Xiu, looking at him with quite a decisive look. Answer my question quickly, Governor Lin Xiu, do you prefer me wearing shoes or socks? Lin Xiu knew very well that this was a trap question. Because, no matter which situation he likes, he has to assume the premise that he likes Funina. However, Lin Xiu was happy to step into this simple trap set by the emperor's daughter. Although a little clumsy, isn't it cute that the emperor girl wants to gain his approval? After a few seconds, Lin Xiu slowly spoke. As for me, I prefer the way your majesty takes off his shoes and leaves only his socks. Governor Lin Xiu prefers socks. The emperor girl nodded, took off her light blue shoes, and revealed her cute little feet wrapped in white skirt socks. Governor Lin Xiu, I order you to lie down on the bed. Before Lin Xiu could reply, the imperial girl hugged her tightly and threw them onto the bed. The imperial girl climbed up from Lin Xiu with a rosy face. It was the first time that she had such a large contact area with Lin Xiu. Imperial edict. Governor Lin Xiu, don't resist when I step on you. Also, be cheerful. After saying that, the imperial girl raised her white-socked feet, her expression nervous but with a hint of excitement. Just using this tricky method to get the answer, Governor Lin Xiu likes her, wasn't enough. She wanted to personally prove the theory that she got 003 from General Esdeath. Lin Xiu was helpless, but since Fu Ningya had done this, he had nothing to say. Originally, he planned to eat this delicacy later. But now he had to admit that Funina, who took the initiative to display her imperial power and girlish charm in front of him, made his XP system a little restless. Quote. The imperial girl stepped on Lin Xiu's stomach lightly. Then, he looked at Lin Xiu expectantly. It's fine if he's unhappy, but why does Governor Lin Xiu look so speechless? Your Majesty, generally speaking, it's not the belly that's stepped on, it's the face, Lin Xiu explained. Oh, so, Governor Lin Xiu, do you want to be stepped on in the face? Before Lin Xiu could answer, the girl in the thick mat stepped on it with excitement on her face. Your Majesty, could you please listen to me first? Lin Xiu stretched out his hand and stopped the Emperor girl's white socks and feet. Hiss. The warmth of Lin Xiu's palm came from the soles of her feet, and the imperial girl couldn't help but tremble all over. Just as Fu Nina was feeling Lin Xiu's closeness, there was a knock on the door. Bang, bang, bang. Who? Didn't I tell you not to disturb me when I'm sleeping? Holding back her shyness, Fu Nina shouted towards the door. It's okay, Governor Lin Xiu, let's continue. No one dares to open the door without my order. The Emperor girl was full of interest. Because she found that doing bad things when someone knocked on the door made her feel an unprecedented sense of tension and excitement. Success. Bang. This time, there was no knocking, the door was opened directly. A man the size of a double-door refrigerator walked in. The one who came, his name is Bud. The stimulation was too strong, and with her feet still held by Lin Xiu, the imperial girl suddenly lost her strength and just sat on Lin Xiu's waist. Seeing this, General Bud narrowed his eyes and pressed towards Lin Xiu with the momentum of a mountain. Governor Lin Xiu, what are you doing with His Majesty? I am teaching Your Majesty all kinds of knowledge. Lin Xiu fought back with his aura without showing any weakness. What is your strength, Bud? What is my strength? What position are you in to talk to me? Are you Funina's guardian? In the confrontation with Lin Xiu's momentum, General Bud's momentum quickly collapsed. Governor Lin Xiu, is your teaching style considered rebellious? Bud refused to give in and glared at Lin Xiu fiercely, as if he wanted to stare Lin Xiu to death. Actually, this can't be blamed on Governor Lin Xiu. The Emperor girl suppressed her shyness and explained. It's me. I wanted to put the knowledge I was taught into practice on Governor Lin Xiu, so this is what happened. After listening to Funina's explanation, Bud frowned. There are so many treacherous ministers in this court. What knowledge did others teach Your Majesty? Who taught Your Majesty such strange knowledge? It was Esdeath. It was Esdeath who said that. She said that if you step on it, the other party will be very happy. Funina sold Esdeath out directly. Esdeath. Bud's frown deepened. Finally, General Bud looked at Lin Xiu with a frown, his eyes more serious than ever before. Governor Lin Xiu, even if His Majesty doesn't know, you should know what you are doing now, right? Well, of course I know. HMPH, good to know. Within 3 days, I will submit a list of candidates for the Regent Emperor to Your Majesty together with the royal family. I hope Governor Lin Xiu will not refuse when the time comes. Bang. After saying this, without waiting for Lin Xiu to reply, Bud slammed the door shut. After General Bud left, the Emperor girl swallowed hard. What had she just heard? Was Bud going to submit a list of candidates for the title of Emperor Regent? It just so happens that the conditions regarding the person I'm interested in have been out for a while now. The minister didn't react. The requirements on that list are quite strict. Governor Lin Xiu is probably the only one in the entire empire who meets the requirements. The minister hasn't responded for such a long time, which means he has already accepted my choice of the regent. After realizing this, Funina became dizzy. Governor Lin Xiu, don't worry about Bud, how about we continue? The imperial girl licked her red lips and made an enticing suggestion. Facing the emperor girl's invitation, Lin Xiu nodded happily. The spell flew out, and a sound-isolating magic circle enveloped the entire room. Lin Xiu felt that the reason why the problem just happened was because there was no such formation. After the arrangement was completed, looking at the interested emperor girl sitting on him, Lin Xiu gently touched her aqua blue hair. Your Majesty, you may step on it. However, I think we can change the place where we step. Change where you step. The imperial girl tilted her head. Well, change where you step. Lin Xiu touched the emperor girl's delicate jade feet wearing white socks. Just as he thought, Funina didn't walk much, and her feet in white socks looked very delicate and slender. Moreover, since it is His Majesty the Emperor, the fabric of Funina's white socks is very high-end and feels top-notch to the touch. 10 minutes later, the imperial girl pursed her red lips slightly, with a hint of pleading in her expression. Governor Lin Xiu, my feet are a little sore. If you're sore, shouldn't you exercise more? Besides, His Majesty said he wanted to reward me, but I haven't even completed a single step. As an emperor, how could I give up halfway? Lin Xiu continued to smile. Asterisk 7. The emperor girl was inspired by this and regained her fighting spirit. That's right, I promised to repay Governor Lin Xiu, how could I give up halfway? After 2 hours, the Emperor girl's feet, which had never been exercised, could no longer be lifted. Feeling a strange sticky sensation coming from her feet, Funina frowned and looked at her feet in white socks. No, she was too tired. She was too lazy to even take off her soaked white socks. As soon as he stood up, a strong pain spread from his legs to his whole body. The little emperor knelt on the ground and couldn't stand up for a long time. That's the feeling. While trying to stand up, the emperor girl discovered a surprising fact. Although her thighs and calves were sore, the closer she got to her feet, the less sore she felt. Could it be that? This is because of Governor Lin Xiu. The imperial girl looked at Lin Xiu. Their eyes met in the air. Yes, it is my duty to relieve the pain in your majesty's feet. Lin Xiu said with a smile. Due to the special effects of the blood perfusion method, Lin Xiu's white symbiont also has special effects. With the addition of powerful vitality, it is easy to eliminate soreness. As that's so. In other words, the emperor girl's face flushed as she took out some of the white symbiont from her white socks and applied it to her sore calves. The warmth gradually spread, and soon, the covered part of the calf no longer felt any soreness. A few minutes later, after some effort, the emperor girl successfully used the prop white socks to eliminate the soreness in her legs from the exercise. Just then, boom, outside the city, a golden beam of light piercing the sky attracted Nina's attention. In the sky, a huge icicle fell from the sky. On the ground, a golden beam of light several dozen meters wide shot straight up into the sky. Governor Lin Xiu, this is. Funina was impressed by this light wave. Previously, such golden light waves were heard from General De's mansion. This should be the aftermath of the battle between General Esdeath and Knight Raid, right? So, Your Majesty, is this matter of great interest to you? Lin Xiu held the imperial girl in his arms and gently stroked her aqua blue hair. I really want to see it, but according to the rules, I can't leave the palace at will. Funina shrank back a little. Hearing this, Lin Xiu leaned close to Funina's delicate ear. It doesn't matter. As long as Your Majesty wants to go, I will take you there. I just received a personal reward from Your Majesty. D1. When the Emperor girl heard Lin Xiu mention reward, she made a cute sound like a little animal. Go, Your Majesty. Just think of it as me forcing you. Lin Xiu was very willing to give some help to this girl who had never left the deep palace. Finally, Funina nodded gently. Then, boom. In the palace, an icicle over 1,000 meters high rose from the ground. With the help of gravitational potential energy, Lin Xiu and Fu Ningya sat on the roller coaster made of ice, following the track laid by Lin Xiu, and slid straight to the battlefield outside. Chapter 97. Red Eyes, How to Keep Esdeath Quiet for 10 Months. Update 1. WTF. Looking at the dozens of icicles in front of her, looking at Lin Xiu and the little emperor, Esdeath began to doubt her life. There are actually people who descend in this way. Also, this terrifying ice controlling ability. Esdeath could create such large icicles herself, but she had no way of arranging them into a base as she wanted in such a short time, nor could she create an ever-extending ice track. Governor Lin Xiu, can he also control the power of ice? Of course, Esdeath would not think that this was the power of the little emperor. In other words, this is Lin Xiu's power. When Esdeath thought that Lin Xiu might have the same ice ability as herself, her eyes were filled with passion when she looked at Lin Xiu. The Ice Queen and the Ice Emperor will eventually have to decide who is superior. Although Lin Xiu's performance is better than hers at the moment, it is precisely because she knows this that she is so motivated. After obtaining the Imperial Weapon, Devil's Essence, she has been invincible for too long, so invincible that she is a little bored. Although she enjoyed the Night Raiders quite a bit, the one who excited her the most was Lin Xiu. Unlike the excited Esdeath, Najishita knew that the mission was over as soon as she saw Lin Xiu. It would be fine if Lin Xiu wasn't around, but when Lin Xiu was around, he probably wouldn't allow Yi Shu to kill anyone in front of him. Tisk. A powerful enemy is coming to support us, retreat. Najishita knew that since Lin Xiu had brought the little emperor here, it meant that he would not allow them to fight any further. In that case, then open up the market sooner rather than later. This will save Lin Xiu from having to suffer. Perhaps Najishita herself didn't notice that as time went by, she began to care more and more about Lin Xiu. On the one hand, it was because Lin Xiu had acquired the blood of a succubus, and she had a natural attraction to her. On the other hand, it was because she had always approved of Lin Xiu, and when the other members of the Night Raid chose to surrender, Najishita's will was somewhat weakened. After receiving Najishita's order, the members of the Night Raid evacuated as planned. Leonie stayed behind, while Main stopped the enemy from pursuing. With Esdeath and Lin Xiu unwilling to pursue, and the other hunters unable to do so, the Night Raid members successfully evacuated in an orderly manner. Because of absorbing Lin Xiu's special chess piece, Kai Tong also has the qualifications to communicate with Lin Xiu's mind. While Chiron, Chitong was communicating with Lin Xiu mentally. Governor Lin Xiu, are you planning to deal with Esdeath yourself? Kai Tong believed that with Lin Xiu's wisdom, he must know that someone like Esdeath was definitely not suitable for living in peacetime. Governor Lin Xiu, you wouldn't be attracted to Esdeath's body as much as you are to them, right? Shouldn't it be? Kai Tong is not sure what choice Lin Xiu will make, whether the small head will have the upper hand or the big head will have the upper hand. But soon, Kai Tong received a reply from Lin Xiu. No, I plan to subdue Esdeath. Governor Lin Xiu, are you really not going to reconsider this? Kai Tong was very worried. Akagiri, you should be very clear that you are not qualified to defy my will now. What you should do now is return to Night Raid headquarters, clean yourself up, and wait for my summons. As for me, I have a way to make Esdeath stay quiet for 10 months at a time. 10 months of silence. Kai Tong pursed her red lips slightly. She had already figured out how Lin Xiu had managed to keep Esdeath quiet for a month. Okay, I just hope that Governor Lin Xiu can extend Esdeath's 10-month ban for another 10 months. Akame imagined Esdeath getting pregnant again shortly after giving birth. Governor Lin Xiu, wouldn't he be trying to block Esdeath's mobility this way? Although she was in a very delicate mood, Kai Tong subconsciously chose to believe Lin Xiu. After all, there has always been nothing that Lin Xiu cannot do. Da. On the stairs made of ice, the imperial girl walked down with her white and tender legs playfully moving. Esdeath glanced at the little emperor who seemed to be playing a game, and then glanced at Lin Xiu. Governor Lin Xiu, you've come to support us, why don't you take action to intercept the thieves who are attacking at night? Esdeath asked with narrowed eyes. Because you want to protect His Majesty the Emperor, right? Before Lin Xiu finished answering, Esdeath answered for her first. Well, Sir Esdeath is right. Although it is important to catch the thieves who attacked at night, since I am here, Governor Lin Xiu should stay by my side. Fu Nina subconsciously held Lin Xiu's hand. There's no way. Looking at what happened just now, even Esdeath was suppressed. When Esdeath was no longer able to do so, only holding Lin Xiu's hand could give her enough sense of security. Seeing that Nina took the initiative to hold Lin Xiu's hand, Esdeath narrowed her eyes. After a few seconds, she looked at Lin Xiu with some relief. I see. It turned out that when she left the imperial capital, the empire had produced a treacherous minister like Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu's treachery is even worse than that of the ministers. It has even reached a point where the word treachery is not enough to describe it. When facing Lin Xiu, even a treacherous minister like Minister Ernest was almost powerless to fight back. It's really interesting. After looking at Lin Xiu deeply, Esdeath turned around and knelt on one knee in front of the imperial girl. Your Majesty, I am incompetent and do not have the ability to catch the thieves who attacked at night. If possible, Your Majesty, please dismiss me from my position in the Imperial Capital Special Security Force and let Governor Lin Xiu take over. Just now, when Najashiden left, Esdeath noticed the way she looked at Lin Xiu. That is the look a weak person gives to a strong person, and it is also the look a woman gives to a man. Esdeath didn't expect that the self-reliant Naji-kun would look at Lin Xiu in that way. If there was evidence, Esdeath would have wanted to say that Lin Xiu and the thieves who attacked at night were colluding with each other. Is the problem really that serious? Even General Esdeath, you can't solve it. Governor Lin Xiu, are you confident you can handle the Night Raiders? Do you want to bring General Esdeath along? 2 great generals, plus your men, should be enough to resist a night attack, right? Fu Nina was really surprised at Yi Zai's strength and wanted to solve this problem completely. However, before Lin Xiu could answer, Esdeath interrupted. Your Majesty, I am happy to share your worries. However, I have never had the habit of being a subordinate. Unless. Swoosh. The next second, Esdeath stood up straight, showing off her perfect figure, and swung her ice sword at Lin Xiu. Unless. Defeat me. Of course, Fu Nina didn't want her subjects to fight each other, so she frowned and said. Yes, having General Esdeath assist Governor Lin Xiu is somewhat against the rules. Then, how about the General's office and the Governor's office jointly handle this matter? Lin Xiu lifted up Fu Nina's little hand and slowly said. No, that's not necessary, Your Majesty. Since General Esdeath wishes to test my strength, I also hope to respond to General Esdeath's wish. Furthermore, even a joint investigation needs to be led by one party. In order to better cooperate with General Esdeath, it would be best to have Zhou and Esdeath have a battle that will convince both sides. Lin Xiu had already seen what Esdeath meant from her eyes. Even if Fu Nina said no, she would still find a chance to have a fight with Lin Xiu. Rather than dealing with it later, it's better to completely conquer Esdeath now. Well, Governor Lin Xiu is right. Even if they are both at the same level of general, there is a hierarchy of rank. I also want to see whether Governor Lin Xiu is stronger or General Esdeath is better. For Nina did not speak her mind. Her real thought was that if Lin Xiu defeated Esdeath, he would become the undisputed #1 general in the empire. In this way, when he is nominated as regent, the resistance he faces will be minimized. All right, since Your Majesty wishes, I will demonstrate my full strength before Your Majesty. Esdeath's lips curled up slightly, showing an unprecedented look of happiness. Lin Xiu was just right for her. She saw it, Lin Xiu saw what she was thinking, and agreed to her request. She likes simple and rough men like Lin Xiu. After Esdeath agreed to fight, a system prompt sounded in Lin Xiu's mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the main storyline mission, the return of former Minister Tiaoli. Quest requirements. Save former Minister Jori from Esdeath's attack. Mission level. Purple right pointing arrow gold, save the former Minister Yori and completely defeat Esdeath's forces. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. One of the 10 powers of Veleslana, Camel Gold. Power. Camel. After using it, you can obtain divine level kicking and lower limb techniques. The power of your kicks and your own endurance will increase significantly. Your fighting skills and combat awareness will also reach the divine level. You will feel numb to pain, bleeding will stop, and the damage feedback from strong blows will be reduced to a minimum. Note: after the system has been improved, it can be used even if you are not injured. The more serious the injury, the greater the strength bonus you receive. A camel. Lin Xiu glanced at the power camel, and then at his own golden immortality. One is the ability to recover from any injury, and the other is the ability to increase strength the more serious the injury. To be more practical, in order to fully unleash the camel's power, one can even actively endure and maintain a state of severe injury for a period of time.
Half a day later, Esdeath had fully recovered, in the martial arts arena. Lin Xiu and Esdeath stood facing each other. As soon as the battle started, Esdeath squatted slightly and stretched out her long legs wrapped in white silk over the knee socks. Secret technique. Ice cavalry. Boom. The cold air permeated the surrounding area for hundreds of meters. The ice elemental power quickly gathered, forming ice cavalry armed with weapons around the battlefield. Facing Lin Xiu, Esdeath did not try to test him and used her full-strength sword from the very beginning. Chapter 98. Esdeath's Female Instincts, Ice Star, Part 2. Ice Cavalry, one of Esdeath's self-created anti-military abilities, first used in the decisive battle of the Imperial capital. Using the Imperial tool, Devil's Essence, Esdeath used ice to create an astonishing number of centaurs. These ice cavalrymen have combat power that ordinary soldiers cannot match. Even if they are broken up, they can be reassembled. Even if Esdeath does not actively control them, they can still operate automatically. In the original plot, Esdeath, after recuperating before the battle in the Imperial capital, created tens of thousands of ice cavalry to partially make up for the Empire's serious disadvantage in military strength. But now, even without charging, Esdeath has successfully created enough ice cavalry to cover the entire training ground. With Esdeath's high fighting spirit, her ability to control Imperial weapons has reached a new level, even surpassing her former self. She is truly the most promising girl in the world of Akame killer. Having said that, Lin Xiu didn't take Esdeath too seriously. After using the Forbidden Hand, Lin Xiu has now reached the pinnacle of the Demon King level. As long as Esdeath cannot unleash power beyond the Demon King level, she will be defeated by Lin Xiu. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Forbidden. Boosted Gear Scale Male. Boom. Simply relying on the spiritual storm generated by the Forbidden Hand armor, Lin Xiu cleared out thousands of ice cavalry. Is this your Imperial tool? This Imperial tool, which has never appeared in the literature, is truly exciting. Governor Lin Xiu, I heard that you and General Bud once had a giant duel. I don't know, are you interested in playing with me? 14. Under Esdeath's control, the ice cavalry transformed into pure cold air and gathered behind Esdeath. Secret technique. General Winter. With inspiration from Lin Xiu and Bud, Esdeath used her own new secret technique. A few seconds later, a gigantic ice giant over 100 meters tall appeared before Lin Xiu. Boom. The ice giant swung his fist, making a sound of breaking through the air, and smashed towards Lin Xiu at several times the speed of sound. Oh, is driving a Gundam really that popular now? Facing General Dong's fist, Lin Xiu simply lifted her foot slightly, then gently put it down. The next second, a gigantic foot wrapped in white light broke through the clouds and slammed down from the air. Before General Winter's fist arrived, the war of Paul Ruvamane had already reached the sky. Ka ka ka, the sound of ice breaking inch by inch. Under the giant feet of the Vamana incarnation, the huge General Winter was directly crushed into shattered ice. What, didn't they say that Governor Lin Xiu and General Bud were fighting back and forth? Could it be that he didn't use the full calendar last time? Esdeath believed that the intelligence from her subordinates would not be a problem. Besides, all the officials had seen Lin Xiu and Bud fighting so many times. Since the information is true, the only possibility left is, Lin Xiu didn't use his full strength last time. Just as Esdeath said, Lin Xiu did not use his full strength in the last battle with Bud. But this time, in order to completely conquer Esdeath with his strength in battle, Insho directly used all his knowledge. Call out. The next moment, Lin Xiu accelerated and disappeared from Esdeath's sight. Danger. Esdeath's combat instincts kicked in, allowing her to react the instant she sensed the deadly danger. Secret technique. Mokpadma. A powerful ice elemental force emanated from Esdeath's palm, instantly freezing the entire space and time. Next second, Esdeath suddenly turned around as if she had realized something. A familiar figure came into view. Lin Xiu. It would be fine if it was Lin Xiu. She already knew that Lin Xiu would attack him from behind. What really surprised Esdeath was the smile that gradually appeared on Lin Xiu's face. After using her secret technique, is Lin Xiu still able to move? Esdeath, are you surprised? Before me, you should have seen other people who can act in Mokopatmo, Lin Xiu reminded Esdeath. Others who can move in Mahapatma? Governor Lin Xiu is referring to the girl who attacked at night. But, how did he know that the girl who attacked at night could move freely in time? Esdeath was surprised at first, then she couldn't help but hold her forehead and laughed. Yeah, sure enough, she was not wrong. She was saying how she was much stronger than she had imagined. So, a man named Lin Xiu was involved? It was possible to make the heroic Najashitan look like that. He is indeed the man she likes. Lin Xiu saw all the changes in Esdeath's expression. Who wants to be your man, girl? I just want to have S*X with you. Lin Xiu was helpless. This Esdeath is indeed not an ordinary person. If it wasn't for the fact that the activation of Mokopatmo would not take too long, he would have worried that Esdeath would start a fight with him right here. Under Lin Xiu's gaze, Esdeath walked towards him. A blush appeared on the pretty face of this sadistic female general. This is the shyness of a young girl. Esdeath is a woman, or rather, a female, who becomes aroused immediately when she meets someone she likes. Governor Lin Xiu, I'm surprised and very happy. I never thought you could move in my Mokopatma. It's also an ice ability, but if it simply freezes space, it won't work on me, Lin Xiu explained. Governor Lin Xiu, can you answer a question for me? Esdeath tucked her long ice blue hair, her eyes a little vague. It was the first time she felt her heart beating so fast. However, she didn't hate it. Okay, what's the problem? Lin Xiu felt that she could completely imagine Esdeath's question. Esdeath hesitated to speak. However, her reluctance to speak was not simply due to shyness and hesitation. She hesitated to speak because she wanted to enjoy the feeling of being in love for a while longer. My question is, Governor Lin Xiu, does he have a lover? If not, what do you think of? Me? I think you're great, Esdeath. Speaking of giving birth, you might be able to give birth to the strongest child in the world, right? Lin Xiu answered honestly. So, Governor Lin Xiu, you want to have a baby with me? Esdeath was overjoyed and acted like a little girl. You can say that, but it's just giving birth to a child. Lin Xiu thought for a moment and said. Huh? What do you mean by just having a baby? Doesn't Governor Lin Xiu think we can be lovers? Esdeath frowned. No, I'm just talking about what I think at this stage. Because, with your personality, Esdeath, you definitely won't allow me to have another woman, right? That's right. Esdeath pursed her red lips slightly, she probably understood what Lin Xiu meant. That's the problem. In fact, I have many close relationships with women and I am in a marriage relationship with them. It's obvious that you won't agree to this kind of relationship until you completely surrender, Esdeath. That's why I said I only want to have children with you. After all, Esdeath, your physical charm and abilities are the best in the world. And the goal of having a child can only be achieved after you completely admit defeat, right? Lin Xiu's voice fell. To his surprise, Esdeath was not angry at all, but her face became even more shy. Because, in her eyes, what Lin Xiu just said was no different from a confession. Esdeath's thought process is different from that of ordinary people. In her opinion, Lin Xiu's recognition of her bloodline and body was a complete recognition of her charm as a woman. Huh? Is that so? Indeed, when it comes to giving birth, I'm definitely stronger. Given your status among men, Governor Lin Xiu, it's normal for you to have many partners. As for Governor Lin Xiu, you said you wanted to completely conquer me. Having said that, a beautiful smile appeared on Esdeath's shy face. Actually, although I like the feeling of conquering others, I also like the feeling of being conquered. Most sadomasochists have the potential to be masochists. That's what I said, but the prerequisite is that I have the strength to convince you wholeheartedly, right? Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes. Yes, that's right, that's it. You understand what I mean so quickly. You are worthy of being the man I like. Esdeath smiled with relief. If I lose to you twice in a row, this time and next time, I will recognize all your wishes. When the time comes, whether you want me to resign from my position as general and go home to have children, or you want me to acknowledge other members of the opposite S*X with whom you have an intimate relationship, I will do it. After defeating you twice, are you willing to retire? Esdeath, you know what? When you say this, it means you admit that you want to give birth to a child for me, Lin Xiu said with a light smile. Governor Lin Xiu dares to say that, which means you think you can easily defeat me twice? A dangerous light flashed in Esdeath's beautiful eyes. Lin Xiu admitted generously, ha ha ha. Good. Then let us witness it together. Will it be me who conquers you, or you who conquers me? Esdeath smiled happily. Esdeath, if I say that being restrained and conquered by me is your destiny, do you believe it? Several demonic shadows of ice appeared behind Lin Xiu. Huh. Conquered by you. Little man, I'm looking forward to how you will conquer me. After saying that, Esdeath turned around gracefully. The next moment, time stopped and resumed. Esdeath pointed one hand toward the sky and the other toward the ground, unleashing her most powerful attack, Heavenly Ice Star. Land. T&I Ice Star, in the air, a giant ice ball with a diameter of over 100 miles, enough to cover most of the imperial capital, suddenly crashed down. Chapter 99. Defeat, Night Raid All Members Dedicated, Part 3. Faced with this huge ice ball, Finina nervously stood up from the throne and cast a reproachful look towards Esdeath. Depend on. If Governor Lin Xiu couldn't withstand this attack, the imperial city would be destroyed. Of course, despite her complaints, Finina didn't think Lin Xiu could handle this move. For some reason, she had a mysterious trust in Lin Xiu. Under Finina's gaze, the green gems on Lin Xiu's red armor kept flashing. Boost. 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 Explosion. Pa. Lin Xiu snapped his fingers lightly. The next second, a gigantic exploding magic ball with a diameter comparable to that of the Heavenly Ice Star appeared in the sky above the imperial capital. After coming into contact with the explosive magic ball, the huge icy meteorite disappeared directly on the spot like a snowflake encountering the sun. Above the ground. With a fierce kick, like a powerful kick, it hit Esdeath's abdomen. The ice blue figure was blown away and hit the wall, leaving a huge spider web crack on the wall. Boom! With a heavy thud, Esdeath fell from the wall to the ground, completely losing her combat capability. The other side. The minister's side. After seeing the strange phenomenon in the sky, the minister was stunned. Judging from the situation, even Esdeath is no match for Lin Xiu. Really, where did this freak come from? With a gloomy face, Yinshin looked down at the young man with a scar on his face. Scylla, do you know why I asked you to come back quickly? The young man's name is Sheila, and he is the son of a minister. He was exiled by the minister for some misdeeds in his early years and has only returned now. Ah, I've heard that, Dad, you were bullied badly by this guy named Lin Xiu, right? Sheila said with narrowed eyes. Humph. I'm just letting him get away with it so I can find a reason to get rid of him. The minister still had some dignity and did not directly say, I have been pushed to the limit by Lin Xiu. During the time he was governing the imperial capital, the people I sent to Chang'an had already gathered evidence of his rebellious intentions and also obtained seeds that had a yield 10 times that of ordinary crops. Considering that the danger of continuing to let him develop is too great, even I am at risk of being sidelined. We must take action against him. So, Dad, what do you want to do? Your son has been working very hard during his exile and has even formed his own team. A sinister smile appeared at the corner of Sheila's mouth. It's very simple, I want you to become the regent emperor. The minister bit the meat in his mouth hard and looked towards the basement of the palace. At this point, the only option is to use that thing. On the other side, night attack. After returning to the base, all the night raid members were in a bad mood. Because, at this point, there is only one person left who has not used Lin Xiu's chess piece, and that is Chelsea, who has no fighting ability. From now on, they will have no ability to resist Lin Xiu's orders. Night has become Lin Xiu's possession. Sighing, Najashitan looked at Chelsea, who was the last one standing. Chelsea, now except for you, the rest of the members of the night raid have all been used as pawns of Governor Lin Xiu. I guess he'll come to us to pay us back in a short time, and since we accepted his help, we must bear the price. When talking about this price, Najashitan's face turned slightly red. Because, during this period, she had seen Hill and Mine pay the price many times. Judging from their performance, they seemed to be enjoying it a little bit. Sighing, Najashitan continued, Chelsea, Governor Lin Xiu is a lustful person. If I'm not mistaken, when he sees how beautiful you are, Chelsea, he'll probably make a move on you. So, if you don't have any such thoughts, it would be better for you to withdraw from the night raid. Because, after tonight, the night raid may no longer be the work of the Revolutionary Army. Najashitan really didn't want Chelsea and herself and others to be dragged into the quagmire. However, in response to Najashitan's advice, Chelsea bit her lollipop and smiled playfully. Leaving? Why are you leaving? I have been Master Lin Xiu's man from the very beginning. I would only feel honored to be able to dedicate myself to Master Lin Xiu. How could I possibly leave? As soon as these words were spoken, all the women who had participated in the night raid were stunned. It took them a while to come back to their senses. Najashitan's brows were sometimes furrowed, sometimes relaxed. Finally, Najashitan slowly lowered her hunched shoulders. Chelsea, if I'm not mistaken, the reason you were able to provide timely support when Esdeath used her time stop skill was because of Governor Lin Xiu. Yes, that's right. It was because of Governor Lin Xiu's holy sword that I was able to provide timely support. Otherwise, if it were just me, I wouldn't dare to attack Esdeath. As she spoke, the sword at Chelsea's waist flashed with white light, and a silver-haired loli appeared in front of the girls. This is Esther, the sword spirit that resides within the holy sword. It is with the help of Esther's power that I was able to successfully break the time freeze. Accepting the gazes of the onlookers, Esther said calmly. It is my mission to ensure the smooth implementation of Lin Xiu's plan. After saying this, Esther stood there like a wooden man and entered standby mode. Chelsea smiled helplessly. Lady Esther doesn't usually like to talk much, but her power is real. Now, everyone should understand why Master Lin Xiu didn't want to get night raid, but instead let night raid go unchecked, right? At this time, even Leona, who was not very smart, reacted and looked up at the sky with his hands on his head. Because our actions were all within his expectations. Even if they were beyond his expectations, he could still use his power in the governor's mansion or during the night raid to control them. Since you, Chelsea, were deliberately sent by Governor Lin Xiu, then Kai Tong's sister Hei Tong is also. That's right, Hei Tong was sent by Governor Lin Xiu to prevent an imbalance in combat power, Chelsea admitted generously. Governor Lin Xiu, you really pay attention to every detail. Kai Tong looked up at the sky calmly. So, now do you know what you should do? Church playfully gave everyone lollipops. Leonie. What should I do? Chelsea. Of course it's time to take a nice bath and change into my favorite clothes. Although Governor Lin Xiu will specify his preferred clothing at that time, at such an important moment, it's better to wear the clothes that everyone thinks are most suitable, right? Although it sounded a bit absurd, the girls quickly realized that what Elsie said was correct. Soon, the women who had participated in the night raid started taking baths with different thoughts in mind. While taking a bath, I listened to Chelsea talking about the information from Lin Xiu. Huh? So Chang'an City was actually a small village before? So, Governor Lin Xiu can be said to have poured all his efforts into Chang'an City? Leonie imagined the scene of Lin Xiu running a village from small to large. Well, after Governor Lin Xiu takes office, I hope he can make other parts of the empire as prosperous as Chang'an. There was a hint of hope in Kai Tong's eyes. If it was Governor Lin Xiu, perhaps he could really do this. After listening to Lin Xiu's subsequent arrangements, Najishitan drank a glass of beer with relief. Sure enough, Governor Lin Xiu sent the expeditionary force only to rally the existing nobles. Once he takes power, will he still target the existing nobles? Najishitan agreed that the old nobles should be cleared out. If these old nobles who occupied too many resources were not cleared out, even if a new empire was established, problems would arise in a short time. As they were talking, the faces of the women from the night raid froze at the same time, and then they cast probing glances to the side. Ha ha ha, after a few seconds, looking at everyone looking at each other in confusion, Chelsea couldn't help but laugh out loud. Looking at everyone's expressions, did you all hear Master Lin Xiu's summons from the chess pieces? Najishitan. Well, President Xiu asked me to go see him at 8 o'clock. Leonie. In my opinion, it's 10 o'clock. Chelsea. I'm 11 o'clock. Akame. I'm 12 o'clock. After receiving Lin Xiu's summons, the women who participated in the night raid no longer had any mood to chat. They all entered a state of tension and excitement. Ms. Marn, can you impart some experience to us? After all, this is our first time. Chelsea looked at Marn, who had been silent all the time. Me? This kind of thing should of course be asked of Xier. She and Lin Shujun did it the most times. Marin chose to shift the blame. Hill tilted his head with a nostalgic look on his face. After a few seconds, Hill smiled gently and said, my suggestion is to just hand it over to Lin Shujun. Lin Shujun is amazing. Even though he was holding mine's twin pigtails, he still took good care of me. Night attack on women. Hill, good money Zhao, who told you to reveal these private matters? Maine suddenly felt a little regretful about letting Hill be a shield. Following Chelsea's suggestion, after taking a shower, the girls of the night raid changed into their favorite clothes. Najishitan changed into her uniform from her general days. At night, the girls who attacked at night came to Lin Xiu one by one in order. Through the built-in teleportation array of the chess piece, Najishitan was teleported to the governor's mansion. Lin Xiu was a little surprised to see Najishitan wearing a general's uniform. Oh, Najishita, you've changed back into your military uniform from your days as a young general? But short hair doesn't suit you very well. Compared to her short hair look, Lin Xiu certainly prefers the elegant and heroic pigtails that Najishita wore as a teenager. If you like long hair, I can start growing it now. Najishitan turned her head away, looking shy as if she didn't want to look directly at Lin Xiu. After her arm recovered, Najishitan's body and mentality gradually returned to her teenage years. Although it is not fully recovered, it at least looks more girlish than when she had the robotic arm. No, you don't have to start saving now. I like to eat ready-made. As he spoke, Lin Xiu stretched out his hand and looked at Cheng Ji Tan with a long and heroic face. Shut up. Under the blessing of life force, Najishitan's short silver hair grew wildly, and soon grew to a length long enough to hang down around her waist. Chapter 100. Debate with Najishitan, the traitorous revolutionary army, 4th update. This is. Najishitan looked at her rapidly growing hair and looked at Lin Xiu in disbelief. I've enhanced your vitality so that you can return to your previous hairstyle as quickly as possible. After all, I prefer your long hair down, Najishita. You are really. Najieshi confessed to Lin Xiu. However, the next second, she reached out and tied her long white hair back into its original big braid style. With her waist-length white pigtails lying behind her waist, Najishitan has regained a lot of the feeling of her youth. Clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. Wearing her former general's uniform and long hair, Najishitan has regained the heroic spirit she had when she was a young general. Lin Xiu stretched out her hand and felt the touch of Najishitan's ponytail. Very smooth. Very smooth. In addition to stroking and holding, there are definitely other wonderful uses. General Najishitan. I guess you must be still brooding over the fact that Yi Shi was forced to submit to me? Lin Xiu asked with a smile. HMPH, I'm not as skilled as you, so I have nothing to say. Najishitan bit her red lips lightly. Since she came here today, she has already accepted her fate. Since you can't resist, why not just enjoy it? So, if I said I'd give you a chance, you wouldn't use it? A chance? What chance? Najishitan tilted her head, her red lips slightly parted, and her plump red lips reflected an alluring luster. A chance to convince me, Lin Xiu replied with a smile. During your service, as long as you can successfully convince me, I am willing to contribute my strength to the revolutionary army or to your wishes. But on the other hand, as long as I convince you, you will personally lead the army to attack the revolutionary army. Well, are you willing to accept this bet? Long before she traveled through time, Lin Xiu was very unhappy with Ji Zaidan. Now that she has the chance, Lin Xiu must severely correct her. Okay, I accept this bet, Najishitan answered without hesitation. Thus, an alternative debate began. After sitting down on Lin Xiu, Najishitan slowly swayed her waist, letting her long white ponytail rub back and forth. It took a while before she stopped rolling her eyes. After coming to her senses, Najishitan asked the question that concerned her most. Governor Lin Xiu, since you have already decided to rebel against the Empire, and you also agree that the old nobles should be liquidated, why are you unwilling to join the Revolutionary Army? Your ideas and practices should be consistent with those of the Revolutionary Army. Agree? When did it agree? I have never thought of uniting with foreign nations, nor have I ever thought of selling out the Empire's territory. Lin Xiu sneered and handed a document to Najishidan. This is. Najishidan looked at Lin Xiu in confusion. This is the information Chelsea stole from the Revolutionary Army headquarters. It details how the Revolutionary Army will launch a rebellion in the future. According to the information, the Revolutionary Army will start the rebellion from the south and make it all the way to Kaesong without any casualties, and then the capital of the Minister of Justice. At the same time as the Revolutionary Army launches a rebellion, the Western Kingdoms, the southern and northern ethnic groups will also launch attacks on the Empire. Afterwards, if the Revolutionary Army succeeds, they will cede some of the Empire's territory and return the disputed areas to these supporters. Najishidan, is this what you mean? My thoughts and actions are the same as those of the Revolutionary Army? This? Najishidan's pupils dilated slightly. She really didn't know this news. Lin Xiu curled the corners of his mouth and grabbed Najishidan's long white ponytail like a knight grabbing the reins. Najishidan's bright violet eyes rolled back uncontrollably, and saliva subconsciously flowed from the corners of her mouth. Lin Xiu wiped the saliva from the corner of Najishidan's mouth, put his finger directly into her mouth, and caught her tongue. Najishida, you should know that although my hometown, Longxi Prefecture, is not a border state, it is close to the border. If the Revolutionary Army's plan succeeds and the land is ceded, Longxi Prefecture will directly become a so-called border state, bordering the Western Kingdom. Do you think that I, born in Longxi Prefecture, would approve of the Revolutionary Army's plan? Najishidan had nothing to say about this. She used to be an idealist, but after experiencing a lot of events, she has become a realist. If she had no choice, she might agree with the Revolutionary Army's strategy of conquering the Empire first and then taking the land back slowly. But now, since Lin Xiu had made this choice, she naturally could not agree with the Revolutionary Army's approach. I'm sorry, Governor Lin Xiu, I lost this bet. The facts were before her eyes. Najishidan believed that the Revolutionary Army would definitely do such a thing in order to win, so there was no need for her to argue. To express her apology, Najishidan took the initiative to hold Lin Xiu's hands. The young general's slender white fingers intertwined with Lin Xiu's, and they kissed. It seems like it would be nice to find a man who can conquer me. With this thought in mind, Najishidan hugged Lin Xiu tightly, allowing her curvy belly to bulge abnormally. Her violet-like eyes rolled back completely, and her whole body appeared in a trance with a broken expression. After Najishidan chose to surrender, Lin Xiu heard the system's prompt tone. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the acquisition of luck. Source of luck. Najishidan. Blank initial ability grid +1, the current total number of initial ability grid spaces is 16. An hour later, using the chess piece's teleportation function, Leonie arrived at the governor's mansion with a nervous mood. She didn't wear anything special, just her usual black tube top and black pants. As soon as he arrived, Leona was stunned. What did she see? That female general with the huge silver pigtail should be the boss, right? She had heard from her boss that she was very beautiful when she was young, but she never expected that she would be so beautiful. Looking at Najishidan, who took the initiative to ask Lin Xiu for a kiss and let Lin Xiu grab it, Kui-na felt like the sky was about to fall. Boss. Show some masculinity. Why are you acting like a sissy? After looking for a long time, Leona smiled with relief. The boss has paid too much for the establishment of the new empire and has been suppressing his own nature. Perhaps she is the real her now. But the boss is really skilled. Leonie saw it clearly. Lin Xiu had only patted Najishidan, and she had changed her stance as if she knew what Lin Xiu meant. With such proficiency, Leonie could only admit that Najishidan's learning ability was truly extraordinary. It took a while for Najishidan to notice that someone else had arrived. Leonie, you're here. Najishidan's face flushed, and she was a little afraid to look at Leonie. She knew very well how shameful her behavior just now was. Well, here I come, boss. Unlike you guys, I've already prepared myself mentally. Anyway, I can't find a man better than Governor Lin Xiu, so I don't feel I've lost out, I even feel I've gained a lot. Well, I know you're always more casual, Leona. But could you please wait a moment? Since we're so casual, it shouldn't be a problem for me to be more intimate with Lin Xiu-jun, right? Najishidan smiled playfully and handed the pigtail to Lin Xiu again. Huh? Leonie frowned slightly. What Najishidan meant was, to get her in line. But she came at the scheduled time, didn't she? Also, what the hell is Lin Xiu-jun? Boss, didn't you always call him Governor Lin Xiu before? Seeing that Najishidan seemed to be relying on Lin Xiu, Leonie felt that he needed to do something. Governor Lin Xiu, do you know what my imperial weapon is? My imperial tool is called King of Beasts, Lion King. It greatly enhances my physical and recovery abilities. Governor Lin Xiu, don't you think that only women with strong physical abilities can be worthy of men with equally strong physical abilities? Furthermore, in addition to my strong physical qualities, my imperial weapon has another effect that Governor Lin Xiu will surely be very interested in. As he spoke, Leona walked towards Lin Xiu and Najishidan. As he walked, Leonie grew golden animal ears and a tail. The girl general's pigtails are powerful, right? She can also grow animal ears and a tail, becoming the legendary animal-eared girl. Huh? Najashitan finally understood why Leonie wore casual clothes. It turns out that she already has her own special move. Uh-huh. Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows. He admitted that Leona's suggestion was very attractive to him. So, Lin Xiu quickly responded with action. Boost. In Lin Xiu's hand, the Red Dragon Emperor's caged hand appeared. Despite Lin Xiu's full effort, Najashitan, who was locked around his waist, fainted after just half a minute. Bo, Najashitan slipped off Lin Xiu's body, and her silver braids also slipped off, shining with a moist silver light under the moonlight. Operation success. Leonie looked at Najashitan, who was lying on the bed, with great pride. Sure enough, compared to convincing the boss, it is more useful to win Lin Xiu's attention. Leonie, I like you very much, whether you were wild before or you were able to see the situation clearly now, I like you both. Lin Xiu was very satisfied with the fact that Leona had directly transformed into a beast-eared girl. As he said this, he waved lightly at Leona. Leona first raised his chest proudly, then followed Lin Xiu's wishes and walked towards him with a cat-like gait. HMPH, the governor is a man after all. Although I don't like to actively flatter men, if it's Governor Lin Xiu, I think I can give it a try. Governor Lin Xiu, let me be clear, I'm very strong and not the type to be easily satisfied. Leonie smiled playfully, wagging his tail and climbing onto Lin Xiu like a cat. Really? It just so happens that I personally have some interest in educating animals? Lin Xiu reached out and gently lifted Leona's chin as if teasing a cat, causing her long tail to stand up immediately. You just said that a strong woman can only be conquered by a strong man, right? Can you tell me with facts what makes you so strong? HMPH, Governor Lin Xiu, I'll let you know. Leonie licked Lin Xiu's palm like a cat, and then sat down impatiently. As the blood infusion method took effect, Lin Xiu's symbiote continued to penetrate deeper. Leonie's ears trembled continuously, and his visible abdominal muscles instantly stiffened. Chapter 101. Night Raid Collection, Usurpation Ring, Part 1. DF. Lin Xiu's soul and body trembled. As Leonie said, her physical strength is the strongest among the night raids, and she can be called the immortal Lion King. Fortunately, Lin Xiu was well prepared for this. While holding Leona's tail, Lin Xiu activated the effects of the succubus bloodline and the Red Dragon Emperor at the same time. Leona has been using the King of Beasts for a long time, and has also picked up some of the habits of cats, becoming fond of following her instincts. Therefore, she quickly became addicted to it and could not extricate herself. Not long after, Lin Xiu heard the system prompt tone. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the acquisition of luck. Source of luck. Leonie. Blank initial ability grid +1, the current total number of initial ability grid spaces is 17. The other side. Night Raid Base. Akame was walking aimlessly in the Night Raid Base. Tonight, she felt a loneliness she had never felt before. Because her companions left her one by one in the predetermined order. First came Hill and Mane. They were the first to leave, having just finished taking a bath. Before leaving, Akagi heard them discussing what style of clothes they would use slime to make tonight. Then there is Najashitan. Before leaving, Najashitan smoked a lot of cigarettes, then gargled and ate mints frantically. According to her, she didn't want the smell of cigarettes in her mouth to leave a bad impression on Lin Xiu. Then there's Leona. Leona had not dressed up specially, but she told her that she planned to remain in the King of Beasts state and do it with Governor Lin Xiu. In this regard, Kai Tong could only express his admiration. Next up was Chelsea. Chelsea herself was well prepared for this, and could even be said to be filled with joy, as if all her efforts had finally paid off. Finally, it's her. Akagi didn't make much preparation, she just put on her usual JK uniform and ate a little less for dinner. After all, Kai Tong would always feel ashamed if she ate too much and revealed her slightly bulging belly in front of Governor Lin Xiu. With a sigh, Kai Tong moved her white thighs wrapped in black socks and stepped into the teleportation array in front of her. A few seconds later, Kai Tong was teleported to the governor's mansion. Then she saw a scene that would be remembered for the rest of her life. Her sister Hei Tong sat in Lin Xiu's arms, as if she were sitting in a baby carriage, her eyebrows filled with happiness and satisfaction. Perhaps because she was too happy and satisfied, Hei Tong's eyes rolled up slightly, as if her whole mind had rushed to the sky. Gee. Looking at Mr. Stroller, who was holding Hei Tong's black silk feet with both hands and holding Hei Tong like a baby, Kai Tong swallowed hard. The black pupil at this moment was no different from the black pupil that Akagi had just seen. At least, there was no difference in the clothing, at most a few square centimeters of black stockings were torn off. So that's how it is, it can be done this way. Kai Tong felt that he had learned something new. On the other side, Lin Xiu, who was riding the rocking car, also noticed Kai Tong's arrival. Haitong, your sister is here. Lin Xiu leaned close to Haitong's ear and reminded him softly. 24. The black pupil looked towards the red pupil. Under Chitong's calm gaze, Haitong stretched out his hand towards her. Sister, this way, we can be together forever. Together forever? Indeed, if it is Governor Lin Xiu. Kai Tong admitted that Lin Xiu used his extraordinary ability to break down all the obstacles between her and Hei Tong. Lin Xiu solved Hei Tong's physical problem with just one devil chess piece. Was it Hei Tong's mindset? Governor Lin Xiu was the kind of man who was very good at deceiving women, and he had almost completely fooled He Tong. Otherwise, He Tong wouldn't have accepted Lin Xiu's pawn. Then there was the problem on her side. She wanted to build a new country where the people could be happier, and Lin Xiu happened to be the person in the current empire who was most likely to accomplish this. Finally, it is absolute strength. Even if she didn't accept it temporarily, Lin Xiu used his absolute strength to make her recognize and accept the reality. Yes, when there is a happy future to choose from, who would choose a future full of tragedy? Sister, can you come here for a moment? He Tong smiled foolishly and stretched out her hand to He Tong. Bang, a soft sound. Before Kai Tong could respond, a girl wearing a hat and holding a gun appeared behind her and pushed her towards He Tong. This is a doll with black pupils? It seems to be called Doya? Akame felt very strange. Aren't He Tong's puppets supposed to be corpses? Why did the female gunslinger named Kai Ya have warm hands? Before Kai Tong had time to think too much, Lin Xiu bit her red lips. Under the influence of Lin Xiu's succubus blood, Kai Tong's body continuously secreted various hormones, and his brain became drowsy. With the help of her sister He Tong, Kai Tong slowly sat down, her crystal toes wrapped in black calf socks kept curling up, and her white thighs reflected the bright moonlight. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing his previous life's goal, reconciliation between Red Eye and Black Eye in bed. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, golden entry, Pluto's blessing. Pluto's blessing. Increase your affinity with the underworld and the earth to the highest level. It has the effect of the bond of the underworld god. If the host activates the bond of the underworld god, the life killed by the host will be transformed into the host's death servant, serving by his side forever. Kai Tong didn't remember what happened afterwards very clearly. She only knew that Lin Xiu really liked her well-trained and tender thighs. Unlike He Tong's black stockings, black calf socks can better show her thigh advantages. Governor Lin Xiu, can you really save this empire alone? Kai Tong asked while rolling his eyes. Akagiri, if we want to save the empire, we need the efforts of all the knowledgeable people in this country. If I alone can save the empire, then the empire itself is not worth saving. That's why I need you by my side. Governor Lin Xiu, I agree with your answer. The empire is the empire of the emperor, but it is also the empire of the people. From now on, I will help you achieve this goal. Although Akahisa's sanity was almost broken, she did not hear the answer she wanted before the collapse. Really? Then I can only look forward to your performance, Chitong. Lin Xiu chuckled and shook his head. Akaji is worthy of being Akaji. Her mind is full of saving the people and saving the empire. But there's nothing wrong with it. At least, he himself intended to conquer and transform the country. If nothing else, even if it was just to make the supreme throne more powerful, Lin Xiu also needed to obtain stronger dragon energy and national destiny. Half an hour later, when Lin Xiu activated the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet, Kai Tong quickly fainted. While soaking in Kai Tong's body, Lin Xiu heard the longest system prompt tone. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the acquisition of luck. Source of luck. Red pupils and black pupils. Blank initial ability grid +2, the current total number of initial ability grid spaces is 20. In this way, Lin Xiu obtained the entire night raid in a half-coerced and half-active manner. As Lin Xiu once said, most of the beautiful girls in the world of Akame Killer are easy to conquer. As long as you can untie their emotional knots, as long as you can meet their mate selection requirements, as long as you can make people happier, most of them are willing to sacrifice themselves. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the previous life's goal, collecting all night raid items, red. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Ring of Usurpation, red. Ring of Usurpation. Pandora modified the divine tool used by the god of steel to seize the Earth Mother Goddess and created a tool to achieve the miracle called the Great Mystery of God Slaying. As human society moved from a patriarchal clan to a matriarchal clan, the composition of mythology also changed. The god of steel, who represented the patriarchal theocracy, gradually replaced the Earth Mother, who represented the matriarchal theocracy. The patriarchal gods not only boasted of their own power, but also took control of the authority of the defeated Earth Mother Goddess. The steel-born of the Earth appeared to be seizing the power of the regional gods on a large scale. Pandora, who witnessed this situation, found the divine tool that the paternal god used to seize the authority of the Earth Mother, and transformed it into the Circle of Usurpation. The Ring of Deception can seize the power of defeated gods. However, since the descending disobedient gods are only clones of the gods themselves, the god slayers can only extract the power that matches their own from the gods' numerous powers. However, the calculation rings for system rewards are different. The Ring of Usurpation awarded by the system can directly obtain all the powers of the god of disobedience. After killing the god himself, the acquired powers can be further evolved. Note: any entity that controls the rules of the world, such as the god of disobedience in the God Slayer world, the gods of the DxD world, the evil gods of the X world, and the human gods of the jobless world, can all be deprived of their power by the Ring of Deception. The Ring of Calculation? 3.2, are you encouraging me to kill God? There should be many gods in the DxD world who are okay even if they're killed, right? Lin Xiu thought of the gods in the DxD world who were not at all at peace. The usurped ring is the second red level reward I received. The upper limit of the red level reward is the Dragon God level. If it's just the Dragon God level, it's not enough to fight against the evil god of the X world. Lin Xiu remembered very clearly that the three gods in the X-world, the evil god, the ghost god, and the demon god, were all beings that surpassed the dragon god level. At this stage, this is the only way to quickly become stronger by relying on the copy world. Just like in this dungeon world, I used them more than 10 years before my memory awakened to study a large number of techniques. I have already raised my technique level to the level of an almighty demon king who is proficient in all techniques. If I go through a few more worlds, I estimate that my technique level and combat ability will experience a leap forward. Although facing a huge crisis, Lin Xiu did not give up because of fear. After lightly touching the red lips of Shitong and Haidong respectively, Lin Xiu adjusted his body posture and let Shitong lie on him according to gravity, and then fell asleep in Shitong's body. Chapter 102. The Emperor is successfully cultivated, Xiu's turn, Part 2. After defeating Night Raid, Lin Xiu's work entered a new stage. As for Esdeath, after being knocked unconscious by Lin Xiu's powerful kick, Esdeath seemed to have changed her personality. She no longer took care of military affairs, but instead often asked Lin Xiu to go shopping with her. Because Esdeath was so diligent in looking for Lin Xiu, even Finina had a lot of complaints about her. There's no way, Lin Xiu's personal time is limited. Lin Xiu didn't have much time to begin with, and now with the addition of Esdeath, the time Lin Xiu had to spend teaching Finina was reduced a lot. Night attack there. Because the night attack was suppressed by Lin Xiu, the security in the imperial capital improved a lot. Of course, the so-called public security has improved a lot, is a good thing for the nobles, as they no longer have to worry about being attacked at night, but for the people, public security has improved a lot, is not a good thing. After discovering that there had been no night raids for a week, the old nobles in the imperial capital became even more rampant. If it weren't for the benefits Lin Xiu brought in from overseas, the environment in the imperial capital would be much worse than it is now. In just less than a month, the crime rate, which had been suppressed due to technological advantages and new interests, showed signs of rising. The reason is simple. Lin Xiu only transferred benefits from overseas and did not change the empire's top-down distribution system. If we only seek new interests without carrying out reforms, the old interest groups that hold the power of distribution will quickly swallow up these interests. This is also the reason why Lin Xiu had to purge the old nobles after establishing the new empire. At the governor's office, Lin Xiu and others are dealing with the final matters before launching a rebellion. Xiao, before the people turn their anger on me, we must launch a rebellion against the empire. How are the preparations going in Chang'an? Lin Xiu asked about the final preparations. According to the plan, it's almost time to launch a rebellion against the empire. Upon hearing this, Xiao quickly handed over a document. Lin Shujun, in the past few months, 7 or 8 states surrounding Longxi Prefecture have been brought under our control. Now, the west, southwest, and northwest are our territory, the south and southeast are the territory of the Revolutionary Army, and the north and northeast are the territory of the empire. The map has been clearly divided into 3 parts. As long as we raise the banner of rebellion, the empire's dragon energy and national destiny will be greatly damaged. At that time, the supreme imperial artifact will enter an unprecedented state of weakness. We can seize the opportunity to deliver the final blow that will bring about the empire's downfall. Really? That's good. Lin Xiu nodded. According to the empire's territory, which is very similar to Huasha in the previous life, as long as the west and southwest are occupied, one will be qualified to conquer the world. To the west is the Guanzhong Plain located in Shaanxi, Longxi Prefecture, and to the southwest is the Chengdu Plain located in Sichuan, Yizhou. Before the water level moved south and soil erosion occurred in the Guanzhong Plain and the Chengdu Plain were the founding two-piece set that worked wonders together. The Qin dynasty, the Han dynasty, and the Tang dynasty all used the Guanzhong Plain as their front line and capital, and the Chengdu Plain as their rear base, gradually accumulating strength and then conquering the world. What's more, Lin Xiu was holding an enhanced version of the two-piece founding set. With the support of scientific and technological progress and agricultural progress, Lin Xiu's country had basically entered the industrial age. With such productivity, fighting the empire and the Revolutionary Army is simply bullying a child. By the way, how are the preparations going on Najishidan's side? Lin Xiu asked again. General Najishidan said she is studying the intelligence on the Revolutionary Army base submitted by Chelsea. Once the war begins, our army will be transported to the prepared teleportation array and wipe out all the Revolutionary Army's strongholds in the southern mountainous areas in one fell swoop. Okay, remember to have Najishidan coordinate with the Chang'an army. As for me, I will try to capture some powerful dangerous species that are at least at the level of special dangerous species to reduce military casualties. Yes, I understand. Judging from the report sent back by Miss Haitong, General Najishidan and the army are working very well together. Another busy day. In the evening, Lin Xiu stretched hard and put down the Imperial Atlas in his hand. During his stay in the Empire, Lin Xiu stumbled upon an interesting phenomenon. That is, the dragon energy and national destiny flowing into the Imperial capital are somewhat inconsistent with the national destiny that remains with the little Emperor and his ministers. The numbers don't match. Could it be that the excess dragon energy was absorbed by the Supreme Emperor's gear? But, based on the power of the Supreme Imperial gear when in standby mode, it shouldn't consume this much dragon energy. With a sigh, Lin Xiu decided to find out the truth while teaching Funina tonight. Before leaving, Lin Xiu looked at Xiao who was still working hard and took the initiative to hug her from behind. Xiao, Thank you for your hard work all along. Xiao has always been Lin Xiu's strongest supporter and the person Lin Xiu trusts the most in the world of Akame-zan. A relationship similar to that of family has developed between the two. Hearing this, Xiao put down the brush in her hand, smiled and held Lin Xiu's hand. No, I am very happy that I can be an assistant to Lin Shujun and help him build Qianshuwaya. I believe in my choice. I believe that Lin Shujun is the most suitable person to govern this country. Under the governance of Lord Lin Xiu, this country and this world are moving towards a better and better direction. How can I feel it's hard to be able to participate in such a great cause? Xiao is always so gentle, even a little too gentle. No, Sarah, that's not what I'm talking about. Lin Xiu smiled and shook his head. What I want to say is, can you come and keep me company tonight, Xiao? Huh? It took several seconds for Xiao to realize what Lin Xiu wanted to express. Xiao slowly lowered her head, made a cute, sound, and replied with a blushing face. Okay, I understand. But, Lin Xiu-jun, remember not to spend the entire night on me. Besides me, Lin Xiu-jun, remember to favor other girls. Only if I have to deal with Lin Xiu-jun alone, I'm worried I won't be able to get up tomorrow. On the other hand, since Lin Xiu-jun has seized the purity of these beautiful girls and gained their help, he should allow them to find happiness. Xiao, don't think about other girls at a time like this. Anyway, just wait until I come back. Lin Xiu smiled helplessly and patted Xiao's head for a long time before turning around and leaving. Fanina is still naughty tonight. After being taught some strange knowledge by Esdeath, Fanina also became strange. After the teaching activity was over, Fanina skillfully stretched out her white socks and gestured for Lin Xiu to sit back in her old seat. Since the sore spots could be cured with Lin Xiu's white symbiont compress, Fanina completely let herself go. She loved watching Governor Lin Xiu, who seemed to be omnipotent, enjoying himself at her feet. Coincidentally, Lin Xiu also liked to see the imperial girl showing her girlish charm in front of her. The two hit it off immediately, and although they didn't reach the final step during this month, they still had a lot of fun. Afterwards, Fanina, wearing blue boots overflowing with white symbiotes, went on a secret visit with Lin Xiu to the inner city of the imperial capital, where they had so much fun that they forgot everything else. Stepping on the boots filled with Lin Xiu's aura, Fanina felt that her steps were full of strength and she didn't feel any pain no matter how she walked. As early as a month ago, during the experiment, Fanina had made up her mind to walk on Lin Xiu's white symbiont. Although it was a bit sticky, considering its fatigue-relieving and spirit-boosting effects, it was still very useful. Governor Lin Xiu, thank you for your hard work tonight. This is a reward from the League. After leaving a lipstick mark on Lin Xiu's cheek, Fanina smiled playfully, stepped on her blue boots, jumped back on the bed, and closed the curtains. Lin Xiu touched the lip print beside his ear. When did this girl learn to wear lipstick? Also, you should take off your shoes before going to bed. Don't you know such a simple truth? Having said that, Lin Xiu had no intention of helping Dong Ning take off his shoes. He just sighed in his heart. Fanina is becoming more and more perverted, and then turned and left the palace. When Lin Xiu thought about Fu Ningna planning to sleep with her boots on, her soul trembled. Returned to the governor's mansion. Hot water for washing face and feet had been placed in front of the big bed. Lin Xiu knew it was Xiao's work. Although Lin Xiu had told her not to do this many times, Xiao still insisted on preparing the water for Lin Xiu to wash her face and feet. In the past, this was her insistence as a childhood sweetheart. Now, this is her right as the principal wife. After washing up, Lin Xiu lifted the quilt and saw a black-haired girl wearing only a white tabi. Xiu-jun, welcome back. In the bed, Xiao's face was blushing, but she still welcomed him with the etiquette of a wife welcoming her husband. Xiao. Lin Xiu didn't hesitate at all and got into bed directly. As soon as she got into bed, Lin Xiu felt the soft touch of Xiao's hair. No wonder the blonde noble girl Arya was so jealous. Xiao's hair quality was indeed amazing. Lin Xiu-jun, what's with the lipstick marks on your face? Seeing the lipstick marks on Lin Xiu's face, even though Xiao had a good temper, she couldn't help but puff up her face. She heard the sound of Lin Xiu washing up. Even after washing, there are still lipstick marks. Isn't it just for her to see? Xiao, normally I would definitely wipe it off, but this lipstick mark is different. It's the lipstick mark of His Majesty the Emperor. His Majesty, who has always been quite playful, has learned to wear lipstick. This lipstick mark is undoubtedly very memorable. As the Emperor's teacher and subject, I cannot ignore her feelings. Teacher and subject. Lin Xiu-jun, you are clearly just enjoying the fun of training, you bad man. After saying that, Xiao leaned over and bit Lin Xiu hard. Hiss. So hard. Xiao originally wanted to punish Lin Xiu, but who knew that she couldn't even break through her defense. Originally, Xiao wanted to say something. However, she found out the next second that her head was fixed by Lin Xiu and she could no longer move. Deaf. Lin Xiu held the girl's innocent face with both hands, letting her soft black hair sway along her arms and thighs. Xiao, did you hear anyone breathing under the bed? As soon as these words came out, the already nervous Xiao's heart instantly rose to her throat, and her originally protruding throat instantly tightened. Lin Xiu-jun, did you know that she invited others? Chapter 103. Untying Xiao's heart knot, Esdeath's gift, Part 3. You're still thinking about others at such an important time, Xiao. Sometimes, you don't have to be so gentle. Lin Xiu gently stroked Xiao's soft long hair. In fact, as early as when he entered the room, Lin Xiu knew that there was a young girl hiding under his bed. That girl was none other than Chong Mao, the daughter of the former minister Tiao Li. Under the floor. When Chong Mao heard Lin Xiu call out her name, her delicate and fair face gradually turned red. In fact, she didn't want to sacrifice herself so quickly, but this evening, she was successfully persuaded by Shagan. According to Xiao, the beautiful girls under Lin Xiu have gradually formed small groups. For example, there are Cornelia, Tsukushi, and Bonnie. From the Empire League group, Kuroko, Jin, and Doya. From the Strengthening group, Main, Seal, and Leonie. From the Night Raid organization, Akaji and Kurome. From the Sisters group, Takeo and Murad. From the Assassination Society group, Madame Rosa and Arya. From the Mother-Daughter group, and so on. Although Xiao has the highest status, she inevitably feels a sense of crisis. So, she brought in Chong Mao, who was also Lin Xiu's childhood sweetheart. During his time at the governor's office, Chong Mao gradually developed a sense of crisis. After realizing that he would most likely be unable to compete with those small groups without Xiao's help, Chong Mao let go of his last bit of grudge and agreed to Xiao's request. Thus, the childhood sweethearts, Xiao and Chong Mao, officially debuted. Now that he was exposed, Chong Mao had no choice but to crawl out from under the bed and watch the scene in front of Lin Xiu with a red face. She didn't want to watch it, and there was no way she could be forced to watch it. Besides, as Lin Xiu's second childhood sweetheart, Chong felt that he had the need to learn and appreciate it as much as possible. After successfully convincing himself, Chong Mao began to observe and learn unscrupulously. Miss Saya, has she learned yoga? Can she do this kind of moves? Damn, Lin Xiu Jun is so perverted, biting feet is fine, but why did he bite Sei's white socks? Wow, wait, the hair is also okay. Indeed, Ms. Sao's hair looks very good, I've learned something new. In front of Lin Xiu, Xiao smoothed her black hair, letting it flow naturally and spread to Lin Xiu's waist. Holding Lin Xiu's hands with both hands, Xiao looked at Lin Xiu seriously. Lin Xiujun, you are the man who will rule the new empire, and because of this, I cannot selfishly tie you to my side. So, I don't care how many wives you have now or in the future, as long as you always have a place for me in your heart. Listening to Sei's confession of her feelings, Lin Xiu just gently stroked Sei's long, smooth hair, as if stroking some treasure in the world. Well, Sao's black hair really feels great to the touch. Xiao's remarks were extremely humble. In fact, Xiao has always had some inferiority complex since she was a child. This inferiority complex was brought to her by Lin Xiu. Her childhood sweetheart is so outstanding, but she is so ordinary. However, she is also the person of the opposite S*X with whom Lin Xiu has the best relationship. She has always been regarded by the villagers as Lin Xiu's future partner. This expectation has never changed since Lin Xiu became village chief, town mayor, city lord, county governor, capital governor, interior official, and governor. However, the pressure on Xiao is increasing. She was just an ordinary country girl. If she hadn't been with Lin Xiujun, she would probably be the most inconspicuous princess in the countryside. How could she be Lin Xiu's wife? In order to shut up other people, Xiao had no choice but to study nonstop so that she could keep up with Lin Xiu. Because of this, she didn't even have much time to cultivate a relationship with Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu read Sei's inferiority complex and whispered to her pink earlobe. Seo, what are you talking about? You definitely have a share in the position of legal wife, JJ. According to the rules of Akame Killer's world, he can have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Plus, he will become the emperor, so there will be even more vacancies under him. Yeah? After receiving Lin Xiu's formal answer, Xiao's eyes were filled with crystal tears. Xu Jun, although there is still a huge gap in status between me and His Majesty the Emperor, I will definitely try my best to help you. After all, Xu Jun is my childhood sweetheart. After all, I've loved Lin Xiu-kun the most since I was a child. Listening to Seo pouring out her feelings, Lin Xiu slowly reached out and pushed the black-haired girl down on him. He chose to comfort Seo with facts. 18%. Seo tilted her head back instantly, her long flowing black hair drew a graceful arc in the air, and her black pupils turned white instantly. All along, Xiao's favorability has actually been up to standard, but she has always had a knot in her heart. Until this moment, her heart knot was completely untied. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the acquisition of luck. Source of luck. Xiao. Blank initial ability grid +1, current initial ability grid number is 22. During this period, I also subdued the black-eyed puppet duo Zaya. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the goal of the previous life, saving Xiao, Blue, who was not saved in the original plot. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, title, Girl Savior. Title, Girl Savior. Any girl who longs for help from others will naturally rely on the host. After receiving the host's help, the host's favorability will be greatly improved. Young Savior? What's the necessary skill to take advantage of an opportunity? After complaining, Lin Xiu devoted himself to responding to Xiao's feelings. Compared with words, Lin Xiu is better at expressing her love for Xiao through actions. Soon, Xiao fainted in extreme happiness. Realizing himself, Chong Mao swallowed and took the initiative to hug Lin Xiu. Lin Xiujun, please give me your guidance in the future. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the acquisition of luck. Source of luck. Changmao. Blank initial ability grid +1. The current total number of initial ability grid spaces is 23. The next day. Boom. There was a loud thunder in the imperial capital. Since the thunder did not come from the sky, Lin Xiu woke up immediately. Lin Xiu stood up and looked in the direction where the thunder came from. Is there something wrong? Realizing that Lin Xiu had left her body, Xiao woke up and rubbed her sleepy eyes. Something really happened. The owner of this lightning bolt is General Bud. General Bud? Is he fighting someone? Shu Jun. General Bud has taken action. It must be something important. We must act quickly. Xiao cheered up and prepared to get up and gather people to deal with it. No, that's fine, Xiao. I can go alone. You were very tired last night. You should get some rest today. Lin Xiu held down Xiao's hand. In fact, due to the blood infusion from Lin Xiu, Xiao's body was now filled with unprecedented strength. However, she did not reject Lin Xiu's feelings. Okay, Shujun, I'll leave it to you. Make sure you return safely. Xiao looked at Lin Xiu with a gentle yet firm gaze, full of trust in her. Lin Xiu originally wanted to teleport to the destination in one breath. But, just as he was about to leave, a huge ice star appeared in the sky above the governor's mansion. Is this Esdeath's heavenly ice star? After all this time preparing, Esdeath finally came to challenge me for a second fight? If I'm not mistaken, the minister has been forced into a corner. Today will be the final wave of the minister's Foss's counterattack. Swoosh, the next second, Lin Xiu stepped forward and appeared above the governor's mansion. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Forbidden. Boosted Gear Scale Male. Explosion. Boom. The colorful black magic ball exploded in the air, like the sun, easily melting the ice ball it encountered. After handling the ice ball, Lin Xiu looked down. As expected, a group of people gathered at the gate of the governor's mansion. The leader is none other than Esdeath. However, in addition to the people who followed behind him that Lin Xiu had seen in the original plot, Lin Xiu also saw a large number of soldiers wearing gas masks behind them. Is this poison gas? A relic of Dr. Fashion? This minister, in order to weaken the Governor General's office's combat effectiveness, actually spread poison gas right here in the Governor General's office. This is the minister's style. Bang. The next second, Lin Xiu crashed down from the sky to the earth, creating a gust of air that blew the spreading poisonous gas back from the governor's mansion. Esdeath, are you here to fight me today? You brought so many people with you for the second fight. This doesn't seem like something you would do. Lin Xiu looked at the people behind Esdeath. The 4 Rakshasa ghosts, the wild hounds. The minister has sent out all the people he, Wang Nuo Zhao, can. You're talking about these people. Esdeath looked at the imperial weapon users behind her and smiled. Governor Lin Xiu, if I tell you that these people are gifts I prepared for you, will you be happy? As soon as these words were spoken, all the imperial tools users turned into black question mark faces. Esdeath didn't care about the doubtful looks from the others and continued. Haven't you conquered so many beautiful girls from the night raid? I thought you were interested in strong women, so I brought some here this time, just as a gift for you. 11. As Esdeath said, there are indeed 3 beautiful girls in her team, namely Suzuka, who belongs to the 4 Rakshasa demons, has black hair and black eyes. She wears a kimono, a hakama boots, and her outfit is quite imposing. It's a pity that she is a perverted and welcome. She is also a horse-headed girl belonging to the 4 Rakshasa ghosts. She has beautiful short silver hair and wheat-colored skin. She is a standard dark-skinned beauty. The last one is Dadia, who belongs to the wild hound. Dadia wears a butterfly hairpin and a cute gothic princess dress. Her slender feet are wrapped in a pair of pink striped stockings, which makes her look charming but cute. Of course, Esdeath didn't mind that Lin Xiu liked strong women. Because she is the most powerful woman. After self-righteously confirming the fact that Lin Xiu likes her the most because she is the most powerful, Esdeath did not mind bringing some gifts for Lin Xiu. Chapter 104. Secret Book. The Empress of Binglan. Defeat Esdeath again. 4th update. General Esdeath, what did you just say? You said Governor Lin Xiu subdued the members of the night raid? Why didn't you tell me such important news earlier? I'll report it to the minister right away. As he spoke, one of the 4 Rakshasa ghosts, glanced at Zhu Tian beside him. The two of them immediately hit it off, leapt up from their positions, and fled directly into the distance. They had already noticed something was wrong between Esdeath and Lin Xiu. Since these beautiful girls are gifts brought by Esdeath to Lin Xiu, then what are they? Are they sacrifices brought by Esdeath to Lin Xiu? Unfortunately, they realized it too late. With Lin Xiu right next to them, there was no way they could escape. Bang! Bang! 2 ice spikes flew out from the ground, accurately piercing from bottom to top through the 2 Rakshasa 4 ghosts who were about to escape. What? General Esdeath took action. Suzuka subconsciously looked towards Esdeath. Then she realized that Esdeath did not make a move, she was just looking at Lin Xiu with fanatical eyes. So it wasn't General Esdeath who just attacked, but Governor Lin Xiu. Before Esdeath could make a move, a fat man wearing a clown mask threw out several gems. Great picture, explosive ball. Go, kill Governor Lin Xiu, and all the rewards will be ours. The fat clown's name is Shang Pu. In the original plot, he was a member of the scum group, Wild Hounds, summoned by Sheila. Before joining the Wild Hounds, He was a serial killer who loved children the most. His personality was twisted and perverted. He called children angels and did not want them to grow up to be dirty adults. Therefore, he tortured and killed all the children. Among Esdeath's hunters, there was a young teacher named Lan, whose students suffered at the hands of Shang-Pu. In the original plot, the clown Shang-Pu was killed by Lan. But now, the plot has not advanced to that time, and Shang-Pu is still alive and well. Of course, the so-called living a good life is only for now. Swoosh, Lin Xiu casually threw out an ice sword. Flame Jade. Shang-Pu wanted to resist with the power of his imperial weapon. It's a pity that the normal imperial weapon user is only as strong as a high-level demon, and a disabled high-level demon at that, and cannot compare to an orthodox pure-blooded demon with abundant magical power. When facing a Demon King-level opponent, it can be said that there is no resistance at all. Without any suspense, the ice sword pierced through the flames and hit Shang-Pu's fat belly that looked like a huge target. Leviathan style. Ice explosion. Because these ices were created by Lin Xiu using the water of Leviathan, it is natural that these ices have the same properties as the water of Leviathan. Puff. Like a watermelon that had rotted inside, Shang-Pu's fat body turned into a pool of blood. Go ahead. Zhang sensed something was wrong and prepared to attack with everyone else. Next second. The cold wind is howling. Lin Xiu simply waved his hand in the direction of Esdeath, and their bodies were frozen in a wall of ice several thousand meters thick. Lin Xiu had no intention of playing house with these people. Bang! The ice shield protecting Esdeath's body broke, and Esdeath slowly walked out of the ice shield intact. The Ice Queen lowered the brim of her hat slightly, and an unprecedented chill permeated her entire body. The last time she fought with Lin Xiu, she was not fully prepared and had not accumulated her strength well. This time, after a month of preparation, Esdeath's ice power has accumulated to a level that is enough to destroy the world. As expected of the man I'm attracted to, Lin Xiu, let me show you what I've prepared for you this month. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A chill powerful enough to freeze time surrounded her body, and pieces of ice armor appeared out of thin air, covering Esdeath's perfect figure. A few seconds later, a lone figure wrapped in ice armor appeared in front of Lin Xiu. Cheats. The Empress of Binglan. The Empress of Binglan is a variant skill of General Binglan. In the original plot, Ice Mist General is Esdeath's special trick for group battles. During the final battle in the Imperial capital, after the Supreme Imperial Artifact was defeated, Esdeath released the energy stored by the Ice Cavalry for many days in one go, forming a massive blizzard that could cover almost the entire empire. According to the original plot, Esdeath's Ice Mist General is powerful enough to cover an entire country, a true national secret. She's a walking natural disaster. Originally, this move was developed by Esdeath to deal with the army and screen strong people who could provide her with pleasure. But now, in order to deal with Lin Xiu, Esdeath changed her concept of creating secret techniques. The Binglan General, who was the best in group battles, became the Binglan Empress, who was the best in single battles. Esdeath used all the cold energy originally used to create natural disasters to create this ice armor. Esdeath, you're quite good at studying. Lin Xiu smiled and expressed high recognition for Esdeath's learning and creative abilities. There is no doubt that this set of ice armor was created based on the image of his Red Dragon Emperor's armor. Lin Xiu knew that Esdeath had noticed his extreme offensive and defensive abilities after putting on the dragon armor, and knew that it would be difficult for her to deal with him if she did not have the same level of offensive and defensive abilities, so she came up with this trick. Then let's see which is stronger, your ice armor or my dragon armor. Boom! Green spiritual energy gushed out, and Lin Xiu, accelerated by the jet nozzle, instantly arrived in front of Esdeath. Just in time, Esdeath smiled happily, and the nozzle behind Bing also sprayed out ice blue icy gas. Bang! Bang 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 bang! With the powerful power and nearly invincible defense, Lin Xiu and Esdeath flashed back and forth and fought dozens of times in an instant. Yes, that's it, let me feel more. Esdeath felt a pleasure she hadn't felt in a long time. Compared to slaughtering the weak, fighting against strong opponents of the same level is more likely to make Esdeath climax. At extreme speed, Lin Xiu and Esdeath's figures kept flashing, sometimes appearing on the ground, sometimes appearing in the sky. Just by waving the ice sword in her hand, Esdeath is enough to send out a gust of wind that can destroy the heavens and the earth. However, even such a powerful ice energy, even such a powerful force, could not break Lin Xiu's dragon net armor. It couldn't leave even a scratch on the dragon armor. A month later, Lin Xiu's power reached a new level, reaching the highest level of the highest demon. After using the Forbidden Hand, although he did not reach the Super Demon King level, he could also call himself a quasi-Super Demon King. If Esdeath were still limited to gathering strength, it would be absolutely impossible for her to break this level of Forbidden Hand armor. Esdeath, do you know, this world, and you, are both inherently flawed, Lin Xiu said as she easily dealt with Esdeath's attacks. Congenital deficiency? Esdeath frowned. Although she was talking to Lin Xiu, her speed and strength did not decrease in the slightest. Yes, it's a congenital deficiency. Although this world has some spiritual energy, the beings in this world do not have a systematic method of cultivation. They can only passively train their bodies to strengthen their physical fitness. In this regard, those super dangerous species that are born with racial talents are much stronger than humans. Esdeath, by drinking the blood of a super dangerous species, you have laid the foundation for breaking free from the shackles. But in my world, everyone can break free from these shackles. Even without using the blood of extremely dangerous species, humans can still gain spiritual energy through appropriate cultivation methods. After practicing to the end, even if you are still a human, you can transform into a being like an immortal or heroic spirit. Of the Esdeath's icy blue eyebrows furrowed slightly. You mean, you're not from this world? Esdeath knew that Lin Xiu wouldn't tell such a meaningless lie, which meant, he really wasn't from this world. You could say that it's precisely because I'm not from this world that I'm so special. Esdeath, don't you think this world is too boring? No matter how hard the beings in this world try, it will be difficult for them to produce someone stronger than you. So, do you want to come to my side of the world? In my world, there are dragon kings and demon kings who can easily destroy nations, there are immortal gods who can establish supreme kingdoms, and there are dragon emperors and dragon gods who are powerful enough to destroy the world. Fighting these strong men is what you should do. Esdeath swallowed, and her already fanatical gaze became even more fanatical. Indeed, Lin Xiu is the treasure given to her by God. With so many strong people to challenge and defeat, she doesn't have to think about how to make the weak in this world stronger so that they can challenge her again. Governor Lin Xiu, I agree with your suggestion. But now, let's end our fight first. You should still remember the agreement we made. When the agreement between the two was mentioned, a rare blush appeared on Esdeath's face. End the fight? Yeah, it's time to end the battle. Lin Xiu shrugged, and the ice sword in his hand instantly dissipated, replaced by a glorious holy sword. Ajajajajaj. After deflecting Esdeath's ice sword dozens of times, Lin Xiu struck Esdeath's ice armor in the waist and abdomen with a single sword strike. Sixth secret sword. Poison Moth Blade. Moth Blade is a sword technique developed to target heavily armored enemies. When engaging in close combat, the user can transmit high-frequency vibrations through the blade, allowing the vibrations to penetrate armor and directly reach the enemy's body. Under the internal force of the Poison Moth Blade, Lin Xiu's sword energy penetrated the ice blue armor and directly entered Esdeath's me. Poof! Esdeath spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with organ fragments and instantly lost all her strength. And then the next second, bang! Just like last time, Lin Xiu unleashed the camel kick, kicking Esdeath in the stomach with great force. This feeling really makes me miss it. Even though she was stepped on by Lin Xiu, Esdeath's eyes showed a hint of joy. Chapter 105. Bud's Last Will, Breaking into the Palace, Part 1. Being stepped on by Lin Xiu, Esdeath did not feel depressed at all, but instead felt relieved. Alright, Governor Lin Xiu, this second fight is my defeat. You can go to the Emperor now. That minister seems to be trying to use the Emperor to accomplish some scheme. You've been guiding His Majesty for so long, isn't it just to eat it when it's ripe? Esdeath understood Lin Xiu too well, because to some extent, she is like that too. After every battle, she would deliberately release some enemies in order to gain stronger opponents in the future. The difference is that she raised an enemy, while Lin Xiu raised a beautiful girl emperor. Lin Xiu seemed not to hear what Esdeath said and continued. Esdeath, besides lacking magic power, a lack of physical strength is also an innate shortcoming of the powerful in this world. I'll leave this chess piece to you. After absorbing this chess piece, you will be qualified to continue climbing to the top. Of course, as a price, you will become mine, just like those girls who attacked at night. Seo, I'll leave Esdeath to you, I'll go ahead. After saying something to the back, Xiu's figure disappeared from the spot. OJ, after Lin Xiu left, a bloody, queen, chess piece fell on the ground at 793, flashing with enchanting brilliance. Imperial capital, above the general's mansion. Lin Xiu's figure emerged. Looking at the ruined general's mansion, Lin Xiu had a solemn expression. The lightning strike just now came from the general's mansion. But how did General Bud get defeated when Esdeath came to my side? Judging from the flow of the earth veins, there seemed to be some unusual movement in the Emperor's dragon veins not long ago. Could it be the Supreme Imperial weapon? No, it's impossible. With the Supreme Emperor's enormous stature, I would be able to detect any unusual movement immediately. In other words, the minister still has a backup plan that can kill General Bud? Interesting. Lin Xiu quickly locked onto the target and soon found General Bud in the ruins. His body was not seriously injured, but his vitality was like a candle in the wind. If you don't get treatment quickly, you might lose your life in a matter of moments. Sizzle. Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed across the Imperial armor. General Bud's body was stimulated by lightning, and his vitality was restored a little. Opening his eyes, General Bud looked at Lin Xiu with a look of relief. He still waited. Lin Xiu, at the end of his life, arrived in front of him. At this time, Bud didn't even have the strength to stand up, and could only lie on the ground and talk to Lin Xiu. Governor Lin Xiu, help me take out the tiger talisman from my arms. Good. Lin Xiu raised his hand, and the Leviathan water turned into the shape of a palm, and he quickly took out a tiger talisman from Bud's arms. Cut my finger in yours, and let our blood enter the tiger talisman at the same time. Good. Lin Xiu didn't say anything and just followed Bud's instructions. Da, 2 drops of blood fell. Bud and Lin Xiu's blood fell on the tiger talisman one after another. As the blood flowed in, the tiger talisman emitted bursts of light golden light. Seeing the tiger talisman react, Bud's vitality recovered a lot. But Lin Xiu knew very well that this was just a so-called last flicker of life. Holding the tiger talisman, Biyuda slowly spoke. Governor Lin Xiu, what do you think of Her Majesty Funina? Very cute, very beautiful, and very innocent. Then, are you willing to marry His Majesty and become the regent of the empire? Bud said in a deep voice. If I didn't want to, I wouldn't have spent so much time with her, Lin Xiu replied. Okay, that's good. Bud smiled with relief. Governor Lin Xiu, swear before me now that after you become the regent, you will pass the throne to the child you and Her Majesty Fu Nina have conceived. Asterisk 7. I swear, if I rule the empire, the next emperor will be the child of Funina. Lin Xiu didn't mind at all who would be the next emperor, because, let alone the next emperor, he didn't even care much about the current emperor. He came here just to complete the world strategy mission. After the mission is completed, he will not stay in this world. The reason why he acted according to Bud's words was because he wanted to see what Bud was going to tell him before he died. After hearing Lin Xiu's oath with his own ears, Bud finally fulfilled his wish. In this way, he finally had the face to face his ancestors in the underworld. Governor Lin Xiu, please accept the order. Here, the 99th Great General of the Empire, Bud, abdicates. The Imperial Governor, Lin Xiu, inherits the Great General's tiger tally and becomes the 100th Great Protector of the Empire, succeeding Emperor Yudramilith. Lin Xiu did not take the tiger talisman, but just looked at Bud calmly. Bud didn't care that Lin Xiu didn't take the tiger talisman, and continued. The process is over, now let me say something personal. Governor Lin Xiu, Your Majesty, there is danger over there. The minister has somehow gained access to the highest power in the empire and summoned the being that had signed a pact with the first emperor. You must rescue His Majesty. If you can rescue His Majesty, then, there is still hope. As he spoke, General Zaida's voice gradually faded. At the end of his words, Bud dropped his hands, looked up at the sky silently, and his pupils gradually dilated. Obviously, this is the last words he must say even if he has held on until now. Lin Xiu stood up, glanced in the direction of the palace, and then glanced at Bud. Bud, even though you were seriously injured, you still held on until now to tell me the information. I received it. You've done what you were supposed to do. Now, it's my turn. With Lin Xiu's feet as the center, the green healing area continued to expand and soon enveloped Bud. After more than 10 seconds, Bud opened his eyes with some confusion. He glanced at Lin Xiu, then glanced at the treatment area under Lin Xiu's feet. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Bud never thought that even though he was already an old man, there would still be a day when he would feel embarrassed. Old man, there are some things you should tell that little girl yourself. I don't want to take over the position of a general. As for the Imperial Palace, Lin Xiu looked at the Imperial official with a calm gaze. After arranging Bud's affairs, Lin Xiu walked into the palace. At this time, Funina was trapped in the deepest part of the palace, her pretty little face wrinkled into a ball. Governor Lin Xiu. After seeing Lin Xiu arrive, the Imperial girl stood up instantly, her eyes full of encouragement. Your Majesty, Fernina, I'm here to take you away. Lin Xiu said little and walked towards the Emperor's throne with firm steps. Humph. Wishful thinking. Beside the throne, the minister couldn't help laughing. Is the throne so easy to approach? As the Emperor of the Empire, before the Empire completely declined, the Emperor himself possessed the strongest protection. As long as the Emperor is in the Imperial capital where the dragon energy is the strongest, no one can harm her. Bang. With a heavy thud, Lin Xiu crashed into the protective shield in front of the throne. As expected, just like the original plot, the Guardian Divine Machine, the Supreme Emperor, has a built-in protective shield that can protect nearby units. However, Minister, you miscalculated this time. The shield of the Supreme Throne, after expanding, is not solid. The Minister's biggest mistake was to expand the shield that was originally close to his body. After it's enlarged, Lin Xiu can treat it as a barrier and pass through it directly. The incarnation of God, Vamana, activate. Lin Xiu took a step forward, came in front of the Minister, and kicked him with all his might. The minister's body flew backwards and was deeply embedded in the palace wall. Taking 2 steps forward, Lin Xiu penetrated the shield of the Supreme Emperor's throne and came to the front of the throne. Lin Xiu took 3 steps and came to Fu Ningna, picking up the surprised Imperial girl. After 4 steps, Lin Xiu and Fu Ningna disappeared from the spot together. WTF. The minister was horrified when he saw Lin Xiu penetrate his shield. This was the shield of the Supreme Emperor. How could it be penetrated? This is terrible. His Majesty has been taken away. The divine machine that protects the nation will lose its most powerful means. Now that things have come to this, I have no choice but to use that trick. The minister looked at the golden imperial edict in his arms. On the other side, the governor's mansion. As soon as he returned to the governor's mansion, Lin Xiu began to deploy troops. Since the other party has already entered the stage of directly attacking Bud and Funina, it's time for me to enter the final stage. Sheo, notify Chang'an to immediately launch an uprising and march towards the imperial capital. 4.9. Nagisita, report to the Revolutionary Army and tell them that you have completed the assassination of Governor Lin Xiu and General Bud as planned. Tell the Revolutionary Army to send troops as soon as possible. According to Lin Xiu's request, Jia Zaidan did not carry out any assassination missions during this period. Her explanation to the revolutionary army leaders was that she had been secretly planning during this period to kill the imperial governor Lin Xiu and General Bud. Although the revolutionary army may soon get the news that I am not dead, there is no turning back once the arrow is shot. They will then have no choice but to march according to the original plan. According to Lin Xiu's plan, if both sides launched uprisings simultaneously, the empire's national destiny would be severely damaged. The power level of the Supreme Emperor's throne would plummet to the level of a demon king. Ever since Lin Xiu issued the order to launch the final plan, the entire governor's office quickly took action. 2 hours later, all of Lin Xiu's men evacuated the imperial capital and returned to Chang'an. Now that Fanina has been rescued, there is no need to stay in this imperial capital. From now on, the imperial capital will become history, a spiritual symbol that the old empire has been defeated. The same is true for the minister. Lin Xiu did not choose to fight a decisive battle with the ministers while rescuing the little emperor. After all, if he hadn't invaded the imperial capital, executed the ministers, and wiped out the old nobles, how would anyone know that he was establishing a new empire? Chapter 106. Explosion Magic Advancement, Graduated Fanina, Part 2. Chang'an Capital. Inside the prefect's mansion, girls with colorful hair colors all looked at Lin Xiu, who was standing at the upper seat. Among them, there are imperial tool users and generals who are already under the jurisdiction of Chang'an City, as well as imperial tool users who were conquered by Lin Xiu later, such as Salu, Kuroyori, Akahira, Main, Najishita, etc. According to the pre-arranged plan, Seo will be responsible for attacking the imperial capital, and Najishita will be responsible for attacking the revolutionary army. By setting up a local teleportation array, our troops and generals can reach the designated battlefield as soon as possible. Seo. I understand. Najishitan. Well, leave the revolutionary army to me. At this time, Najishitan had been living in Chang'an for some time in order to reorganize the army. During the time she lived in Chang'an, Najishitan had fully understood the necessity of letting Lin Xiu rule the empire. Therefore, she was not opposed to helping Lin Xiu eliminate the revolutionary army, which was a cancer. Compared with the revolutionary army that would rather leave hidden dangers of the previous dynasty, bring in foreign enemies, and cede land, Lin Xiu's line ball is not too high. However, what Najishitan didn't know was that Lin Xiu wasn't necessarily a high-class person, she just pursued something different from them. Since the prosperity of the empire can gain more dragon energy and national fortune, making him stronger, why wouldn't Lin Xiu do it? By the way, Shujun, Esdeath has also returned with us. What are you going to do with her? Sheo asked again. How should we deal with her? Of course, we should try to give her a 10-month vacation. Lin Xiu chuckled and looked at Esdeath, who was visiting the governor's mansion. Night. In Lin Xiu's room. Esdeath arrived as promised, wearing white boots and white stockings. The Ice Queen with ice blue hair opened Lin Xiu's door aggressively. As soon as Lin Xiu opened the door, she activated Mokopatmo again. Under Lin Xiu's calm gaze, the Ice Queen Esdeath threw him to the ground, twisted her slender waist, and sat on him. Governor Lin Xiu. I lost the second round, but this third round may not be the same. Esdeath's face was flushed, and her expression was shy with an unprecedented excitement. She is not the kind of woman who refuses to admit her failure even though she knows she has failed. Therefore, Esdeath decided to try a different way to win and defeat Lin Xiu on another battlefield. Governor Lin Xiu, I've noticed that when you look at me, you subconsciously look at my thighs and boots. Could it be that you are actually an M? Then we are really amazing. Esdeath reached out and gently stroked Lin Xiu's face, as if she was touching the most precious treasure in the world. Esdeath, I will teach you a lesson today. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes. This was the first time he was treated like an object. What's the point? Esdeath unbuttoned the first button of her uniform, revealing the mark of the imperial artifact, Devil God Appearance. Devil's Essence. The black mark contrasted beautifully with Esdeath's fair skin, making it particularly eye-catching. What's the reason? This is the truth. Everyone who appears to be an S actually has the potential to be an M. Sizzle. Behind Lin Xiu, the enhanced slime streaked through the air and hit Esdeath's military skirt at an astonishing speed. Death. Esdeath felt pain, and her icy blue eyes narrowed instantly. However, after coming to her senses, a hint of aftertaste flashed in her eyes. Interesting. Governor Lin Xiu, are you trying to play a game with me? I'll play along to the end. Whoever wins this battle will take the lead in the future, and whoever wins will be S. Esdeath's long ice blue hair fluttered in the wind, and she did her best. She had only one goal. Didn't Lin Xiu want to turn her from an S to an M? Then she had to conquer Lin Xiu while protecting herself. This kind of thing is always a two-way street. Okay, let's try it. Lin Xiu also showed some interest. Such a fierce wild horse made him very interested in conquering it. Beauty is only worthy of the strong. If this beauty is also a strong person, then the one who can possess her can only be the strongest among the strong. At least in this world, Lin Xiu believes that he is the only one who has this qualification. Holding down Esdeath's long ice blue hair, the sadistic general with ice blue hair subconsciously wanted to resist, but found that he couldn't do it at all. This feeling of being completely suppressed by the opposite S*X and unable to even resist made her female instinct surge. Completely different from her previous conquests of others, an extremely novel feeling of being conquered filled Esdeath's heart. She used to be a hunter. All hunters are people who like to walk on the edge of life and death and get pleasure from fighting with and hunting prey. Esdeath also likes the thrill that comes with danger. But now, facing Lin Xiu, an unprecedentedly powerful enemy, Esdeath finally felt like a prey. But she doesn't hate this feeling. Esdeath is very strong. Whether it's physical ability, imperial weapon ability, combat quality, or even fighting will, Esdeath is the best in the world. Mentally, Esdeath is nearly indestructible. As a child, Esdeath was tortured by the law of the jungle and became a qualified hunter. She was so strong, or twisted, that she could remain calm even when her family was wiped out. When she grew up, her sadistic nature was brought to its limit. Even after drinking all the magic god appearance, devil's essence, she was still able to suppress the imperial weapon's regret that could drive people crazy with her strong self-esteem. Nowadays, Esdeath has become a complete form. After absorbing the Queen's Piece, not only has her own ice control ability increased, but her physical strength has also been greatly enhanced. The young man, whose body was filled with white fairy energy, fought with Esdeath, feeling each other's breath closely. Esdeath did everything she could, and Lin Xiu was no exception. The final winner was naturally Lin Xiu. Esdeath's physical abilities are very strong, but compared to Lin Xiu, who can use Vamana, the incarnation of God, she is still far behind. The incarnation of God, Vamana, can not only transform Lin Xiu into a giant, but also expand only certain parts of his body, such as his hands and feet. Coupled with the camel, who became more and more courageous as the battle went on, in the end, even the Ice Queen Esdeath could only roll her eyes and fainted while trembling. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the acquisition of luck. Source of luck. Esdeath, blank initial ability grid +1, the current total number of initial ability grid spaces is 23. Byte. Congratulations to the host for completing the goal of the previous life, conquering Esdeath, gold. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Explosion Magic, specialized for the world. Explosion Magic, anti-world specialized version. The product of the evolution of Explosion Magic, Megaman version, in addition to the original feature of infinite amplification as long as the chanting time is long enough. It also has the feature of anti-world. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Against barriers, worlds, field magic, etc., as long as it faces an existence with the world barrier attribute. Explosion Magic can cause extremely strong restraint damage to it. I don't know how much time passed. Outside Lin Xiu's door, looking at the scene in front of her, a certain imperial girl invited by Esdeath swallowed hard. It was the first time she saw Esdeath like this. The emperor girl actually came with Esdeath, but after Esdeath stopped time, she stayed outside the door until Esdeath could no longer maintain the state of stop time, and she was released. After being freed, the emperor girl covered her eyes with her hands and watched the battle with Esdeath. Soon, the final outcome of the battle was announced. Under the influence of the blood infusion technique, the empire's most powerful female general fell. Like a wild beast successfully hunted by a hunter. Only a single white boot and her white silk stockings beside the bed testified to Esdeath's former stubbornness. 0. Esdeath has a strong character, and Lin Xiu does not have the ability to break her will, but it is no problem to defeat her physically. Seeing how badly Esdeath was defeated, the emperor girl's hard-earned courage retreated a lot and she wanted to run away. However, she just took a step back, and the next second, she found herself in Lin Xiu's arms. Your Majesty, today, let's have the last lesson. After today, Your Majesty will be able to graduate. Your Majesty, are you unwilling to attend class? I personally have no problem with Your Majesty's reluctance to attend classes. However, the Empire is currently in crisis. If Your Majesty does not unite with me, the 1,000-year-old Empire might end in your generation. Also, seeing that Your Majesty wears boots every day, Your Majesty shouldn't mind being in contact with me, right? Lin Xiu looked at the pair of boots filled with white symbiote under Funini's feet and continued to smile. The emperor girl puffed up her face. She was actually threatened, and the most uncomfortable thing was that she had to accept Lin Xiu's threat. As Lin Xiu said, now that the emperor's legitimacy has been taken away, she can only rely on Lin Xiu to help her regain the throne. HMPH, Governor Lin Xiu is a pervert. A hypocritical pervert who likes other people's feet. A pervert. Having said that, Fu Ningna still sat in front of Lin Xiu very skillfully and kicked him very skillfully. Your Majesty, I must explain that I am not a foot control, I am a total control. As he spoke, Lin Xiu skillfully pinched the emperor girl's white socks and feet that kicked towards his face. A wave of warmth spread from her feet to her whole body. The emperor girl thought of Lin Xiu's teachings over the past month, and the feeling of feeling Lin Xiu's aura at close range in her boots. Her already watery eyes became even more charming. Soon, the emperor girl took Esdeath's place. Although her abilities were not as great as Esdeath's, and her short legs in white socks were not as great as Esdeath's long legs in white stockings that went over her knees, she was the emperor of the empire. As an emperor, you must face any difficulties head-on. Chapter 107. Returning to the Leviathan bloodline, the final battle begins. 3 updates. Unlike Esdeath, who never gives up, Finina doesn't have such a strong character. So, just a few minutes later, Lin Xiu heard the system prompt sound while sucking the emperor girl's white socks and jade feet. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the acquisition of luck. Source of luck. Finina. Blank initial ability grid +1, the current total number of initial ability grid spaces is 24. Byte. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden achievement, conquering the Emperor Girl Funina, Gold. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Atavism Leviathan Bloodline, Gold. Atavistic Leviathan Bloodline, Gold. The product of the further advancement and atavism of the Leviathan bloodline. In addition to its own blood purity and blood power surpassing the first generation of Leviathan, it also has an awakening in the direction of atavism. Using the atavistic Leviathan bloodline, the host can obtain the bloodline ability of the female demon combined with the host. The stronger the bloodline and strength of the female demon combined with the host, the higher the host's collection degree. After the collection degree reaches a certain standard, the ancestral Leviathan bloodline can further evolve, moving towards the most original demon bloodline, that gathers all the laws of heaven and earth and then differentiates. Note: the Gremory family is the lineage among the 72 demons that inherited the most abilities from Lilith, the mother of demons, and possesses many characteristics of pure-blooded demons. Collecting the blood of one Gremory family member is equivalent to collecting the blood of several or even dozens of pure-blooded demons from other families. Does the system mean that I should collect the blood power of the 72 demons, especially the demons of the Gremory 310 family? Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows. He had this tendency long ago, but in order to avoid being killed by the devil Lucifer, Lin Xiu had no tendency to develop in that direction until his strength reached the set goal. With Lin Xiu's current strength, he really didn't have the courage to say something so outrageous in front of Sirzex. Let me help every generation of the Gremory family's head solve the infertility problem. But speaking of it, there are quite a few members in the Gremory family, and because of the differentiation of bloodlines, the hair color and abilities of the heads of each generation of the Gremory family are different, so it can be said that there is everything. In addition to their diverse and outstanding appearance, each generation of the Gremory family head is also quite powerful. Not counting the generation of Demon King Lucifer, the strength of each generation of the Gremory family head has reached the level of Demon King at the very least. Ding! The 72 pillars of demon bloodline are the bloodlines differentiated from the demon mother Lilith's resonance with the myriad ways of heaven and earth. Conversely, as long as we collect the fragments of the laws in the 72 demon bloodline genes, we can deduce them backwards. If you can obtain the original demon bloodline that can resonate with the myriad paths, you will receive the myriad paths protection from the origin of the world during battle, gaining a huge bonus. Damn, refining all the ways against the flow. Is this the bloodline of the devil? Why does it sound like I'm cultivating the chaos body? Lin Xiu couldn't help but complain. Despite all the complaints, Lin Xiu is still prepared to work towards this goal. After all, who doesn't want chaos pressure? Soon, Lin Xiu decided on the next stage of the strategy. There's no need to rush with the Gremory family. At least we have to wait until the two conditions of the succubus bloodline reaches above purple, and the strength is enough to compete with the devil Lucifer, are met before taking action. Other demon families can follow suit. Lin Xiu has received a lot of information from Rebel in the past few days about the pure-blooded demon family's interest in him. Many people have already contacted Rias or Rebel privately, planning to have their female pure-blooded demon offspring marry Lin Xiu, even if it's just as a concubine. However, given that these pure-blooded demon families require a male offspring to be naturalized into the original family, Lin Xiu has never responded. Soon, the already fragile Funina was defeated. However, unlike the gentle Emperor girl, Esdeath is not the type to give in easily. Therefore, the next morning, Lin Xiu did not wake up naturally but was awakened by Esdeath's actions. Esdeath took advantage of the fact that Lin Xiu had been inside her all night, and after waking up, she began her revenge without Lin Xiu's consent. In her opinion, as long as her heart has not given in, she has not lost. It is normal for the weak to lose to the strong. She has lost to many dangerous species before. However, customers should not lose their enterprising and pioneering spirit just because they lose to a strong opponent. Esdeath. Lin Xiu was shocked and looked into Esdeath's ice-blue eyes. MBS. Esdeath looked back without showing any weakness, her face full of provocation. Esdeath, I call you Esdeath, and you call me Governor Xiu? Huh? Esdeath's already slightly rosy cheeks became even redder. Yes, she also felt that she should change to a more intimate name. BBSS. 18? Esdeath asked Lin Xiu tentatively, her eyes full of girlish feelings. Esdeath is such a queen-like character who reveals a girlish aura from time to time. Dawn's fourth battle began quickly. Since Lin Xiu had to do his work right after getting up, he put all his effort into it from the start. As for the result, it is naturally the same as before. Under extreme torture and unprecedented impact, Esdeath was forced to release the time-stop state and fell down again. I always feel that this kind of thing will happen more and more in the future. Lin Xiu let go of Esdeath's hair, undid her twin ponytails, stretched, and walked out the door. At the gate of the prefect's mansion, Xiao and a group of generals looked at Lin Xiu. While Lin Xiu was enjoying the spoils of war, the entire Chang'an, no, it should be said that the entire Longxi prefecture and several nearby prefectures had completed their war preparations. Mr. Lin Xiu, everyone is ready. Give the order. Xiao's eyes were rarely excited. All right. According to the original plan, Bazhou and Shuzhou will advance southwest, Yangzhou and Liangzhou will advance towards the imperial capital and the central plains. The core forces of Longzhou will simultaneously attack the imperial capital and the Revolutionary Army headquarters. Yes, sir. Saya replied heroically. Thanks to the existence of the teleportation array and the instant communication array, Lin Xiu's military orders can always be delivered in the first time, and it can be said that he has the upper hand in the battle. After roughly arranging everyone's work, Lin Xiu looked towards the direction of the imperial capital. Other people's tasks have been arranged, and now it's my job. Imperial capital. After arriving at the imperial capital, the vanguard troops who arrived early immediately reported the situation of the imperial capital to Lin Xiu. Oh, the imperial capital is deserted? The minister completed the evacuation in just one day? Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows. No, Shujun, it's not like that. Xiao shook her head. It's more like taking refuge than evacuating. Standing on the wall of the outer city, Shaw, please point to the west city. On the city wall of the inner city, a huge circular pit demonstrates its unparalleled presence. So that's how it is. It turns out the minister has already wreaked havoc once since I left. Lin Xiu knew very well what attack caused the big hole. Lord Xiu, besides the civilians, the Imperial Guards and Esdeath's original troops have also disappeared. According to the spy's report, the minister ordered these troops to attack Chang'an with all their might. If we had set out last night and traveled day and night, the fastest cavalry unit would have reached Hanggu Pass tonight, Xiao reported. We can only reach Hanggu Pass tonight, and we're just cavalry. Without a teleportation array, mobility in this era is truly low. Xiao, since the minister has already cleared the battlefield, we don't need to send troops into the imperial capital. All the troops you lead will turn back and head south to support Jashidan. I can handle the problems in the imperial capital by myself. The reason why Lin Xiu wanted the army to accompany him was so that he could capture the imperial capital without hurting too many poor people. Otherwise, Lin Xiu could clear the field with just one explosion magic. Now that everyone has left, there's no need for Lin Xiu's army to stay. Okay, I'll go support Najashidan right away. Xiao took one last look at Lin Xiu, then went to carry out Lin Xiu's orders without looking back. Because she believed in every decision Lin Xiu made from beginning to end. Soon, Xiao evacuated the imperial capital with his army. Lin Xiu strolled through the imperial capital. Although his pace was slow, he moved very fast. An ordinary person can only take 1 meter in one step, but Lin Xiu can take dozens or even hundreds of meters in one step. Just like that, maintaining this leisurely and unhurried attitude, Lin Xiu quickly toured the entire imperial capital. In this way, the detailed information of the imperial capital has been entered. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Boost, green aura surrounds his body. Welsh dragon balance breaker. Forbidden, boosted gear scale male. Explosion. Boom. A huge exploding magic ball fell from the sky. The black exploding magic ball continued to expand, completely enveloping the imperial capital, which was tens of kilometers in diameter, at an astonishing speed. A few seconds later, what appeared before Lin Xiu was the imperial capital that had been reduced to a scorched earth. In the huge circular pit, everything disappeared. Of the entire imperial capital, only a small area at the core of the imperial city remains. Because of the protection of the Supreme Emperor's artifact, the core area of the imperial city was spared from Lin Xiu's explosive magic. Swoosh. Lin Xiu accelerated and came in front of the minister who was covered by the transparent shield. Oh, Ernest, you're being sensible this time. You didn't expand the shield like last time? Last time, because Ernest expanded the shield, Lin Xiu easily used the power of Vimona, the incarnation of God, to take away Funina. Because he suffered a loss last time, this time the minister directly limited the shield to the surface of the body. Looking at the completely destroyed imperial capital, I was filled with anger. This is his money, his territory. Governor Lin Xiu, if I'm not mistaken, you should like Her Majesty Funina very much, right? There's something that's been working for a long time, and I want to show you. In front of Lin Xiu, the minister opened a piece of gold and silk. I grant you a marriage to the 16th princess, Fernina. Marriage granted. Ernest. This imperial decree takes effect immediately. Enclosed in the imperial family's supreme imperial artifact. Protected by the imperial dragon chi and the supreme imperial artifact. I hereby decree. How is it? This is the late emperor's will. Deck. Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows. It's not just the late emperor's edict, right? I can also feel the late emperor's blood in your body. In order to gain the approval of the supreme emperor, you even injected the blood of the previous emperor into your own body. How perverted. Since the minister was using all his strength to activate the imperial weapon at this time, Lin Xiu finally discovered that there was something wrong with his aura. Ha ha ha. That's right. Well, after the imperial edict's approval, I have become the regent of the empire. How about it, Governor Lin Xiu? Do you still like this gift I prepared for you? Gift? Speaking of gifts, I have one for you too. Lin Xiu smiled happily and took a step forward. The incarnation of God was activated, and Lin Xiu disappeared in front of the minister. Just when the minister thought Lin Xiu had run away, Lin Xiu flashed back in front of him. Here, Ernest, this is a gift for you. Boom, Lin Xiu threw a bloody head back in front of Ernest. Looking at the extremely familiar face on the head, the minister was stunned for a moment. That was the head of his son, Sheila, Chapter 108. Kill the Red Eyes. The world's strongest dangerous species versus the Red Dragon Emperor's Tyrant Dragon, 4th update. Looking at the extremely familiar face on the head, the minister was stunned for a moment. That was the head of his son, Sheila. The minister never expected that even though he had sent Sheila to attack Chang'an, Lin Xiu could still find Sheila on the march. How is it? Do you like the gift I gave you? Lin Xiu smiled slightly, then threw the body part of the seed out again. When the head and body were separated, the holy sword clone on Sheila's chest was quite eye-catching. As early as when she was watching anime, Lin Xiu was very concerned about the target on Sheila's chest. Isn't wearing clothes that look like a target an invitation to shoot at the bullseye? So, Lin Xiu accepted Sheila's invitation. Fortunately, Lin Xiu did not disappoint Sheila's painstaking efforts and directly hit a perfect ring. Looking at Sheila's body, the minister finally lost the last bit of his sanity. Traitor Lin Xiu. I want you to pay the price, boom 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 boom. There was a sudden earthquake. A tall mecha rose from the palace. Surrounded by the transparent shield, the minister quickly merged into the supreme imperial gear. Bite. Congratulations to the host for triggering the main storyline quest. Final. The minister's counterattack, Gold. Task level. Gold, mission description. With the emperor abducted and Esdeath missing, the minister feels extremely threatened and goes completely mad, ready to use any means necessary to eliminate the host. Quest requirements. Defeat the supreme emperor and eliminate the minister's trump card. Note. After completing the main storyline quest, End. The world's erosion level reaches the minimum standard, and the host will be recognized as a native life form in the world of Akame / and can freely use the techniques and abilities of other worlds to influence and transform this world. After taking a look at this system task, Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows. As expected, besides the supreme imperial weapon, does the minister have any other trump cards? Otherwise, how did Bud lose yesterday without using the supreme imperial artifact? Buzz. A flash of red light flashed across the ferocious face of the supreme emperor. The next moment, a fierce red laser shot out from his mouth. A red beam of destruction shot out, shooting towards Lin Xiu on the ground of the palace. Too slow. Lin Xiu dodged the minister's destructive beam with just a flash. Amidst the backdrop of explosions and destruction, Lin Xiu flashed to the head of the supreme emperor's weapon. Sideways kick. The head of the supreme emperor's weapon, which was made of a special material, was not kicked off directly. However, under the powerful force, the entire body of the supreme emperor fell to the side. Bang! With a loud thud, the supreme emperor's weapon fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust hundreds of meters high. Minister, you don't think that my size is limited to the size I used to fight Bud, do you? The height of the supreme emperor's throne is indeed several times taller than Bud's Thunder Gundam. But, Lin Xiu's figure can also be infinitely raised. The reason it only got that high last time was because General Bud was only that tall. Sekirute's Gauntlet, Giant Mode. While the Supreme Emperor equipment was climbing up, Lin Xiu's body gradually grew larger, quickly becoming a size that rivaled the Supreme Emperor equipment. Boost. 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 Bang. With a fierce punch, Lin Xiu directly hit the ferocious face of the Supreme Emperor. Chunks of metal flew everywhere. It was clearly just a flying piece of metal, but it flew for dozens of kilometers and then plunged into the ground, as if it could never be pulled out. What? The minister was surprised by the power displayed by Lin Xiu, and hurriedly stood up, trying his best to activate the Supreme Emperor's weapon. The minister swung his fists, shot lasers from his mouth, and even shot a laser from his waist. It's useless, minister. Lin Xiu held the head of the Supreme Emperor's weapon against the destructive beam and smashed it onto his knees. Bang! With a loud bang, the head of the Supreme Emperor's weapon was destroyed, and a blood mark also appeared on the head of the minister in the Supreme Emperor's weapon. Don't underestimate me. The minister had practiced martial arts in his early years, and although he had neglected them quite a bit, it didn't mean he was powerless. The minister grabbed Lin Xiu's caged hands with both hands, and the Supreme Emperor's hand ejected a huge amount of energy, barely breaking free from Lin Xiu's restraints. It's a pity that having a combat consciousness is one thing but having a combat consciousness is another. But the minister's fighting spirit was still too weak in front of Lin Xiu. Today, rebellions broke out simultaneously in Chang'an and the southern part of the empire, and the dragon energy of the empire has been weakened to the lowest point. The Supreme Imperial tool that could originally display Super Demon King level power can now only display Demon King level strength. If it was only at the Demon King level, it would be impossible to cause any effective damage to Lin Xiu, who was about to become a Super Demon King. Esther. The holy sword that kills the devil responded to Lin Xiu's call. From the Red Dragon Emperor's jewel, which was tens of meters in diameter, extended a golden holy sword that was hundreds of meters long. Boost. 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 Swoosh. The strengthened holy sword tore through everything and severed one of the Supreme Emperor's arms. Bang! The sound of a piece of metal falling to the ground. The minister hurriedly picked up the fallen arm. With the powerful self-healing ability of the top Imperial weapon material, or Calcum, the minister reattached the arm. But, it's just this arm. As the minister reattached the arm, Lin Xiu's holy sword pierced through the Supreme Emperor's chest. It hurts so much, 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 so much. The pain was so severe that it could make one faint, and the minister felt as if he was about to collapse. No, I have no choice but to use that trick. Use the Imperial Dragon energy as a sacrifice. Summon them quickly. I hereby declare your true name in compliance with the contract between you and the First Emperor. East Sea Cloud Dragon, now is the time to fulfill the contract. Dragon energy continues to gather on the land of the Imperial capital. Above the palace, a golden dragon energy of the Imperial Way rose into the sky, broke through the dark clouds, and flew quickly towards the target location. Donghai Yunlong. Lin Xiu frowned. In his mind, there was only one being that fit the image of East Sea Cloud Dragon, and was strong enough to be summoned by a minister. Is it that dangerous dragon-type creature that can cut through space with its hair? In progress. When the Emperor was making the Imperial implements, the first Emperor once sent a large army to the Far East. Even further east, in the clouds of the sky, the first Emperor's invincible army suffered its first defeat. The dangerous creature that brought defeat to the first Emperor's army was none other than the East Sea Cloud Dragon. Afterwards, the first Emperor used the hair shaved from the East Sea Cloud Dragon to create an Imperial weapon, the Silk Thread Imperial Weapon, Thousand Changes Crosstail. The strongest thread of this Imperial weapon, the boundary cutting thread, is so strong that even space cutting cannot cut it. The boundary broken silk is just one of the strongest hairs of the East Sea Cloud Dragon. Compared to the strength of hair, the strength of the East Sea Cloud Dragon's scales and claws is several times higher. This kind of East Sea Cloud Dragon is definitely the most dangerous species in the world of killing Akame. The Cloud Dragon is the most dangerous species that fits the dragon's appearance in the legends of ancient Eastern countries. A dragon can be big or small, can rise or hide. When it is big, it can create clouds and fog. When it is small, it can hide its shape. When it rises, it soars in the universe. When it hides, it lurks in the waves. Clouds rise. A huge gray-white dragon descended from the sky and rushed directly from the top of the Supreme Emperor's head into his body. Oh, you arrived so soon? According to the intelligence gathered by the Dead Eye, this dragon seems to be able to teleport itself to any place where clouds exist. The Dead Eye clearly showed Lin Xiu the entire process of the fusion of the East Daxia Sea Cloud Dragon and the Supreme Emperor's weapon. In the process of integrating into the body of the Supreme Emperor, the East Sea Cloud Dragon replaced itself with the spine of the Supreme Emperor's weapon and covered the surface of the Supreme Emperor's weapon with its own dragon scales. Most importantly, the East Sea Cloud Dragon poured all of its dragon energy into the Supreme Emperor's body. Under the blessing of the dragon energy of the East Sea Cloud Dragon, the power of the Supreme Emperor's weapon was once again maximized. Kakakaka, 8 small cloud dragons emerged from behind the Supreme Emperor's body, guarding the Supreme Emperor's body in the center. The already towering Supreme Imperial artifact was now enveloped in the clouds of the East Sea Cloud Dragon. This combination of biology and technology was even more bizarre than any previous Supreme Imperial artifact, and even more unique than the previous Supreme Imperial artifact. What the hell is Yamata no Orochi? What biotechnology? I was wondering why the dragon energy balance in the Imperial capital wasn't right. It turns out, apart from maintaining the Supreme Imperial gear, all the excess dragon energy was consumed by you. The first Emperor was truly a man of great talent and strategy. Although he was unable to defeat the East Sea Cloud Dragon, he successfully used the Empire's dragon energy to cultivate the East Sea Cloud Dragon, allowing it to help at critical moments. Just a Super Demon King level East Sea Cloud Dragon, it's not enough. The Red Dragon Emperor's precious jade bursts forth with unprecedented brilliance. Click. As if breaking through some kind of limit, the spiritual energy around Lin Xiu began to expand at an astonishing speed. Tyrant Dragon is a forbidden move that completely releases the dragon's soul. From ancient times to the present, the fate of the two Tianlong hosts has often been not good, and they usually die because of using Tyrant Dragon. Therefore, a lot of resentment is accumulated in the caged hands of the Red Dragon Emperor and the light wings of the White Dragon Emperor. If the host of Tianlong is of mediocre aptitude, they will most likely fall into a state of crazy use of Tyrant Dragon due to resentment, and eventually die due to exhaustion of vitality. Only a genius like Valley, who has both human, Qian, Li, Zhao, and demon blood, and can use magic power instead of vitality, can use Tyrannosaurus so casually. However, now, there is one more person who can use Tyrannosaurus without any damage. As Lin Xiu's strength continues to improve, now, Lin Xiu is only one step away from opening the Tyrant Dragon. Now, with the help of the uninjured Tyrant Dragon, opportunity awarded by the system, Lin Xiu finally delivered the finishing blow. Buzz, 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 as the spiritual energy exploded, green spiritual energy circles continued to emerge from Lin Xiu's body. The Red Dragon Emperor's powerful voice resonated throughout heaven and earth, proclaiming its unparalleled presence. Awakening to the principle of seizing supremacy from one's own god, the second heavenly dragon. Infinite laughter, worry and fantasy, as the Red Dragon Overlord, will plunge you into the Red Lotus Purgatory. Juggernaut Drive, belong. Click. After using Tyrant Dragon, Lin Xiu seemed to hear the sound of shackles breaking. That's the feeling. After using the unharmed Tyrant Dragon bonus a few times, Lin Xiu's proficiency in the magic formula finally reached the level where he could use Tyrant Dragon. From now on, Lin Xiu can finally activate Tyrannosaurus Rex freely. Of course, the most important thing is that in the Tyrant Dragon state, Lin Xiu can already use the true power of the Red Dragon Emperor. His overall strength has also stabilized at the Super Demon King level. Chapter 109. The Power of the Dragon Eater. Seizing the Dragon Soul, Update 1. Let me see what other tricks you have, Wang. Lin Xiu flashed and appeared behind the evolved Supreme Emperor. Squeak. Sensing Lin Xiu's arrival, the Supreme Emperor's weapon also transformed into clouds and mist and dissipated on the spot. Oh, it can actually transform into clouds? Looking at it this way, rather than saying that the Supreme Imperial Artifact borrowed the power of the East Sea Cloud Dragon, it would be better to say that the East Sea Cloud Dragon took over the Supreme Imperial Artifact. It's a pity that this level is not enough. Leviathan Flow. Dissolving Sea. 14. The blue-purple Leviathan water continued to gush out, and in an instant, dark clouds covered the sky, and raindrops continued to fall. In the Leviathan water with its powerful solubility, the figure of the Supreme Emperor, which had originally dissipated in the mist, reappeared. No, it's more than that. Under the powerful corrosive force, the surface of the Supreme Emperor's weapon, originally covered with dragon scales, gradually corroded. Ang 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 ang. After emitting a threatening roar, the Supreme Emperor's weapon and the 8 small layered dragons behind it opened their mouths at the same time. Spiritual power and dragon energy continue to converge and transform into pure destructive power. Judging from the energy level, after fusing with the East Sea Cloud Dragon, the power of the Supreme Emperor's weapon has reached the Super Demon King level. Double play. If so, I've never refused a duel invitation. Lin Xiu smiled slightly. The Red Dragon Emperor spread his wings, and the 12 dragon wings showed violence and ferocity. Each dragon wing is adorned with several green gems, and each gem shines with an extremely bright brilliance. Ang 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 ang. Along with the sound of dragon roars, dozens of precious jades on the dragon-shaped Lin Xiu's body continued to shine. As the spiritual power of the green gem burst out, green spiritual energy continued to gather in Lin Xiu's chest. Boost. 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 Longinus Smasher. God-destroying Smasher. Boom. A pure green spiritual energy beam shot out from his chest. The red 043 destruction beam and Lin Xiu's God-destroying crushing cannon met in midair. Boost. 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 Without any suspense, the red destruction light was quickly pushed back by Lin Xiu. Yours. Under the bombardment of the God-destroying crushing cannon, one of the Supreme Emperor's arms and 2 dragon heads turned into clouds and dissipated. Bang. With a camel kick, Lin Xiu descended from the sky and directly stomped Donghai Yunlong into the ground. Looking at the Supreme Imperial weapon struggling beneath his feet, Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes. East Sea Cloud Dragon, right? I don't care what contract you signed with the First Emperor. Now, I'm giving you one last chance. Submit or die. Lin Xiu couldn't stay in this world for a long time, and Esdeath couldn't stay there for long either, so Lin Xiu was still happy to leave a backup of Donghai Yunlong in the Akame killer world. What a pity. Ang 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 ang. A massive dragon soul burst out from the Supreme Emperor's weapon. As it burst out, it quickly condensed into a solid form, wrapping itself around Lin Xiu's dragon armor. Ka 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 ka. As Lin Xiu was entangled by the body of the East Daxia Sea Cloud Dragon, his dragon armor kept rubbing against each other, making a rather ominous sound. Really? Is this the choice you made? Then I can only say, you made the wrong choice. First Secret Sword. Rhino Strike. First Secret Sword. Rhino Strike. Allows the user to concentrate all their strength on one point. This move can be called the strongest anti-object secret among the 7 secret swords. Bang. Kakaka. The sound of bones breaking. After Lin Xiu launched Rhino Strike, he dealt a lot of damage to Donghai Yunlong and successfully freed it from the snake binding state. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Xiu's hand, the hundreds-meter-long golden holy sword, appeared again. Boost. 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 As the strongest and most dangerous species in the world of Akame Killer, Donghai Yunlong can use various powers such as spiritual power, magic power, dragon energy, etc., and his physical fitness is also top-notch. However, this is both his strength and his weakness. With both magical and physical defenses, Donghai Yunlong often doesn't pay much attention to protecting himself, but only attacks with all his might. And this is its weakness. Concept Empowerment Hyphenation Point Demon Breaker. 7th Secret Sword. Lightning. With the extreme speed brought by Lightning, the Holy Sword of Demon Slayer, with the magic-breaking attribute tore through the body of Donghai Yunlong. Ang 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 ang. As his body was severed, Donghai Yunlong let out an unprecedented roar of pain. There you go. Fortunately, as the strongest life form in the world of Akame Killer, Donghai Yunlong has rich combat experience and transformed his body into clouds in time to stop a serious injury. After turning into clouds, the wound that was originally gushing blood healed instantly, and the East Daxia Sea Cloud Dragon disappeared again on the spot. Huh, want to escape? Boost, 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 condense, 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 Yasuo. Lin Xiu was frantically accumulating power and compressing at the same time. Under Lin Xiu's compression, the explosive magic ball, which originally had a diameter of tens of kilometers, was compressed to a size of 1 kilometer. Explosion. Boom. Under the highly concentrated explosive magic ball, the East Sea Cloud Dragon was directly forced to exit the cloud state due to the excessive concentration of magic power. After exiting the luck state, the dragon body of the East Sea Cloud Dragon was devoured crazily by the exploding magic ball. The time is now. Dragon Eater. Ang 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 ang. Taking advantage of the East Sea Cloud Dragon's weakness, a red dragon soul flew out from Lin Xiu's caged hand. That is the evolved dragon soul of the Red Dragon Emperor. The translucent Red Dragon Emperor's dragon soul roared and pierced through the body of the East Sea Cloud Dragon. Soul taken. Dragon soul swallowed complete. The next second, Donghai Yunlong lost his soul and gave up all resistance. He and the Supreme Emperor tool were completely swallowed by the exploding magic ball. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the main storyline mission. Final. The Minister's counterattack. Goal. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Level 2 Special Chess Piece. Level 2. Breaking Chess Piece. The advanced Breaking Chess Piece has powerful characteristics that surpass the Breaking Chess Pieces. Feature 1. Enhanced Strength. After advancement, the unconventional chess pieces will be targeted at all races for correction and enhancement. Every time a new race is conquered or a contract is signed with a new race, a set of supplementary chess pieces corresponding to that race will be added. Currently, the host's chess pieces have been distributed and reorganized according to race. Feature 2. Quantity Enhancement. In addition to the Queen, Chariot, Knight, and Bishop, each with its own special effect, a new special, Soldier, piece will automatically spawn each day. A first-tier special piece can only form a single strong team. However, a second-tier special piece, over time, can form a powerful army. Feature 3. Enhanced Stealth. After the chess piece is upgraded, it gains the effects of invisibility and physical change. Even if it is checked by professional instruments, no abnormalities can be found. Feature 4. Enhanced Resurrection Ability. An ordinary demon chess piece that can resurrect the recently dead. As long as the body of a special chess piece is intact, it can be pulled back even if it has been dead for a long time. After advancing to the second-level special chess piece, as long as there is part of the body and part of the soul, it can be resurrected. Note: when using a special chess piece to revive, you cannot revive a being whose strength is greater than that of the host. Swoosh, using the power of Vimana, the incarnation of God, Lin Xiu passed through the Supreme Emperor's tool that was on the verge of breaking and brought out a fat piece of meat covered in blood. Kr. The minister wanted to scold Lin Xiu, but he found that he didn't even have the energy to scold Lin Xiu, and could only give her a murderous look. Under the minister's gaze, Lin Xiu smiled brightly. Minister Ernest, you've enjoyed so much wealth and glory, how could you die so easily? With a body as big as yours, I believe it can definitely withstand the torture of 3,600 cuts. If it is used as oil for sky lanterns, it will definitely last for a long time. Looking at Lin Xiu's brilliant smile, the minister's fear reached its peak and he fainted. The other side. On the Revolutionary Army side, while Lin Xiu was dealing with the minister, Najishitan also launched a general attack on the Revolutionary Army headquarters. A steady stream of troops and logistical supplies were transported to the south through the teleportation array, and at the same time, a large number of wounded were teleported back to Chang'an for treatment. After dealing with the ministers, Lin Xiu did not interfere too much in the remaining unification process. People will not cherish things that are too easy to obtain. He has created the so-called big trend, and does not handle everything personally. In order to maintain stability after the founding of the country, Lin Xiu allowed the general trend to change. Lin Xiu is not a savior and it is impossible for him to save everyone. The reason why he established Chang'an and promoted social progress and development was not only because doing so could quickly capture the beautiful girls in the world of Akame Killer, but also because of the system's main quest. Everything requires a process. If the productivity of society reaches the standard but the people's thinking does not keep up, it will cause serious trouble. Lin Xiu has greatly accelerated the pace of productivity improvement. Considering that the people in other parts of the empire are still living in an agricultural society, Lin Xiu has no intention of letting them become fat all at once and rush into the industrial age. Everything is for the prosperity of the new empire. 7 days later, Najishitan wiped out the remaining revolutionary forces in the south. The imperial troops who went to attack Chang'an chose to surrender to Chang'an after losing their rear base. In the imperial capital, Lin Xiu sent troops to invite all the original residents of the imperial capital back to the imperial capital. In the imperial capital that had become a ruin, Lin Xiu raised his finger to the sky. Under the blue-purple magic, Lin Xiu used the reconstruction technique from the DxD World to rebuild the imperial capital. After completing the main story mission end, Lin Xiu can finally freely use the techniques from the other world. Oh! After witnessing the miracle that only gods could create, the people of the capital looked at Lin Xiu with fanatical eyes. The mountains, the land, and the people responded to each other, and inexplicable forces continued to converge towards Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu closed his eyes and felt it silently. So that's how it is. Is this what they call dragon energy and national destiny? It's very similar to the power of faith in the DxD world. Chapter 110. The Not-So-Distant Utopia, The Road to Complete Collection, Part 2. Picture shows a horse head, another month later. The coronation ceremony is ready and everyone is looking forward to the new emperor's ascension to the throne. During this month, Lin Xiu collected all the plot characters that he had not collected before. The 4 Rakshasa ghosts, the masochistic kimono girl Linglu, silver-haired, black-skinned beautiful girl with a horse head. After being frozen by Lin Xiu, Linglu and Matu were released a week later. Lin Xiu did not give them a chance to choose. Lin Xiu and Esdeath taught Linglu, a masochist, a lesson, causing her to faint from extreme humiliation and excitement. Matu was very proactive. During Lin Xiu's education, he took the initiative to ask about her various preferences. When it was returned, he fully utilized the powerful physical functions he had cultivated in the Royal Fist Temple. Wild Hound. Dadia. Duotia was also frozen by Lin Xiu. After being unfrozen and learning that Lin Xiu was interested in her body, she stroked her bulging belly and basked in the sun in Chang'an the next day. Oberg Assassination Society. Gilbert, Cassandra, and other female assassins of the society. Gilbert and Cassandra, both of them are Maillard's maids. Gilbert possesses incredible strength, capable of taking out dangerous creatures with his bare hands. In the original story, he fought to the death to protect Murad's retreat from a combined attack by the Imperial Assassination Corps and the 4 demons of the Rakshasa, 437. Cassandra can manipulate flying rings with her 4 hands to cook dangerous creatures. In the original story, like another maid, she fought to the death to protect Murad's retreat. During the 2 months of establishing a substantial relationship with Lin Xiu, Maillard was completely conquered by Lin Xiu. She discovered that, indeed, men could satisfy her more. Considering that the others had already formed a small group, Maillard made full use of his position as the leader of the Assassination Society, and sent his 2 maids and a large number of female killers from the Assassination Society to Lin Xiu's bed. Porus's widow and daughter. While commemorating those who died in the founding of the new empire, Lin Xiu discovered a very familiar mother and daughter. After learning from the blonde young woman that her situation was the same as that of Madame Rosa, Lin Xiu announced on the spot that she would take her into the harem. Later, Lin Xiu found out that the blonde young woman was named Orona, and the blonde loli was named Sayaka. Orona learned about Lin Xiu and their special nature from Madame Rosa, thanked Mr. Porus for his kindness in taking care of her, and finally chose to accept Lin Xiu. After Orona passed out with her eyes rolled back, Sayaka took the initiative to sit on Lin Xiu. Although her petite and cute body was trembling constantly, Sayaka took the initiative to hug Lin Xiu and even kissed her with tears in her eyes. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing his previous life's goal, becoming Sayaka's father. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Talented ability, fatherly love is like a mountain, advanced. Innate ability, fatherly love, blue. When facing a Lolita-type character, you will further gain their attention and love. Those who possess this innate ability are destined to be the one that Yuan loves. Looking at this further developed talent of father's love is like a mountain, Lin Xiu was silent for a long time while his soul and body felt refreshed. He remembered that the first time he obtained this talent was when he was fighting against Siri Alice in the Apocalypse world. Could it be that every time I fight a lowly character, I can level up this talent ability? When Lin Xiu thought of this, his expression became slightly less serious. Could it be that the skill, father's love is like a mountain, can be upgraded to gold or red level in the future? As the Akame Slayer world draws to a close, the DxD world remains unchanged. The most significant change is in Lin Xiu's technique learning and construction. After completing the first copy world, the system enabled a new function, allowing Lin Xiu to activate some initial abilities when he was born in the Akame-chan world. In the world of Akame Izan, during the more than 10 years before awakening his memories, Lin Xiu not only learned the techniques of the world of Akame Izan, but also learned a lot of knowledge from the other world from the unnamed spellbook. Although the learning speed is not as fast as when Lin Xiu used his memory, it is equivalent to Lin Xiu's normal learning for nearly 2 years. All I can say is that the art of technique is too profound and extensive, and it is impossible to learn without sufficient knowledge. In other aspects, on the other hand, the relationship between Rias and Ravel, the 2 newly engaged beautiful young fiancés, is becoming increasingly delicate, gradually moving from the sister stage to the competing for favor stage. There is definitely harmony on the surface. Rias, who has already obtained the status of first wife, is not such a stingy person and can still tolerate Ravel. However, after witnessing Ravel dragging her followers along many times, Rias became a little hesitant. Rias is very confident in her own charm, but she is only confident that she can compare with Ravel, not confident that she can compare with Ravel and all her followers. Are you kidding me? How can one beautiful girl compare to 16 beautiful girls with different styles? What's more, there are 2 pairs of twins among them. Under such hesitation, Rias even considered recruiting her followers to join the group. However, it was just an idea. Lin Xiu had only tried to test Akano and Kaneko a few times, and had no intention of forcing his followers. In addition to the 2 fiancés, Seraphiel and Amano Yuuma, 2 girls who often dated Lin Xiu, also underwent subtle changes. As for Amano Yuuma, she entered a state of being both proactive and trying to improve herself. Lin Xiu felt that it could be called actively playing badly. She was quite proactive during the date, but the most intimate action was limited to kissing, and she had no intention of continuing. Lin Xiu could see that she had already entered the final stage and was just about to make the final decision. As for Seraphiel, she was very close to Lin Xiu. After Lin Xiu became a married man, without the previous constraints, she started to have more and more fun with Lin Xiu. Every time Lin Xiu left Seraphiel, her face was filled with the scent of milk. Of course, there were also things on Seraphilor's side that Lin Xiu was concerned about. That is, Seraphilor would mention Sona in front of him from time to time. In the past, Seraphilor never mentioned other things when she was playing cuz. As the matter progressed, Seraphilor even suggested that Sona join a show that Lin Xiu and she were preparing together, and act as the blue magical girl of her second brother. Of course, Lin Xiu agreed to this. He hasn't had much contact with Sona recently, simply because he wants to grind down the arrogance in Sona's heart so that she can accept the reality that he has a harem. If Sona is willing to play the role of a magical girl, Lin Xiu feels that Sona has already taken the first step in letting go of her pride. Then, there was the matter of the old Demon King that Lin Xiu had always been worried about. After Lin Xiu displayed his Demon King level strength, the old Demon King seemed to have lost interest in attacking him. Lin Xiu knew that this was because he had become stronger, and because he was the one who married instead of the one who was buried. It was not a disgrace to the pure-blooded Leviathan. However, Lin Xiu believed that the old Demon King faction would eventually take action against him. Because, as Lin Xiu's name in the underworld becomes more and more famous, soon, Lin Xiu will be recognized by the public as the orthodox Leviathan, and those defected old Demon Kings will become heretics. After all, Lin Xiu's Leviathan bloodline is genuine. After defeating the Supreme Emperor, nearly a month passed in the DxD World. Considering that the speed of Akame Killer's world is 5 times that of the DxD World, that is to say, more than half a year has passed between the Apocalypse World and the Akame Killer World. During this half year, Lin Xiu improved his techniques and martial arts knowledge while training his immortal power and magic power. During this period, Lin Xiu's power was upgraded from mid-level Supreme Demon to initial Demon King. Of course, to the people in the DxD World, only a little over 2 months had passed. From the time Lin Xiu was discovered until now, it had only been a little over 2 months, and Lin Xiu's strength had risen from an unknown low-level demon to the level of a Demon King. The last time Lin Xiu defeated Laval, his true strength was only at the peak of the upper demon level. At this point, if the demons in the underworld knew that Lin Xiu had the power to rival the 4 Demon Kings, they would probably flock to sell their daughters to Lin Xiu. Unlike before when they were only willing to marry but still wanted to leave one child with their own surname, this time they probably don't even need to have 10 children with their own surname. Compared to a mere child, it is more important to establish a good relationship with Lin Xiu before she takes the throne. In addition to the improvement of his strength, Lin Xiu also completed another main task in the world of Apocalypse. That's right, in addition to the task of killing zombies, Lin Xiu has another main task in the world of Apocalypse, which is to build a shelter. The reason why Lin Xiu was able to complete the main task of killing zombies so quickly was mainly because his personal strength was too strong and he eliminated the zombies too quickly. However, unlike the 1.9 zombie killing mission that was completed immediately, the other, building a shelter, mission was completed on a scheduled basis. After Lin Xiu's personal guards captured the last refuge in the Apocalypse World, a system prompt sounded in Lin Xiu's mind. Byte. Congratulations to the host for completing the first main mission. Build a shelter with the strongest possible shelter capacity within 6 months, blue. Note. The more heroines the shelter contains, the greater the total number of people and the higher the bonus. Mission level. Blue gold. Not only did he take in all the heroines, he also took in a large number of heroines from other worlds with enhanced soul powers, and even integrated the entire world, becoming the king of the world. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Concept ability, not so distant utopia, gold. Conceptual ability. Utopia is not far away. It can allow people who are connected to you to obtain the same level of protection as you. Concept ability. Any place where the host's power can be deployed is considered to be within the host's protection range. The moment Lin Xiu saw this system reward, an idea instantly popped up in his mind. This ability seems to be able to work in conjunction with the Supreme Imperial Gear. Chapter 111, the complete collection of the Akame world, the privilege of the Supreme Emperor. As Lin Xiu said, the ability of Utopia not far away can be linked with the Supreme Emperor's gear. After some experiments, Lin Xiu successfully shared part of the defensive power of the Supreme Emperor's weapon with some of his harem members. Although the shield's defensive power will weaken with more members sharing it, it can be activated instantly. As long as I set up a circuit that can be activated when everyone encounters danger, the shield will automatically open when encountering special circumstances. It will be no different from everyone being able to use the shield. In a sense, this also greatly improves the efficiency of the Supreme Imperial Gear. Compared to only being able to protect members of the royal family, it's more convenient to be able to protect anyone you want. After completing all the main quests in the Apocalypse World, Lin Xiu devoted all his energy to the main quests in the Akame Kill World. After the founding ceremony, Lin Xiu proclaimed himself emperor, named the old Emperor Fernina as Empress, Esdeath and Xiu as assistant empresses, and announced the establishment of the new empire. Without a doubt, this is the most effective way to bestow titles and stabilize the morale of the harem and the military. Fernina has the highest status, Esdeath is the strongest, and Xiu has the longest seniority. Apart from them, the other concubines in the harem are not qualified. After the establishment of the new empire, Lin Xiu first rested for half a year and promoted the technology and industrial level of Chang'an to the entire empire. After Lin Xiu was able to use the techniques of the DxD world, the world of Akame no Kill has been further developed, and has shown a trend of moving from the industrial age to the magic industrial age. Most importantly, Lin Xiu passed down various techniques from the DxD world to the Akame-chan world. After the main mission was completed, the world rules of Akame Killer's world were changed, or in other words, the world rules were eroded, becoming more in line with the rules of the DD world and system. Since you can use the techniques of another world, you can also use the training methods of another world. After Lin Xiu passed down the cultivation method, within just half a year, many powerful people with strength reaching the level of intermediate 22nd level demons or even upper level demons emerged in the empire. Unlike the world of Apocalypse, the upper limit of the world of Akame Killer has been fully developed, and dangerous species at the Super Demon King level have been born. Therefore, it is very difficult to reach a higher level with the strength that has already been fully developed. The original Esdeath's strength was probably at the highest level of a demon, and with the imperial weapon that could exert the power of a demon king, she was invincible in the world of Akame/. After using the special chess piece, although Esdeath's strength improved, she only barely reached the Super Demon King level when she burst out with all her strength, which was far inferior to Lin Xiu after using the Forbidden Hand. There's no way around it. Compared to those who are born without magic power, Esdeath's essence of the devil is far ahead in bloodline development. If you were too far ahead in the past, it means that your subsequent potential is not as great as others. Of course, Esdeath's combat talent was still sufficient. Even if her improvement was not as great as others, she still relied on her own talent and hard work to firmly sit in the first place under Lin Xiu. In addition to improving technology, passing down skills, changing systems, and preparing the army for war, Lin Xiu did not fall behind in other progress. Considering the True Apocalypse World Complete Collection, in the Apocalypse World, Lin Xiu began to collect some beautiful girls with unique soul strength in the Akage Killer world. According to the setting of the world of Akame Killer, these beautiful girls should be the parallel world counterparts of the heroines in other worlds. Lin Xiu's collection plan lasted for more than half a year. During this period, Lin Xiu resurrected a large number of beautiful girls seen in the original plot, such as Hill's best friend who betrayed her, a beautiful girl of a foreign race who invaded the night raid base. The girl who served as an informant for the night raid during a Ning Dao and was captured by the horse head in the original plot. The girl who acted as an informant in the palace, but was threatened by Sheila and chose to betray night raid. And so on and so forth. Finally, after resurrecting Martha, who was very friendly to Kai Tong and left an indelible impression on Kai Tong, and sending her to the dragon bed that night, Lin Xiu finally heard the system prompt sound. Byte. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission. Collect all the items in the world of True Akage. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Akame/ing World, Child of the World Qualification, Red. The world of Akame Killer, qualification of the Son of the World. After collecting all the heroines, the host becomes the Son of the World recognized by the world. As the Son of the World, the host can change the rules of the world to a certain extent. In addition, the host can also consume part of the world's origin to unlock the life form of the life form selected by himself. After the life form is unlocked, the life form will grow to the growth limit of the world in one go. Note 1. When unlocking the life forms of the original male and female protagonists, there is no need to consume the world origin because it has been unlocked once. Note 2. The growth limit of Akame/'s world is the Super Demon King level. The next day, Lin Xiu began his final conquest of the Akame-chan world. Esdeath led her army north to conquer the northern ethnic groups that had not been completely wiped out last time. Najashitan led his army southward to conquer South Vietnam and the island countries in the South Pacific. Cornelia led her army westward, conquering the Mediterranean, the Middle East, and Europe along the Silk Road. Cao led his army eastward, first conquering Korea, then Fuso, and then joined Esdeath along the Bering Strait to conquer North America and South America together. Each of Lin Xiu's followers possesses the strength of a quasi-general, and all opponents along the way are defeated at the first touch. This is no longer a crushing of strength, but a crushing of national strength in the times. How could a group of countries in the agricultural age possibly resist an empire that was about to enter the magical industrial age? With the help of the teleportation array, Lin Xiu conquered all the other countries in the Akame world in just 1 month. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the main mission 1. Within 2 years, establish your own power. Completion stage. Build an empire and conquer the world. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Supreme Emperor Privilege, Red. Supreme Emperor Privilege, Red. As the Emperor, you cannot use lower abilities. 1 random ability is automatically upgraded to Red quality, and 3 abilities are automatically upgraded to Gold rating. In addition, all the host's existing system rewards below purple quality have been automatically upgraded to purple quality. From now on, all abilities of the host that have not reached purple quality will be automatically upgraded to purple quality. Ding! The quality of Vamana, the incarnation of God, has been upgraded to Red. Ding! The rewards for True Secret Sword Skill, Water, Immortal Body, and Slime Symbiote have been upgraded to Gold. The general gains from the world of Akame Kill are as follows. Blue. Talent ability, Fatherly Love Like a Mountain, Blue, has been upgraded to Purple. When facing a Lolita-type character, you will further gain their attention and love. Destined to be someone loved by Lolita. Title, Maiden Savior, Blue, now upgraded to Purple. Any girl who longs for help will naturally rely on the host. After receiving help from the host, her favorability will be greatly improved. Purple. Judgment of the Ten Kings, Sekiryute version, incorporates the Judgment of the Ten Kings moves from the Suryuhara storyline into the Sekiryute's gauntleted armor, increasing his combat capabilities in various situations. True Secret Sword Skill Water, Purple, has been upgraded to Gold. The evolved sword skill inherits all the functions of the secret sword skill and true water breathing and strengthens them. It can further enhance the host's moves and blood awakening level. When performing true secret sword technique, water, you can add different breathing techniques to the secret sword technique according to your needs. When using breathing techniques, you can also use corresponding secret sword techniques according to different situations. Encyclopedia of Imperial Equipment Manufacturing and Repair, Purple, the encyclopedia used by the first emperor to manufacture imperial equipment. Using the Encyclopedia of Imperial Equipment Manufacturing, as long as the corresponding dangerous materials are available, the corresponding imperial equipment can be manufactured. Sage's Body, Purple, upgraded to Gold. Sage does not refer to the sages in the Naruto world, but the sages in the DxD world. The immortals in the DxD world are born with immortal power and coexist with Tao. They have unique talents in both techniques and close combat. Not only does life energy increase significantly. Blood infusion, Purple, a special infusion method that uses body fluids as a medium to infuse one's own blood into another's body, helping them improve their aptitude and life form. Gold, God Slayer, Momentary Ice Emperor, Gold, the companion of the God Slayer, Eternal Ice Princess. The God Slayer possesses the ultimate power of ice. In the absolute stillness of ice, the Tao is the moment, and the moment is eternity. The Momentary Ice Emperor is the Eternal Ice Emperor. Legend has it that Bingji is the companion of Bingdi. Her power comes from Bingdi and she is an indispensable part of Bingdi. Power, Camel, Gold, after use, you can obtain divine level kicking and lower limb techniques. The power of the kick and your own endurance are greatly increased. The fighting skills and combat awareness have also reached a divine level. The sense of pain is numb, the bleeding will stop, and the damage feedback from strong blows will be reduced to a minimum. Note: after the system has been improved, it can be used even if you are not injured. The more serious the injury, the greater the strength bonus you receive. Explosion Magic, Anti-World Specialized Version, Gold, the product of the evolution of Explosion Magic, Megaman version. In addition to the original, Infinite Amplification as long as the chanting time is long enough, feature, it also has the Anti-World feature. Against barriers, worlds, field magic, etc., as long as it faces an existence with world, barrier, attributes, Explosion Magic can cause extremely strong restraining damage to it. Atavistic Leviathan Bloodline, Gold, the product of further purification and atavism of the Leviathan bloodline. In addition to its own blood purity and bloodline power exceeding 0.73 of the first generation Leviathan, it also has an awakening in the direction of atavism. By using the atavistic Leviathan bloodline, the host can gain the bloodline abilities of the female demon with whom the host has intercourse. The stronger the bloodline and power of the female demon with whom the host has intercourse, the higher the host's collection level. Once the collection level reaches a certain standard, the atavistic Leviathan bloodline can further evolve, moving towards the original great demon bloodline that gathers all the principles of heaven and earth and then differentiates. Supreme Imperial Equipment, Gold. To be precise, all Imperial equipment have evolved similarly to the artifacts in the DxD world, but the Supreme Imperial Equipment has the highest grade and is listed separately. At this stage, even if the protagonist who possesses the Supreme Imperial weapon is not in the world of Akame/, he can still have an all-round shield at the peak of the Super Demon King level. In the future, as the soul power of all intelligent life forms in the Akame/ world increases, there is a possibility of further improvement. Conceptual Ability, Utopia Not Far Away, Gold. It allows people who are connected to you to obtain conceptual abilities with the same level of protection as you. As long as the host's power can be deployed, all are considered to be within the host's protection range. It can be linked with the Supreme Emperor's artifact, granting the Supreme Emperor's artifact's all-round shield to those who are connected to it. Strengthened Slime Symbiote, upgraded to Gold, a slime symbiote strengthened by the Emperor's privilege. Its protective and various auxiliary abilities are even greater, and it can even be used as an alchemical and forging material, its effectiveness far surpassing the world's strongest magical metal, orichalcum. Red. Supreme Emperor Privilege, Red. As the Emperor, all system rewards of the host will be maintained at a minimum purple level. All rewards now and in the future that do not reach the purple level will be automatically upgraded to the purple level. In addition, one of the host's random abilities will automatically be upgraded to a Red rating, and 3 abilities will automatically be upgraded to a Gold rating. Akame Killer World, Qualification of the World's Sun. The effect is similar to the qualification of the World's Sun in the Apocalypse world, and it gives you a huge bonus when fighting in the Akame Killer World. It has the ability to unlock the local authority to limit growth. Incarnation of God, Dwarf Vamana, Red. One of the 10 incarnations of Vishnu to save the world, the rest is omitted. One of the abilities randomly enhanced by the Emperor's privilege, it possesses multiple abilities including Disguise, Huge Shrinkage, World Crossing, and Contract. The main storyline of Akame Killer is over. I will probably mention it again in the future, but there is no plot anymore. Chapter 112. Imperial Tool Evolution, the Holy Swordsman Girl arrives, 4th update. While Esdeath and the others were conquering the world, Night Raid was also busy. Using the Strengthened Slime Symbiote, whose quality has been upgraded from blue to gold after evolution, Lin Xiu is transforming the Empire's Imperial weapon. According to the system description, the quality of the golden, Strengthened Slime Symbiote, as an alchemical material and forging material far exceeds that of orichalcum. In other words, the Imperial weapon enhanced by the enhanced slime symbiote will definitely be much more powerful than the original Imperial weapon. Using the knowledge from the unnamed mantra document and the compendium of Imperial equipment in his mind, Lin Xiu repaired and strengthened all the Imperial equipment, including the Supreme Imperial equipment. On the day when all the Imperial tools were strengthened and repaired, Lin Xiu heard the system prompt sound again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the second main mission. Within 2 years, try to collect as many Imperial tools and Ministerial tools as possible. Completion stage. Collected, repaired, and strengthened all Imperial tools. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Imperial Evolution, Gold. Imperial Equipment Evolution, Gold. Including the Supreme Imperial Equipment, all Imperial equipment will evolve instantly, with the potential and possibility to be selected beyond the original specifications. The evolution method is similar to the artifacts in the DxD World, which can use the power of the user's mind to produce evolution in different directions. After obtaining the evolution of the Imperial weapon, Lin Xiu studied the Supreme Imperial weapon that became even stronger after evolution, while working hard to develop the world of Akame/. On the one hand, Lin Xiu needs the dragon energy and national destiny of the world of slashing Scarlet Eyes to activate the Supreme Imperial device. Considering that the Supreme Imperial device is driven by national destiny and dragon energy, the stronger the country is, the better. On the other hand, this is also Lin Xiu's promise to the girls in the world of Akame kill. I still have a lot of DxD World spells left. If I gradually invest them in the Akame/world, it should be able to maintain prosperity for a long time. To prevent my empire from being damaged by rebellion in the future, I need to improve the social class mobility system and the distribution of benefits. Human nature is to pursue profit. However, if I, as the most powerful and violent group in the empire, could become immortal and only pursue national interests instead of personal gain, the empire could still maintain its growth for a long period of time. Personal interests, money, power, army, these things mean nothing to Lin Xiu. As a result, with the influx of advanced magic technology and new governance concepts, the world of Akame Killer experienced unprecedented prosperity. In the DxD world, nearly 2 months have passed since Lin Xiu's engagement. On this day, Lin Xiu was still sleeping in the world of Akame Killer when he received a contact from Rias. A holy sword master from the church is here? Okay, I'll be right back. Is it finally here? After roughly arranging the affairs of the Akame/world, Lin Xiu was instantly teleported back to the DxD world. The first moment Lin Xiu arrived at Juwang College, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Byte. Congratulations to the host for triggering the main storyline quest, the Holy Sword Master of the Church. Task level. Purple, mission description. Because the church's holy sword was stolen by the fallen angel Kirkbal, the church sent the remaining 3 holy sword users to take back the holy sword. Now, one of the holy sword users has died, leaving only Irina and Xenovia from the original plot. Considering that Juwang Town has been considered the host's territory, the host naturally cannot ignore this lunatic who wants to start a war on his territory. Quest requirements. Leave behind the church's 2 holy sword users and defeat the fallen angel Kirkbal. Is it really Kirkbal? Lin Xiu didn't care for Kirkbal, just a roadside wretch that had been kicked away by Wally. CCFF. Compared to Kirkbal, Lin Xiu was more interested in the 2 holy sword users of the church. If I remember correctly, beneath their church's white robes, they all wore tight black combat uniforms. Their already explosive figures paired with the tight black combat uniforms were truly impressive. After taking a step forward, Lin Xiu came from her home to the old school building. Bang! As soon as Lin Xiu opened the door of the old school building, he was thrown to the ground by a beautiful orange-haired girl. Xu Jun. I miss you so much. The orange-haired girl felt the scent of Lin Xiu and found that Lin Xiu smelled better than before. The orange-haired girl is named Irina, and she is Lin Xiu's childhood sweetheart. When she was little, Irina looked a bit boyish, but now, after entering puberty, she has grown into a beautiful and graceful girl. Irina's cascading orange ponytails reflected a honey-like luster in the light, and her emerald green eyes were watery and charming. When she looked at Lin Xiu, in addition to the joy of meeting an old friend, there was also a hint of subtle shyness. Of course, what attracted Lin Xiu's attention the most was Irina's black close combat suit. The glossy black tight-fitting combat suit perfectly outlines Irina's slender and graceful figure. The full and round chest line is about to burst out under the metal breastplate, and after being gathered to a wasp waist that can be grasped in one hand, it suddenly extends into a breathtaking hip and leg curve. The combat uniform is made of an elastic material similar to one-piece stockings, and the hollow design at the base of the thigh reveals a small piece of absolute territory. The smooth skin is white and tender as the first snow forms a sharp contrast with the matte black stockings, and the warm and fleshy feeling of the girl's legs can be vaguely seen when she walks. The golden lines around her waist are like vines, highlighting the fullness of her chest and the slenderness of her waist. While admiring Irina's grown figure, suddenly, a blue-haired figure came into Lin Xiu's sight. The blue girl with green highlights has sharp eyes, a crisp and neat temperament, and a naturally cool aura. The same combat uniform exudes a completely different sense of oppression on her. Her slender yet powerful shoulders and round, perky hips create a sharp hourglass silhouette, while her ample breasts create a striking cleavage in the deep V neckline. The hollowed-out waist reveals her toned abdominal muscles, while her powerful waist is cinched in a sharp curve. The torn opening on the outer thigh of the combat suit makes the absolute territory more aggressive, The snow-white skin glows white against the black stretch fabric, and the taut thigh muscles swell with every step, like a female leopard ready to pounce. But Lin Xiu knew that although Xenovia looked like a cold goddess at first sight, actually, she is a fool. Alright, you're almost there. Irina. We're here to discuss serious matters, don't forget who you are. Xenovia felt obligated to pull Irina away from Lin Xiu. Huh? What business? Aren't we here to have a free meal? Irina tilted her head. Free food. The corners of Leah's mouth twitched slightly. Oh my god, she was saying why these two people had to wait for Lin Xiu to come before talking. I guess besides thinking that Lin Xiu was the one in charge, they also wanted to take advantage of Lin Xiu's childhood sweetheart status to eat at her place. Ahem. We're here to eat for free so we can talk about serious matters. After all, how can we have the energy to carry out our mission without a full meal? Xenovia coughed tactically and took the opportunity to cover her slightly red face with her hands. They really had no money left. After eating Lin Xiu's meal, they would probably have to sleep on the streets tonight. But, sleeping on the streets is fine. As long as I have enough to eat, that's all. Free food. Lin Xiu smiled subtly and looked at Xenovia's belly. The curve is very explosive, but I don't know if it is naturally so good or because of hunger. In order to prevent Xenovia's cow-like figure from shrinking and causing her to have a bad experience in the future, Lin Xiu felt that she should do something. Zunai, could you please prepare some food? Lin Xiu looked at Zunai who was serving beside her. As Rias's partner, Lin Xiu also has the power to order Akano around. Akano was stunned for a moment, then revealed a gentle smile. Yes, I understand. Ladies, do you have any favorite types of cuisine? Recently, whenever Lin Xiu was mentioned, Zunai was a little dazed. Because, Rias asked her some strange questions recently. Rias. Akano, do you really like Lin Xiu-kun? Otherwise, you wouldn't have done something like testing Lin Xiu-kun's feelings for me in front of me before. If you like Lin Xiu-jun, I can accept you. As for your feeling that natural blood is impure, I believe Lin Xiu-jun won't mind. After all, Lin Xiu thinks he is a big pervert who doesn't care about girls as long as they are pretty. Akano clearly remembered that Rias used to mind her being close to Lin Xiu. How come you don't mind it now that you're engaged? Because she has already accepted Revel, so she is no longer burdened by debt. Akano had never been in a relationship before, so she didn't know the reason for Rias's change. The only thing Akano was sure of was that she did care a lot about the matter between Rias and Lin Xiu. Until now, Akano could still recall the party scene where Rias and Revel's followers were lying on Lin Xiu's big bed together. Every time he thought of this scene, Zunai felt hot all over. While thinking about Lin Xiu, Akano walked up to Irina and Xenovia with a notebook. Can I order food? Of course, Irina, aren't we childhood sweethearts? Besides, you have such a great figure. Wouldn't it be a waste if you starved yourself and became thinner? Lin Xiu replied with a smile. He found that it was fun to tease silly girls like Irina and Xenovia. It took Irina several seconds to understand what Lin Xiu meant, and her face gradually turned red. Really, Lin Xiujun, you are now a demon, and I am now the holy sword master of the church. Even if we said when we were little that we would get married when we grew up, that's a childhood thing. Now we have to keep our distance. Goo 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 goo. As soon as she finished saying this, Irina's stomach made a rumbling sound, making her already rosy face red all the way to her ears. Well, she admitted that she actually still liked and relied on Lin Xiu, otherwise, she would not have thought of asking Lin Xiu for help the first time when she was hungry. Chapter 113 Irina's Facial Cleanser, Rias drags her best friend into the water, Part 1. Pictured as Irina, Lin Xiu noticed Irina's reaction, smiled, and continued to press on with her heartlessness. Really, Irina, have you actually forgotten the promise we made when we were little? Lin Xiu's eyes gradually dimmed, and his expression seemed extremely lost. Combined with the purple-level succubus bloodline, the lethality is maximized. Alas, I thought you were serious, Irina, and had been working hard since we separated. Lin Xiu sighed, as if he were a tragic man who had been defrauded of his feelings. No, Xiujun. It's not like that. In fact, I have always liked Xiujun. Seeing Lin Xiu's lost expression, Irina suddenly stood up and hugged Lin Xiu, giving her a warm and fragrant facial cleanser. Feeling the material of Irina's close combat suit, Lin Xiu's breathing suddenly became much heavier. Because he smelled the unique scent of a holy girl on Irina's combat uniform. If Amano Yuma's characteristic is first love, then Irina's characteristic is childhood sweetheart. Lin Xiu felt that as a man, it was normal to have some fantasies about childhood sweethearts. Irina also felt Lin Xiu's breath, but in order to comfort Lin Xiu, she suppressed her shyness and held Lin Xiu's head against her chest. Lin Xiu really likes Irina's cute look of being shy but unwilling to let go of him. Son. Lin Xiu's breathing became more intense. Xiu-kun, stop. Irina's delicate body trembled. If she was not mistaken, Lin Xiu seemed to open his mouth. As Lin Xiu and Irina came into direct physical contact, the succubus bloodline took effect. Irina's body secreted various hormones crazily, preparing for reproduction. Her originally fair and tender thighs were stained with a hint of red. Just when Irina was at a loss as to what to do because of Lin Xiu's excessive behavior, someone finally reached out to her. Master Lin Xiu, Miss Irina, how about we order first? Akano frowned and reminded with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Xiu finally retracted her tongue and let go of Irina, who was about to faint. Bullying and educating Irina is indeed quite interesting, but Lin Xiu would not do anything too extreme when they first met. That's right, Irina, you should go fill your stomach first. It's rare that you've grown so well. If you starve and become thin, I'll be very sad. Feeling the lingering milky fragrance of Irina, Lin Xiu looked at Akano with a hint of teasing. Normally, it would be Rias who reminded him at this time. What on earth is causing Akano to be confused about her own identity? Lin Xiu turned to look at Rias. Leah and Lin Xiu's eyes met in the air, and Su Xiu instantly understood Leah's meaning. So, Rias is already thinking of dragging Akano into the battlefield? After all, Ravel had over a dozen beautiful maidens as her followers, including 2 pairs of twins, so it was normal for Rias to feel a sense of crisis. After being released by Lin Xiu, Irina breathed a long sigh of relief and slumped down on the sofa. It took her a while to recover. Really, Shujun, why didn't you care about my figure and growth when I was little? As expected. Men, all like big ones. Irina puffed up her cheeks. You're wrong, Irina. As for me, I like them all, big or small, Lin Xiu replied seriously. Hearing Lin Xiu's answer, Irina pouted her red lips in dissatisfaction. Indeed, Shujun, you must like both big and small girls. Otherwise, how could you have married that young lady from the Phoenix family? After coming to her senses, Irina finally remembered that Lin Xiu was not only engaged, but also had 2 fiancés. How could such a lustful Lin Xiujun only think about her after she left? HMPH, Lin Xiujun, it's decided, I will never hug you like this again. Irina was very angry and the consequences were serious. She found that after she left, her childhood sweetheart seemed to have turned into a scumbag. Moreover, she almost fell into his trap just now. After much reflection, Irina vowed never to listen to Lin Xiu's sweet talk again, and never to bury her heart in Lin Xiu's arms again. Sorry to have kept you waiting. I'd like hamburger patties and curry chicken. Although she was very dissatisfied with Lin Xiu, Irina was not very polite to Akano. By the way, Zenobia, how about you? Zenobia still had that aloof look on her face, seemingly unaffected by the affection between Lin Xiu and Irina. Of course, the reality is that with her intelligence, it was difficult for her to understand what had just happened. She just saw Irina hugging Lin Xiu, and didn't know that Lin Xiu sucked it many times while enjoying the facial cleanser. HMPH, the devil actually wants to treat us to a meal. It seems that the etiquette of the 10 demon clans is very good. Zenobia habitually put on a superior attitude towards the evil spirits. It's a pity that Irina won't indulge her. Bang. Seeing that Zenobia was still sulking, Irina hit her hard on the head, leaving a big red bump. Zenobia, don't be so rude. Lin Xiujun invited us to dinner, so we must thank him properly. Irina still has a clear sense of right and wrong. When Lin Xiu invited them to dinner, out of consideration for their past friendship, she, as Lin Xiu's childhood sweetheart, did not accept it openly. Zenobia, an outsider, had even less right to act pretentiously. Zenobia lowered her head, still somewhat unconvinced. But she found that she could only refuse to accept the result and could not say anything to refute it. In any case, they were invited to dinner, so they shouldn't act too unfamiliar. Although it's not right to thank a demon, but, just this once. Thank you for treating us to dinner, Zenobia said softly. Zenobia is only an icy beauty on the surface. In fact, she is very simple inside, or rather, very stupid. While Akano was cooking, Rias found an excuse to ask Lin Xiu out alone. After Rias's explanation, Xiu finally understood why Akano was behaving strangely today. I see, Rias, you actually told Akano about this. Lin Xiu knew that this act of recruiting Juno fully exposed Rias's current situation of having a sense of crisis. Although at least a quarter of Lin Xiu's time was allocated to Rias, facing more than a dozen people alone was still too much pressure for Rias. Although she and Ravel had formed a First Lady and Second Lady alliance to manage the harem, 2 months later, Rias fully felt the fact that a single fight is not as good as a group fight. Lin Xiu was always excited when he challenged Ravel and all of her followers. After seeing them many times, Rias felt that she needed to do something. That's why she took the initiative to test Akano. After thinking for a while, Rias looked into Lin Xiu's eyes seriously and said, Xiujun, I can see that Akano has feelings for you. This kind of affection for the opposite S*X has only been shown to you, Xiujun, since she was a child. Well, considering how lustful Xiu-kun is, you shouldn't mind Akano joining in, right? Rias crossed her arms, her azure eyes gleaming with a hint of ridicule. Of course you don't mind. Rias, you should know what kind of person I am. As he spoke, Lin Xiu slowly moved towards Lias's red lips. HMPH, I only know that you, Lin Xiujun, are a lecher. Having said that, Rias was quite skilled in connecting with Lin Xiu's kiss. While letting Lin Xiu move in and out of her mouth, Rias said. By the way, Lin Xiu-kun, if you want to win Akino's heart, you need to pay special attention to some things. What should I pay attention to? Lin Xiu smiled helplessly. Rias seemed a little worried that he wouldn't be able to successfully capture Akino, and she was actually giving him some advice in advance. Lin Xiu-kun, I want you to be careful not to show any ill feelings towards Akino's wings. How do you say that? Lin Xiu-kun, you should know that Akano has fallen angel wings in addition to devil wings, right? Yes, I know. 037, actually, Akino's fallen angel wings were inherited from her mother, Himejima Yuri. 30 years ago, a baby girl was born into the Himejima family, one of the 5 major families. This baby girl was extremely special because she possessed the purest bloodline of a fallen angel. The Himejima family, a family dedicated to exorcising demons, were extremely angry about the birth of a fallen angel within their family. However, considering that the baby girl's parents had committed suicide to apologize, the Himejima family reluctantly adopted the girl. 18 years later, the baby girl who was born a fallen angel grew up and was named Himejima Julie. However, misfortune struck her again. One day 18 years ago, she became pregnant even though she had never had S*X with anyone. After becoming pregnant, Himejima Yuri fled the Himejima family. 10 months later, she gave birth to a daughter and named her Himejima Yuri. Rias's story was obviously different from what Lin Xiu remembered. However, since there are precedents such as Takagi Yuriko and Miyamoto Kiriko, Lin Xiu would not be too surprised by this. As Lin Xiu was listening, the system prompt sounded in his ears. Byte. Congratulations to the host for triggering the plot quest, The Regret of Himejima Mother and Daughter. Quest level. Gold. Task description. After being conceived by heaven, Himejima Yuri gave birth to Himejima Akano, and the mother and daughter lived together in a shrine. One day, a wounded male fallen angel suddenly broke into the shrine. The male fallen angel was a good man and was willing to take over Himejima Yuri and give the mother and daughter a safe haven. However, things happened unexpectedly. When Himejima Yuri was hesitating whether to accept Baicho's kindness, the Himejima family's pursuit troops came up. It turns out that ever since Himejima Yuri was discovered to be pregnant and ran away, the Himejima family has been hunting her down. Because Baichu was not there at the time, Himejima Shuri was brutally murdered, and Himejima Akano was almost emotionally broken. Quest requirements. Revive Himejima Julie, and CA Chapter 114. The Regret of Himejima Mother and Daughter, Contract Completed, Part 2. Pictured. Akano Himejima, **. A few minutes later, after Rias and the system's dual explanation, Lin Xiu completely understood what happened to Himejima Akano. Because she was born a fallen angel, Akano felt that she was born filthy. The reason why she wanted to reincarnate as a demon was largely to eliminate her fallen angel wings. However, things did not go as planned. After being reincarnated as a devil, Akino's fallen angel wings did not disappear. Instead, they turned into a hybrid with half fallen angel wings and half devil wings. In that case, Rias, I have to tell you something. Lin Xiu let go of Rias, who was a little obsessed. What's the matter? Rias broke away from Lin Xiu, her watery eyes filled with a hint of confusion. You must be curious about why I would touch Irina, whom I just met, right? Actually, they were sent out by the church, the god of the Holy Sword Bible. Lin Xiu quickly explained the reason to Rias. So, they're cannon fodder sent by the church? Indeed, if that's the case, it would be better for you, Lin Xiu-jun, to accept them. Since Rias chose to drag Akano into this, she naturally wouldn't have any objection to Lin Xiu finding another girl. In a sense, Rias didn't dare to object, because, even though Lin Xiu said they would have multiple children in the future and solve the Gremory family's infertility problem, that was ultimately a future that had not yet been realized. If that doesn't happen, she will be considered a disqualified wife, as she can only give birth to a child with the Gremory family name. That's why Rias accepted Revel so easily. With Revel around, even if she only gave birth to one child, the other demons wouldn't say anything. While Rias and Lin Xiu were discussing, Akano had already prepared the corresponding dishes. At the dining table, Zenobia and Irina swept through the crowd like whirlwind. Zenobia seemed to regard these foods as demons that must be defeated, and vowed to completely destroy them. Irina was fine, as she took her image in Lin Xiu's heart into consideration and was much more reserved than Zenobia. Really, Zenobia, even if you've been hungry for so long, you can't give up on maintaining your ladylike image, right? Irina mentioned the word, ladylike image, which was completely absent from them. Still looking like a lady. Irina, why do you think we're starving? Zenobia was furious when she mentioned being hungry for so long. Don't you understand why the two of us are starving, Irina? Isn't it because you, Irina, used the funds without permission to purchase a so-called saint's portrait? But that's Saint George's portrait. How can we not buy it and enshrine it properly? Irina became less and less confident as she spoke. She was indeed too excited when she bought it. Later, when they were praying to the portrait, they saw something like an emoticon on the portrait and then realized what was going on. It feels like I've been cheated. Zenobia's faith is not as strong as Irina's. For example, when her life is in danger due to the church's mission, Irina will carry out the mission with the belief of dying for the Lord, while Zenobia will try her best to save her own life. Of course, this doesn't mean that Zenobia is not pious. However, Zenobia felt that she should not die so easily. Only by living could she better believe in the Lord and spread the Lord's faith. Lin Xiu looked at these two typical, dumb and unhappy, combinations, smiled and asked. Irina, if I'm not mistaken, you two should both be carrying holy swords, right? The church's holy sword user is looking for me, so I guess there's something going on? You actually knew our identities before we even revealed our holy swords. You're truly the blasphemous demon Lin Xiu. Irina and Zenobia both raised their heads at Lin Xiu's words, but of course, they didn't slow down their eating speed. A blasphemous demon. Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow. When did he get such a silly nickname? That's right, Shujun. Now many church members in the church call you a blasphemous devil. Irina also nodded. Shujun, didn't you show off your special physique during the live broadcast that makes you immune to the holy sword? Yeah, that's right. Oh, so that's how it is. Hearing this, Lin Xiu instantly understood the reason. So, those church members can't accept the existence of demons that are immune to holy power, so they can only label me a blasphemer? Only people in the church can do this kind of self-escape. Self-escape? Hearing the word, self-escape, Zenobia frowned fiercely. However, perhaps remembering what Irina had said to her, Zenobia did not get angry just because she was unhappy. Irina was also afraid that Zenobia's rude words would upset Lin Xiu, so she quickly replied. By the way, Shu-kun, didn't you just ask us, the holy sword masters of the church, what business we have with you? Actually, the story is this. Recently, the fallen angel Kirkbal attacked several locations of the church and stole the church's holy sword. In order to reclaim the holy sword, the church. Irina opened her red lips slightly and gave the answer that Lin Xiu expected. A few minutes later. So, you were sent out just like that? Rias asked in disbelief. She had already heard that sending out a holy swordsman in this situation meant sending someone to deal with the problem. Kirkbal, a Kadri-level fallen angel, possesses strength at least as strong as a peak demon king, or even stronger. With Zenobia and Irina's strength, they still want to find Kirkbal to take back the holy sword? Isn't this courting death? Rias even doubted that they combined couldn't even defeat her. In the past 2 months, with her personal hard work and Lin Xiu's blood infusion method, Rias has been promoted to the highest level demon. Her strength has increased by an unknown amount. Facing the questions from Lin Xiu and Rias, Zenobia answered firmly. For the Lord, it's all worth it. Oh, even if it costs your lives, you would still do it? Lin Xiu asked back. He knew how firm Zenobia's faith was. Without knowing that the god of the Bible was dead, Genovia's faith was still firm. But in the original plot, after learning the news that the god of the Bible had passed away, Zenobia's faith collapsed, and she gave up on herself and became a demon. Facing Lin Xiu's question, Irina was the first to answer. Even if it means sacrificing our lives, we will do so. At the very least, we must destroy the stolen holy sword and never let it fall into the hands of the fallen angels. Yes. The mission must be completed, Zenobia said after hesitating for a few seconds. Is that so, QG? %? Well, I have a proposal, what do you think? Lin Xiu said with a smile. Since the minimum requirement is to destroy the holy sword, how about just handing it over to me? In my hands, it would be much better than in the hands of a fallen angel, right? After all, I'm a so-called blasphemous demon, and already have my own holy sword. It's only natural to have a few more holy swords from the church in my possession, right? Lin Xiu's words immediately made Zenobia and Irina fall into a daze. Is there such a plan? Zenobia hurriedly used her not-so-bright brain to think. Indeed, Lin Xiu Leviathan had the experience of using the holy sword to cut his palm in public without getting hurt. In other words, he probably also had the holy sword gene. It was not a bad choice to hand it over to him. Most importantly, this way we can gain his strength and make him our helper in fighting the fallen angels. Considering his relationship with Irina, he should be willing to take action if there is a suitable reason. Zenobia was persuaded, but Irina disagreed. Zenobia, what are you talking about? Destroying the holy sword and handing it over to Shu-kun are two completely different things, right? Hearing this, Lin Xiu took the initiative to hold Irina's hand. Irina, don't you want to see me again? Even if you complete the task of destroying the holy sword, it will be difficult for you to survive. Instead of that, why not just hand over the holy sword to me? Looking at Lin Xiu's worried eyes, Irina remembered the scene of Lin Xiu blowing hot air and licking her chest just now. Shu-jun, don't look at me like that. No, don't touch my hand. Okay, I agree, isn't that enough? Thus, the transaction was successful. If the 7 Excaliburs or the holy sword Durandal of the church can be absorbed, Esther's quality should be able to be raised to gold. Although it's sufficient at this stage, Zhao Qianhao, considering the future, a martial body that hasn't reached gold or even red quality will definitely not be enough. But fortunately, there are many holy swords in the DxD world, and I should be able to melt out a red-level holy sword in the future. Ding! Hosts don't need to worry about the quality of rewards. When the host completes the 3rd dungeon world, the system will undergo a major upgrade. At that time, the host can store, synthesize, or enhance the abilities and items rewarded by the system. The stored lottery draw times can be used to synthesize higher-level lottery draws, or to strengthen your existing abilities. According to the system rules, 3 low-level rewards can be combined into a high-level reward, that is, 3 purple lottery opportunities can be combined into a gold lottery opportunity. When synthesizing, take the host's Holy Sword prototype as an example. Under normal circumstances, a purple-level Holy Sword prototype requires 2 purple-level draws to upgrade. However, since it has already absorbed the purple quality, Holy Sword of the Demon King Slayer, it now only needs 1 purple-level lottery draw to upgrade its quality to gold. According to the system, the synthesis function awarded by the system is the most important ability for me to resist the X world. In 10 days, the system will have finished searching the 3rd dungeon world. By then, we must unlock this feature as soon as possible. Chapter 115. Asia's Forbidden Hand, The Garden of Love Embraced by Holy Dragon Princess, Part 3. Lin Xiu sighed. The invasion of the core of evolution from the X-World made him very uneasy. He estimated that the time when the DxD World was attacked by the X-World would be much earlier than the original plot. Red quality rewards are capped at Dragon God level, while colored quality rewards have no cap. If the upper limit is Dragon God level, it's obviously not enough to deal with evil gods that surpass the Dragon God. To fight against evil gods, you must obtain at least several colorful rewards and develop them to a very high level. After obtaining Lin Xiu's promise to cooperate, Xenoa and Irina stayed at Lin Xiu's invitation. Originally, Xenovia absolutely did not want to live in a demon's house. But who says they really have no money? Considering that Lin Xiu is both Irina's childhood sweetheart and their current partner, living in Lin Xiu's house is undoubtedly the most appropriate. However, the two of them didn't know that living in Lin Xiu's house was equivalent to being eaten up half by Lin Xiu, and it would be difficult for them to move out again. Lin Xiu believed that with the long time they spent together, the effect of the succubus bloodline for a long time, and the final fatal blow, the two swordsmen would be devoured by him in no time. But what Lin Xiu didn't expect was that due to Xenovia's not reading the air behavior, this time was suddenly brought forward a lot. While choosing a room, Xenovia noticed another church member living in Lin Xiu's house. You're the exiled witch? If I remember correctly, your name is Asia? Upon seeing Asia, Xenovia called her witch without hesitation. Hearing Xenovia addressing Asia's witch, Lin Xiu couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He knew that Xenovia had no ill intentions, she was just a fool, and she just insisted on believing in the church. But one thing is for sure, just because Lin Xiu is not angry, it doesn't mean that Lin Xiu doesn't mind. As expected, for a woman like Xenovia who firmly believes in Church 980, the most appropriate thing to do is to destroy her faith. Just like Asia in the past, as long as their faith is not destroyed, the church will remain an absolutely correct existence in their hearts. Only by destroying their faith can they transform from being vassals of the church into their true selves. Lin Xiu couldn't help but think. Do you know me? Asia's beautiful eyes opened slightly, her expression slightly elegant. Witch. After living here with Lin Xiu for more than 2 months, she almost forgot that she was a witch recognized by the church. Xenovia, I have to correct you on one thing. Asia is not a witch, Lin Xiu said with a smile. As expected, the people in the church need correction. Whether it was Asia, Hailu, Xenovia, or Irina, they were all very reluctant to listen to others before their beliefs were destroyed. Not a witch. If not a witch, why does she have the power to heal demons? Xenovia habitually retorted with the church's explanation. Okay, Mr. Lin Xiu, you don't have to say anymore. I have already accepted the fact that I am a witch. Asia smiled gently and took Lin Xiu's hand. Aisha, whether you are a witch or not, you are the person I like, and even more so my woman. I will not allow others to make foolish attacks on you with wrong ideas. Lin Xiu calmly held down Aisha's hand that was holding his. Bet. Listening to Lin Xiu's words, Asia's emerald eyes gradually filled with tears. When they feel wronged, many adults will appear calm and unmoved. However, when they are separated from the external environment, they will show their weak side in front of their family members. After living together with Lin Xiu for a long time, Aisha has already regarded Lin Xiu as her own family. Aisha was touched by Lin Xiu's behavior of defending her. But, in Xenovia's opinion, this scene was disgusting. Oh, your woman? So, witch Asia, after your spiritual corruption, are you willing to offer your body to the devil? Asia didn't answer Xenovia, she just held Lin Xiu's hand and shed tears of joy. Okay, Asia, although I like the way you cry, I think it's better for you to cry when you serve me at night. Lin Xiu gently touched Asia's red lips and wiped away the tears from the corners of the blonde saint's eyes. Since he had already decided to correct Xenovia and Irina, Lin Xiu had no intention of holding back. Lin Xiu asked while holding Aisha. Xenovia and Irina, let me ask you, was the divine weapon invented by the God of the Bible? Yes, it was indeed God who invented the divine weapon. This is a blessing bestowed upon mankind by God. Xenovia nodded. Then another question. Do you choose the God you obtain? Of course not. Whether humans can obtain the artifact is determined by the Lord's will. Xenovia continued to respond calmly. Then, one last question. She was clearly given this divine weapon, so why is Asia blamed for the artifact being able to heal demons? Lin Xiu's voice was calm as always, but it carried an unquestionable majesty that made Xenovia take a step back. Maybe, the artifact given to her by God couldn't cure demons originally, but because she was an evil person, her artifact could cure demons. Xenovia was still stubborn. Seeing that Gino's client was unwilling to face reality, Xiu curled his lips and continued. You mean, the gods made a mistake? God will not make mistakes, but... Xenovia was overwhelmed for a moment. Seeing that Xenovia was completely at a disadvantage, Irina extended a helping hand. The Lord gave Asia this ability because he wanted to test her, to test the strength of Asia Aldgate's faith. Can she still believe in the Lord and trust in Jah even when her fate is at stake? What she is going through now is what the trial requires. Irina's words were more tactful than Xenovia's. It's a pity that their beliefs were wrong. Lin Xiu glanced at Irina, smiled and shook his head. Irina's faith in the church is even stronger than Xenovia's, CCEH, to the point where she can give a self-consistent explanation. Since this is a trial given to Asia by God, why do you call her a witch before the trial is concluded? Is it just based on the church's decision? Silence. Zenobia and Irina were silent. They really couldn't find any reason to refute it. Now they are caught in a paradox. If the church is not wrong, then God is wrong. But God cannot be wrong, so the church is wrong? Is the church wrong? They didn't dare to think about such things, at least Irina didn't dare to think about such things. Irina was silent, thinking carefully about the conflict between Lin Xiu's logic and the church's logic. But Zenobia is different. Although her belief is not as firm as Irina's, she is the type who sticks to her principles. Since the church hasn't made a decision, and the gods haven't made a decision either, then she is now guilty. Whether you are willing to acknowledge this as a test from God is your business. But we only believe what the church says. Since the church says Asia is a witch, then, in my eyes, she is a witch. Ha ha ha, it seems you won't give up until you see the Yellow River. Lin Xiu chuckled. Zenobia is indeed Zenobia, she won't turn back until she hits the wall. No matter what, you should acknowledge the voice of God in the church, right? Of course. Zenobia and Irina replied at the same time. Okay, Aisha, are you willing to produce evidence that you are recognized by the gods? Lin Xiu looked at Aisha. Yes, I do. Asia's recovery was more resolute than ever. Originally, Asia was unwilling to confront Zenobia and Irina. However, after seeing Lin Xiu arguing for her, Asia felt that she had to respond to Lin Xiu's feelings. Oh, proof of divine approval? Where is it? Zenobia was really interested in what Lin Xiu said. It's on Asia. If you fight Asia, you'll understand. Behind Lin Xiu's villa, Zenobia and Irina took off their white church robes, revealing their perfect curves wrapped in tight black combat uniforms. Irina glanced at the mimic holy sword on her arm and decided to give one last piece of advice. Hey, Lin Xiujun, isn't it just a witch's name? Let's stop calling her Asia the witch, okay? There's no need to make Asia fight us, right? No. Lin Xiu and Zenobia replied at the same time, scaring Irina so much that she took several steps back. I need to make you realize your mistakes, Lin Xiu. I'm also interested in what the blasphemous demon Lin Xiu said, that Asia is recognized by the gods, Zenobia. But, even if you're really interested, Zenobia, you don't have to agree to Lin Xiu's bet, right? Irina was a little overwhelmed. Before the battle, Lin Xiu and Zenobia made a bet. If the evidence Lin Xiu presented was enough to overturn the church's claims, then, she would devote herself to Lin Xiu just like Asia. On the contrary, if it is not enough to prove it, Xiu will act as a life experience against Kirk Ball. Zenobia thought for a few seconds with her not-so-smart brain and agreed to Lin Xiu's conditions. The reason is simple. If what the church tells her is wrong, then doesn't it mean she doesn't need to obey the church's commandments? As a reward for Lin Xiu proving the truth to her, Zenobia didn't mind giving Lin Xiu a chance. Xiu-kun, I remember Saint Asia's ability is healing, right? Why do you want Asia to fight us? After reluctantly taking out the holy sword, Irina asked curiously. Although Irina did not agree with Lin Xiu's statement, in order to take care of Lin Xiu and Asia's feelings, she changed back to the title of Saint Asia. If only Zenobia could be so sensible, then at least the destruction of their faith would be delayed a lot. Irina, it's better for you to see the truth with your own eyes than for me to tell you. Asia? Is everything okay? Yes, Xiu-jun, I will convey your wish as well. Asia's eyes flashed, and a powerful red gold light burst out from her body. Forbidden Hands. The Garden of Love embraced by Holy Dragon Princess. 5 EP Chapter 116. Zenobia and Irina's Shattered Faith, Part 4. Pictured as Asia using the Forbidden Hand, Ong. Enveloped in the crimson gold radiance, Asia's curvy figure was wrapped in pieces of crimson gold armor. A few seconds later, a figure with a slender figure and a slim figure appeared before Zenobia and the others. It was obvious that the wearer was a woman wearing red gold armor. The Garden of Love embraced by the Holy Dragon Princess is a forbidden item for the artifact, Smile of the Virgin Mary. After activating the forbidden skill, Holy Dragon Princess's Garden of Mercy, Asia's already formidable healing abilities were further enhanced. Most importantly, her defense was greatly enhanced, allowing her to unleash an invincible defensive field. In the original story, Asia's Forbidden Hand was awakened when Issei Hyodo's parents were kidnapped by Rizavum. Having just awakened her Forbidden Hand, Asia used the absolute defensive power of the Garden of Love embraced by the Holy Dragon Princess to block all of Li Zevim's attacks. You know, no matter how weak Li Zevim is, he is still a transcendent. At least he has the experience of a super demon king. With her newly awakened Forbidden Hand, she can defend against attacks from those who transcend. Even if Asia's Forbidden Hand has no offensive power, her invincible defensive power alone is enough to make her stand out from the crowd. As for Lin Xiu, Asia's Forbidden Hand was not awakened because of the explosion of her spiritual power to protect others. Asia's Forbidden Move, Pure, 160, is the result of Lin Xiu's resource accumulation and Asia's hard training. In the original plot, Asia's Forbidden Hand armor was golden, but the Asia in front of Lin Xiu was wearing red gold armor. The reason is very simple. In the original story, Asia's Forbidden Hand was called the Holy Dragon Princess's Garden of Mercy, because it was blessed by the Golden Dragon King Fafnir. But now, Asia did not establish any exchange panties for the Dragon King's help contract with Fafnir, so the color of her Forbidden Hand armor became a red gold color that was a combination of Lin Xiu's Red Dragon Emperor, and Asia's own holy power. There is no doubt that the dragon soul of the true Red Dragon Emperor, who has surpassed the Tianlong, is much stronger than the Golden Dragon Lord Fafnir, who is the Dragon King. In other words, Ixie's upper limit will be much higher than in the original plot. Not to mention the future, even if it's just Asia right now, she's an existence that many people will never be able to catch up with in their entire lives. Boom. A burst of crimson gold spiritual energy, just pure spiritual energy, blew Xenovia and Irina dozens of meters away. This strength. Demon King level? How is that even possible? Xenovia was surprised by Asia's strength. The strength of the Church's Holy Sword users is roughly at the upper demon level, and this is the combat power after adding the Holy Sword. In terms of combat power alone, the vast majority of Holy Sword users have not reached the upper demon level. Even though her Holy Sword of Destruction is quite special and can unleash the sword light of the highest level demon, she is still far from being a match for the Demon King level master. Compared to the previous generation of Durandal users, she is still far behind. But strength alone can't convince me. Come out, Durandal. Ka. Space shattered, and a magnificent blue holy sword wrapped in gold rims tore through the void. The next second, Xenovia pulled the holy sword out from thin air and presented it directly to Asia as a greeting gift. Boom. Pure having sensed Asia's strength, Xenovia had no intention of holding back. Boom. Without Asia dodging, the violent holy sword aura instantly enveloped her. The earth was torn apart and the ground was blown away, but the golden armor on the bed standing on the earth remained intact. A dozen seconds later, Asia's figure reappeared within the scarlet gold domain. Compared to before, Asia's figure has not changed at all. In Xenovia's surprised eyes, Asia said calmly, "Miss Xenovia, you're wrong. What I want to show is not power, but the possibilities of the artifact system. If you say that bestowing me with a divine weapon and then leaving me homeless is a test given to me by the Lord God, then, does this already evolved artifact mean that the gods wish to see my progress? Otherwise, the gods could have completely cut off the possibility of my artifact evolving, right?" Humph. Flimsy arguments. Irina, what are you still looking at? Are you bewitched by this man? If I'm not mistaken, the blasphemous demon Lin Xiu has reincarnated the witch Aisha into a demon. With the holy sword's properties, as long as we can leave a scar on her, we will win. Here it comes. Although Irina felt that Lin Xiu would help her even if Xenovia was defeated, it was indeed not a good idea to slack off in front of Xenovia. While her companions were fighting, she was slacking off. As a good girl who had received a good education in the church, Irina would never do such a thing to betray her companions. Shu-kun, I apologize to you for Xenovia's disrespect. But a fight is a fight. I have to go help Genovich first. Well, go ahead, Irina. Anyway, whether you go or not, you can't defeat Asia. Lin Xiu smiled and nodded. Mr. Lin Xiu is truly a man who doesn't understand romance. Irina puffed up her cheeks. She hoped to hear something like, be careful when fighting, rather than something discouraging like, you definitely can't win. Xenovia, here I come. After a light shout, the Ili army joined the battle, dancing the holy sword of form, like the Changshan serpent. Ajajajajaj. The sound of metal clashing continued to ring out, and the slender holy sword of mimicry and the stout Durandal kept bombarding Asia's forbidden hand armor. Faced with the forbidden hand armor that even Transcendents find difficult to break, Xenovia and Irina felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. How did Asia become so strong all of a sudden? I feel like even Kirkbal, the 10-winged fallen angel, can't break Asia's defenses? Irina muttered to herself. Irina and Xenovia are very close and work well together. The biggest problem is, it can't be broken at all. Asia's defense was too strong. The red gold barrier between them and Asia was like a natural moat. However, even so, Xenovia did not give up. Irina, we're going to use a roaming tactic next. Normally, the artifact user's restraint won't last long. As long as we can hold out until her time runs out, we'll win. After he finished speaking, the frequency of their attacks decreased rapidly, and their tactics became mainly focused on delaying time and protecting themselves. Seeing that they were still stubborn, Lin Xiu shook his head. Asia, since the forbidden method can't convince them, we have to try another method. Well, I understand, Shu Jun. Originally, Asia had hoped to convince Xenovia with just the forbidden hand. Although beating someone into submission is one method, Asia is well aware that for those obsessed with the church, even if they are physically beaten into submission, their spirit will never yield. The only way to truly defeat them is to conquer their hearts. The red gold armor turned into a point of light and dissipated. Asia stood there with her hands in a prayer position. 8 white angel wings slowly opened from behind Asia, and white feathers filled the entire sky. What? After seeing Asia's angel wings, Xenovia stopped in her tracks, her eyes filled with disbelief. How is that possible? The witch Asia, who they thought had been reincarnated as a devil, actually grew angel wings. Well, the strength of 8 wings is pretty good. Lin Xiu still recognized Asia's current strength. Generally speaking, the stronger the luck of the person who absorbs the extraordinary chess piece, the greater the increase will be. Asia is worthy of being one of the heroines of the story. More than a month ago, after absorbing the second-order exceptional chess piece, Asia directly grew 6 angel wings, and her strength was also upgraded from the intermediate demon after absorbing ordinary chess pieces to the advanced demon level. After more than a month in the DxD world, more than half a year in the copy world, Asia's wings increased to 8, and her strength has been upgraded to the highest level of demon. Seeing this, Lin Xiu nodded with satisfaction. At her current rate of growth, Asia should be able to grow into a 10-winged angel within a month, 5 months in the dungeon world. With a little effort, even 12 wings wouldn't be a dream. Xenovia's sighed. Ever since she saw Asia grow angel wings, she could no longer lift the holy sword in her hand. Could it be that the blasphemous demon Lin Xiu is using an illusion? Have we fallen into an illusion controlled by him? Xenovia looked unwilling to accept the fact. No, Miss Xenovia, you should know clearly that these are angel wings. Asia raised her fair little hand, and the pure holy power slowly condensed. After witnessing Asia using the holy power, Xenovia instantly lost all her strength and collapsed to the ground. Irina's situation was not much better. With her mind lost, the girl's watery pupils kept trembling, and the holy sword of mimicry in her hand also returned to its original form. These are indeed angel wings, and the power in your hands is indeed holy power, but how is this possible? Xenovia's holy sword fell to the ground, and she held her head with both hands, crouching in a defensive posture with her hands on her head. Seeing this, Lin Xiu glanced at their luggage and then stretched out her hand towards their luggage. Swoosh, in the distance, a holy cross containing divine power was pulled out by Lin Xiu from the luggage of the two people. Irina, this should be the communication bus you use to communicate with the church? Huh? How did you know that, Shujun? And why did you take out the cross? Irina tilted her head at first, then she understood what Lin Xiu meant. Could it be that, Lin Shujun, you want to? Yes, I will contact the church directly. In front of Xenovia and Irina, Lin Xiu sent a communication to the church through reverse operation. Chapter 117. Saint Sister Griselda, I want the church to continue sending me beautiful girls, Part 1. Beep beep beep. A dozen seconds later, the holy cross flashed with light and the call was connected. Lin Xiu. Are you the person in charge of the church? Lin Xiu got straight to the point. Church. Yes, I am the church liaison, you are. The staff member who answered the phone was very confused. This fluctuation and this voice were obviously different from the holy sword user who had contacted her before. Could it be that they lost the communicator? Or is it worse, that they have been captured by the enemy? Lin Xiu. I am Lin Xiu Leviathan, the quasi-demon king of the underworld. Now, I want to talk to you about something that only a demon king level being is qualified to know. Are you qualified to know and handle this? If not, please hand the communicator over to someone who is qualified to know and handle this. Lin Xiu knew exactly how to talk to customer service. Just put forward your request directly, and then ask if they have the authority to solve the problem. If they do, solve the problem. If not, report it to the higher authorities. Church. Lin Xiu Leviathan. You are that blasphemous demon. What happened to the church's holy sword user? Lin Xiu. There are some things you have no right to know. Church. Church. Okay, I understand. I will immediately look for a qualified teaching leader who can connect with you. Mr. Lin Xiu, why did you contact the church? Irina frowned slightly. She didn't understand what Lin Xiu wanted to do. Why? To tell you something you already know, of course. Hearing this, Asia pursed her red lips slightly and recalled herself at 22 not long ago. She felt that she had guessed what Lin Xiu was going to do next. Should I go and help Lin Shujun run a bath first? Asia thought seriously. Soon, the connection was reconnected. This time it was no longer the voice of a young girl, but the voice of a much more mature woman. Church. Hello, Master Lin Xiu Leviathan. I am Griselda, a saint sister of the church. May I ask why you are contacting us through the communication device of the church's holy sword user? Griselda? Hearing this name, Lin Xiu's mind popped up relevant information. Griselda, full name Greta. In the original plot, she served as an exorcist for the church and was a strong person who could be ranked among the top 5 female exorcists. Saint Sister Griselda was a strict person. She was very sharp-tongued and would scold anyone who showed no respect for others. In the early church, Griselda was the only one who could make Xenovia lose face, and she was also one of the few people who could control Diorio, the user of the god-destroying Thunder Prison. Later, after the angels also obtained the reincarnation technology of the demons, Griselda was reincarnated as a reincarnated angel under Gabriel, with the position of Q. Before reincarnation, she was Irina's boss and also Xenoa's senior at the church headquarters. Since Gabriel sued as Hearts and Griselda herself as the Queen, Griselda is known as the Queen of Hearts. Griselda is very powerful and plays a significant role even in the later plot. As the bishop of the Diorio team, she participated in a large number of international competitions attended by god-level masters. Anyone who can participate in the international Raying Game competition is the absolute elite of each force. There is no doubt that Griselda holds a very important position in the church and is indeed qualified to negotiate with Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu. Griselda, if I remember correctly, you watched Xenovia grow up since she was a child. You should be considered Xenovia's adoptive mother, right? Griselda. Lin Xiu Leviathan, is this the question you want to ask me? Lin Xiu. You should know what I want to ask you. Do you want me to ask you more clearly? Okay, then I'll ask more clearly. Why did the church send these holy sword masters to carry out the mission of reclaiming the holy sword from the fallen angel Kirkbal? Such a mission is almost impossible to survive. Griselda. Because this is the responsibility of the Holy Sword Master. The church needs to respond to the theft of the Holy Sword, but cannot provoke a war. Therefore, sending the Holy Sword Master is the most appropriate. Huh? Even if Zenobia was dumb, she still figured it out. Didn't they say they were sent out because the church couldn't mobilize enough experts? But judging from the conversation between Lin Xiu and Griselda, it seems that's not the case. Lin Xiu glanced at the adorably clumsy Zenobia and continued. Lin Xiu. So, this is why you watched your adopted daughter die. Griselda. This mission isn't a suicide mission, there's still hope for survival. Furthermore, I can't stop the church from requiring a Holy Sword Master to fulfill their responsibilities. Griselda's words completely confirmed the church's stance, causing Zenobia and Irina to fall completely silent. However, the next second, Lin Xiu's words made the two of them raise their heads instantly. Lin Xiu. Since the church has decided to use the Holy Sword Master in exchange for stability and peace, how about giving it to me directly? Griselda. Lin Xiu. The minimum requirement for the church to send them is that they destroy the Holy Sword. If that's the case, I will destroy the Holy Sword on their behalf. However, in return, please treat them as if they were dead, because they will become my people. After a long silence, Griselda continued. Griselda. Master Lin Xiu, if I'm not mistaken, you're willing to help because Irina is your childhood sweetheart, right? Indeed, if you take action, even if you cannot defeat Kirkbal, you can still take the Holy Sword back from him. However, I'm sorry that I cannot agree to your request. If you are truly willing to help them, I am willing to personally reward you for your efforts. I really appreciate your willingness to help them. However, they have been living in the church for so many years. It would be better for them to continue living in the church in the future. Griselda was very happy that Zenobia and the others had met Lin Xiu, but she still didn't want them to stay with Lin Xiu. As a holy nun of the church, it is only natural that she would not want the church's holy sword user to be with the devil. However, Lin Xiu is not the kind of person who values material rewards. Lin Xiu. You disagree. What if I tell them that they've learned something they shouldn't know and can no longer return to the church? Griselda. What information? Could you please tell me in detail, Master Lin Xiu? Griselda suddenly had a bad feeling. Lin Xiu. They already know the information that the gods are dead, Lin Xiu said calmly. Zenobia. Irina. Griselda. Griselda was completely numb. Lin Xiu said they already knew that the gods were dead? But judging by their reactions, they clearly just found out. If you say that to her face, you won't even act anymore, right? Shu-kun. What did you just say? Irina immediately threw herself on Lin Xiu, looking at her with an eager look. I say the God of the Bible is dead. I have proven this to you many times. Why am I immune to the holy power even though I'm a demon? Why can I use the holy sword even though I'm a demon? Why is it that Asia, having become a witch, can continue to refine her artifacts? Why was Asia able to become an angel even though she was expelled from the church? All of this is because the God of the Bible is dead. Lin Xiu's voice was like the pronouncement of a court of justice, completely sentencing the two people's beliefs to death. Dong. Dong. After two loud thuds, Zenobia and Irina knelt on the ground, their clean black combat uniforms stained with weeds and dirt. Griselda. Lord Leviathan, what did you just say? Griselda asked hurriedly. She seemed to have heard something extraordinary from Lin Xiu just now. At this moment, Griselda no longer cared whether Zenobia and Irina knew that the god was dead. Compared to these two people, Lin Xiu's words are undoubtedly more important. Griselda. If I heard correctly, you just said, Asia became an angel? Is the Asia you're talking about the Saint Asia you took in? The church has strict control over its saints, so the church now knows that Lin Xiu has taken in Asia and a large number of saints. But, Zhang Lushengui took in the saint girl. Why did Lin Xiu say that Asia was reincarnated as an angel? Lin Xiu. You heard it right, Asia has indeed become an angel. Griselda. But, how is that possible? After the death of the god, the reincarnation pool in heaven almost stopped working, and can only barely maintain the number of angels. Asia has never been to heaven, so how could she become an angel? Griselda could only think of one answer to this question. A few seconds later, she heard the answer from Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu. Because. Me, Griselda, because, you. Lin Xiu. That's right, because of me. You should know that my pure-blooded Leviathan bloodline is a mutation. Griselda. Yes, the church's leaders attributed your invulnerability to the holy sword to a mutation. However, everyone knows this is just a lie to temporarily reassure people. It's understandable that he's not harmed by holy power, but it's inexplicable that he can wield a holy sword as a demon. It is precisely because of the inexplicable nature of this that the church gave Lin Xiu the title of blasphemous demon. This title is actually more like a disclaimer of non-responsibility. Anyway, our church doesn't know what happened to Lin Xiu. Since he's a blasphemer, it's normal for him to do things that violate the teachings. Lin Xiu. Since my physique can mutate, then why can't my chess pieces mutate as well? Griselda. Chess piece mutation? Are you saying, you used the chess piece to transform Sia into an angel? Grahan's voice became a little louder. For anyone in the church, this is a fantasy. Lin Xiu. I know what you're thinking. You want me to lend the chess piece to the celestial realm for research, right? Give up. I won't lend the chess piece to the celestial realm for research. Griselda. Griselda was speechless. If he didn't want to lend it to her, why did he bring it up in front of her? Lin Xiu. Don't misunderstand me. I won't lend out chess pieces, but that doesn't mean I won't allow you to reincarnate angels again. As long as the heavens continue to send me beautiful girls like Zenobia and Irina who suit my taste, I am willing to reincarnate them as angels in front of the heavens. Lin Xiu's meaning is very simple. Send the person I want to my bed, and I can help the heavens demonstrate the process of reincarnation. Griselda. Chapter 118. The Test of the God of the Bible, the so-called Son of the World, Part 2. Pictured. Zenobia and Irina. Nowadays, Lin Xiu's body strength has been upgraded to the Demon King level, and when using Tyrannosaurus, he can maintain the strength of the Super Demon King level. Coupled with his powerful immortality and the unimpeded incarnation of God Vamana, as long as he is not facing an existence beyond the level of the main gods such as Orpheus or the Red Dragon God Emperor, Lin Xiu is confident that he can escape unscathed. What's more, the heavens don't have the fighting power of the main god level. Normally, the 12-winged seraphim in heaven only had Super Demon King level combat power. Even if 4 seraphim attacked together, Lin Xiu was confident that he could take on 4 alone. Normally, with the strength of these seraphim, they would not be able to protect the legacy of the Bible supplement. Now, the reason why the scope of belief in the God of the Bible can still be preserved is entirely because the 4 great seraphim have adopted an extremely conservative strategy. First, block the news of the death of the God of the Bible, so that other pantheons will think that the God of the Bible is still alive. Secondly, they no longer actively expand their faith, but choose to shrink it. High-level angels rarely go out and all stay in the safest heaven. Finally, all beings that have an impact on faith must be expelled. For example, Asia, considering that she can heal the demon's injuries, the church can only deprive her of her sainthood and expel her. It can be said that all the efforts of the current world forces are simply to keep the forces created by the God of the Bible continuing to exist. That's all, because the current heaven is already doing its best just to maintain its existence. Faced with a celestial realm that could only defend but not actively attack, Lin Xiu acted a little too presumptuous. Anyway, even if the God of the Bible left some backup plan, it would probably be something that can only be used when the heaven is about to be destroyed, so there is no need to worry at all. Perhaps because Lin Xiu's words and desires were too pure, it took Griselda a while to react. Griselda. Sorry, Lord Leviathan, this isn't something I can decide. Please wait a moment. I'll help you activate the fast track and quickly contact the important figures who can make decisions on matters like 950. Faced with such a major incident, even Griselda could only transform herself into a customer service representative and help Lin Xiu find someone who could handle the matter. Not long after, a gentle male voice came from the Holy Cross. Michael. Hello, Master Lin Xiu, I am Michael, currently presiding over the Heaven Realm. It is an honor to speak with you. In fact, long before you showed your ability to be unaffected by the Holy Sword, the Celestial Realm had already planned to contact you. Lin Xiu. Oh, really? Then why hasn't the Heaven Realm taken any concrete action so far? Lin Xiu was not surprised that Michael intended to contact him. After all, he was a rare individual who was not affected by the holy power. What really puzzled him was that Zechariah's attitude towards him seemed a little too respectful. Michael. In order to avoid making a mistake, if the Celestial Realm proactively contacts a single individual unaffected by the holy power, it will inevitably cause trouble for both parties. You will be considered disloyal to the Demon Clan, and the Celestial Realm will be considered compromising with blasphemers. But now, since you have demonstrated the power to reincarnate an angel, that is a different matter. Master Lin Xiu, are you free to come to the Heaven Realm in the near future? There is a very important matter in the Heaven Realm that requires your attention. Lin Xiu. Me? Coming to heaven? Are you kidding me? Lin Xiu really didn't expect that Michael would actually invite him to heaven. Michael. Master Lin Xiu, I'm not kidding. If I just had something to tell you, I certainly wouldn't be inviting you to the heavens in person. But the current situation is that there are some things that can only be confirmed by you coming to the heaven. Lin Xiu. Confirm? Michael asked me to go to heaven. What did you want to confirm from me? The next second, the system prompt sounded in Lin Xiu's head, CCEC. Byte. Congratulations to the host for triggering the stage-type plot mission, the test of the God of the Bible. Quest level. Gold right-pointing arrow color. Task description. Before his death, the God of the Bible had done his best to arrange his affairs after his death. Among them, the most important thing is that his wife is looking for the next son of the world, in the Dod world. In order to fight against powerful invaders, the DxD world must give birth to its own child of the world. Moreover, he cannot be an ordinary son of the world, but must be a son of the world with the ability to not be bound by the world. For this reason, the God of the Bible, before his death, pushed for changes to the rules of the DxD world and even established a special identification system in the heavens, so that when a child of the world who met his requirements was born in the DxD world in the future, he could promptly identify them. Task requirements. Complete the test of the God of the Bible. The test is carried out in stages. Every time you complete a test related to the battle, you can enter a lucky draw. A test from the God of the Bible. Lin Xiu now understood why Michael respected him so much. But, is it possible for me to pass the test of the God of the Bible? I shouldn't be the child of the world of the DxD world, right? At most, I am the child of the world of the Apocalypse world and the world of Akame / Because the qualification of the son of the world in the Apocalypse World, and the Akame Kill World, was obtained by collecting all the heroines. Lin Xiu did not think that he was the son of the world in the DxD world now. Ding. As long as it is a task issued by the host has the possibility of completing it. The host is indeed not the child of the world of the DxD world, but the host still has the qualifications to take the test. I see. Then let's go to the heaven. After finding out the reason why Michael asked him to go to heaven in person, Lin Xiu did not hesitate any longer and immediately agreed to Michael's request. Michael. Do you agree? Thank you so much for your understanding and trust. After this incident, no matter what the outcome, you will be the eternal friend of heaven. Lin Xiu. Forever friends. Do you in heaven have the habit of giving your friends the nickname, blasphemer? Michael. I'm sorry, Master Lin Xiu, you should know that I have to do this in order to maintain the belief system left by the god, Michael said with a wry smile. Lin Xiu. Of course I know, that's why I'm willing to come to the heaven, isn't it? So, that's what happened. Asia and Olivia, I'll leave these two in your care while I head to the heavens. As fellow church members, please get along well with each other. After giving a brief explanation to Asia and Olivia, Lin Xiu took a step forward and left home. At Lin Xiu's house, Zenobia and Irina lay on the sofa, their minds in a mess. There's no way, the amount of knowledge they received today is simply too much. Lin Xiu, this blasphemous demon, has many violations of doctrine, but forget about that. This is something that has already spread in the church, and they have been mentally prepared for it. But, what the hell is, God is dead, and how can Asia be reincarnated as an angel? Did the church's leaders seem to know that the god was dead? Furthermore, they even deliberately sent them on missions that would result in their deaths? The accumulation of so much unbearable information caused the two girls who believed in God to collapse. Asia and Olivia looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. Leave it to them. What can they do? The after-effects of the collapse of faith after knowing that the gods are dead are too strong. Oh, Miss Olivia, I have an idea. Asia seemed to suddenly remember something and whispered something in Olivia's ear. Oh, so that's how it is. Indeed, this method works. Soon, in front of Irina and Zenobia, Asia and Olivia placed their hands in prayer position, closed their eyes, and recited the scriptures. The Lord said, "Let there be light," and there was light. God created man in his own image, in the image of God he created him. Male and female he created them. God formed man from dust from the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living being. Call for a stall. A man shall leave his father and mother and be united to his wife, and they shall become one flesh. Abram believed in the Lord, and the Lord counted it to him for righteousness. The Lord said to Moses, "Iamwhoiam." And he said, "Thus you shall say to the Israelites, Iam has sent me to you. This blood shall be a sign for you on the houses where you are. When I see the blood, I will pass over you, and no plague will come upon you to destroy you when I strike the land of Egypt. You shall have no other gods before the Lord, and no one shall take the Lord's name in vain, for the Lord will not hold him guiltless who takes his name in vain." The ethereal and sacred sound of Bible readings filled the room. Listening to the familiar biblical text, Irina and Zenobia's gazes gradually recovered from their distracted state. The reason they recovered was not because they were moved by the two and regained their faith. Mainly because these Bible passages were actually read out by Asia. Does this former saint named Asia still maintain her faith in the gods even now? Ms. Asia, are you trying to tell us something by chanting the Bible? Zenobia asked, trying to muster some energy. Well, you two should be familiar with my situation, right? Asia smiled with utmost gentleness and tolerance. Being deceived by the devil, expelled from the church, and even targeted by fallen angels, this is what I experienced not long ago. But, after going through all this, I still maintain my faith in God. Even if the God is dead, so what? The God's church and ideals are undoubtedly correct. As believers, we must pass on this legacy. Asia's words left the two of them silent for a long time, and after a while, they sighed. I didn't expect Saint Asia to be so open-minded and strong. Knowing that the gods are gone and still regaining faith, I can't do that. Zenobia was moved by Asia's spirit and changed back to the title of Saint Asia. Hearing this, Asia shook her head. How can I possibly accomplish something this difficult by myself? It was Shu Jun who helped me regain this faith. It was Shu Jun who filled my empty body and soul and helped me find a new direction in life. Asterisk. Zenobia frowned. What did she hear? Aisha said that Lin Xiu filled the emptiness in her body and soul? Filling the soul is easy, but what about filling the body? Chapter 119. The way to fill the girl's emptiness, meeting Michael, third update. Pictured as Irina, Zenobia is rather stupid and slow, her brain is not flexible. But Irina was different. She understood Asia's meaning immediately, and her fair face gradually turned rosy. Love. Asia, you haven't done that with Lin Xiujun? Yes, that's right, Shu Jun is very gentle, but also very powerful. Asia caressed her cheeks with both hands, recalling the wonderful feeling she had when she was having S*X with Lin Xiu. Sure enough, she really liked the feeling of Lin Xiu's symbiont soaking in her body. It gave her an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and security, making her feel like she was a living being. Wait, Asia. Looking at Asia's dreamy eyes, Irina remembered something. Shu Jun asked for us from the church. Could she be planning to do the same to us? Of course, isn't this as it should be? Who asked Lin Xiu to be such a lustful boy? Asia responded with a smile. After hearing Asia's explosive speech, Irina buried her head in the sofa. However, even so, the rest of her exposed skin became unusually rosy. Considering that she couldn't go back to the church, Irina didn't object too much. Originally, when she saw the video of Lin Xiu's wedding robbery in the church, she had already given up the idea of developing any further relationship with Lin Xiu. Who could have thought that things would develop in this direction? When she thought about what kind of taboo combination would occur between Lin Xiu, the devilish boy, and her, the holy girl from the church, Irina's already lustful little brain became even more corrupted. If Irina's head is yellow, then Xenovia's head is, the vast earth is white. Irina and Asia, what are you talking about? I don't understand a single word. Hearing this, Irina stood up with a red face and explained in a self-deprecating manner. Really, Xenovia, why are you so stupid? Don't you understand why Lin Xiu asked the church for us? Of course, it's because he's attracted to your plump, cow-like body. Xenovia was silent for a few seconds, then nodded. I see. Lin Xiu Leviathan, you want to mate with me? Mating. Mating. Xenovia, how can you say such a thing so easily? Irina found that although Xenovia was stupid, she was even more outspoken than her in some aspects. Xenovia continued to speak to herself. Indeed, considering he doesn't need my power as a holy sword master, his greatest desire is my body. However, considering that Lin Xiu Leviathan took over our originally fatal mission, repaying him with our bodies is also a pretty good plan. In that case, Irina, why are you so shy? Xenovia really didn't understand why Irina reacted so strongly. You, HMPH, stupid Xenovia won't understand my feelings. Irina tilted her head, crossed her arms, and swung her dazzling twin ponytails vigorously. Of course it's because Miss Irina has liked Shu-kun from the beginning, right? Asia added with a smile. Oh, so that's how it is. Are you shy because you like her? It seems that I need to be more shy when facing Lin Xiu Leviathan. Otherwise, how can I show my gratitude to him? Xenovia was indeed very grateful to Lin Xiu. She was grateful to Lin Xiu for stopping them from carrying out the dangerous mission, and she was also grateful to Lin Xiu for telling them the truth. Xenovia, if you act shy just out of gratitude, Lin Xiu won't like it, Asia reminded her. Don't worry. In my opinion, since Lin Xiu is willing to ask the heavens for someone directly, it means that Lin Xiu must like you. So, you just need to show your true selves. Asia gave advice as a senior. Is that so? What you like is really profound, huh? Xenovia stroked her chin and nodded, seeming to understand. But, go ahead, I'm also quite satisfied with Lin Xiu Leviathan's appearance and strength. If I have S*X with him for the first time, he will definitely give me a wonderful first night. Irina was stunned by Xenovia's almost unscrupulous words. Virgin. Virgin Knight. Xenovia, how can you say such a word when you are still a pure girl? Irina asked stutteringly. Huh? Why can't I say it? Irina and I are both virgins. Shouldn't the knight a virgin has S*X with a man for the first time be called her first knight? Xenovia replied in surprise. Irina was completely speechless. She realized that trying to explain emotional issues to Xenovia was simply humiliating. Papa, two soft slapping sounds attracted the attention of the two people. Saint Olivia ended the conversation with a smile. Well, my two masters of the holy swords, haven't you noticed the problem that you should have noticed most? What's the problem? Irina and Xenovia both looked up at the silver-haired Saint Olivia. Even though the god has passed away, his will and those who can inherit it still exist. In my opinion, Master Lin Xiu, who possesses the power of revelation, is unaffected by divine power, and can even reincarnate humans into angels, is the holy son chosen by the gods. Holy son? But, isn't Lin Xiu a devil? Irina frowned slightly. But how can a demon have the ability to reincarnate a human into an angel? Lady Irina, in your eyes, is Lady Lin Xiu just a devil? Olivia's smile was playful. Irina realized something and immediately retorted. No, of course not. Shujun is the most special person to me. Irina argued loudly with a red face. Since they are the most special existence, then it is normal for them to be the only parent and child, right? That's perfectly normal. However, even if Lin Xiu isn't the holy son, I'd still be happy to be by his side. As she spoke, Irina lowered her head, which had been held high, again out of embarrassment. Thanks to Asia and Olivia's efforts, Xenovia and Irina both accepted the fact that they would become Lin Xiu's people. Oh, by the way, I remembered 10 things. Asia suddenly burst out with amazing wisdom and said with a smile. Miss Xenovia and Miss Irina, since you have decided to devote yourselves to Lin Xiu, would you like to try my idea? Irina. What's your idea? Asia. That's it. While the girls in the church were having a heart-to-heart talk, Lin Xiu had already arrived in heaven. Michael was wondering why Lin Xiu only asked him for a coordinate and then told him to wait. The next second, he saw Lin Xiu flashing to the 7th heaven. How is that possible? Even though Michael was knowledgeable, he couldn't help but be surprised by the miracles Lin Xiu showed. This is the 7th heaven. Even if he gave the coordinates, it would be impossible to reach here using only teleportation techniques. Not to mention teleportation, even gods from other pantheons with spatial powers wouldn't be able to enter heaven so easily. This is the heaven. It's just like what I imagined, filled with divine power and light. Lin Xiu released his aura wantonly while gazing at the extremely brilliant seventh heaven. I see, these techniques can't be listed like this. Through the eye of data, Lin Xiu understood many techniques on the surface of the seventh heaven. Of course, this is just the surface. Even if Lin Xiu's skill in magic has almost reached the pinnacle at the Demon King level, it is impossible for him to see through all the magic techniques arranged by the God of the Bible. However, Lin Xiu also benefited a lot just by understanding these surface techniques. If he could learn all the techniques in the seventh heaven, Lin Xiu even suspected that he could become a being beyond the level of the main god by relying on the techniques. Soon, Michael came in front of Lin Xiu, who was releasing his aura wantonly. Lord Lin Xiu, could you please restrain your aura a little? If the news that there is a demon above the seventh heaven who is wantonly releasing his aura spreads throughout the heaven, it will cause great chaos, Michael asked with a wry smile. Just as Michael said, attracted by Lin Xiu's aura, 3 emissaries with 12 golden wings were leading 10 groups of high-level emissaries flying towards them. Of course, no problem, I'm just doing this to get you to come see me as soon as possible. Lin Xiu glanced at Michael, whose face was filled with bitterness, and retracted his breath. Okay, Michael, can you tell me now what it is that you want to talk to me about in person? Master Lin Xiu, to be honest, it's not me who wants to meet you, but the Almighty Lord. Lord Almighty, what does he want from me? Lin Xiu nodded subtly. Is it omnipotent? If it is really omnipotent, how could it fail? Master Lin Xiu, please follow me. Michael stretched out his hand and guided Lin Xiu on the way. Following Michael's guidance, Lin Xiu and the other 3 seraphim came to the core area of the seventh heaven together. In the deepest part of the seventh heaven, Lin Xiu saw a golden ball of light surrounded by an orbital ring. The energy fluctuations released from this golden ball of light were quite astonishing, surpassing the main god level and reaching the sub-dragon god level. Master Lin Xiu, what you are about to hear is top secret. Please keep this secret even after you leave the heavens. Well, I know, just tell me directly. Lin Xiu continued to look at the surrounding techniques. The techniques here are much more advanced than those outside, and basically surpass the level of the main god. This technique surpassed the main god level, and with Lin Xiu's current knowledge and technique level, he couldn't understand it for the time being. However, even though he couldn't understand it, Lin Xiu still faithfully recorded it. Michael sighed and said solemnly, Master Lin Xiu, you should know that the god has passed away. And this is the legacy that the god has left to this world. Michael pointed to the golden jewel in the center. The golden gem radiated eternal brilliance, calmly releasing the ultimate sacred vibration. Chapter 120. The Bloodline of the God of the Bible, the Spear that Penetrates the World, Part 4. The golden gem blooms with eternal brilliance, calmly releasing the ultimate sacred fluctuations. In the face of this supremely holy light, even a Demon King level devil would be swiftly annihilated within a few minutes. And this is the effect when the golden gem has not fully exploded. Seeing that Lin Xiu was not affected at all even by this golden jade, Michael nodded with satisfaction. Master Lin Xiu, this precious jade is called the Supreme Jade, and it is the essence of power left behind by the god after his death. As long as you can gain the recognition of this Supreme Jade, you can obtain the legacy of the god and become the de facto ruler of the heavens. Lin Xiu gave Michael a speechless look. Isn't it just the Lord of Heaven? What's so exciting about it? From this point alone, it can be seen that Sele's vision is at least 2 or 3 stages behind the broken god of the Bible. From the system's description, it can be seen that the god of the Bible is thinking about the entire world, which is much higher than the realm of the Lord of Heaven in Michael's mind. What do I need to do? Lin Xiu asked. You just put your hand on this device. Michael debugged the console, and on the console, a small light ball that was almost identical to the large light ball in the circular orbit gradually appeared from a virtual state. What a convenient device. Lin Xiu had a sense of déjà vu that he was testing his spiritual roots in the world of immortal cultivation. The next second, just one step forward, Lin Xiu came to the control console several meters away from him and stretched out his hand towards the small ball of light. Buzz. The moment it touched Lin Xiu, the small golden ball of light burst into an unprecedented sacred brilliance. At the same time, Lin Xiu seemed to hear a gentle female voice coming from the horizon. Found it. Finally found it. Although time is very urgent, but I can only ask you for help. Buzz. After touching the golden ball of light, the core area of the seventh heaven was completely covered with golden light. Lin Xiu, along with the 4 seraphim beside him, were all immersed in a sea of holy power. The holy jade has responded. The god has made his choice. Feeling the power of the god of the Bible and recalling the fact that the god of the Bible was dead, the 4 seraphim shed tears of both emotion and sadness. Lin Xiu sighed. The moment Lin Xiu heard the female voice, he heard the system prompt tone. Ding. Detected that the host is absorbing the sacred bloodline. Do you want to absorb it? As expected, if one obtains the approval of the god of the Bible, one can inherit the power of the god of the Bible. System. Will there be any harm after absorbing it? Will it be invaded by the Bible key or something like that? Although Lin Xiu believed that the god of the Bible was a kind deity, he still had to be on guard. Ding. All power absorbed by the host will be processed by the system. After processing, the sacred bloodline and the demonic bloodline will no longer conflict with each other, nor will they have any connection with the god of the Bible. The host can freely use the power of both. However, if the host wishes to fuse the 2 powers of holy and demon, the host needs to practice diligently. Is that so? Then absorb it, since there is no harm in it. Lin Xiu always accepts everyone who comes. Ding. Absorption successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the bloodline of the God of the Bible, Remnant, Gold. The bloodline of the God of the Bible, Remnant. The bloodline essence gathered from the dead God of the Bible can only reproduce a trace of the glory of the God of the Bible. However, even if it is just a trace of the blood of the God of the Bible, it is enough to help later generations gain a physique capable of fighting against the masters of the main God level. Note. Angels, in a sense, are a side topic of the God of the Bible. The bloodline of the God of the Bible is actually the evolved form of the angelic bloodline. Ding. Having obtained the bloodline of the God of the Bible, the host's essence has been enhanced, and his strength has been raised to Intermediate Demon King. Is it just a gold-level bloodline? The God of the Bible is a bit poor, isn't he? Since it wasn't a system reward, Lin Xiu had anticipated that the God of the Bible wouldn't have much remaining power. After all, if there really was enough power left, the God of the Bible would not have died. If it can improve my strength a little bit, it's worth it. As for the fusion of holy and demonic power, before my strength reaches a bottleneck, I will focus on improving my individual strength. Rather than displaying a stronger combat power at the same level, Lin Xiu preferred to improve his own realm as quickly as possible. He could wait until his strength reached a bottleneck before working on achieving invincibility at the same level. The other side. In full view of everyone, a small golden ball of light floated up directly from the console, transformed into a ball of light and merged into Lin Xiu's body. The four seraphs. The four seraphim were shocked, and the next second, Lin Xiu was also startled by the voice in his head and opened his eyes. Young man, it's amazing that you can absorb my power perfectly. No matter what, you are indeed my only choice. Even if there is such a small mistake, I have no choice but to continue the test. An ethereal female voice sounded in Lin Xiu's mind, and Lin Xiu's expression became more subtle. Lin Xiu. You. The God of the Bible. Saint. No, I am merely a test system set up by the God of the Bible for future generations. The real him is long gone. In any case, respected candidate for Savior, congratulations on passing the first of the sevenfold test. Sevenfold trials, is this what the God of the Bible has prepared for his successor? Lin Xiu directly ignored the candidate for Savior. Espua. Savior? Are you kidding? It would be fine if he could save her, but if he couldn't, Lin Xiu would just run away with the people he cared about. Yes, as long as you pass these 7 tests, you can inherit all of his legacy. You have just passed the first of 7 tests. The test requires the testee to possess a physique that is not restricted by the world and its rules. A physique that is not restricted by the world and its rules is the foundation for transcending the world. After passing the test, you will gain a trace of power left by him. Next, it's the second level of the promotion test. In the large light ball in the core area of heaven, a golden gun-shaped shadow gradually took shape and then moved closer to Lin Xiu. The second of the 7 trials, holding the holy spear forged by him, traveled to other worlds and captured a glimmer of hope that may save the world. The holy spear he forged? Judging from the shape, this spear is somewhat similar to the holy spear of dusk, but it is definitely not the holy spear of dusk. However, what concerns me more is traveling to other worlds. The God of the Bible actually knows the existence of other worlds? Since the system could ensure that he could absorb the power smoothly, Lin Xiu no longer hesitated. He stretched out his hand and grasped the golden holy spear that had condensed from a virtual state into a solid entity. Bite. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the gun that pierces the world, unfinished, gold. Lance through worlds. Unfinished. Developed by the God of the Bible, this holy spear is used to fight enemies that can cross world lines. However, due to its incomplete development, its quality is not high, and it needs to absorb the various possibilities of other worlds in order to continue to evolve. The possibility of other worlds. This must be why the second test requires me to go to that world. But what exactly is this possibility of another world? Ding. Normally, the possibilities of the world are infinite. A world is not a single plane, but rather the entity of that world and a group of possible worlds on an endless timeline. After the protagonist of this world enters the plotline, the system and the Spear of Worlds will automatically collect the possibilities of the world group in this world. In addition to following the original protagonist through the story, the host can also choose to go through the story on their own and then completely conquer that world. For any world the host has conquered, the possibilities of the world group are fixed and converge. The host can freely use this observed possibility and world power. In short, either you follow the protagonist through the main storyline, or you conquer the world completely. Ding, you can understand it this way. So, I just need to conquer the dungeon world like before? 817. Ding. A reward that can be fused has been detected. Items that can be fused. Explosion magic, for the world, unfinished spear of the world, possibility of the apocalypse world and Akame/world, partial possibility of the DxD world. Is the host fused? I can understand the possibility of merging worlds, but what the hell is fusion explosion magic? Ding. It's just that explosion magic, for the world version, has a strengthening effect on the Holy Lance, so it automatically fuses. After fusion, the host can freely choose to release explosion magic in the original way or the new way. Is that so? Then let's merge. Ding, fusion function activated. Fusion subject. Spear that penetrates the world, unfinished. Fusion materials. Explosion magic, anti-world version. the power of possibility of the Apocalypse World and Akame / and part of the power of possibility of the DxD World. Byte. Fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Spear of the World, 1st edition, red. Spear of Worlds. 1st edition, red, a conceptual spear that initially integrates the possibilities of other worlds. It is very effective against opponents with the ability to cross boundaries or manipulate world lines. Even if you are not facing an opponent who can manipulate the world line, and just use it as an ordinary weapon, it still possesses extraordinary power. Note. The power of possibility can be further enhanced by fusing more worlds. The higher the level of the fused world, the greater the degree of amplification. Boom. After the fusion was completed, Lin Xiu's holy spear burst into an unprecedented holy brilliance. If you look closely, it seems that every ray of light contains a small world. Every flower is a pure land, every grain of sand is a world, that's about it. Is this the collection complete? Surprised by the speed at which Lin Xiu completed the test, even the program left behind by the god of the Bible was silent for a while. Chapter 121. Battle against Seraph, Dangerous Legion, Part 1. The second of the 7 trials, holding the holy spear forged by him, travel to other worlds and capture the glimmer of hope that may save the world. Only by collecting the possibilities of the world can we block the enemy's ability to manipulate the world line when facing the enemy. After passing the test, you will obtain ownership of the spear that pierces the world. Congratulations on passing the second test. Next, the third of the 7 trials, defeating the 4 great seraphim. While completing the remaining trials, please continue to observe and collect information about the possibilities of other worlds. The current spear of the world is not yet able to cope with the impending crisis. Yeah, I know. Lin Xiu nodded. The upper limit of red level weapons is Dragon God level. But in the original plot, the evil god of the X world is above the Dragon God level. Turning around, Lin Xiu saw Michael with a serious face. Master Lin Xiu, we will be your opponents from now on. Please do not worry about the damage you may cause us and fight with all your strength. I believe that is what the gods wish to see. Michael and the other 4 seraphim looked at Lin Xiu with respect. Because, Lin Xiu, who has been recognized by the Supreme Jade, has become the new heir of the heaven. In the different space opened up by Michael, Lin Xiu is in opposition to the 4 seraphim. Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, and Uriel, the 4 great seraphim, looked at Lin Xiu with eyes full of originality. Because, behind Lin Xiu, 10 Rose Devil Black Wings and 10 Rose Holy Light Wings were born at the same time. This is the successor chosen for them by the God of the Bible, a miraculous young man who is unaffected by the power of the holy demon. Indeed, if he is like this, he might actually be able to create miracles that even the God of the Bible cannot. Feeling the aura of Lin Xiu that was very similar to the God of the Bible, yet different, the 4 seraphim were both relieved and sad. We are relieved because the God of the Bible has finally found a successor who can carry on his legacy. The sadness was because the aura of Lin Xiu proved that the God of the Bible had left them forever. Let's make a quick decision. Lin Xiu saw their sadness, but he didn't feel too much. What if I die? As long as he can complete the strategy for the DxD world, he can directly use the reincarnation pool to pull the God of Sutra out of the dead timeline. In fact, after conquering the world of Akame, Lin Xiu resurrected many people from the past timeline, such as Hill's best friend who betrayed her, Miss Martha who was very kind to Akame, and so on. Instead of dwelling on the past, it is better to think about how to become stronger as soon as possible. Because the reincarnation pool cannot revive someone stronger than itself. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Forbidden. Boosted Gear Scale Male. Boom. Pure Dragon Spirit energy burst out, and Lin Xiu's strength instantly increased to the peak of the Super Demon King level. Without using Tyrant Dragon, Lin Xiu's strength has reached the pinnacle of the Super Demon King level. Since that's the case, Master Lin Xiu, I'm sorry for offending you. Form a formation. At Michael's command, the 3 seraphim flew in 3 directions respectively. The golden sacred triangle formation unfolded, guarding Michael in the land. Without resorting to the methods left by the God of the Bible, Kygel has already used the full calendar. When the 4 seraphim form a formation, even a peak-level Demon King would be trapped and killed. Then let's have a greeting first. Lin Xiu stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers lightly. Ice Star of Heaven. Pa, after a snap of his fingers, a giant ice ball with a diameter of hundreds of kilometers appeared in the sky and smashed straight down. Master Lin Xiu, do you actually have ice-related abilities? Could it be that Master Lin Xiu's true nature is mutation? Besides mutating himself into pure blood, and making himself incapable of fearing holy power, Master Lin Xiu also mutated his water-attributed bloodline into ice-attributed bloodline? Angel's Flame. Michael's golden wings transformed into scarlet gold angel wings of flame, and he fanned towards the giant ice ball in the air. Squeaky squeaky. Under the extremely hot angel, the giant ice ball evaporated without a trace in just a breath. Lin Xiu certainly didn't expect such a giant ice ball to cause significant damage to Michael and the others. The Heavenly Ice Star was just a trick Lin Xiu used to attract Michael's attention and temporarily disrupt the formation of the 4 seraphim. While Michael and the others were dealing with Bing Xing, Lin Xiu summoned the legion of super dangerous species that he had subdued in the world of Akame. After establishing his new empire, Lin Xiu launched a conquest of the world. Not only did they conquer human countries, but they also conquered a large number of super dangerous species. The super dangerous species that are already dead but still have their flesh bodies are given life through phantom beast modeling. Those who are not dead yet are given exceptional chess pieces and fight against Pang. In terms of upper limit, the super dangerous species are obviously not as good as the heroines in the story who are destined to grow to the world's upper limit. However, during the heroine's growth period, these super dangerous species will be Lin Xiu's steadfast support. The protection of Hades. Boom. 1, 2, 3, 10, 100. Countless extremely dangerous species appeared from the void. Among them, the most eye-catching one is undoubtedly a giant, dangerous dragon-shaped creature shrouded in clouds. That giant, dangerous dragon-shaped creature shrouded in mist is called the Esdeath Sea Cloud Dragon. It was this that gave the first Emperor body hair powerful enough to tear through space. After being defeated by Lin Xiu forced him to implant a special chess piece. Just like that, the East Sea Dragon became the most powerful of Lin Xiu's super dangerous pets in the world of killing the Red Eyes. Michael was momentarily surprised by the legion of super dangerous species summoned by Lin Xiu. These super dangerous species, at worst, have the strength of a high-level Demon King. Among them, there are also many super dangerous species whose strength has reached the Super Demon King level. The strongest dragon, lingering in the clouds, was even as powerful as him, who was blessed with the power of other seraphim. Or, Master Lin Xiu possesses the ability to create life. Or, Master Lin Xiu subdued these creatures while traveling to another world to collect world possibilities. No matter what the situation is, compared to the Demon King level strength that Lord Lin Xiu has shown to outsiders so far, he is hiding too deeply. Colleagues, spread out your forces, defeat these alien creatures as quickly as possible. There are hundreds of extremely dangerous species. Since it is impossible to defeat them quickly, Li Jieli can only choose to divide and conquer. There was no other way. If the other seraphim were to bless him, Lin Xiu would only need to entangle him, and the other seraphim would be in danger in an instant. I fell into a trap. Lin Xiu, what I'm waiting for is the moment when the four great seraphim will separate. Under the protection of the Esdeath Sea Cloud Dragon's clouds, Lin Xiu fought against Michael while surrounding the four seraphim with his water mold. Normally, if Lin Xiu used the water of Leviathan, Michael and the others would have noticed. But now, Lin Xiu was not using the new Leviathan water, but the water vapor after the ice ball formed by the Leviathan water dissipated. After Michael dispersed the heavenly ice star, Lin Xiu's Leviathan water simply evaporated, but did not disappear. If they only used the Leviathan water already present in the venue, the level of secrecy would undoubtedly be the highest. Add to that the Donghai Yunlong, a mastermind who could manipulate clouds and mist, and none of the four seraphim could sense the approaching danger. The ice phoenix flies, freezing the sky. Tyrad charged forward, evolving continuously under the flames of angels. The East Sea Cloud Dragon roared, using the fog to protect its companions while exerting its own powerful physical performance to collide back and forth between the four seraphim. Bang! With the divine kicking skills combined with the power of Vimana, Lin Xiu directly shattered the void and caught Michael's gap and kicked him. As Michael flew backwards, Lin Xiu lightly snapped his fingers. Urgent Water Demon explodes. Water explosion is the ultimate technique in the Water Explosion Technique series in the Book of Leviathan. The more completely the bloodline is developed, the more powerful it becomes. Taking Water Explosion as an example, different techniques in the Book of Leviathan have different advancement routes. Water Explosion, used by higher-level demons and those below, grants the user the ability to explode Leviathan water, allowing them to control their own deformation. Water Demon Explosion, used by Demon King level and below, increases the power of the explosion. Water Demon Shadow increases automatic locking and fusion explosion. Urgent Water Explosion, used by those that are below the Lord God level. The water droplets created after the explosion can further explode. Furthermore, it can be combined with other skills. The general advanced route is as follows. Water Explosion, Nuo Jiao's, right pointing arrow Water Explosion right pointing arrow Urgent Water Explosion right pointing arrow? Dissolving Tide right pointing arrow Dissolving Sea right pointing arrow Heaven Eating Sea right pointing arrow? Abyss Serpent right pointing arrow Abyss 3-headed Dragon right pointing arrow 10-headed Leviathan right pointing arrow? Rapids right pointing arrow Tidal Waves right pointing arrow Ocean Roar right pointing arrow? The first generation of Leviathan only proposed the concept and preliminary configuration of the water explosion, but did not fully develop it. Even I combined the immortality and the fog power of the Eastern Sea Cloud Dragon. After conquering the world and studying its laws, I was able to fully complete this unfinished move. G means repeatedly and urgently. The biggest difference between the G water magic explosion and ordinary water magic explosions is that G water magic explosion can explode continuously. The water column and mist that scatter after the explosion can reabsorb the power that forms a chain reaction in the air, and can also trigger the corresponding laws in nature, thus causing a secondary explosion and a tertiary explosion. Theoretically, the amount of magic power Lin Xiu distributes in the surrounding space and the amount of energy in the surrounding heaven and earth will determine how many explosions he can make. Bang! There was a huge explosion, however, this is just the beginning. Bang 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 bang, bang 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 bang. After one explosion, there were continuous, seemingly endless explosions. Bang 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 bang, Under the continuous explosions, the 4 great seraphim fell from the sky at the same time. Chapter 122. The Truth About the God of the Bible, The Allegiance of Angels, Part 2. Lin Xiu just watched the 4 seraphim fall. He was well aware of the power of the move he had developed, G Water Magic Explosion. This move not only incorporated part of the true meaning of water magic explosion, but also integrated the understanding of explosive magic, the understanding of water energy and the flow of water molecules, and the observation and application of the laws of the world. If the system were to give a rating, Lin Xiu's self-created move would be worthy of a high rating of above gold but below red. Normally, this move is enough to serve as a killer move for top-level master gods, and it should definitely not be developed by Lin Xiu at a lower level. But Lin Xiu developed it. Lin Xiu has observed all the water-related spells in the DxD World on the unnamed spell document, and has also obtained the Apocalypse World and the Akame/World. Although these 2 worlds are not as powerful as the DxD World, they have also contributed to Lin Xiu's understanding of the rules. It can be said that by studying the unnamed spell document and observing the world rules of the conquered world, Lin Xiu possesses an understanding of the rules far beyond his peers. As Lin Xiu's strength grew and time passed, his understanding of the essence of demon bloodline and the essence of the technique became more and more profound. Sure enough, the demons in today's DxD World are different from the demons in my impression of the DxD World. The system once said that the demons in the DxD World are the bloodline born from the fusion of Lilith, the mother of demons, and Wandao. So, can we assume that the more completely one's bloodline is developed, the closer one is to the myriad laws of heaven and earth? Both the magic and the demon clan are influencing this world in different ways. How to more efficiently exert one's own power and how to more efficiently draw upon the power of heaven and earth or the outside world are both eternal topics in the development of techniques and skills. Ultimately, it all comes down to the understanding of one's own constitution and bloodline, as well as the understanding of Tao. As the seraphim fell, Lin Xiu heard the system's notification tone. Byte. Congratulations to the host for completing the stage-based plot mission, the test of the God of the Bible. Task requirements. Complete the test of the God of the Bible. The test is carried out in stages. Every time you complete a test related to the battle, you can participate in a lottery. The 3rd test has been completed, and the first battle-related test has been passed, defeating the 4 great seraphim. Quest level. Gold right-pointing arrow red. Defeat the 4 great seraphim at the same time with an absolute advantage. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Eye of Truth, red. Eye of Truth. Depends on the host's strength and means of use. Theoretically, it can see all beings that are below the dragon god level. It is the basis for exploring the world. Ding. The Eye of Truth has merged with the Eye of Data, allowing the host to observe the world in a unique way. Eye of Truth. Compared to other red level rewards, this red level reward is a bit tasteless. Although improving his understanding of the rules is a good thing, Lin Xiu still wants some combat skills. However, the next second, Lin Xiu found where the Eye of Truth could come into play. After the system prompt sound, there is the prompt sound of the God of the Bible testing the system. The 3rd of the 7 tests. Defeat the 4 seraphim. After passing the test, you will gain management rights over the 7 heavens and the loyalty of all angels. Congratulations on passing the 3rd test. Next, the 4th of the 7 tests, reaching 5% understanding of the God of the Bible. The knowledge of the God of the Bible has been automatically distributed. Please read and study it carefully, candidates for the Savior, so as to form your own understanding of the world and the Tao. Knowledge of the God of the Bible. In that case, the Eye of Truth will be effective. Has your understanding of the God of the Bible reached 5%? This test shouldn't be difficult. Let me see how much I understand now. Lin Xiu glanced at the progress bar in the golden jade. 0.0001%? Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow. Are you kidding me? 1 in a million? Because of the existence of the unnamed spellbook in the copy world, he has an understanding far beyond his peers. Lin Xiu possessed a master god level comprehension of water techniques, and his comprehension of other techniques barely reached the super demon king level. But it was still only a millionth of what the god of craftsmanship could offer. Even if the God of the Bible could cultivate dozens of great ways simultaneously, he wouldn't be this awesome, right? Lin Xiu knew that among the 4 great demon kings of the first generation, except for the demon king Lucifer whose strength barely reached the main god level, the strength of the other first generation demon kings were all at the peak of super demon king level. If the God of the Bible is really that powerful, how could he possibly perish together with the first generation of the devil? As if sensing Lin Xiu's doubts, the Bible God's examination system slowly said. The savior candidate, he did not die because of the 4 demon kings. The 4 demon kings were merely his final opponents in life, not the primary cause of his demise. Before facing the 4 great demon kings, he had already gone through countless tribulations. The most dangerous of these were the alteration of the rules of this world by the other world and the interference of the future in the past world. Because the rules of the world have been changed, he is targeted by fate and future timelines. After continuous battles with enemies from another world, he was gradually weakened, and finally perished together with the 4 demon kings. It is precisely to prevent those who come after him from encountering the same fate as him that he strictly screens the physique and existence of the candidates for the savior. Regardless of whether they might be intercepted by enemies from the future world line, the savior candidate must possess a physique unaffected by the rules of this world. Otherwise, if we simply pick a talented successor at random, we'll end up like him. The next second, an image was transmitted into Lin Xiu's mind. In the endless chaotic battlefield, a sacred figure shining with golden light defeated a hazy shadow from the future. That shadow was extremely powerful and was not restricted by the timeline or world rules. It had obviously surpassed the dragon god level. Despite being seriously injured, the god of the Bible barely managed to kill him, and his strength fell from the peak of dragon god level, almost surpassing dragon god level, to the sub-dragon god level. Then, another phantom came across the boundary. Although its strength was not as strong as the last phantom, it also reached the dragon god level. After repelling it with his weakened physical condition, the already weakened body of the god of the Bible became even more withered. Then, he met the released Beast King again. Despite his exhausted body, he successfully sealed the Beast King. Then, she met Tianlong and the 4 Demon Kings. Fate seemed to be against him, forcing him to solve various problems endlessly and keeping him constantly busy. This targeting finally stopped when she entered a dying state. With a heavy heart, Lin Xiu finished watching the images of the biblical god being targeted and ultimately fallen. Requesting flowers 0. I never imagined that the god of the Bible in this world would be so different from the god of the Bible in my mind. He was almost beyond the level of a dragon god. If I'm not mistaken, the future lifeforms fighting the god of the Bible have obvious mechanical characteristics. Mechanical lifeforms are typical characteristics of creatures in the X world. In other words, the god of the Bible, as the son of the world, encountered an attack from the X world in the future timeline, and ultimately fell. If I ever break through the dragon god level, I'll probably encounter something similar to what happened to the god of the Bible. This situation is like trying to survive in the cracks. The upper limit of the DxD world is the dragon god level. If you exceed the dragon god level, you will be blocked by the future. However, if you don't surpass the dragon god level, you will be slowly waiting for death. I'm afraid that no life form in the DxD world can solve this problem. The only one who can solve this problem is me, who can travel to another world. After realizing his current situation, Lin Xiu became more enthusiastic about picking up girls and following the plot. We have to fight against the other world for this world, so isn't it normal to collect a few more beautiful girls and have fun? 0. Furthermore, both of them involve strategies for the DxD world. Whether it is to integrate the power within the DxD world or to revive the god of the Bible who is a god teammate at first glance, Lin Xiu needs to complete the strategy of the DxD world as soon as possible. From the information I read before crossing over, I have to at least advance the plot to the period of the international competition. With a long sigh, Lin Xiu returned to heaven with a much heavier heart than before. After recovering, the 4 seraphim immediately saluted Lin Xiu. Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, Wu, meet His Majesty the Sun. Well, enough talking, I'll start arranging the next stage of work. After his experiences in the worlds of Apocalypse and Akame / Kun Shu has become very familiar with assigning tasks to others. After hearing Lin Xiu's words, the 4 seraphim's already respectful expressions became even more serious. Obviously, Lin Xiu's words showed that he had accepted his willingness to shoulder the future of the heaven. Since Lin Xiu has made his attitude clear, they, as Lin Xiu's direct subordinates, should also show their own attitude and actions. First, the operations of the heavenly realm are still under Michael's supervision. Aside from proactively restraining the church from going too far, everything remains the same. Secondly, my identity must not be made public. At least, not until I ask you to. If I reveal my identity in the heavens, I will not be able to simultaneously rule the underworld as a demon. Of course, even if it's not public, the heaven realm can show its support for me when the time is right, but it can't completely stand on my side and help me gain sufficient leadership among the 3 major forces. In order to integrate the power of the world, I must first integrate the 3 major forces. Integrate the 3 major forces? The Holy Son is worthy of being the Holy Son. He dares to do things that ordinary people dare not do. Then, what exactly do we need to do? Having gained a new master, Michael's mood, which had remained unchanged for thousands of years, rarely showed any ripples. Perhaps this Holy Son can really complete the unfinished work of the Lord God. Chapter 123. The Holy Sword Master's Double Dance, the Torn Silver Hand. Pictured. Irina and Zenobia, half an hour later. Lin Xiu finished arranging the tasks in the heavenly realm. The mission is simple. Everything remains basically the same, but first, friendly messages towards Lin Xiu must be released within the church in the heavens, and then Lin Xiu's position must be gradually strengthened to cooperate with Lin Xiu's plan. Whether I can accumulate enough reputation to climb to a higher position will depend on the upcoming trilateral talks. After obtaining a number of unused holy swords of lower quality than Excalibur from the heavens and upgrading Esther to gold quality, Lin Xiu used the power of Vamana, the incarnation of God, to return home. Seeing Lin Xiu coming back, Isaiah, who was wearing an apron and cooking, came over with a smile. Shu-kun, I've already given Miss Irina and Miss Zenobia a bath and brought them to your bed. Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow. If he remembered correctly, he had asked Isaiah to comfort the 2 first. How could he have just washed his hands of the matter while comforting them? Seeing this, Asia smiled and explained. Lin Xiujun, I know very well that you probably really like the look on a girl's face when she's mentally broken, right? So, in order to keep the original flavor, I didn't interfere too much. Asia's words really touched Lin Xiu's heart. If it weren't for what happened with Michael, he really intended to enjoy the wonderful feeling of the church girl's faith being shattered on the spot. Now, more than half an hour has passed, and the freshness should still be quite high. Asia, come with Olivia and the others to accompany me in an hour. If I'm 22, I'll deal with Xenovia and Irina first. Hearing this, Asia nodded slightly, and a delicate blush appeared on her fair face. I understand. Although shy, Aisha did not refuse Lin Xiu's request. After so long, she has become very skilled at this kind of thing. When Lin Xiu entered her room, she saw two girls wrapped in white robes of the church, staring blankly at the ceiling. Although he seemed to be in much better condition than before, he didn't look as dazed as if his faith was shattered. However, after realizing Lin Xiu's arrival, Xenovia's dazed eyes flickered slightly, and then quickly returned to her previous dazed state. Lin Xiu, who has obtained the Eye of Truth, would not be unable to see this strange thing. However, Lin Xiu was also happy for Xenovia and Irina to act in front of him. Lin Xiu opened Xenovia's large white robe and asked directly inside without any hesitation. Being in such close contact with Lin Xiu, Xenovia's gaze wavered for a moment. Of course, compared to Xenovia, Irina was much more shaken. Because, she could never have imagined that when faced with two beautiful girls with fair skin, Lin Xiu would not come to her side first, but go to Xenovia's side first. Where's the childhood sweetheart? Lin Xiu noticed Irina's reaction and smiled happily. Irina, I like you. After saying this, Lin Xiu directly took away Xenovia's first kiss. Feeling something suddenly enter her mouth, Xenovia froze in place. She must have heard correctly, right? Wasn't Lin Xiu talking about Irina? Why did he suddenly kiss her? Could it be that he made a mistake? As she was puzzled, Xenovia gradually became addicted to the close contact with Lin Xiu. She subconsciously reached out and hugged Lin Xiu, responding enthusiastically. Now, Irina could no longer sit still. Shu-kun, I am Irina. With tears in her eyes, Irina lifted up her white robe and took the initiative to hug Lin Xiu from the side. She didn't understand why Lin Xiu had mistaken her for someone else. She only knew that as Lin Xiu's childhood sweetheart, she couldn't stand this any longer. Feeling Irina's warmth, Lin Xiu finally let go of Xenovia and looked at Irina with a smile. Irina, are you finally stopping pretending? Shu-kun, did you do this on purpose? After realizing that Lin Xiu did it on purpose, Irina felt so wronged that she almost cried. However, after feeling wronged, Irina felt a great sense of relief. Lin Xiu was just teasing her, not because he didn't like her, nor did he value Xenovia more. Shujun, you have been a bad man since childhood. Having said that, Irina took the initiative to hug Lin Xiu, wantonly feeling and absorbing Lin Xiu's breath. Shujun. So, being intimate with the boy you like can actually give rise to such a happy, inspiring feeling? Irina had indeed stopped pretending, but Xenovia was rather stupid and thought that Lin Xiu had only discovered Irina and not her. Therefore, after breaking away from contact with Lin Xiu, Xenovia quickly returned to her previous dazed state. Because she felt that Asia's trick was very effective, in any case, compared to Irina, Lin Xiu still chose her first. After letting go of Lin Xiu, Irina gave Gino a helpless look. Just as she was about to tell Xenovia to stop pretending, Lin Xiu blocked her mouth with her fingers. Seeing the amusement in Lin Xiu's eyes and understanding what Lin Xiu was planning to do, Irina gave up the idea of calling Xenovia. Anyway, this is exactly what she wants. If Xenovia keeps being a wooden figure, there's no way I can compete with her. Finally, Lin Xiu remembered something very important. By the way, Irina, do you remember what you were wearing when you fought Asia today? He's wearing the church's black tight-fitting combat uniform inside and the church's white cloak and hood outside. What's wrong? Irina tilted her head in confusion. Nothing, I just really like the way you fight in your tight combat uniforms, that's all. Lin Xiu smiled playfully and looked at the two men's white robes. The meaning was obvious, he felt something was missing. Irina was stunned for a few seconds. After a few seconds, Irina's face gradually turned red, and she finally reacted. Lin Xiujun, pervert, Although Irina was a bit arrogant, after complaining about Lin Xiu's perversion, she snapped her fingers and changed into the church's tight black combat uniform. Xenovia was stunned. What happened? Why did Irina call Lin Xiu a pervert? Xenovia didn't know what Irina was going to do. She only knew that she hadn't been exposed yet, so she had to persevere. Seeing that Xenovia respected the setting so much, Lin Xiu did not expose her thoughts and took the initiative to help her perform the spell to change clothes and put on the same black tight combat suit as Irina. Looking at the two beautiful girls in black tight combat uniforms, Lin Xiu's expression became more serious. Irina, I have another question. What's the problem? Irina blushed. Originally, she thought there was nothing special about the church's combat uniforms, but after Lin Xiu said she liked them dressed like that, she felt an unprecedented sense of shame. If I ripped a small part of your clothes, you wouldn't be angry, would you? What do you mean by, would you be angry if a small part of your clothes was torn off? Lin Xiu. Pervert. After realizing what Lin Xiu wanted to do, Irina whispered, pervert, again. However, I've known since I was a child that Lin Xiujun is a pervert. So, it's okay, Irina smiled gently, approving of Lin Xiu's abnormal behavior. As Lin Xiu's childhood sweetheart, she is prepared to accept all of Lin Xiu's perverted behavior. Sizzle, the sharp reinforced slime passed by, and Lin Xiu opened a hole in Irina's black tight combat suit. Then, Lin Xiu gave the two girls bloody special chess pieces. As the blood-colored energy was absorbed, the two girls who originally believed in gods grew angel wings as Lin Xiu had expected. Since Xenovia and Irina were much stronger than Asia before their reincarnation, they were reincarnated as the highest-level angels with 8 pure white wings. As expected, Shu Jun is the one chosen by the Lord? After shedding a tear to bid farewell to the past, Irina turned to look at Lin Xiu, her eyes more gentle and firm than ever before. Shu Jun, actually, since I was little, I have always hoped to become Shu Jun's bride. At the same time, with a strong belief and deep love for Lin Xiu, Irina slowly bent down, and the black tight combat suit on her lower abdomen showed an abnormal bulge. 14. The white angel wings suddenly spread open, and Irina's crystal toes curled up instantly, but she hugged Lin Xiu tightly instead. The 8 angel wings folded together to form a white sphere, completely enveloping Irina and Lin Xiu. Xenovia didn't expect that even though everyone was in the same room, Irina would still lock her up in a small dark room. Fortunately, Irina wouldn't be locked up in the small dark room for long. Just 5 minutes later, Irina withdrew her spherical wings powerlessly and suddenly stretched out her wings. Xenovia felt relieved to see Irina back to the light of day. However, she remained motionless, looking as if she was devastated by the news that the god was dead. Normally, even if one knew that the god was dead, one should have regained his faith after being reincarnated as an angel by Lin Xiu. However, Xenovia is special. She is very stubborn and has never changed her mind. Even after she took over Irina's position, Xenovia still looked like a puppet with shattered faith and blank eyes. In response, Lin Xiu's approach was to turn the falsehood into reality. After just over 10 minutes, Xenovia's feigned unconsciousness was transformed into a real unconsciousness by Lin Xiu. Immersed in Lin Xiu's succubus blood, Xenovia's mind grew increasingly hazy, and she instinctively clung to Lin Xiu. As the symbiotic connection of the blood infusion technique deepened, the two angel-winged girls suddenly spread their holy wings. Because of their contact with Lin Xiu, their wings seemed to become more holy. Another wave of blood flowed from the blood infusion method. 14. Xenovia and Irina clasped their hands together, their eyes rolling up uncontrollably as their 8 rose wings suddenly opened. After reaching a certain limit, Xenovia could no longer pretend to be a wooden person and fainted, holding Lin Xiu and Irina. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the goal of the previous life, the Holy Sword Master's Double Dance goal. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, God's Power, Torn Silver Hand, Gold. Chapter 124. Evolved Kitten, Lin Xiu's Complete Collection Plan, 4th Update. Pictured. Xenovia, ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the goal of the previous life, the Holy Sword Master's Double Dance, Gold. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, God's Power, Torn Silver Hand, Gold. Torn Silver Hand. The power comes from the God King Nuada. When the power is activated, the flesh and blood hand can be transformed into a silver metal hand. The huge power of the spell is wrapped around the weapon, allowing it to gain the power to create miracles such as splitting the earth, changing the terrain, and breaking the sea. Theoretically, using the torn silver hand, one can unleash a magic sword capable of severing everything. Even if the target isn't a sword, a toothpick or a branch can be transformed into a magic sword. Since Lin Xiu's special chess pieces can reincarnate people into the most suitable race according to their physical constitutions, Xenovia and Irina were reincarnated as angels like Asia. And because the two of them were much stronger than Asia at the beginning, they recovered much faster than Asia. Just the next morning, the two accepted the fact that they had to sleep with Lin Xiu because of the several defeats they had suffered after being dragged into the dungeon world by Lin Tiao. Of course, there are also things that are not accepted. Xenovia couldn't accept that Lin Xiu had been soaking in Irina's body last night, so after waking up early in the morning, Xenovia tiptoed and moved Irina off Lin Xiu. Xenovia didn't have any special hobbies, she just felt that she couldn't lose to Irina. I spent 7 or 8 hours at Irina's place, so I should spend at least 5 or 6 hours here, right? Xenovia didn't have to win over Irina, but she couldn't accept falling behind too much. After moving Irina away, Xenovia successfully contained the symbiote and peacefully lay on Lin Xiu to take a nap. At noon, when Irina woke up, there was another commotion. However, under Xenovia's insistence, Irina had no choice but to accept the fact. Yes, she had slept peacefully for most of the night, and it was indeed time to give Xenovia some time. Asia and Olivia watched the two vying for favor with a smile. They knew very well that this situation would only occur in the early stages. Generally speaking, Lin Xiu's time is more precious, so he usually takes people to the dungeon world when he is doing something, and then sends them back after the job is done. After sleeping together, they return to the dungeon world together. Then sleep inside someone. Recently, due to Lin Xiu's practice, he mastered the method of stopping the time of the entire world in the Apocalypse world and the Akame/world, and the situation became even more uncontrollable. Theoretically, Lin Xiu only needs a few minutes to satisfy all the girls. This method of making the most of time allows almost every one of them to live a fulfilling and satisfying life every day. Plus, Lin Xiu loved experiencing different touches and embraces, and she could quickly cycle through different bodies. Therefore, Asia and Olivia truly viewed the competition between Xenovia and Irina as a senior looking at a junior. Well, it's like this when you're new, it will be fine after a while. Instead of competing for favor, it would be better to think about forming a small group and team up, or even better, to strengthen your own strength so that you can help Lin Xiu in some ways. After resolving the issues with Xenovia and Irina, Lin Xiu came to Zhuang Academy in the evening. 8 o'clock. In the gymnasium of Zhuang College, a white cat-eared loli had been waiting for Lin Xiu for a long time. The cat-eared loli is named Tachum Kitten and is the chariot of Lin Xiu's fiancée Rias Gremory. After being severely beaten by Lin Xiu in the castle of the Gremory family, the kitten decided to unlock his own cat god physique and practice his immortal power and demon power. Originally, the kitten's strength was almost about to break through to the upper demon level. Just a few days after releasing himself from the restrictions, the kitten was promoted to a high-level demon. Now, CCEB, more than 2 months have passed. In the past 2 months, Rias and her followers have accepted Lin Xiu's chess pieces and went to another world to practice, and their strength has grown rapidly. Among them, Rias's strength has reached the level of Quasi-Demon King, and Kaniko's strength has also reached the peak of the highest level demon, and a breakthrough is imminent. Kitten, next is your final test, Lin Xiu said slowly. Yes, please give me the task, Master Lin Xiu. I will definitely try my best to complete it. Here at Lin Xiu, Kitty has confirmed the results of his practice through many missions. For example, defeat lost demons, defeat the new terrorist organization, the Hollow Cicada organization, defeat the zombies of the world of Apocalypse, and defeat and train dangerous species in the world of Akame/. Now, after more than 2 months of training in the DxD World, nearly a year in the dungeon world, Kitten has grown from a cat afraid of power to a warrior who can stand on his own. Recently, a 10-winged fallen angel named Kirkbal seized the church's holy sword and is preparing to come to us to trigger a 3-way war. Considering that I am the strongest person in Zhou Academy, he will not be able to take down Rias and Sona unless he gets rid of me. He is very likely to be plotting something against me behind my back. I want you to work with the 2 holy sword masters of the church to bring him to Zhuang Academy. While you're at it, I'll set up a solid barrier at Zhuang College. Once he enters, I'll take action and finish him off. Hearing this, the kitten tightened his fist that was bound with bandages. I understand, Master Lin Xiu, when does the mission begin? As soon as Kitty finished speaking, another girl's voice was heard in the gymnasium. Master Lin Xiu, can I be included in the kitty's mission? In the corner of the gymnasium, Kiba Yumi walked out from the darkness with a gloomy face. Although she had a gloomy face, Kiba Yumi still paid great attention to etiquette and took the initiative to bow to Lin Xiu. Kiba Yumi has always respected Lin Xiu, especially after she absorbed Lin Xiu's chess pieces and became stronger through Lin Xiu's training. She respected Lin Xiu. Because, in her opinion, it was Lin Xiu who gave her the power to seek revenge. Originally, she didn't want to show a dark look to Lin Xiu. But, the person in charge of the Holy Sword Project who killed her companions was right in front of her, and she couldn't help herself. Yumi. Lin Xiu smiled slightly. He had expected Kiba Yumi to volunteer. If you want to go with Kitty, however, don't force yourself. If you encounter any danger, you must call for support immediately. Normally speaking, with Kaniko's current strength at the peak of the highest level of demon, Yumi Kiba at the highest level of demon, and Xenovia and Irina also reaching the highest level of demon, they would not be in any danger even if they faced Kirkbal, and they would still be able to protect themselves. However, Lin Xiu was afraid of abnormal situations. Well, thank you, Master Lin Xiu. Kiba Yumi bit her red lips lightly, and her blue pupils were constantly overflowing with crystal tears. Finally, she can finally avenge her companions. From the beginning to the end, she lived in the world as an avenger. This time, she can finally wield the sword of revenge that she has sharpened for so long. Dong, with a soft sound, Kiba Yumi knelt on one knee and solemnly said in the posture of a knight swearing allegiance. Master Lin Xiu, Yome swears here that after this, I will live solely as your sword, wielding it solely for you. At this moment, there are only 2 words left in Kiba Yumi's heart, loyalty. She knew very well that Lin Xiu knew what kind of knot she had in her heart, but Lin Xiu had no intention of enlightening her about the knot. He just wanted to help her become stronger and help her get revenge. Lin Xiu knew that after the death of her companions, Kiba Yumi's purpose in living was revenge. Until revenge was complete, her personality would not be complete. Therefore, Lin Xiu was also willing to let her fulfill her wish and get rid of the past. Only in this way could she face the future and live a new life. If there is a grudge, it should be avenged. If there is a grudge that has not been resolved, it should be resolved. Such a pure concept of good and evil has forged Kiba Yumi's absolute loyalty. As for Rias, Kiba Yumi is of course loyal to her. Loyalty to the Lord and loyalty to the mistress are not contradictory. Considering that Rias's interests and hobbies are not in being a king. Kiba Yumi wishes her good health and a quick birth of a baby. Oh, there's one more thing. Before Kaniko and Kiba Yumi left, Lin Xiu called them over. Yome, can you tell me where your companions are buried? Huh? Kiba Yumi fluttered her eyelashes, not understanding why Lin Xiu asked this. I want to go to the place where they died and pay my respects to them. By the way, when you go looking for Kirkbal, if you encounter Balpa, remember to take all the holy sword factor crystals from him. If you're lucky, you might find fragments of your companions' souls among them. In any case, it would be better to let their bodies and soul fragments rest together, isn't it? Hearing this, tears welled up in Kiba Yumi's eyes. So that's how it is. Lord Lin Xiu's thoughts are indeed much more comprehensive than hers. Indeed, according to the church, if the body and soul are separated at the time of death, it will be impossible to enter the next life of reincarnation. In order to help her companions reincarnate smoothly, she must take back their soul fragments. Kiba Yumi will follow your orders. Moved by this, Kiba Yumi's favorability and loyalty towards Lin Xiu reached a new peak. Not only Kiba Yumi, but even Kitty was surprised by Lin Xiu's meticulousness and thoughtfulness. If Lin Xiu's strength made them feel the so-called sense of security, then Lin Xiu's personality and behavior made them feel the so-called security. Simple strength can make people respect you, but it can also make people fear you. However, if it is strength mixed with tenderness and responsibility, it will only make people feel at ease. Although Lin Xiu wantonly seizes and possesses everything he wants, he does have the sense of responsibility and magnanimity to obtain it all. After pondering for a few seconds, Kaneko gently patted Kiba Yumi's back. Let's go, Yomei-senpai, we must find the soul fragments of Yomei-senpai's companions and let them rest in peace. In fact, Lin Xiu's idea was not as good as they imagined. Lin Xiu just remembered what happened to him in the world of Akame-zan. In the world of Akame Killer, Lin Xiu completed the collection only after resurrecting Hill's best friend who betrayed her and Martha, who had a profound influence on Akame, and seizing their luck. In order to completely conquer the DxD world, Lin Xiu must do his best. In addition to Tosca, Kiba Yumi's companion who was originally supposed to be alive, he must also conquer the other holy sword users. Chapter 125. Kirkbol's Conspiracy, and Catalia's Uncontrollable Evil. The other side. Just as Lin Xiu said, Kirkbal was carefully planning to attack Lin Xiu. The reason is very simple. If you want to start a war, the easiest way is to kill the magician Lucifer and the sister of the devil Seraflu. If you want to attack Rias and Sona, you must defeat Lin Xiu who is stationed in Zhuang Town. And if he wants to defeat Lin Xiu who is stationed in Zhuang Town, Kirkbal also has his own way. He thought of the fallen angel Lanali stationed in Zhuang Town. According to the information from the fallen angel's headquarters, Lanali had started collecting intelligence on Lin Xiu some time ago and also became Lin Xiu's lover. This romantic relationship even continues to this day. Therefore, Kirkbal planned to use Lanali to lure Lin Xiu to a designated location, while Lanali was sacrificing herself to attract Lin Xiu's attention. He would then launch a surprise attack on Lin Xiu. It would be best if he could eliminate Lin Xiu right away. By then, he could capture the current Demon King's two sisters and start the war all over again. It's a pity that the idea is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. Besides him, there are others who want to take advantage of the relationship between Amano Yuuma and Lin Xiu. Just as Kirkbal was talking to Amano Yuuma and the others, he ran into the old demon lord who couldn't wait any longer, Catalia Leviathan. Katria Leviathan, descendant of the previous Leviathan Demon King, and leader of the current Leviathan faction. In order to regain the throne of the Demon King, she and her companions rebelled against the underworld, formed the old Demon King faction, joined the Disaster Group, and became the leader of the Levican faction of the old Demon King faction of the Disaster Group. In the original plot, during the tripartite talks, Katria and other old demon lords from the old demon lord faction attacked together and attempted to assassinate the leaders of the three forces. During her duel with Azazel, Katria uses Ophus's snake to increase her strength. But even so, she was still no match for Azazel. Finally, Katria tried to pull Azazel to her own death, but Azazel broke free from the entanglement and fell. I can only say, her intelligence and arrogance were worthy of what happened to her. The leaders of the three major factions are seasoned fighters. How could a high-ranking demon king who uses a snake to increase his power be qualified to challenge them? Katria's idea was the same as Kirkbol's, and she planned to use Amano Yuuma to lure Lin Xiu into the trap they had set. Unlike Kirkbal, the old Demon King faction had already made their plan long ago. However, Amano Yuuma had been dragging his feet on the mission, which had delayed it until now. After learning that Yuuma Amano was neglecting his mission, Catalia decided to go directly to his house. Then, she ran into Kirkbal head-on. After just a few words, the two of them understood that the other person had the same idea as themselves. Katria originally wanted to cooperate with Kirkbal, but Kirkbal was the type of person who believed in fallen angels supreme, and directly rejected Katria's cooperation proposal and left angrily. After Kirkbal left, Katria gave Lanali a final ultimatum, demanding that Lanali complete the mission tomorrow, otherwise, she would personally punish anyone who neglected the mission. After making such harsh remarks, Katlia hesitated for a few seconds before following Kirkbal in the direction he had left. Kirkbal disliked him, but she liked Kirkbal very much. Because she also wants to start a three-way war. Only when the three-way war begins will their old Demon King faction have a chance to overthrow the current Demon King. Then, Katria saw a group of beautiful girls fighting against Kirkbal. Before Kirkbal could return to his base, he was stopped by several girls with different hair colors. Kaneko, Kiba Yumi, Xenovia, Irina, and Asia all followed the clues they got from Balpa and went to find Kirkbal. Originally, Lin Xiu's plan did not include Asia. However, Asia is kind-hearted and offers to help Xenovia and Irina, two sisters from the church like her. Of course. The more important reason is that Asia wants to have a good relationship with Xenovia and Irina, so that they can officially debut as the church trio. Well, the kind of debut that happens in bed. As time went by, Asia also developed a sense of crisis. Although the silver-haired Saint Olivia also accepted her, the saint maids who had been living with her were much closer to each other than she was a newcomer. So, Asia decided to form her own team and start playing together. In front of Kirkball, Kiba Yumi threw Balpa's body in front of him. After receiving Lin Xiu's mission, Kiba Yumi immediately found Balpa and killed Balpa and his holy swordsman with absolute strength. After obtaining the holy sword factors from her companions, before handing them over to Lin Xiu, Kiba Yumi also upgraded her level and successfully activated the holy demon sword. At this time, in front of Kirkball, Asia stood at the front, Xenovia, Irina, and Kiba Yumi stood behind Asia with holy swords in their hands, and Kaneko stood at the back. Obviously, Asia, who can both heal and tank, is the absolute main force. Xenovia and Kiba Yumi, who have the strongest attack power, serve as the main C. Irina uses the holy sword and angel halo as the sub C, and Xiaomao serves as a mage and assistant in the back. Overall, due to the presence of Asia, the ceiling of this team is quite high. Asia has invincibility and damage immunity below the main god level and super efficient treatment. As long as Asia does not fall, no matter how many times others are knocked down, as long as they are not killed instantly, they can recover quickly. As long as they are willing to spend time and practice, this team can even defeat Super Demon King level masters. What's more, Kirkball's strength is only close to that of the Super Demon King, and has not reached the Super Demon King level. Otherwise, he would not have been easily killed by the White Dragon Emperor in the original plot. At this time, Kirkball didn't know that he was facing an exceptional team, and only thought that they were lucky to have defeated Balpa and the Holy Swordsman. Oh, you actually killed Balpa and his Holy Sword user who could wield the evolved Holy Sword. You're quite powerful. However, you dare to come to me just like this. I really admire your courage. Kirkball made a standard villain-like exclamation. However, before he could finish the process, before his rage subsided, Asia gave the order and the women attacked him together. Hey, do you have any manners or understanding? Don't you know how to let others finish speaking? Requesting flowers. In anger, Kirkball asked the blonde girl who was giving the order and threw a laser gun with all his strength. However, the results were minimal. Forbidden Hands, Holy Dragon Princess's Garden of Love. OJ. The sound of a laser gun being deflected. Clad in crimson gold armor, Asia easily blocked Kirkball's lance and attacked alongside her companions. How is that possible? Kirkball simply couldn't accept it. Besides Lin Xiu, there was actually someone else in Zhuang Town who could withstand his attack head-on. In fact, let alone his attack, even the Super Demon King level attack could not hurt Asia after she turned into a Forbidden Hand. If Asia wasn't a bit biased, with only defense and healing abilities after being disabled, she could have defeated Kirkball alone. Durander. You are the tyrant of the sword. Show your violence and holiness here. Ha. Taking advantage of Kirkball's moment of distraction, Xenovia struck him directly with her holy sword. In a sense, the holy sword is similar to a divine weapon, and has the effect of enhancing the user's strength. Before reincarnation, Xenovia and Irina, relying on their mid-level demonic strength, dared to carry out dangerous missions with holy swords, because they were confident that they could defeat high-level demons, even the highest-level demons. After being reincarnated as 8-winged angels, their potential was further developed, and they were able to unleash even stronger divine power when wielding the holy sword. Sizzle. Seizing Kirkball's weakness, Xenovia cut a narrow wound on Kirkball's wing. What? The severe pain hit him and Kirkball staggered. How is that possible? With the strength of the church's holy sword user, even if they used the holy sword Durandal, they wouldn't be able to hurt him, right? Wait. Her strength. At this moment, Kirkball discovered that Xenovia was surrounded by a powerful divine power. This divine power has reached the level of the highest level angel. Coupled with the sharpness and power of the holy sword, it successfully penetrated his wing defense. While Kirkball was stunned, Kiba Yumi also rushed over. The holy demon sword of the twin hegemons. Take it, Kirkball. This is the will of me and my companions. Sizzle. With another sword strike, Kanchong Yome directly slashed at the wound that Genovi had already inflicted. Hiss. The exposed wound was attacked, and Kirkball felt severe pain. He hadn't felt this pain for many years since the war ended. If that's the case, it's still early. Kirkball injected his own strength into his wings, allowing the veins and muscles on his wings to clamp down on Kiba Yumi's holy demon sword. Then, while Kiba Yumi was being controlled, Kirkball's other wings suddenly flapped over. My companions, I will protect you. Asia naturally would not sit idly by and watch this happen, so she flashed in front of Yumi Kiba and took the attack. Bang 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 bang. When Asia blocked Kirkball, Kaneko also came in front of Kirkball and kept swinging his fist wrapped in fairy energy, while damaging Kirkball and cutting off his landline. Chapter 126. Esther's Advancement, Resurrection of Tosca, Part 2. What? Kirkball felt the sluggish power in his body, and his eyes almost popped out. When did a cat-shaped mandrill that could effectively damage him appear in Zhuang Town? Kirkball was surprised to find that everyone here could effectively damage him. In other words, everyone had the means to temporarily increase their attack power to the level of Demon King. This is Zhuang Town. Under the siege of the women, Kirkball was caught off guard and unable to fight back. Everyone, attack the base of Kirkball's wings. That's a characteristic shared by all fallen angels. Xenovia informed everyone through the team's voice communication. Wings are the gathering place of fallen angels' power and their most powerful part. In the original story, the Demon King class fallen angel Kirkball could use his wings to easily block the attacks of the Holy Demon Sword and the Holy Sword Durandal. the strength of the wings of the 10 fallen angels is enough to withstand the attack of the Holy Demon Sword and the Holy Sword Durandal. However, no matter how powerful they are, the fallen angel's wings are not invulnerable. The base of the wings is the weak point of the fallen angel's wings. Damage to the wings' roots will not only affect the ability to attack and defend with the wings, but will also affect the flow of power in the body. Kirk Bohl's power was already hindered by his immortal energy. If his wings were injured, he would basically be defeated. Huh. Not good. Kirk Bohl noticed the shift in their attack direction and realized that they wanted to attack the base of his wings, and he suddenly panicked. If it was before, he would not bother to care. Even if he gave them 22 chopsticks, they would not be able to cut through. But now, Kirk Bohl really has to take the trouble to protect his weaknesses. That's it. That's the only way. Kirk Bohl took out a virtual chip and crushed it. The virtual chip transformed into a dreamlight point of light and merged into Kirk Bohl's body, and his aura instantly surged. As a passionate warmonger who wanted to start a war, Kirk Bohl naturally wanted to improve his own strength. Therefore, he also spent a huge amount of money to purchase the evolution core. Of course, although he purchased it, Kirk Bohl never used it because of his inner insistence. He is a noble fallen angel, a survivor of the three-way war. How can he rely on breakthrough items to achieve a breakthrough? Unfortunately, the situation was stronger than him. When he was about to die if he didn't use it, Kirk Bohl had no choice but to use the core of evolution. Boom. The extremely pure power of light erupted, violently repelling the surrounding girls. This is the kind of enemy Lin Xiu mentioned. As the most senior follower here, Asia knew about the existence of evolution. Xu Jun told his followers that any enemies using the evolution core that they encountered during battle should be handed over to him for disposal. Everyone, retreat according to the original plan. They have been fighting for so long, but no one has come out to help Kirk Bohl. In other words, the enemy is most likely only Kirk Bohl. Now that they have explored the enemy's strength, there is no need for them to continue fighting. At Asia's command, the girls quickly retreated according to their original plan. Of course, Kirk Bohl would not let them go. In order to defeat these girls, he gave up his persistence as a noble fallen angel. In this way, Kirk Bohl chased Icy and his group all the way. Then he discovered something that made him even more depressed. He discovered that even though his strength had risen to the Super Demon King level, he still couldn't cause any effective damage to Asia. Damn. Where on earth did this blonde freak come from? Although she has no offensive power, her terrifying defense and healing abilities are simply despairing. At this point, I must first destroy this artifact user. Otherwise, if she joins forces with Lin Xiu Leviathan, even if I have evolved into a 12-winged fallen angel, I will be in big trouble. After realizing this, Kirk Bohl launched attacks on Asia more frequently. Soon, Kirk Bohl saw hope. On the way to Zhou Academy, Asia's aura grew weaker and weaker, to the point where she couldn't even maintain her forbidden hand armor. As expected, divine weapons are unreliable. With combat effectiveness like this that can last long, what use can it have in war? Why would that be ******* Azazel invest so many resources into the research and development of divine weapons? After complaining bitterly, Kirk Bohl stepped into the Zhuang Academy, which had a slightly strange atmosphere, without hesitation. In his opinion, there is no better opportunity than this. If he waited for the blonde girl to recover, and then attacked together with Lin Xiu Leviathan and these girls, then even if he used the evolution core, he would still be in great danger. Kirk Bohl's idea is undoubtedly correct. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Asia's forbidden hand had actually been able to be maintained for a long time. She pretended that it couldn't be maintained, just a means to lure him into Zhuang Academy. He also didn't expect that even if he used the core of evolution, it would be impossible for him to survive in the copy of Zhuang Academy. Given the current difficulty of the Zhuang Academy dungeon, not to mention him, even if Azazel came in person he would be defeated by the siege of Lin Xiu's followers. As soon as he arrived at Zhuang College, Kirk Bohl felt a chill and suddenly looked up at the sky. In the sky, the barrier that had already completed its basic construction instantly enveloped this space. We've fallen into a trap. Just as he realized this, the green light of the Dragon Emperor flashed in the sky. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Forbidden Hand. Red Dragon Emperor's Armor, Boosted Gear Scale Male. The Red Dragon Emperor's armor was instantly put on, and Lin Xiu fell straight from the air at an astonishing speed. Divine Kicking Technique. Flying Kick. Bang. The next second, the tall Kirk Bohl turned into a crow falling to the ground. After falling from the sky, Lin Xiu's 10 rose devil wings simultaneously trapped Kirk Bohl's 12 fallen angel wings. Then, Lin Xiu grabbed 2 of the wings and suddenly pulled them apart. Sizzle. Under the violent pull, Kirk Bohl's pair of black wings were directly plucked off. It hurts so much, so much, so much, so much, so much. 014909322. Filu 141011201. You are Lin Xiu Leviathan. Kirk Bohl clearly felt Lin Xiu's strength, which even surpassed Azazel, the governor of the fallen angels. There was no time to ask why this happened. Kirk Bohl just wanted to escape quickly. Of course, given the current situation, even escaping is a luxury for him. Puff. The golden spear that pierces the world easily pierced through Kirk Bohl's sturdy body, which had reached the Super Demon King level. Even without using the power against the world, in terms of holy power alone, the spear that pierces the world also possesses the highest level of holy power. What kind of weapon is this? Kirkbal didn't even see what kind of weapon it was before he lost all his strength due to the absolute restraint of the holy power. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. After pulling out all of Kirkbal's wings, Lin Xiu heard the system's prompt sound. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the story mission, collecting the fragments of the core of the world. Quest level. Gold. Object of collection, Kirkbal. Bite. Congratulations to the host for receiving a corresponding level enhancement. Bite. The Demon King's Holy Sword, Remnant, Purple, has been upgraded to the Demon King's Holy Sword, Gold. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the main storyline quest, the Holy Sword Master of the Church. Quest requirements. Leave behind the Church's 2 Holy Sword users and defeat the fallen angel Kirkbal. Quest level. Purple right-pointing arrow Gold. Staying behind and conquering 2 Holy Sword Masters of the Church, and killing the fallen angel Kirkbal. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Divine Gift, Multi-Mind Communication, Gold. Divine Gift, Multi-Mind. As the name suggests, it is a divine talent that allows the host to handle multiple things at the same time. With multi-mind communication, the host can complete multiple tasks at the same time. No matter how many tasks are carried out at the same time, the host's speed in completing other tasks will not slow down. As long as the host wants, he can simultaneously complete multiple operations such as cultivation, researching techniques, absorbing the knowledge of the 543rd God of the Bible, researching artifacts, fighting, taking exams, and capturing beautiful girls. Telepathy? I really need something like that right now? Although Lin Xiu was confident in his extraordinary learning ability, it still took too much time for him to absorb the endless knowledge of the God of the Bible, which almost surpassed the Dragon God level. Although theoretically Lin Xiu had 5 times the time to practice, and could temporarily stop time in the dungeon world, thus saving time spent in bed, it was still a bit too urgent. After knowing that the God of the Bible was sniped because he was too powerful, Lin Xiu has always been afraid of the X-World. When Lin Xiu took Kirkbal in, Consummate noticed the girls standing at the door of the old school building. Looking at those extremely familiar figures, Kiba Yumi began to doubt her life. Master Lin Xiu, this is, if she was not mistaken, these were her former companions. Yumi. It's been such a long time. Tosca rushed over and hugged Kiba Yumi, shedding tears of encouragement at the reunion with her good friend. Tosca, how did you grow so big? Kiba Yumi asked with tears in her eyes, looking a little surprised. Her other companions still maintained the appearance of their teenage years, very immature, but Tosca was different. She had grown into a graceful and beautiful girl. Carrot. Tosca wiped away her tears and explained why she was different from others. Through Tosca's explanation, Kiba Yumi finally understood the whole story. She remembered correctly that Tosca was indeed killed by the researcher because she could not bear the torture of the experiment. However, she was only seriously injured and on the verge of death, and was not really dead. On the verge of death, a solid barrier-type artifact awakened in her body, making it impossible for Balpa and other researchers to take action against her. They were forced to place her in a secret room and put her into a state of suspended animation. Later, Lin Xiu found her and rescued her. Chapter 127. Completely loyal to Kiba Yumi, the Left Hand of God, Part 3. Pictured. Yumi Kiba. In the original plot, Tosca is a character that will appear in the later period. After being discovered during the facility search, Tosca was able to see the light of day again after the barrier was lifted through the artifact technology of the Fallen Angel camp. However, now, Tosca automatically released the protection of the artifact because of Lin Xiu's chess piece. After absorbing Lin Xiu's chess piece, Tosca not only recovered from his suspended animation, but his body, which had been extremely weak and stopped developing due to the long-term suspended animation, also fully recovered. Sure enough, it's Master Lin Xiu. That's her, he really can create any miracle. Kiba Yumi smiled happily and came to Lin Xiu. The blonde Holy Demon Sword girl knelt down on her knees, placed the Holy Demon Sword in front of her forehead, and placed her hands on the ground, with her forehead completely touching her hands, in a posture of complete submission. Master Lin Xiu, I will never forget your kindness. From now on, Yome will be your sword to destroy all your enemies. This oath will never fade, even if the seas dry up and the rocks crumble. Kiba Yumi was already very loyal. After learning that Lin Xiu had resurrected her companions, Kiba Yumi's loyalty and emotion were beyond words. Of course, she didn't mean to say anything bad about Rias, but compared to Lin Xiu, both the Lord type of Rias and the King type of Kang were somewhat overshadowed. Okay, Yome, I've received your kindness, but you don't have to be like this. Because, I need something in return for saving people. I won't do anything without reward. If you are saved by me, you must offer your body and loyalty to me. Lin Xiu waved his hand and explained. Come to think of it, he always felt that the sight of Kiba Yumi holding the holy sword horizontally and bowing with both hands on her forehead was very familiar. He had seen many pictures of this posture before traveling through time. Of course, there are still many differences between Kiba Yumi in those pictures. Most of the cosplayers in the pictures are naked, wearing only wigs for cuz, with all other cuz costumes neatly placed aside, thus showing their complete submission to the characters they cosplay. Lin Xiu felt that with Kiba Yumi's current loyalty, if he asked Kiba Yumi to do the same, she would definitely do it without hesitation. Outside Kuwang College, Katria watched helplessly as Kirkbal entered Jawang College and never came out again. After a few minutes, the barrier dissipated. Realizing that she would be discovered if she stayed any longer, Catalia fled in a hurry. Kirk Ball has used the evolution item, but he still hasn't left Zhuang Academy. Lin Xiu Leviathan has become even stronger than before, most likely reaching the level of a super demon lord. We must be fully prepared before attacking him. By the way, a group called the Shuchan Organization recently joined the Misfortune Group. They're very keen on researching various artifacts. Most importantly, they have a powerful tool that can counter dragon artifacts. If it's the Securute's gauntlet, it should be able to attract their attention. Because her opponent was too powerful, Catalia gradually began to give up the arrogance that belonged to the old Demon King. Unlike Kirk Ball, who has always been in a high position, the old Demon King has been taught a lesson by reality many times. Fighting against the reformist demons and then being defeated, betraying the underworld, joining the group of disasters, using the core of evolution. Every time they experience these things, the arrogance of the old Demon Kings will be destroyed a little. At this point, apart from their obsession with the position of Demon King, the old Demon Kings have long lost their so-called dignity. P.S. The Shuchan organization is an evil organization in the DxD work, Fallen Dog God, which is similar to the old Demon King faction in the DxD worldview. I will write about some of the Fallen Dog God content later, but I know that many people don't like to read it, so I will just fast forward to the content related to the Fallen Dog God. Because the timeline is a little inconsistent, in order to participate in the event, the timeline of the Dog God has been slightly modified. The other side, outside of Zhou City, on Azazel's side. Azazel, who was fishing, suddenly received a call from the Demon King. Lord Lucifer? Although he was puzzled, Azazel quickly answered the call. Sazikes, deliberately contacting the fallen angel's governor privately before the three-party talks doesn't seem like something a qualified demon lord would do. Although Azazel has a high degree of favorability towards the demon clan, he also recognizes the achievements of Sirzex and others as reformers. But no matter what, Sirzex really shouldn't have contacted him privately at this time. If he did this, what if Tian Yang misunderstood Cheng Li? Sargex knew what Azazel meant and said slowly, Azazel, I'm looking for you purely for business. Did you know that a cadre-level fallen angel named Kirk Ball is planning to start a war before the trilateral talks? Kirk Ball. You're looking for me about him? Of course, Azazel knew that Kirk Ball was planning to cause trouble, so he specially arranged for Emperor Bolong to take him down at the right time. It seems that there is no need to send out Valley now. So, you know what he's going to do? Sargex's voice remained calm. No, I don't know what he did. However, if he really wants to disrupt the upcoming three-party talks, the Fallen Angel clan will take responsibility and eliminate him as an unstable factor. Of course, Azazel could not admit the facts at this time. Take responsibility? That's no longer necessary. My brother-in-law has already cleared the way for you fallen angels. Your brother-in-law? Is he the one called Lin Xiu? Azazel was very familiar with Lin Xiu. During this period, the White Dragon Emperor had mentioned Lin Xiu countless times in front of him. Yes, Lin Xiu has killed Kirk Ball and frozen his soul. Is that so? This generation of the Red Dragon Emperor is quite powerful, and has reached the level of being able to defeat the cadre-level fallen angels. Azazel felt that he had foreseen the future. Soon, Su Longdi and Yu Longli will definitely engage in an unprecedented fierce battle. Azazel, you should know that I didn't contact you to hear this, Sirzex reminded him. Okay, I get it. The fallen angel will take responsibility. Not only responsibility, what I want is sincerity. Azazel howled to the sky in exhaustion. It seemed that the devil Lucifer was determined to blackmail him today. Okay, tell me, what should I do to show my sincerity? Well, regarding this, my thoughts are. Suzekis briefly explained her plans. In the underworld, the four demon kings have already discussed establishing a supervisory agency with law enforcement authority over the three major forces. I intend to have Lin Shujun serve as the leader of this supervisory agency to pave the way for his future. The future? Do you value your brother-in-law so much because you want him to take over the position of a demon king in the future? Who knows? Okay, no matter what your plan is, I agree to this matter, Azazel promised. After discussing some follow-up matters and handover, Azazel hung up the call and looked at the bright moon in the sky. Considering that two of the four great demon kings are relatives, which would have a negative impact, the demon king Lucifer most likely intends to let Lin Xiu inherit his position instead of inheriting the throne of the demon king Leviathan, which was originally his. Interesting, really interesting. The White Dragon Emperor is the descendant of the former demon king Lucifer, while the Red Dragon Emperor is the brother-in-law of the current demon king Lucifer, and is even more likely to be the future demon king Lucifer. If these two could fight and improve together, they might be able to develop the Red Dragon Emperor and the White Dragon Emperor to unprecedented levels. Azazel really hoped that he could study their artifacts thoroughly at that time. Therefore, before Lin Xiu fully grew up, Azazel was still happy to give him some face. The other side. When the devil Lucifer asked the fallen angel governor for the reward that Lin Xiu deserved, Lin Xiu also received other rewards that she deserved in this incident. While Lin Xiu was being intimate with the group of girls from the church, Kiba Yumi was a little confused. Kiba Yumi thought for a long time and felt that it was not enough to express her gratitude to Lin Xiu with just such vague things as oaths and allegiance. After asking Himejima Akeno smiled and told her that Lin Xiu should be quite interested in her body. So, without any hesitation, Kiba Yumi prepared herself mentally that night and came to the door of Lin Xiu's room. As soon as she arrived at Lin Xiu's door, Kiba Yumi vaguely heard a very faint girl's voice. It sounds like Tosca's voice. Could it be that, no, is saying that Master Lin Xiu is talking to JC Ka and the others? Kiba Yumi swallowed and felt hot all over, however, she still mustered up the courage to take a step forward. Just one step, Kiba Yumi just took one step forward, and the next second, she walked through the door and came in front of Lin Xiu. Kiba Yumi stared blankly at Tosca sitting in Lin Xiu's arms, and slowly took off her white uniform. Just like before, Kiba Yumi once again placed her hands on her forehead, knelt down on both knees to Lin Xiu, and offered her loyalty. The difference is that this time, what Kiba Yumi placed in front of her was not the Holy Demon Sword, but her uniform shop at Kuo Academy. Half an hour later, Tosca and Yome sat opposite each other, hands clasped together, and together endured the impact of Lin Xiu's blood infusion method. Perhaps, this is the true salvation? Kiba Yumi felt like her brain was about to melt, and she fell down powerlessly. However, even after losing consciousness, she still held her friend Tosca's hand. This shows that she cherishes her, resurrected, friend very much. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden achievement. Collect all the Holy Sword plans, purple. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. God's Left Hand Gundalufu, purple. God's Left Hand Gundarf. The ability to freely use any weapon as long as it fits the concept of the weapon. When used, it will greatly enhance the host's combat awareness. Chapter 128. Morning Exercise, Kitten's Estrus Period, Part 4. The next day, Yumi, Kiba and Tosca and their group returned to the DxD World from the world of Akame Kill. This is also the rule set by Lin Xiu. Except for the first night when the venue will not be moved, try to solve it in the dungeon world at other times. After all, the speed of time in the copy world is different, and Lin Xiu can also stop the time of the copy world for a short period of time. After returning to the DxD World, at the first meeting, Kiba Mei was surrounded by her fellow church members. Yome, please take good care of me from now on. Yome, as our sword instructor, you must train us well. Yome, are you very favored by Master Lin Xiu? Lin Xiu has never had the habit of letting his subordinates just eat and do nothing and act like a vase. Therefore, Lin Xiu first used the prototype of the Holy Sword to differentiate a number of unknown Holy Swords obtained from the heaven, and then bestowed these Holy Swords upon the girls of the Holy Sword Project. And Kiba Yumi is their swordsmanship instructor. After all, Kiba Yumi is most familiar with them, and the Holy Sword factor they already possessed was awakened after obtaining the chess pieces. Finally, although their bodies have matured due to the special chess pieces, their minds are still relatively immature, and they are still in the stage of just entering adolescence, and they always need someone to take care of them. There is no doubt that Kiba Yumi is the most suitable person to take care of them. Okay, I got it. Everyone come one by one. Don't be anxious. I will answer your questions one by one. Kiba Yumi raised her hands a little awkwardly, signaling her companions not to be anxious. Last night, because everyone's energy was focused on serving Lin Xiu, they really didn't have a good time to reminisce about the past. She also understood her companions' feelings. In this way, although Yumi Kiba was tired, she happily recalled the past and looked forward to the future with her companions. Because she had studied under Okita Soji, Yumi Kiba's swordsmanship level was quite high. After the chat, Yumi Kiba began her teaching work in an orderly manner. The other side, Lin Xiu was also conducting training and teaching. The person she trained was Rias' servant, the mixed-blood vampire girl Gasper. Like Kiba Yumi, Gasper in this world was born a girl. Originally, Lin Xiu didn't have much time to train his followers. The training he had with Kaneko and Kiba Yumi was more about cultivating relationships than training, and was part of the conquest process. But now, after obtaining the multi-heartedness, Lin Xiu can take care of multiple tasks such as cultivation, learning, research and development, at the same time, so Lin Xiu's usual time is free. This is the first time I've been so free since my memory awakened. Since he had nothing to do, Lin Xiu decided to speed up the progress of his strategy in all aspects. Training Gaspar is one of them. At this time, opposite Gaspar, the kitten from Tachung had garlic hanging around his neck and a holy sword in his hand, looking like he was going to hunt vampires. Although she couldn't use the holy sword, it didn't stop Kitty from borrowing it to pretend. Because scaring Gaspar is so much fun, it is one of her few hobbies. Ah, Kaneko-chan. Just using your fists is fine, but why did you have to use the holy sword? Gaspard could only run away quickly. What a joke, she's a vampire. Even a half-blood vampire will be severely purified if he touches the holy sword. Jiajun, don't be afraid. When you encounter difficulties, you should face them head-on. The kitten's eyes turned into cute little dots, as if it was doing this for your own good. Indeed, with Lin Xiu by my side, even if I was hit by the holy sword, I would be fine. However, it wouldn't hurt that much. Although Gaspar had been trained to not be afraid of normal pain, he still felt fear when facing the holy sword. Looking at this somewhat amusing chase scene, Lin Xiu smiled and shook his head, then said, Gaspar, you've been practicing very hard recently. I can say that you've reached the standard in terms of strength. I'm going to teach you my last lesson now, the last lesson of the day. It's called Heavy Chi. As long as you can stop the holy sword 10 times in a row, you will have completed your training. Just as Lin Xiu said, Gaspar was very hardworking in his normal training courses. His own magic power had reached the upper demon level, and he was quite skilled in the use of artifacts. The probability of stopping training to use a tennis ball had reached more than 99%. However, Gaspar was still afraid of many things, such as blood, the holy sword, and sunlight. Therefore, Lin Xiu and Rias developed a training plan specifically based on Gaspar's weaknesses. Now, Gaspar has overcome the fear of sunlight and the fear of bleeding, and the only thing left is the fear of holy power. Yes, Master Lin Xiu, I will try my best, Gaspar shouted back with his eyes closed. Long periods of training have made her accustomed to following Lin Xiu's instructions. Unlike the gentle Rias, Lin Xiu carries a sense of majesty that Gaspar dares not disobey. Under Lin Xiu's watchful eye, she had no choice but to carry out a series of training sessions. However, Gaspar was fortunate that although Lin Xiu was very strict, she was always able to solve all the accidents she encountered during training. Whether she was injured or her time-stopping ability accidentally got out of control, Lin Xiu was always able to resolve it immediately. Over time, Lin Xiu gradually became the person who made Gaspar feel at ease and respected the most. In this way, everyone was carrying out relevant training throughout the morning. Outside the gymnasium, Leah, who had finished her morning exercise, came to visit Lin Xiu and his group with breakfast. How's everyone's training going? Xiu-kun, how about having some breakfast I made first? Rias, dressed in her morning exercise clothes, smiled and waved hello. A few minutes later, everyone was dining together. Lin Xiu spoke highly of the sandwiches and steaks made by Leah. Rias is worthy of being Rias. She has only learned cooking for such a short time, but she can cook so delicious. Isn't it natural? Rias crossed her arms and had a smug look on her face. She is practicing the love skills she learned from Grayfia. If you want to keep a man's heart, you must keep his stomach. This principle is indeed correct. The only problem is, Grayfia has never had a true relationship before and doesn't know the so-called relationship skills at all. She happened to see these simple truths on a TV program. Shu Jun, you didn't wipe the corner of your mouth clean. Leah noticed the milk at the corner of Lin Xiu's mouth and reminded her with a smile. Well, that's true. So what are you going to do, Rias? Lin Xiu looked into Rias's azure eyes. No problem, leave it to me. Leah licked her red lips and used her mouth to clean the milk from the corner of Lin Xiu's mouth. However, after the cleaning was completed, Rias had no intention of stopping. She reached in along the corner of Lin Xiu's mouth and felt the taste of Lin Xiu wantonly. Requesting flowers. Lin Xiu did not dodge, but instead held Rias's head and skillfully played a game of chase. Hiss, how dazzling. Are these the couple in their passionate love period? Gaspar covered her eyes. She felt that she was blinded by the two of them. However, the actual situation was that although Gaspar covered his eyes, he opened the gaps between his fingers as wide as possible, as if he was trying to cover up his crime. Minister Rias is indeed Minister Rias. The kitten was quite calm. She had seen the lewd scene after Leah and Lin Xiu made love, so a mere kissing scene could no longer shake her mind. However, no matter how calm and peaceful the situation was, there was a hint of heat hidden deep in the kitten's golden pupils. She discovered that as her bloodline developed more and more, her body would sometimes enter a strange state. Normally it was fine, but after seeing Lin Xiu, especially after seeing Lin Xiu being intimate with other girls, she always had a strange feeling in her heart. If she guessed correctly, she should be an estrus. Because she was really shy, this time, when the kitten had health problems, she did not choose to ask Lin Xiu for help, but chose to endure it silently. Nowadays, the kitten's strength has increased a lot, and it can force itself to hold back even during the estrus period. Theoretically, after the kitten's strength was promoted to the highest demon level, it could gradually control its estrus period. But, she met Lin Xiu. Under the influence of the succubus bloodline, the kitten's estrus switch cannot be turned off no matter how hard it tries. As Xiaomao cares more and more about Lin Xiu, this string will eventually break. By then, it will probably be like a dam that has been storing water for a long time releasing water, and it will be out of control. Breakfast time was over, and Lin Xiu handed a bloody chess piece to Rias. Rias, if Gaspar completes his training, give her this chess piece. As for me, I have to go to my appointment with Amano Yuuma first. Okay, I understand. Leave it to me. Taking Lin Xiu's chess piece, Rias nodded fiercely. At first, she was still a little upset about Lin Xiu's plan to use her family as a pawn again. But now, she no longer has this feeling. Anyway, her followers were Lin Xiu's followers, and she was just using chess pieces to become stronger, not forcing them to sleep with her, so Rias didn't think there was anything wrong with it. After breakfast, Lin Xiu went to the station, ready to take the tram to the next city with Amano Yuuma. You actually invited me to play in the next city. Your purpose is a little too obvious. However, since it has come to this, it means that Amano Yuuma has made the final decision. Let me see, are you planning to lure me to a predetermined location, or are you planning to confront me? Because of his Vamana, the incarnation of God, Lin Xiu was not afraid of any barriers and could move freely in space. Therefore, he was not afraid of any traps set by the old Demon King faction against him. Shu Jun. Here, outside the station, Amano Yuuma excitedly waved her hands and greeted Lin Xiu. Today, Amano Yuuma was not wearing the clothes Lin Xiu gave her as usual, but was wearing the K uniform she wore when she first met Lin Xiu. It seems that Amano Yuuma also understands that today will be a memorable day. Chapter 129 Will You Marry Me? Amano Yuuma's Heart Knot, Part 1. Next door city. According to the pre-planned plan, Lin Xiu and Amano Yuuma started dating. The style of the next door city is quite different from that of Zhuang City, which makes Lin Xiu feel quite novel. In terms of area and population, Zhuang Town, where Zhuang Town is located, is definitely not small, so it is normal that there are cultural differences between it and the neighboring city. Kuo City has Kuo University, Kuo High School and Kuo Junior High School. Many cities have their own junior high and high schools. But, generally speaking, a city with its own university can definitely be called a big city. In the cinema, in front of the claw machine, Lin Xiu easily lifted up a black and gray panda and gave it to Amano Yuuma. Looking at this black doll that suits her perfectly, and remembering her identity as a fallen angel, Amano Yuuma was stunned for several seconds before she smiled and accepted Lin Xiu's gift. Planetarium, a place for couples to have a private room. One seat was vacant, and on the other seat, Amano Yuuma was lying on Lin Xiu's thighs. Feeling the boundless starry sky and recalling his current helpless situation, Amano Yuuma fell into deep thought. Yesterday, the Son of God monitor at the Fallen Angels headquarters sent her a task, asking her to try to expose her identity as a fallen angel to Lin Xiu, and preferably to have it done with Lin Xiu at the same time. Because the fallen angels are preparing for peace talks with the demons, Lin Xiu's identity is very important, and they need to win him over to improve his favorability towards the fallen angels. And she was the gift assigned to Lin Xiu by the fallen angels in order to win over Lin Xiu. Also yesterday, earlier, Catalia came to her house in person and asked her to lead Lin Xiu to the target location. If she didn't do as 22 said, the restriction that Catalia had placed on her would explode at 12 o'clock this morning. But Amano Yuuma really doesn't want to do it, because she found that neither the disaster group nor the fallen angels had ever seen her value. The one they have their eyes on is always Lin Xiu. And she was just a tool they used to approach or persecute Lin Xiu. After realizing this, Amano Yuuma fell into unprecedented loss and confusion. Tisk, with a gentle sound, Amano Yuuma felt a warm touch on his face. When she looked up, Lin Xiu was looking at her with a smile. Without waiting for her response, Lin Xiu leaned down again and captured the girl's red lips. Amano Yuuma knew that Lin Xiu noticed that something was wrong with her mood, so she chose to comfort her in this way. After hesitating for just a moment, Amano Yuuma hugged Lin Xiu tightly with both hands and responded enthusiastically. Only with Lin Xiu could she feel the meaning of her existence. Since accepting her confession, Lin Xiujun not only confessed his love to her in return, but also brought her many unprecedented experiences. Only with Lin Xiu could she feel the warmth of being a living being. A full half-hour later, the two of them walked out of the cinema. After replenishing some energy from Lin Xiu, Amano Yuuma barely recovered and continued the date. No matter what, today's date must go well. Amano Yuuma made up her mind that at least today, at least now, she should stop worrying about those trivial matters and concentrate on enjoying her date with Lin Xiu. So, in the following date, Amano Yuuma showed unprecedented enthusiasm. Lin Xiujun, on the snack street, Amano Yuuma smiled and asked Lin Xiu to open her mouth. Lin Xiujun, what situation do you think is better? In the photo studio, Amano Yuuma was wearing a gorgeous fallen angel-style outfit and asked Lin Xiu to take a photo of her. However, she did not reveal her true form, she simply used the studio's clothing to show her true self. The more extremely oppressive the environment, the more likely living organisms will behave in ways they would not normally do. If Amano Yuuma had just started dating Lin Xiu, she would never do something as risky as going to a photo studio to take a fallen angel-themed photo album, which is tantamount to self-destruction. At a Huxia restaurant, Amano Yuuma excitedly raised a plate of mapo tofu. Shu Jun, I heard this is super spicy, should we try it? Hum. As the hot mixture of red and white entered her stomach, Amano Yuma's fair face instantly turned red. Letting a fallen angel whose taste is close to that of the Japanese eat mapo tofu is a bit too novel and exciting for her. As for Lin Xiu, the moment she saw the mapo tofu, she felt her DNA was triggered and she subconsciously looked around. After looking around and not seeing any mapo priest, Lin Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. This wasn't the Type Moon universe, so how could there be a mapo priest in the same place as mapo tofu? Next, with Amano Yuuma feeding them, the two shared the plate of signature mapo tofu that had just come out of the pot. The high temperature of the casserole was nothing to Lin Xiu. Amano Yuuma seemed to have forgotten to hide her identity and ate the hot food openly. It tastes good, but I think it's still not as good as what I make, Lin Xiu commented. Not as good as what Shu Jun made. Is Shu Jun even good at Huxia dishes like mapo tofu? Amano Yuuma knew that Lin Xiu could cook, after all, Lin Xiu had brought her breakfast. Well, whether it's Huxia cuisine or Gachi Huxia, I'm good at both, Lin Xiu explained. Huxia cuisine is Huxia cuisine that has been modified by Japan. Although it is called Huxia cuisine, it is actually a dish that has been modified to be more in line with the tastes of local people. Gachi Huxia cuisine is the real Huxia cuisine, both the ingredients and the cooking methods are the most authentic. As for Lin Xiu, she is good at almost all mainstream cuisines in the world, including French, Turkish, Italian, Japanese, Mexican, etc. Shu-kun, you have the potential to be a house husband, Amano Yuuma praised sincerely. House husband? If Shima-san is willing to support me after we get married, I can also be a house husband. So, classmate Ma, have you ever thought about marrying me? Lin Xiu smiled and shook her head. Get married. When it comes to the topic of marriage, Amano Yuuma fell silent again. If I could really marry Shu-jun, it would seem not bad at all. Lin Xiu is the only person of the opposite S*X she has ever met who makes her feel happy and want to stay with him forever. As for Azazel, whom she once admired, as she came into contact with Lin Xiu, Amano Yuuma also realized that she only admired Azazel and there was no so-called romantic relationship between them. When she thought about how she used to mistake respect and admiration for her idol for love, Amano Yuuma found it a little funny. Today, a result must be produced. After talking about the topic of marriage, Amano Yuuma finally made up her mind. She is going to have a showdown today. In this way, the two dated along the way, experiencing the different customs of the neighboring city and Zhawang City. Between making the final decision and concluding the matter with Lin Xiu first, this was Amano Yuma's final choice after thinking for a long time. After saying that, Lin Xiu took Amano Yuma's hand and walked into the hotel together. As soon as they entered the large college-style room, Amano Yuuma threw Lin Xiu onto the large bed that looked like a lecture table. And now, this pressure has finally been released. Yes, if you're willing, Yuuma-san. After taking a long breath, Amano Yuma's already charming eyes became even more moist. Amano Yuuma has indeed been living a very depressing life recently. A silky touch came from her hand to Amano Yuma's mind. Just as she said, it was okay like this. She just sat down with her waist lowered in her uniform. The pure girl in the JK uniform rolled her beautiful eyes slightly, and her toes in the white socks instantly tensed. While shedding tears of joy and release, Amano Yuuma held Lin Xiu's hands tightly, afraid that Lin Xiu would let her go. In this situation, her identity as Lin Xiu's lover became her most valuable asset. Even her best friend was putting pressure on her. In Fusang, the word hug has another meaning besides its most basic meaning. Amano Yuuma stopped in front of a love hotel. Really, actually, I'm also quite interested in the structure inside. How about we go and take a look together? However, Lin Xiu knew that Amano Yuuma had not yet truly reached the final stage, and Amano Yuuma was still suppressing herself. But as for Amano Yuuma, although her toes kept exerting force and her thighs were clamped together, plump and elastic, but she had never stretched her wings. As he spoke, Lin Xiu skillfully held the girl's red lips, and Amano Yuuma also responded skillfully. It was obvious that Lin Xiu was just getting stronger on his own, but the speed at which he became stronger was too fast. In just over 2 months, he became so strong that no one could ignore him. After some thought, the two chose the theme of campus style. After saying words that were extremely lethal to men, Amano Yuuma gently climbed onto Lin Xiu. No matter what the result is today, no matter whether Lin Xiu will accept her after she shows her hand to her, she wants to complete the last step before negotiating with Lin Xiu. Joy mixed with release, tension mixed with emotion, Amano Yuma's purple eyes gradually turned upwards, and the jade toes wrapped in white socks kept curling up, almost bursting the white socks. Obviously, this was not in their dating plans. It's rare that Amano Yuuma is wearing the JK uniform she wore when she first met Lin Xiu, so it would be a waste not to choose a campus-style one. Shu-jun, can you hold me? Lin Xiu has experimented many times on Asia, Xenovia, Irina and others. When an angel is truly released to the extreme, its unused wings will definitely react. Leaning close to Lin Xiu's ear, Amano Yuuma whispered softly. Lin Xiu-kun should like the way I look in uniform, right? So, it's okay to leave it like this. A new book is launched, please give me flowers, comments and monthly votes. In the past 2 months, she and Lin Xiu kissed almost every day, but this time, she was more devoted and nervous than ever before. The girl with black hair and purple eyes opened her red lips slightly, issuing the most direct invitation. However, how could Lin Xiu refuse when a girl took the initiative to invite him to a love hotel? Shu-jun, I've always been interested in this kind of shop. Can you accompany me to take a look? Lin Xiu just let Amano Yuuma do what she wanted, admiring the girl's most beautiful and true side. As they kissed, 2 hearts seemed to appear in Amano Yuma's eyes, and only Lin Xiu was left in his eyes. Chapter 130. Catch him and serve him as a stud. The Road to Collecting All Leviathans, Part 2. Lin Xiu shook his head, held Amano Yuma's slender waist and continued to press down. Although he really liked the feeling of first love that Amano Yuuma brought him, but now it was time to come clean. Due to the dual effects of the succubus bloodline and the symbiote, Amano Yuma's mouth spread out weakly, and her purple eyes turned completely white, but her legs were still locked tightly, and the fingers that were clasped with Lin Xiu were still strong. Soon, under the influence of the blood perfusion method, Amano Yuuma lost consciousness and collapsed on Lin Xiu. However, she still did not stretch out her fallen angel wings. There is no doubt that even at this moment, Amano Yuuma is still suppressing herself. Looking at Amano Yuuma, who was still holding him tightly even after fainting, not letting him get away, Lin Xiu shook his head helplessly. Zuma-san, I have to admit that your persistence in this regard is beyond my imagination. In response, Lin Xiu looked in a certain direction of Lincoln City. There, he saw the members of the Shuchan organization and the Sun Demon King faction gathering. If I'm not mistaken, these are the people that Catalia has gathered to fight me. There are only 2 Super Demon King level masters. I have to say, they're quite shabby. Since she was tightly locked inside by Amano Yuuma, Lin Xiu had no intention of forcing herself out. The next second, countless golden points of light flew out of Lin Xiu's body, and a phantom of the incarnation of God condensed outside his body. Kusanagi Godu can directly manifest the incarnation of Veleslana, so Lin Xiu can naturally do it as well. Swoosh, the next second, under Lin Xiu's control, the incarnation of God took a step forward and disappeared in the room. The old Demon King is in his base in Lincoln City. Katreya is planning a trap for Lin Xiu. The person who chose to cooperate with her this time was Jiji Matandi, the leader of the Hyakuchan organization, who had just joined Hojibi. The Shuchan organization is composed of descendants of the 5 major clans who were exiled because they had no family background. Carrying resentment, 693 intends to take revenge on the 5 major clans. In the Fallen Dog God plot, the Shuchan organization collaborates with the fallen angels who betrayed the son of God's watchdog and the witches of Oz to research artifacts. They plan to collect the 4 evil artifacts and create a cruise ship accident that killed 233 students of Lincoln High School, Tojosei, Sasaki, Maeda Nobushige, kidnapping the students and their parents to conduct research on an artificial artifact called the Shuchan artifact. However, due to the intervention of the Son of God, the Shuchan agency missed the 4 evils artifacts. The Shuchan agency sent out Lincoln High School students transformed into Shuchan and their monsters to capture the escaped 4 evils and other Lincoln High School students who possessed the artifacts. Finally, because the Son of God's monitor reported the organization's hiding place to the 5 major clans, the Shuchan organization was destroyed by people sent by the 5 major clans. Originally, the Hollow Cicada agency should have been destroyed before the main storyline with Rias took place. However, something strange seems to have happened in the world where Lin Xiu lives. At this time, the leader of the Hollow Cicada organization, who belongs to the same Himejima family as Himejima Akano and is nicknamed the abandoned child of the Himejima family, Himejima Tandi, is talking to Katreya. Katreya, we agreed that the Securute's gauntlet would be given to me. Himejima Tandi is very confident about this cooperation. Because his virtual organization recently obtained a treasure that can deal with the Bed Dragon Emperor and the White Dragon Emperor. With this treasure in hand, not to mention the current Red Dragon Emperor, even if the second Heavenly Dragon were to be resurrected, he would fall into his hands. Okay, no problem, but as agreed, I'll only give you the artifact. As for Lin Xiu himself, leave it to me. Katreya adjusted her burgundy glasses, a hint of amusement on her face as if she had remembered something. The old Demon King Leviathan's faction has decided to capture Lin Xiu and torture him to produce dozens of offspring who will inherit Lin Xiu's physique. Yesterday, Katreya saw Kirkball walk into Jawong College and watched him never come out. She knew very well that compared to 2 months ago, Lin Xiu's strength had made great progress and he was already able to defeat Kirkball after using the evolution core. This rate of progress, coupled with Lin Xiu's extremely high blood purity, made Katreya envious. Katreya didn't care what kind of man she would find in the future, even if it was Lin Xiu, the man she was already engaged to. As long as the man's bloodline was strong enough for her to conceive a strong enough offspring, that would be all that mattered. Catching Lin Xiu and using him as a stud would not only allow her to regain the title of the most orthodox Leviathan, but would also allow her to experience the pleasure of revenge against the devil Lucifer, which was truly pleasing to her. The other side. Perhaps because Katreya's desire was too pure, the moment the incarnation of God arrived, the system notification sounded in Lin Xiu's mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host for triggering the stage-type plot quest, Revenge of the Old Demon Lord Leviathan. Quest level. Gold right pointing arrow red. Mission description. As the host continues to grow stronger, the old Demon Lord Leviathan has changed his policy towards the host. From the previous policy of killing or imprisoning the host, he has now changed his policy of taking the host away. It would be best if she could give birth to a large number of children, who would inherit the host's mutated, high-purity bloodline and bring shame to the devil Lucifer. This kind of behavior of treating people like studs should definitely be severely retaliated against. Task requirements. Collect the female Leviathans that appeared in the plot. Stage 1. Collect Katreya Leviathan and Ingir Leviathan. Phase 2. Collect the first-generation Leviathan and the second-generation Leviathan. Note. Collecting other female demons with Leviathan blood, such as other female Leviathans from the old Demon King Leviathan faction, can also provide a certain bonus to the mission. The Leviathans that can be collected in each time and space are as follows. Ingir Leviathan. A low-level Demon King, a descendant of Leviathan who has experienced atavism. He possesses the powerful Song of the Emerald Sea of the End that can control dragons in the ocean. He is located in the host's time control. The first Leviathan, the pinnacle of the Ultra Demon Lord. One of the first 4 Demon Lords, the most powerful pure-blooded Leviathan in history, possessing the status of a true Demon Lord, possesses immense bonuses when fighting in the underworld, and has been united with the biblical god. This world is set in the time and space of the biblical god era. Zufami Treyarch Leviathan, a beginner-level Super Demon King. Daughter of the first Leviathan. Possessing a bluish-black aura, she bears a striking resemblance to the first Leviathan. She can easily unleash floods that can submerge a city, possessing water magic powerful enough to consume an army of 10,000 demons in a single breath. Located in the time and space of the Demon Civil War. Looking at this task, Lin Xiu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Although he was in a good mood after completing a red-level task, He seemed to be able to complete the gold level prerequisite task C at this stage. If you want to complete the subsequent red level missions, you have to wait until I finish conquering the DxD World. Ding! Once the host completes the main storyline missions of the DxD World and ultimately wins the international rating game competition, they will be considered to have completed the strategy for the DxD World. After completing the strategy for the DxD World, the host can travel to any time node in the DxD World while fixing the current world line. Is that really the case? Lin Xiu sighed. After winning the rating international competition, you can travel to other time points, which means that you cannot travel before that time. However, considering this mission is a phased one, and you'll receive some rewards after reaching a certain level of completion, it's still necessary to start preparing now. Lin Xiu looked down. Through the outer barrier, Lin Xiu saw Katria discussing tactics with Himejima Tondi. In terms of appearance and temperament, although Katria is not a standard Japanese beautiful girl, she is also the type with quite elegant temperament. Before they could react, the barrier protecting them disappeared instantly. What? How ugly. The old Demon King faction seems to have sacrificed their dignity for the sake of power. A new book is launched, please give me flowers, comments and monthly votes. Spray, it would definitely feel great if I could wrap this pair of long, slender, black legs around my waist. With Lin Xiu as the center, a barrier covering the entire Lincoln city quickly formed. Forbidden. Boosted gear scale male. Katria has the typical dark-skinned queen look, with long flaxen hair and red glasses, naturally exuding a proud aristocratic temperament. However, what shocked him even more was yet to come. Cooperating with humans and accepting the control of another world, since you've already given up your dignity to this extent, why not give it up more completely? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The special Demon King costume didn't completely cover her eye-catching long legs, even though she wore burgundy stockings. This perfectly showcased her long legs. The colorful black magic ball continued to expand, instantly swallowing up the base where Himejima Tondi and Katria were. Lin Xiu was very interested in playing with Katria's long legs while turning her pigtails into reins and driving her hard. Pa, explosion. The world. Explosion Magic World version. Boom. Lin Xiu looked at Jidao Tondi and the experimental materials around Jidao Tondi. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. 2 flaxen braids fell from her proud face, but were pushed up by her proud breast curve. This even includes the female student from Lincoln High School, some of the female protagonists in Dog God, who possessed a powerful divine weapon and whom he had just captured in a terrorist attack. A few seconds later, when they regained daylight, they were immediately shocked by the terrifying fluctuations of the red armor in the air. Lin Xiu's figure flashed several times, but, as expected, she also used the evolution core? A gentle snap of fingers. Next, it's time to harvest. Even if they had used the evolution core to improve their strength, they were still far from reaching this level. In order to prevent the leader of the Shuchan organization, and the leader of the old Demon Lord Leviathan faction, from escaping, Lin Xiu made adequate preparations. He held back just to accept the achievements of Jijima Tondi. After you were ready. When they met Lin Xiu again, they discovered that all the useful materials in the base had disappeared. They had all been taken away by Lin Xiu in Shangjiang. With each flash, a large number of experimental subjects disappeared from the base. First, there was a giant barrier that covered the entire Lincoln city, and then, there was a small barrier that precisely covered the old Demon King's faction's base. Chapter 131. Samael's Poison, The Tentacles of the X-World, Part 3. The picture shows one of the female protagonists of Dog God, Sei Tojo. Using Vamana, the incarnation of God, Lin Xiu took only a few steps to contact all of the experimental subjects and teleport them into his own space. Looking at the several JK girls in his space who were still bleeding and were receiving treatment by the healing ray, Lin Xiu recognized someone he barely knew. Is this the experimental subject from Lincoln High School that they just captured? Sure enough, the timeline related to the fallen dog god is different from what I imagined. The girl taken in by this base is named Sei Tojo, a second-year student at Hara Ryoku High School. In the original story of Fall of the Dog God, she is Iki's Tobio's neighbor and childhood sweetheart, and has a good relationship with Iki's Tobio. Sei Tojo and her family took great care of Tobio Iki's. Sei Tojo's parents even took care of the belongings left to Tobio by Iki's Akatsuki after Shigeo's grandmother Akatsuki passed away. Originally, after a series of events, Sei Tojo and Tobio Iku's should have ended up together. But in the Hollow Cicada incident, Tojo Sei was kidnapped and transformed into the host of the lion who lost his courage, one of the 3 magical beasts of Oz. In the subsequent battle with Iku's Tobio, Tojo Sei was awakened. In order to prevent the lion from hurting Iku's Tobio again, he allowed the God Slayer blade to pierce his chest in search of relief. Ultimately, she survived thanks to the magic on the beads of Juba's relic given to her by Iku's Tobio. Later, she volunteered to retain her memories and joined the Fallen Ones alongside Iku's Tobio. Although her body had not fully recovered from the trauma she suffered, according to Yakusta, this was a blessing in disguise, as the Lion of Lost Courage still resided within her, though it was temporarily unusable due to the manipulation of the Son of God's Watcher. Originally, as the DxD timeline has developed to this point, these things should have already happened. But the world line where Lin Xiu is located seems to be different. The current Dongsheng Sei has just been attacked and has not had time to conduct experiments and transplant the artifact. After all, Looking at Tojosei's appearance, it is clear that she was seriously injured in the attack by the Shuchan organization. If she is not given timely treatment, she will die soon. After casually treating the injured experimental girls, Lin Xiu turned his attention back to the outside world. 144. Wawa. In just a few seconds, the blue-purple Leviathan water seemed to appear out of nothing and continued to fill up from the void, completely enveloping the surroundings. Is this the dissolving sea? Katria recognized the spell, but she felt something was amiss. No, this is the Sea of Eat Heaven, Lin Xiu replied calmly. HMPH. What's this heaven-eating sea? Come on, Himejima Tandi controlled his boys and girls who used divine weapons to fight forward. Don't act rashly, Catalia warned loudly, however, it's too late. The Sea of Eating Heaven seemed to have its own consciousness, dodging all attacks and directly hitting the artifacts of these artifact users. If the dissolving tide and dissolving sea only dissolve the body and dissolve attacks, then the ghost sea possesses the terrifying power to dissolve the soul. Ah! Screams rang out one after another. After being struck by the Sea of Snakes, all the artifact users were forced to release their artifacts due to the damage to their souls. Such a strange sight caused Himejima Tandi to look at Catalia with doubt. Catalia had no intention of paying any attention to Himejima Tandi. Instead, she gave Lin Xiu a rather urgent look. Eating the Sky Sea, isn't that an unfinished move that even our ancestors haven't developed yet? How could you possibly use it? Catalia asked a stupid question whose answer was obvious. Of course it's because I've surpassed the first-generation Leviathan. Lin Xiu spread his hands helplessly. He didn't even know why Katria asked this question. Although the first generation of Leviathan did not become a main god-level existence, because of the blessing of the underworld, it possessed insights that surpassed its peers and developed many subsequent versions of classics and Viking techniques. With the help of the knowledge of the god of the Bible and his own skills, Lin Xiu has learned all the final skills in the Book of Leviathan. In addition to the final technique, Lin Xiu even continued to research and develop, and is currently developing his own ultimate technique. The general development route and progress are as follows. Water explosion, right pointing arrow, water magic explosion, right pointing arrow, urgent water magic explosion, right pointing arrow. Dissolving tide, right pointing arrow, dissolving sea, right pointing arrow, heaven eating sea, right pointing arrow. Abyss serpent, right pointing arrow, abyss three-headed dragon, right pointing arrow, 10-headed leviathan, right pointing arrow. Rapids, right pointing arrow, tidal waves, right pointing arrow, ocean roar, right pointing arrow. No, impossible. How could Catalia possibly accept the fact that Lin Xiu had surpassed the original Leviathan? This was clearly the final technique of the Leviathan clan, yet it was completely perfected by an outsider like Lin Xiu. Catalia felt an unprecedented sense of shame. Let me see if you, this fake Leviathan, are bluffing or not. Katria raised her staff, and dark purple magic continued to gather. Three-headed dragon of the abyss. Stepping on the giant water snake, Catalia quickly climbed to the same height as Lin Xiu. Katria, I admire your courage, but a person needs to grow up eventually, and you still have to face the facts. Boom! Lin Xiu lightly tapped the air, and a monster much larger than the three-headed water snake beneath Katria's feet rose from the ground. 10 Leviathans. Looking at the incredibly familiar behemoth before her, a beast she had seen countless times in the Book of Leviathan, Katria's heart completely shattered. Impossible, 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 impossible. Water demon explodes. Unable to accept the reality, Katria brazenly launched an attack on Lin Xiu first. How pitiful, Lin Xiu didn't move, just stood there. The next second, the Kai Sho Leviathan, under his feet tore Catalia's three-headed dragon of the abyss to pieces. There was no way. Even though Catalia's strength had improved due to the evolution core, after this period of training, she had only just reached the intermediate Superdemon King level. The gap between her and Lin Xiu's strength, which was close to the Lord God level, was obvious. Bang 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 bang. Several phantoms of water demons exploded around Lin Xiu, shaking the space. A few seconds later, Lin Xiu reappeared, enveloped in the water of Leviathan, unharmed. Now, Jidao Tandi seized the opportunity and passed the winning ball to Lin Xiu. A special arrow coated with Samael's poison flew out. Although Lin Xiu is now surrounded by Leviathan water, considering that Leviathan water is also the power of dragons and snakes, it is also within the restraint range of Thrall's poison. Swoosh! The black poisonous arrow pierced through space, passed through the outer layer of Leviathan water, and hit Lin Xiu's red armor. Then, it bounced away. What? Jidao Tangdi's eyes almost popped out. How could it be possible? Did he take the wrong prop? Dragon Slayer? Is this why you dare to plan to attack me? Lin Xiu shook his head. As early as when he first awakened, his divine weapon had already eliminated all his weaknesses. It's time to end this battle. Asterisk 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 asterisk. While Catalia and Himejima Tandi attacked one after another, Lin Xiu's Sea of Eating Heaven had completely sealed off the surrounding area. Even if Himejima Tandi wanted to deploy a teleportation array, it would be immediately destroyed by the Sea of Eating Heaven. That could dissolve energy. Ka 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 ka. Setsuna no Ice Emperor activates, freezing all water magic, including Katria's water magic. And Ice Demon explodes. Bang 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 bang. Explosions one after another. As Catalia stepped on the water snake, her body was first frozen along with the snake, and then The energy from the explosion blew her away. Ice Explosion is Lin Xiu's specialized move for dealing with water and ice-type enemies. Utilizing the special arrangement of the clouds and ice of the East Sea Cloud Dragon, Lin Xiu can channel his energy into the enemy's water or ice-type moves through special means. So, the water snake in the uterus of Treasure first froze and then exploded. Damn it! How could this happen? Lying helplessly on the ground, Catalia felt an unprecedented sense of frustration. Lin Xiu not only surpassed the original Leviathan, but even developed a unique move of her own. She was also a water elemental being, and she was very strong against him. In order to avoid becoming Lin Xiu's captive, I have no choice but to use that thing. Katria, filled with hatred, used the extremely rare teleportation item. In an inexplicable fluctuation, rich spatial energy emerged around Yin Shilia's body. Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows and subconsciously used Sea of Eating the Sky to intercept. Normally, after the teleportation array comes into contact with the energy of the Sea of Eating Sky, it will fail due to the disorder of the technique and energy. But this time, as if there were no obstacles, Katria's teleportation array was successfully deployed, and her body disappeared in front of Lin Xiu. This is, through the Eye of Truth. Lin Xiu witnessed the entire process of Katria's teleportation and clearly saw the difference in the teleportation array Katria used. This is a teleportation array from another world. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a teleportation array from the X world. The Misfortune group indeed has a deep connection with the X world. Lin Xiu arrived at the coordinate point where Katria left and tracked her in reverse. However, due to the temporary inability to understand the working principle of the world teleportation array, the reverse tracing failed. The X world is truly terrifying. Ignoring the timeline and world line, they sniped the ancient god of the Bible who was about to break through to the dragon god level. It changed the rules of the world, leading to the inevitable death of the god of the Bible. Plus this special teleportation array now. The profound heritage of the X world is evident. It's truly a superworld that has conquered countless worlds. It's overwhelmingly overwhelming even the DxD world, which hasn't transcended the past. I just don't know if they have noticed me and when they will attack me. However, rather than waiting for others to attack me, I always prefer to take the initiative. Lin Xiu looked at Jidao Tandi who was seriously injured and dying in the explosion, and casually threw out a healing field. Katria ran away, but he was not without gain. There's a large amount of research data here, as well as Jidao Tandi, the leader of the Shuchan organization. Jidao Tandi's value is very high, both his value as the leader of a terrorist organization and the secrets of the disaster group in his mind are extremely precious. Soon, the soul search was over, and Lin Xiu found all the information in Himejima Tandi's mind. Chapter 132. Amano Yuuma's Confession, Part 4, on the other side, in a love hotel. While Lin Xiu was dealing with Katria and Himejima Tandi, Amano Yuuma hugged Lin Xiu tightly and fell into the deepest sleep. Of course, from a physical point of view, Lin Xiu never left from beginning to end. Since getting Amano Yuuma, Lin Xiu has been feeling Amano Yuuma's body shape and cavity pressure closely. Night. Amano Yuuma, who had been in a coma, finally woke up. As soon as she woke up, Amano Yuuma saw Lin Xiu's familiar handsome face. For some reason, Amano Yuuma felt that Lin Xiu was more attractive to her than before. Good evening, classmate Yuuma. Lin Xiu gently stroked Amano Yuuma's long black hair and greeted her with a smile. Good evening, Xiu-jun. Is it already evening? Amano Yuuma felt Lin Xiu still soaking in her body. Her eyes were very complicated. Now, she felt the sadness of having to make a decision, the joy of being in close contact with Lin Xiu, and the peace of mind that Lin Xiu had never left her. If she woke up and saw that Lin Xiu was not by her side, she really didn't know what she would do. So, Amano Yuuma slowly pushed down, and after practice, she found that she really liked the feeling of being able to feel Lin Xiu's rhythm closely. Lin Xiu's eyebrows twitched at first, then he continued to stroke Amano Yuuma's hair helplessly. That's right, Yuuma-san, it's already evening. If I'm not mistaken, Sanju-san seemed a little flustered when she woke up. Was she worried that I wasn't by her side? As he spoke, Lin Xiu grabbed Amano Yuuma's delicate jade feet wrapped in white socks and tickled them with a sense of mischief. HMPH, I was just wondering if Lin Xiu-jun was a scumbag who turned his back on a girl after getting her most important thing. Amano Yuuma resisted the itch and glared at Lin Xiu fiercely. After establishing a substantial relationship with Lin Xiu, she became more open in some aspects. Ha ha ha, Zuma-san is so cute. Lin Xiu didn't expect that Amano Yuuma would actually worry about such things. As expected, fallen angels are all transformed from angels, and they are really innocent in some aspects. Huh, what's so funny? I've seen too many men like this, Amano Yuuma retorted dissatisfiedly. You've seen too many men like this. But, Shima-san, didn't you say you've never been in love? I've never been in a relationship, but I've read romance comics. After dating Lin Xiu, in order to avoid revealing her flaws and to better understand men, Amano Yuuma has been catching up on her girls' comics. From the girls' comics, Amano Yuuma learned what true love between men and women is, and then she realized that her feelings for Azazel were just simple respect. Yuuma-san is actually learning about love through romance comics. Lin Xiu showed a playful smile. Why, can't I? Amano Yuuma was a little furious. She really wanted to bite off Lin Xiu's tongue that was both hated and loved. No, I just think Ji Ma is cute. Lin Xiu waved his hand and slightly restrained his smile. HMPH, Shujun, you are just making fun of me. Amano Yuuma puffed up his face. Yuma-san, I'm not making fun of you, I just think you're cute. By the way, did you know that I went out for a while you were asleep today? Lin Xiu officially began to reveal her cards. Are you going out for a while? Amano Yuuma frowned. She thought Lin Xiu had been inside her the whole time. Yes, there is a door by the way, and this was the scene. Lin Xiu raised his hand slightly forward and projected some of his memories. Surprised. Amano Yuuma was bombarded with a large number of projections by Lin Xiu before she had time to react. Of course she was surprised, because she never told Lin Xiu that she was from the other world. Lin Xiu's actions were undoubtedly a showdown with her. Lin Xiu's actions lifted the last veil between the two. Soon, a large number of images emerged in Amano Yuuma's mind. From these images, Amano Yuuma knew what Lin Xiu had done during the time he was away from her. While she was asleep, Lin Xiu created an incarnation and flew to the sky above Lincoln City. Then, Lin Xiu's incarnation easily crushed the old Demon King's conspiracy in Lincoln City and even captured a large number of prisoners. The only pity was that a female demon used a special formation that she had never seen before and escaped from Lin Xiu's pursuit. She had seen that person before, it was none other than Catalia Leviathan, the one who had assigned her the mission. As expected, even that Catalia is no match for Lin Xiu-kun. Amano Yuuma clearly saw that Yin Shilea used special means to improve her own strength. She was originally a 10-winged demon, but after using the evolution core, she should have been upgraded to the same 12-wing level as Azazel. However, even such a powerful Catalia was still defeated by Lin Xiu, and in the end she even had to rely on a special formation to escape. Looking at the surprised Amano Yuuma, Lin Xiu continued. Due to my actions in Lincoln City, Shima, your base in Zhuang Town will most likely be abandoned by the old Demon King faction. They might even send someone to kill you and silence you. So, Shima-san, you have no way out. Lin Xiu informed Amano Yuuma of her current situation. Mr. Lin Xiu, you are not thinking that. You can take me in, right? Amano Yuuma pursed her red lips slightly, her eyes becoming sharper again. She was asking why Lin Xiu had to confront her. It turned out that while she was asleep, Lin Xiu had pushed the situation to the point where she had no choice. No, what I want to say is that you can stay with me. Lin Xiu knew that Amano Yuuma was a proud person. Although she did not have much capital to be proud, Lin Xiu was willing to use gentle means to tolerate her willfulness. Who said that he really likes Amano Yuuma? Who said that Amano Yuuma was his first love in this world? Looking at Lin Xiu's extremely clear eyes that attracted her so much, feeling Lin Xiu's warmth and lines, Amano Yuuma opened her red lips slightly and asked the question that concerned her most. Shu Jun, when did you know my true identity? Even when the whites of her eyes were completely turned over by Lin Xiu's blood infusion method, Amano Ma never stretched out her fallen angel wings. If so, when did Lin Xiu know her true identity? If I say I knew it from the beginning, would you believe me? At the beginning? In other words, it was the day she confessed her love to him? Why? Since you, Lin Xiujun, knew my identity from the beginning, why did you accept my confession? Amano Yuuma asked a very stupid question. Women become stupid because of love. This statement is perfectly verified in Amano Yuuma. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiu gently touched Amano Yuuma's red lips and replied calmly and firmly. Of course it's because I've liked Yuuma-san from the very beginning. Huh? After receiving Lin Xiu's reply, Amano Yuuma's purple pupils instantly widened and his mind went blank. Lin Xiu really likes the look of surprise and dazed expression on the face of Amano Yuuma, the fallen angel girl who thinks she is arrogant but a little bit stupid. If I didn't like you from the beginning, why would I confess to you and why would I date you? Lin Xiu added. Of course it's because you want to take the opportunity of confessing your feelings to me and win me over. Amano Yuuma roared in his heart. However, after complaining about this, Amano Yuuma realized something. Wait, it seems like Lin Xiujun's behavior is also a sign of his affection for me? Not only did Lin Xiu confess his love to her, he also took her to experience various things that only couples would do. Even though he said that, the corners of Amano Yuuma's mouth couldn't help but rise. After realizing that his expression had somewhat collapsed, Amano Yuuma hurriedly rolled his eyes at Lin Xiu to cover up his emotional changes. She was clearly very uneasy and afraid that the trouble group would settle accounts with her, but she still wanted to maintain her own dignity and was unwilling to ask him for help. However, since Lin Xiu knew her identity from the beginning, then, from another perspective, Lin Xiu took the initiative to confess his feelings to her even though he knew her identity? Excuse me. Can you date me? There was no doubt that this was a sign that Lin Xiu wanted to capture her. Lin Xiu thought Amano Yuuma was a little too cute, so cute that she made people want to eat her right there. Mr. Lin Xiu, if I am willing to stay by your side, can I get the so-called happiness? Amano Yuuma looked at Lin Xiu with a hint of hope. The reason why Amano Yuuma felt that Lin Xiu was deceiving her was because she believed that Lin Xiu was supposed to be ignorant. Now that she knew that Lin Xiu actually knew everything, she felt that she had been deceived. Although he is an evil fallen angel, he has never been in love. He will smile happily as long as someone tells him that they like him. However, unlike her initial perception that Lin Xiu liked her disguised as a human girl, Lin Xiu had always liked her as a fallen angel. Yes, Yuuma-san, I've liked you for a long time, and I'd be happy to date you. Bending down slightly, Amano Yuuma pursed her red lips, revealing the same innocent expression she had when she confessed to Lin Xiu 2 months ago. After receiving Lin Xiu's response, Amano Yuma's pupils trembled continuously. The pink heart-shaped eyes on the violet pupils were fascinating. As Lin Xiu said, she has no way out now. A few seconds later, Lin Xiu gave the same answer as before. Of course, if Lin Xiu-jun likes, you can also call me Amano Yuuma. After all, this is an important name that carries the first meeting between Lin Xiu-jun and me. I can't guarantee it, I can only say that I will try my best to do it. She used to think she was arrogant and had never looked at Lin Xiu with such eyes. In the following moments, it is the fallen angel Linali who wants to tell you, not the fake identity of Amano Yuuma. I have something to do tomorrow, so I will update twice for now. She was obviously very happy and satisfied that Lin Xiu liked the real her, but she still had to force herself to act like one. Don't think you can fool me with sweet words. A new book is launched, please give me flowers, comments and monthly votes. Feeling the girl's enthusiastic response, Lin Xiu pressed his hands on her waist and slowly pushed down, causing Amano Ma's pink eyes to roll back uncontrollably. After a few minutes, Amano Yuuma finally sorted out her thoughts. Looking at Amano Yuuma showing her true self in front of him, Lin Xiu felt a great sense of satisfaction. Mr. Lin 0.9 Xiu, my name is Linali, the fallen angel Linali. Lin Xiujun, I have liked you for a long time. In the end, Amano Yuuma hugged Lin Xiu with loving eyes and gave her a girlish kiss with unprecedented faith and love. Okay, since Lin Xiujun is willing to make such a promise, then I choose to believe Lin Xiujun. Chapter 133, 12-Winged Fallen Angel Bloodline, Linali's Best Friend, Part 1. This time, Amano Yuuma showed her whole self in front of Lin Xiu. After a thorough showdown with Lin Xiu, she felt an unprecedented sense of relief and release. 14. The fallen angel's wings spread out, completely enveloping Lin Xiu and Amano Yuuma. Amano Yuuma sat on Lin Xiu in a squatting position, showing off her perfect back curve, while her toes in her white socks kept curling up and completely turned over. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden achievement, the complete conquest of the fallen angel Linali. Compared to conquering the body, it is more difficult to conquer the heart. With the passage of time and the host's promotion, finally completed the physical and mental conquest of the fallen angel Linali. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, 12-Winged Fallen Angel Bloodline, Gold. 12-Winged Fallen Angel Bloodline. This is not a fallen angel bloodline formed by the fall of an angel, but rather a fallen angel born similar to Himejima Yuri, and has a mutually beneficial and counteractive nature with angel bloodlines. Ding! Having obtained the bloodline of the 12-Winged Fallen Angel, the host's essence has been enhanced, and his strength has been raised to that of a high-level demon king. So, I have the triple bloodline of devil, angel, and fallen angel? Add to that the immortal bloodline that enhances the essence, and you can even have a whole table of hemp. Lin Xiu felt the 3 bloodlines in his body that balanced each other, and complemented and restrained each other. If it were a normal person, he would have exploded and died by now. Only Lin Xiu, who possessed the system, could allow these 3 bloodlines to remain peacefully in his body. The power of angels and fallen angels lies on the positive and negative sides of light, and can be divided into holy light and dark light. The power of the devil is the addition of the devil attributes of Lilith, the mother of devils, to the original attributes of the great Tao of heaven and earth. If it's just the power of a demon, it would be very difficult to merge it with the power of an angel or a fallen angel. However, if you add another bloodline that is mutually beneficial and mutually restraining, then the situation will be different. Originally, Lin Xiu was still worried about how to fuse the demon blood and divine blood in his body. Now, with the addition of the fallen angel blood, he finally found the right balance. With the power of angels and fallen angels forming the yin-yang fish, and the demonic power and immortal bloodline carrying all the myriad paths forming the array plate. With a few more adjustments, the power within me should be perfectly balanced, and I should be able to exert my power simultaneously. However, to achieve complete fusion, one needs a very strong foundation, at least a super demon king level, or even a main god level of strength. In this way, Lin Xiu soaked in Amano Yuuma's body while adjusting the blood in his body. Normally, Lin Xiu would first use the immortal bloodline to increase his vitality and origin, and then use the amplified Leviathan bloodline for attack and defense. However, if the new 3-line blood circulation can be successful, the 3 mutually reinforcing and mutually restraining bloodlines in Lin Xiu's body will be able to exert their full strength at the same time. If the 3 bloodlines can be used at the same time, it means that Lin Xiu's output can be increased by at least 3 times. If the 3 bloodlines were to merge perfectly in the future, becoming indistinguishable from each other, the magnitude of the improvement would be even more terrifying. While Lin Xiu was adjusting his power, the expression on Amano Yuuma's face changed from time to time, because she could feel the changes in Lin Xiu's bloodline power through the contact with his dragon pattern. When switching to the demon bloodline, Amano Yuuma was not calm. When the bloodline of the fallen angel was transformed, a relaxed and happy smile appeared on Amano Yuuma's lips, and she subconsciously hugged Lin Xiu tightly to allow Lin Xiu to penetrate deeper. When she switched to the angel bloodline, Amano Yuuma frowned and tried to break away from Lin Xiu. However, this time, it was Lin Xiu who wouldn't let her leave and instead held her waist. This made her show an even more painful expression of resistance. Fortunately, Amano Yuuma was so tired that she showed no sign of waking up even like this. Amano Yuuma's strength is not strong. Even after practicing with the evolution core for so long, she has only gained the strength of a superior demon level. If it was Lin Xiu who had just awakened, Amano Yuuma could still barely handle it. But now, Lin Xiu's strength has been upgraded to the Demon King level, far beyond the level that Amano Yuuma can handle. So, she slept very soundly. It wasn't until Lin Xiu gave her an extraordinary chess piece that she woke up from her slumber. However, as soon as he woke up, Amano Yuuma's face turned gloomy. Because she saw her best friends, Middle and Kalvana. At this time, the blonde lowly fallen angel Middle was wearing white silk and sitting on Lin Xiu's waist, looking quite cute. Looking at the few centimeters torn off on Middle's white silk stockings, Amano Yuuma felt that her decision to wear the JK uniform she wore when she first met Lin Xiu yesterday was a clear one. Opposite Middle, the blue-haired fallen angel sister Kalvana, wearing black stockings, sat opposite Kalvana. The two of them clasped their hands together, looking like a loving sister. "Ah, Lanali, you finally woke up." Middle noticed the awakened Amano Yuuma, raised his beautiful hand wrapped in white sleeves, and smiled happily. "Don't call me Lanali. I've given up on that name," Amano Yuuma said with a gloomy look. "Huh? If not Lanali, what should I call you?" Middle tilted his head. "Shuma. Call me Amano Shuma. This is the name I used when Lin Shujun and I met." For Amano Shuma, this name symbolizes her inner voice. "Is that so? Well, after all, we are now comrades sharing the same bed." Middle waved his hand and agreed to Lanali's request. Of course, what actually happened was that she slowly pushed down, making the already protruding white silk stockings on her lower abdomen appear even more protruding. Normally, in order to prevent it from falling down, pantyhose are designed to be above the waistline. This practical and convenient design, coupled with Middle's petite figure, gave Lanali an unprecedented visual experience. "Middle, if I'm not mistaken, you should have already defected to Lin Shujun a long time ago, right?" Amano Yuuma asked with a frown. Looking at Middle's proactive attitude, it didn't look like he was being forced by Lin Xiu at all. In such a short time, it was impossible for Lin Xiu to completely conquer her two best friends. In front of Middle, King Li, Amano Yuuma quickly came to Lin Xiu. Then, there was only one possibility left. Long before the showdown with her, Middle and Kalvana had already joined Lin Xiu's army. The final result is out. The winner is Lin Xiu. "Xu Jun, although you are a playboy, I will accept your playboyishness. After all, Xu Jun likes me the most, and I like him the most, too." She was asking why she often heard their insinuations. It turned out that they had betrayed her a long time ago. Through the three fallen angel girls, Lin Xiu experienced three different styles of lowly, young girl, and mature woman. It can be said that his practice is perfect and his thoughts are clear. After saying this, Amano Yuuma hugged Lin Xiu's head and kissed her deeply in front of Middle. Compared to becoming a peripheral member of the trouble group, it is more cost-effective to join Lin Xiu's team when he is weak. Amano Yuuma now understood why Middle had such a strong grudge against her. When she thought about Lin Xiu favoring Amano Yuuma over them, Middle was so angry that her teeth were itching. That's why she did something to piss off Amano Yuuma after meeting her. But Middle and Kalvana are different. She had long known that Lin Xiu had two fiancés, and that the underworld seemed to be planning to arrange a fiancé for him. Sharing Lin Xiu with other women always had psychological implications. Originally, Middle and Kalvana were ready to sacrifice themselves to Lin Xiu the night they got Lin Xiu's chess piece. But later, as Lin Xiu showed more and more strength, Middle and Kalvana gradually felt that it was not a bad idea to join Lin Xiu. The only thing that made them unhappy was Lanali, or rather, wild hemp. So that's how it is. The most comfortable one was of course Lin Xiu. Because of the competitor, Amano Yuuma became much more relaxed. Kalvana was helpless and could only act according to the situation. However, Lin Xiu rejected them with the excuse of, wait until Amano Yuuma's affairs are over before getting together again. They had been deceiving her for a long time. The next second, Amano Yuuma noticed two extra bloodstains on the bed, and also noticed Middle's slightly furrowed brows. Although Kalvana's words did not particularly provoke Amano Yuuma, after seeing Amano Yuuma wake up, she served Lin Xiu even more attentively. Amano Yuuma has challenged her, she must respond. It is obvious that Middle and Kalvana are the type of people who are afraid that their best friend is suffering, but also afraid that their best friend is driving a Land Rover. The only thing she could do was to hold on to Kalvana and use her as support to continue pressing down. Originally, they chose to submit to Lin Xiu only because their lives were threatened. Well, you guessed right. After the plan to recapture Saint Asia failed, we were restricted by Lord Lin Xiu. Middle nodded. When he thought about how Middle and Kalvana had pledged allegiance to Lin Xiu a long time ago, but did not receive as much favor as himself, Amano Yuuma could not help but curl up the corners of his mouth slightly. Middle. A new book is launched, asking for flowers, comments, and a monthly gift, all. Middle had never thought that Amano Yuuma would want to take revenge on her in this way, but because Kalvana was sitting on Lin Xiu's chest, standing between her and Amano Yuuma, she couldn't even stop Amano Yuuma. Later, after obtaining Lin Xiu's pawn, Middle and Kalvana's favorability and loyalty towards Lin Xiu's sword, to the point where they were ready to sacrifice themselves at any time. At this moment, what undoubtedly made her more angry than Lin Xiu sleeping with her best friend was her best friend's concealment and betrayal. In this way, Middle and Amano Yuuma, two fallen angel girls, competed for Lin Xiu and started an extremely fierce competition for the female. Chapter 134 The Ultimate Beast, The Heroines of the Dog God, Part 2. Pictured as Natsumi Minagawa, one of the female protagonists of Dog God. After subduing the 3 fallen angels, Lin Xiu completed a lot of trivial tasks before the 3-party talks officially began. For example, with the encouragement of Lin Xiu and Rias, Gasper finally trained himself to the point where he could use divine weapons even when facing holy swords. For example, according to Jidao Tangdi's memory, Lin Xiu began to liquidate the strongholds of other Shuchan organizations and rescued many girls from them. For example, with the advice of Middle and the consent of Amano Yuuma, Lin Xiu successfully subdued all the fallen angel girls except the 3 in the Zhuang town stronghold. On the night of the party, a system notification sounded in Lin Xiu's head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden achievement, collecting all the fallen angels in Zhuang town. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Bloodline Evolution, Fallen Angel Bloodline, Gold. Ding! The host's 12-wing Fallen Angel Bloodline has evolved into the Fallen God Bloodline. But isn't there a bloodline that can evolve to the red level? It's true, according to the system's rules, 3 gold level bloodlines must be created to combine into 1 red level reward. If there are only 2 levels of rewards, it's not yet at the stage of advancement. According to the system, the bloodline of the God of the Bible is an evolved form of the angel bloodline, and this fallen God bloodline is an evolved form of the fallen angel bloodline. The bloodline of the God of the Bible doesn't have much remaining power, so its level isn't very high. But this is just right. The bloodline of the previous God of the Bible was higher in level than the bloodline of the 12-winged fallen angels, making it very difficult to balance. Now, the fallen angel bloodline has finally completed its advancement. Just a little bit of balancing will reach the equilibrium point. After more than 10 seconds, Lin Xiu opened his eyes excitedly. Just as he thought, the 2 bloodlines that previously required a lot of effort to balance could now be balanced in just a few breaths. This ability to start quickly is extremely important in combat. The other side. On the side of Himejima Tandi, Lin Xiu first searched Jidao Tangdi's soul and then brainwashed him. After swallowing the core of evolution in Himejima Tangdi's body, Lin Xiu's evolution direction, Dragon Eater, was also upgraded to gold quality, and he was promoted to Dragon Beast with evolution direction shift, with an additional direction that can devour beast souls. However, what made Lin Xiu happiest was the new task he got after brainwashing Jidao Tandi. After brainwashing Himejima Tandi, Lin Xiu thought a lot about the future of Himejima Tandi and the Shuchan organization. In the end, Lin Xiu decided to continue to let Jidao Tandi, the brainwashed leader of the Shuchan organization, live there. Letting Jidao Tandi continue to serve as the leader will bring many benefits to Lin Xiu. First, Lin Xiu can mobilize the resources of the Shuchan organization to do things that are inconvenient for him to do. Second, Lin Xiu can let Shuchan's organization infiltrate the Hojichin and obtain the necessary information, so that they can anticipate the enemy when they are about to attack them. Third, the Shuchan organization has a large number of artifact users for Lin Xiu to study. Although Lin Xiu will not brainwash them first and then kill them after using them as before, he still needs their cooperation in his research. The knowledge of the God of the Bible contains many parts related to divine artifacts. In order to reach the 5% knowledge level of the God of the Bible as soon as possible, Lin Xiu is practicing the knowledge of the magic weapon. After all, a skill as useful as multi-mind communication wouldn't be a waste if it weren't used. Then, while Dongcheng Sazi was still unconscious, Lin Xiu directly took away the girl's purity. Originally, Lin Xiu was not used to using force, but considering that Tojo Sei was Ikis Tobio's childhood sweetheart, although they did not have a close relationship, the feelings of childhood sweethearts still existed. Thinking that he might have to compete with Iku's Tobio for women in the future, Lin Xiu directly refused. In this way, under the dual effects of blood infusion and the special chess piece, the soul-damaged Sei Tojo finally woke up. After waking up, Tojo Sei's body trembled for a while, and then tears of pain and pleasure flowed out. After realizing what had been done to her, Sei Tojo immediately refused. But after Lin Xiu's repeated conquests in the Akame Slayer world, under the influence of Lin Xiu's "I'm doing this to save you" Pua and the succubus bloodline, Tojo Sei finally chose to accept it after being filled up countless times. While completing the strategy for Tojo Saki, Lin Xiu also plans to study the Lion of Courage, a divine weapon that Tojo Saki already possessed in the original world line. With his knowledge that surpassed that of the Shuchan organization, Lin Xiu easily removed all the drawbacks of the lion who lost his courage, and transplanted them into Dongcheng Sei. After that, Lin Xiu heard the system prompt sound. Byte. Congratulations to the host for triggering the plot mission, The Ultimate Beast. Task level. Red. Task description. In order to transcend the world, you must first reach the limit of the current world. To reach the limits of the current world, one must have a deep understanding of and the ability to influence the world's infrastructure. Dragon and beast are already the pinnacle of power in the DxD world. If one wants to transcend the DxD world, one must obtain the experience of dragon and beast that can build the foundation of the world. The 4 great beasts and the 5 great spirit beasts are the foundation of the power of beasts. Quest requirements. Use the Red Dragon Emperor's Cage to devour the 4 evil artifacts, the 5 great spirit beasts, Warcraft creation, Typhon, etc. Note. The creation of the 4 great ferocious beasts, the 5 great spiritual beasts, and the demonic beast is required. Beast-attributed gods such as Typhon are not required, but absorbing them can speed up the process. It is required to devour at least 3 main god-level beast gods. The system has provided the names and affiliations of the hosts of the 4 great beasts and the 5 great spirit beasts. 4 evil artifacts and their owners. Teoti. Chi Longshi prays for a child, female. The Strange. Minagawa Natsumi, female. Taowu. Samejima Sunio, male. Chaos. Jiyu Shion Haiji, male. 5 great spirit beasts and their contractors. Suzaku. Hamejima Suzaku, female. Xuanwu. Tongmen Xuanwu, female. Azure Dragon. Jichao Azure Dragon, male. White Tiger. Shinra White Tiger, male. Huanglong. Huanglong, the god among all ghosts, male. After completing this mission, Lin Xiu began to collect the 4 evil artifacts and the 5 spiritual beasts. However, since Lin Xiu did not have much time, he only collected 3 of the 4 evil artifacts before the trilateral talks began. They are Teoti, Nanatiki Shichoji, female, Chongchi, Minakawa Natsumi, female, Hun Dun, Jiyu Shion Haiji, male. First up is Natsumi Minagawa. Minagawa Natsumi is a second-year student at Hara-Ryoku High School. She possesses the Chongchi, one of the 4 evil gods. During the Hollow Cicada incident, Natsumi Minagawa awakened her own independent artifact, the Eagle Griffin, from an egg given by Azazel. During battle, Natsumi Minagawa can transform into the monster Chongchi, which has the upper body of an eagle and the lower body of a lion. After all, Lin Xiu is the heir of the Demon King Leviathan, and even the Demon King Lucifer accepts the fact that Lin Xiu can marry multiple partners. In addition, Lin Xiu also promised to marry her, so Minagawa Natsumi can only accept his boyfriend who forced himself on her before they even met. The day before the trilateral talks, a system prompt sounded in Lin Xiu's head. In the end, after Lin Xiu's hard work, Minagawa Natsume finally accepted Lin Xiu. During the battle, Nanagi Shikiko can summon a small monster with a Teoti mask on its face. Nanagi Shikiko named the small monster Zalbo. This small monster is none other than the strongest Teoti among the 4 evil monsters. Jiyu Xian Ling Introduction. Brief, congratulations to the host for triggering the main storyline mission, the 3-party talks. In the Shuchan incident of the original plot, Nanatake Shikiko awakened the artifact, Teoti, and was captured by the Fallen of the Abyss. Different from the Fallen, it is a more vicious faction among the fallen angels, together with the Chaos holder Koken Haiji, so he once refused the help of the Son of God's Monitor. By the time the 3 holders of the 4 evil artifacts were gathered, several days had passed. Zero is a child of mixed Japanese and Western European descent. Nanatake Shikiko not only has long dark blonde hair but also possesses quite charming heterochromatic eyes. Her left eye is black, her right is blue, reflecting the sun's light, giving people a strange charm. Nanatake Shikiko is also a second-year student at Hara-Ryoku High School. Like Minagawa Natsumi, Nanatake Shikiko is also a holder of the 4 evil sacred gears. Nana Takeshi's problem of having a child is much easier to solve than Minagawa Natsumi's. Due to the Teoti's characteristic of eating a lot, Nana Takeshi will always be hungry when trying to have a child. She found that every time after having S*X with Lin Xiu, she could often maintain a feeling of fullness for a long time as she was filled with Lin Xiu's symbiont. After some hesitation, she accepted Lin Xiu. After Minagawa Natsumi, it was Nanatake Utaha who prayed for a child. A new book is launched, please give me flowers, comments, and monthly votes. All I can say is that he was right to keep the Shuchan organization. Most of the time, villain organizations are much more efficient than decent organizations. Different from childhood sweetheart type JK girls like Dojose, Minagawa Natsume has a more cheerful personality, so she quickly accepted Lin Xiu, who seemed like a good match. Fortunately, Lin Xiu has never been picky about food. No matter whether it is a relationship that he has fostered or a beautiful girl that comes to him, Lin Xiu never refuses anyone. Therefore, Lin Xiu chose to use his symbiote to help Minagawa Natsumi awaken the artifact. At that time, Lin Xiu was completing the step of attacking the body first and then the mind, on Minagawa Natsume. When he saw Nanatake Shi seeking a child being sent in front of him, Lin Xiu was dumbfounded. Because of the Teoti's nature of devouring everything, Kilongshi Choji has a huge appetite. Also because of the Teoti's characteristic of devouring everything, it is difficult for Kilongshi Choji to gain weight no matter how much she eats. Her slender waist is bounded by her formal dress, and the wide skirt spreads to both sides, which makes her look both noble and suitable for fighting. That night, Lin Xiu soaked in Kilongshi Choji's body and helped her complete the awakening of the artifact. During the battle, Nanatake Shimoko regained trust with Iku's Tobio's team. After the battle, she joined the Fallen organization and continued to provide support. Requesting flowers. 014909322. Filu 141,031,461. And now, Lin Xiu is here. In the original plot, Natsumi Minagawa rescued Tobio Ikus who was attacked by Hollow Cicada, handed him the egg given by the governor, and took him to the refuge apartment provided by the Son of God's Monitor. Nanatake Shimoko is a girl with short hair and twin ponytails, wearing a combat dress and black stockings. While escaping from the pursuit of the fallen ones of the Abyss and the Witch of Oz, Nanatake Shika received help from Iku's Tobio and others, and used Zalbo to eat the stone statues formed by the artifact, the cursed statue of Wei Shi. and the purple flames emitted by the god-destroying tool, the disc of the purple flame priest. Like Nanatake Shimoko and Minagawa Natsumi, she failed to awaken the artifact during the Shuchan incident, so unfortunately she was captured by the Shuchan organization. Bite. Her artifact is one of the 4 evil artifacts, Teodi, an independent materialized artifact that can devour everything including objects or spells. Like Natsumi Minagawa and Sei Tojo, she had just been injured and had not had time to awaken and study the artifact. The only thing that made her unhappy was that Lin Xiu was a married man with several fiancées. Chapter 135. Rias's mother visits, Venelena's crazy idea, Part 1. Pictured. Venelana, Bite. Congratulations to the host for triggering the main storyline mission, the 3-party talks. Quest level. Gold. Mission description. Thousands of years ago, the 3 major tribes of demons, angels, and fallen angels fought a protracted war until all 3 sides suffered heavy losses and further war could lead to genocide. Only then did they finally cease fighting. Over the past thousands of years, due to the significant loss of power, the 3 forces have shrunk compared to their previous power. In order to continue the ethnic group and move towards a better future, the 3 forces chose to unite. However, it was clear that many of the 3 factions disagreed with this and were preparing to stir up trouble in Zhuang Town, the meeting place. Task requirements. Facilitate the tripartite talks and obtain the highest possible status at the end of the talks. Is it finally here? The trilateral talks. Today is the school visit day, and tomorrow is the trilateral meeting. In order to pile up tasks until the system evolves before completing them, Su Shu has not been completing system tasks very quickly recently. The reason for doing this is that, according to the system, after completing the 3rd copy world, the synthesis function of the system reward can be activated. Obviously, 3 low-level rewards are not as good as 1 high-level reward. Therefore, before the synthesis function was enabled, Lin Xiu's enthusiasm for completing tasks was not very high. Of course, no matter how low the price is, if there is a task, it still needs to be completed. Visiting day, at the entrance of Zhuang College, Lin Xiu watched as students and their parents walked into the school gate one by one, feeling a little sad. He has been an orphan since childhood. Therefore, he spent visiting days alone from childhood to adulthood. However, Lin Xiu vaguely remembered that someone had taken care of her. Unfortunately, at that time, Lin Xiu was still in her infancy and had no clear memories. She only felt that she was surrounded by unprecedented maternal love and warmth. That kind of motherhood and holiness even surpassed the God in the Bible that Lin Xiu had ever perceived. Since he only had a general impression at the time, after Lin Xiu gained self-awareness, he only knew that his parents had died early and left him an inheritance. However, today, everything is different. A few days before the visit, Venelana, the current head of the Gremory family, told Lin Xiu that she planned to attend Lin Xiu's visit as a member of her family. From a distance, before Lin Xiu even entered the school gate, a beautiful young woman with flaxen hair and a formal dress was waving her hands and greeting Lin Xiu. Lin Xiujun. Venelana waved her slender hands in white sleeves, with a gentle smile that was both warm and polite. Ms. Venelana, there's no need to greet me from such a distance. Lin Xiu smiled helplessly, hurried into the school gate, and headed towards where Venelana was. As soon as she saw Lin Xiu, Venelana held Lin Xiu's hands with both of hers. Ah, why is Lin Xiu-kun so distant? When he and Rias were arguing with me at the Gremory house and kept me awake, you weren't distant at all. Perhaps because she had given birth to a child, Venelana was very open-minded in some aspects. Lin Xiu didn't expect Venelana to be so open-minded, and could only respond with a helpless smile. He had set up a soundproof barrier, but Vanilla didn't know what he had done. This only proved that Venelana had been eavesdropping that night. However, Lin Xiu didn't expect that Venelana would dare to take the initiative to expose the fact that she had eavesdropped and even use this matter to tease him. I can only say, maybe this is the margin of freedom for adult women? Because Venelana was wearing white sleeves, Lin Xiu did not really touch Venelana. However, even so, feeling Venelena's body temperature transmitted through the white silk sleeves, as well as the top-grade texture of the white silk sleeves themselves, Lin Xiu's heart was still moved. After a few seconds, Lin Xiu smiled and reached out her hand, moving Venelana's arm away. At first glance, this is Lin Xiu rejecting Venelana. In fact, Lin Xiu's action of pulling Venelana's arm away was precisely an act of offense. Because, when pulling Venelena's arm away, Lin Xiu bypassed the white silk sleeves that Venelana usually wore and made physical contact with Venelana. While making contact, Lin Xiu also deliberately stimulated his succubus bloodline to the maximum extent. Nowadays, Lin Xiu's succubus bloodline has been upgraded to purple quality, reaching the minimum requirement to have an impact on the Gremory family. Although Venelana is very powerful, the quality of her bloodline has not reached gold, and is within the influence range of the purple quality succubus bloodline. This feeling is, it was just the most ordinary contact, but Venelana felt an unprecedented excitement. That was the feeling a woman feels towards a man, a female towards a male, during mating season. Instantly, Venelena's body temperature rose by a few tenths of a degree, and her hormones rapidly secreted, quickly preparing her for reproduction. If I'm not mistaken, Lin Xiu-kun has reached the point where he can influence Rias and me. Venelana looked at Lin Xiu with surprise and joy, mixed with a hint of barely perceptible desire and possessiveness. After all, Lin Xiu was the first person of the opposite S*X who made her body glow with female instincts, so it was normal for a female to subconsciously desire a male. Unfortunately, Venelena's condition did not last long. In just 2 or 3 seconds, she broke away from Lin Xiu. The reason was very simple. Lin Xiu had already taken Venelena's hand away from him, and if he continued to touch her, it would inevitably be seen as taking advantage of her. After the contact was broken, Venelena's throbbing body and heart quickly calmed down, and she could no longer feel the wonderful feeling before. After thinking about it, Venelana felt that she should confirm it more. So, while Lin Xiu wasn't noticing, she took off her white silk sleeves and held Lin Xiu's hand again. Hiss. Feeling this familiar feeling, Venelana subconsciously exerted force with both hands, completely holding Lin Xiu's hands in hers, presenting a loving look with their fingers intertwined. Judging from the way Lin Xiu and Venelana looked, anyone would think they were siblings, not son-in-law and mother-in-law. However, since Venelana was born into the Gremory family, her ideas are different from those of normal humans, let alone normal demons. To put it simply, because the Gremory family has never had the custom of marrying out of the family, every generation of the head of the family has never developed any romantic feelings for anyone. This has led to the current situation where Venelana is too conservative in some aspects and too open in others. Note: in this book, Venelana is a member of the Gremory family, not some daughter of the Ball family who married into the Gremory family. The flaxen hair is because each generation of the Gremory family head may have different hair colors and even different abilities due to the different bloodlines in his body. Rias and Alice's destructive magic is the result of their bloodline splitting towards the Great King Ball family. Holding Lin Xiu's hand completely in her own, Venelana asked with a smile. Lin Xiu-kun, you should now have the ability to help Rias give birth to offspring, right? Venelana knew very well that what she was feeling now was the same as what the maid of the Gremory family had felt before. In other words, she, like the maid, was affected by Lin Xiu's physique and entered estrus. For Venelana, today was truly a joyous day. Being able to participate in Lin Xiu's visit as an elder and confirming Lin Xiu's advanced abilities was a double blessing. However, Lin Xiu poured a bucket of cold water on her the next second. I'm sorry, I don't have the ability right now, Lin Xiu sighed. Huh? Why? Venelana frowned in confusion. Under Venelana's gaze, Lin Xiu slowly said, because Rias's bloodline has evolved again. If it was the old Rias, I wouldn't have had any problems, but now, thanks to me, Rias's bloodline has evolved again, reaching a level that's strong enough to rival the original 4 demon lords. Although she was happy about her daughter's improved strength and bloodline, Venelana couldn't smile at all when she thought that her daughter would be infertile for a long time because of this. Venelana was a little amused and helpless. This ability of mine is actually related to the opposite S*X with whom I have a close relationship. If we help Lin Xiujun advance together, then he can. It was because Rias and Lin Xiu were too intimate at this time and were watered too many times that she evolved into her current appearance. Didn't Lin Xiujun say that in order to advance his bloodline again, the demon he was mating with needed to have a very strong bloodline power? Even if Alice isn't up to par, there are still so many generations of female heads of the Gremory family who have inherited the family lineage. If we can compensate for quality with quantity, it should be possible. Then, Lin Xiujun, how long will it take you to advance your abilities again? Venelana asked tiredly. And Alice, it seems like we meet this requirement? This ability to attract the opposite S*X and bring them into reproductive mode can only be advanced through more intercourse with the opposite S*X. Seems pretty normal, right? The more opposite SX people I have close relationships with, the stronger my bloodline becomes, and the faster this ability evolves. If only relying on the blood infusion method, with Lin Xiu's current golden blood, he could at most allow others to upgrade their blood to purple quality. But now, on the one hand, I have already advanced once, and if I want to advance again, the difficulty will be much higher than before. It turns out that in addition to being able to mutate and evolve himself, Lin Xiu can also cause those with whom he has a substantial relationship to mutate and evolve. That's it, however, Rias joined the group because of the blood infusion method. Wait, what do you mean, because of you, Lin Xiujun, Rias's bloodline has evolved again? Venelana asked. It may take a long time. Lin Xiu gave another answer that disappointed Venelana. A new book is launched, please give me flowers, comments and monthly votes. Actually, it's like this, soon, with Lin Xiu's explanation, Lana completely understood the whole story. Nowadays, the main reason why Rias's bloodline can be upgraded to golden quality and her strength can be upgraded to the quasi-demon king level is still due to Lin Xiu's extraordinary chess piece. Huh? What on earth am I thinking? Etc. A brilliant idea suddenly popped up in Venelena's mind. Huh? On the other hand, I don't want to devote all my experience to entanglement with female demons. The reason I was able to advance so quickly before was because of Rias, Revel, and Revel's many followers. At first, Venelana thought Lin Xiu's statement was ridiculous, but after thinking about it carefully, she felt that it made sense. Lin Xiu's statement was half true and half false. Being intimate with him could indeed improve blood circulation. After all, the blood perfusion method had the effect of subtly transforming the physical condition of the girl who had intercourse with him. So, Miss Venelana, I have to ask for your forgiveness, this may take some time. After realizing how crazy her idea was, Lana quickly threw it out of her mind. Is that so? 973, Chapter 136. The entire Gremory family helps Lin Xiu advance? Grayfia's Shackles, Part 2? Due to Lin Xiu's guidance and succubus bloodline, Venelana came up with the crazy idea of letting the entire Gremory family help Lin Xiu advance. Fortunately, Venelana was still rational and threw this idea out of her mind in time. However, some things cannot be completely forgotten by just throwing them out of your mind. Since Venelana was still holding hands with Lin Xiu, the crazy idea she had finally gotten rid of came back just half a minute later. Lin Xiujun is right. If he wants to evolve his abilities, he will have to marry more female demons. However, if he marries more female demons, Lin Xiu-kun will no longer be the son-in-law of the Gremory family, but the son-in-law of the underworld. This will definitely make things difficult for Rias. However, in order to give birth to offspring, Rias must work hard to advance Lin Xiu-kun's abilities. When you have to make a choice, why not? Keep the wealth within the family. Venelana knew that a large number of pure-blooded demons in the underworld were eyeing Lin Xiu. As long as Lin Xiu was willing to express her stance, most of them were willing to give up a female pure-blooded demon from their branch family or even their own family. In order to prevent Lin Xiu's harem from becoming overcrowded, Venelana felt that she needed to do something. Venelana didn't know that her current emotional changes and general thoughts were actually the result of Lin Xiu's influence and induction. After advancing to purple quality, Lin Xiu's succubus bloodline gained some very practical functions, such as sensing the emotional changes and general thoughts of the people he comes into contact with. Although Lin Xiu didn't know what specific crazy ideas Venelana had, he knew that Venelana was in a very agitated mood and that she had just developed some desire for him. What Lin Xiu did was to amplify the most terrifying thoughts deep in Venelana's heart, and then suppress Venelana's normal thinking pattern, so that Venelana would continue to think wildly, and eventually leave an indelible impression in her mind. These ideas may not necessarily be put into practice, but they will definitely leave a deep impression on Venelana's mind and play a role in the future when Lin Xiu may need them. Lin Xiu didn't know what Venelana was thinking about, but he noticed the blush gradually rising on Venelana's face. Obviously, his inducement worked. Just like that, Lin Xiu held Venelana's hand and they walked together in the school, just like a couple taking a walk. However, because her mind was in a mess, Venelana did not actively say much to Lin Xiu, but only passively answered Lin Xiu's questions. Like what? This is the honor roll of Kuo Academy. Ms. Venelana can see my name and Sona's name here. Rias's ranking is also good, but she is not in the first row. Normally, I usually eat with Rias and her family, either in the old school building or on the rooftop of the teaching building. Looking south from the rooftop of Zhawang College, you can see the iconic clock tower of Zhawang Town. If Ms. Venelana is interested, you can come with me to visit the clock tower after the visit day. As she walked, Venelana's mood gradually became peaceful. She decided not to think about those messy feelings anymore and just concentrate on enjoying the present moment. When Venelana thought about how she, who had never had any feelings for men, actually had such a throbbing feeling towards Lin Xiujun, she felt her Gremory blood boiling. Very happily, the two of them walked to the front of the teaching building. In front of the teaching building, the devil Lucifer and Grayfia were waiting for Venelana. Long before Lin Xiu and Lias went to school, they entered the school in advance to visit. During this time, Venelana took the initiative to propose to block Lin Xiu at the door and give her a surprise. Because, today, not only do they have to attend the school's visit as Rias's family, they also have to attend the school's visit as Lin Xiu's family. However, the situation seems to be different from what Alice thought. Why is Mother holding Lin Xiujun's hand? Could this be the surprise that Mother mentioned? Demon King Alice looked at Venelana and Lin Xiu's tightly clasped hands and couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. Holding hands is holding hands, but what the hell is interlocking fingers? Is this a gesture that an elder should use to a younger person? However, although Venelana's intimacy with Lin Xiu violated the etiquette of the underworld, Alice did not care too much. On the one hand, Alice does not understand romance between men and women. On the other hand, she just thought it was Venelana's favor to Lin Xiu. After all, Lin Xiu was the one who saved the Gremory family from the curse of single-line inheritance, so it was normal for him to be favored by Venelana. Alice was amazed when she saw Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu was also surprised when he saw Alice. Because the current Lin Xiu is very different from the previous Lin Xiu. After obtaining the red quality, Eye of Truth, Lin Xiu has the ability to see through all beings below the dragon god level. No, the devil Lucifer is actually a beautiful girl? Looking at the red-haired girl in front of him who looked 90% like Rias, and was simply the demon version of Rias, Lin Xiu's worldview collapsed a little. Lin Xiu knew that Grayfia was a young girl, but he never imagined that the famous demon king Lucifer was actually a grown-up version of Rias. So, it seems that the last time she told me about her infertility was actually a smokescreen? She's not infertile, she's just using this as a smokescreen to hide the fact that she's actually a woman? Wait. In that case, isn't it a bit wrong for me to still call her Sirzex? Compared to Sarzex, Lin Xiu felt that the name, Sajex, was more suitable for her. Mr. Lin Xiu, how about this? Today, we are all your relatives and friends, Sajex said with a smile. She didn't pay much attention to Lin Xiu's gaze, she just thought that Lin Xiu was surprised by their sudden arrival. Sazekas has done a good job of implementing the setting that the girls of the Gremory family are uninformed about the relationship between men and women. But Grayfia is different. Grayfia read something else from Lin Xiu's eyes. Could it be that Lin Xiu already knows Alice's true identity? When Grayfia was lost in thought, the system prompt sounded in Lin Xiu's ears. Bite. Congratulations to the host for triggering the stage-type plot quest, Grayfia's Shackles. Task level. Read. Task description. The facts are before us. The world the host is in now is indeed different from what the host imagined. Due to the mutation of the demon mother Lilith, the Gremory family inherited some of the demon mother Lilith's self-fertilization characteristics and passed them down all the way. Only when it was passed down to Rias' generation, due to the interference of the world's power, Venelana gave birth to 2 children at different time points. When Venelana became pregnant for the first time, she had not yet self-pollinated, but became pregnant at the right time. The child born from this non-self-fertilization was considered the hope of the Gremory clan, and thus, Shen Jack's Gremory was born. Sagex, nicknamed Alice, has had great love and ambition since childhood. After seeing the crisis in the underworld, she decided to completely change the underworld. However, given that women being leaders is generally not recognized, Alice chose to debut as a man and started a rebellion. After some twists and turns, Alice and her friends defeated the second generation of Demon Kings. Alice's kindness and courage conquered almost all of her companions, and they all elected her as the Demon King Lucifer. However, Alice also has someone she feels sorry for, and that is Gu Lei. At this point, Grayfia has been hiding things for Alice's career for too long, and has been suppressed for too long. It's time to help them break free. Quest requirements. Capture Grayfia, gold, and help Grayfia break free from the shackles that have been binding her, red.
After reading this system task, Lin Xiu's expression became more subtle.
Is Searzek's nickname Alice? I don't know if it's a coincidence, but I remember there was also a princess named Alice in the world of The Power of Shadows. Princess Alice also had red hair and looked very similar to Rias, even the voice actress was. Lin Xiu felt that it was a bit too much to think of him as a voice actor, however, there were so many similarities that he couldn't help but think about it. Anyway, I think it's appropriate to call the current Demon King Alice. When Lin Xiu thought about the fact that the Demon King Alice in this world had a strength close to that of a sub-dragon god, while the Princess Alice in another world was just a unit of combat power, he couldn't hold back. Thus, with an unprecedented strange feeling, Lin Xiu began her first visit with the participation of elders. When answering questions in class, Venelana held up the camera and kept taking pictures of Lin Xiu. As expected of Lin Xiu-kun, you answered this question perfectly. Although she had never raised Lin Xiu, Venelana was deeply touched. After all, unlike the graceful Lin Xiu, Rias was too reserved in front of the camera, which made her camera unable to show Rias's excellence. Seeing this scene, the teacher wanted to say something. However, when she saw that Venelana was Lin Xiu's parent and was taking pictures of Lin Xiu in class, she immediately shut up. Are you kidding me? Lin Xiu is the face of the school? The teacher just hopes that there will be more good things like this promoting Lin Xiu. Recently, the teacher's attitude towards Lin Xiu at school has become better than before. Because, in the recent exams, Lin Xiu, with the greatly improved intelligence after reincarnation, successfully improved his grades to a level that was enough to suppress Sona, and ushered in a new era for Zhawang Academy. During the handicraft class, Venelana watched as Lin Xiu made a figurine of herself. Looking at the figurine wearing the same exquisite dress as herself, Venelana's face gradually turned red because she found that the figurine's figure was the same as hers. However, she was not the most surprised one, but Devil Lord Alice. Lin Xiu made a total of 4 figurines in class and gave them to Rias, Venelana, Alice, and Grayfia, the 4 female demons of the Gremory family. Looking at the clay doll Lin Xiu gave her, Alice fell silent. Because the image Lin Xiu created is exactly the same as the real her. Chapter 137 Demon King Alice's Attention, the beginning of her attack on Akame, Part 3. The picture shows Demon King Alice, whose appearance can be seen as Princess Alice from the world of Shadow Power. Looking at the surprised Demon King Alice and Grayfia, Lin Xiu slowly said, I'm sorry, Master Sagex, but I don't like to sculpt men. So, I made a doll of Rias, who may one day inherit the throne of the Demon King, based on my imagination. Please accept it. After saying this, Lin Xiu left first, saying, I don't want to give Rias's doll to her personally. Watching Lin Xiu leave, Alice and Grayfia looked at each other with slightly complicated expressions. Grayfia, what do you think? Alice said slowly. I think Lin Xiu-jun has seen through your true identity, Alice. Otherwise, his puppet image wouldn't be exactly like you, Alice. No, that's not what I meant. Alice shook her head. The moment I saw this doll, I knew Lin Xiu-jun knew my true identity. What I want to ask is, do you think that Lin Xiu-kun himself does not want to inherit my position, but instead intends to let Rias take over my position? From the very beginning, Alice had been wondering if Lin Xiu had any deeper meaning than just the surface meaning. According to her observation, Rias's strength has increased by leaps and bounds since she was with Lin Xiu, and she is almost becoming a Demon King level existence. Becoming a Demon King before reaching adulthood, if Rias continues to train hard after she reaches adulthood, she can at least reach a level close to that of Seraphil and the others. By then, Rias might really inherit her throne as the Demon King. Of course, her ideal heir was still Lin Xiu. However, she wondered if Lin Xiu's words concealed a hidden meaning. He wanted Rias to inherit the position of the master of the palace. That's why she asked Grayfia this question. At this point, Grayfia was completely speechless. She thought Alice was asking whether her identity as a woman had been exposed, but Alice was actually considering this question. Grayfia sighed. As expected, Alice doesn't understand people's hearts. Grayfia was very aware that although Demon King Alice had great love for the Demon Clan, she had no love for her own wheat. Thinking that Alice had been living like this for a long time, Grayfia felt tired for her. She really hoped that Alice and herself could be liberated. The visiting day ends. Venelana happily held her clay doll in her arms and returned to the underworld with Alice and Grayfia. Lin Xiu went to the old school building and gave the Rias doll he made to her. Rias happily placed the clay doll on her desk, so happy that she even forgot about the important matter she wanted to tell Lin Xiu. But fortunately, she has a very reliable queen. Akame looked at Rias, who was overflowing with happiness, smiled helplessly, and walked forward. Lin Xiujun, although it's a bit rushed, you have a pleasure today that you must make time to go to. Just now, Rias received a message from the heavens, saying that they hope to give me a very important item. A very important prop? Lin Xiu asked knowingly. Yes, that's right, a very important prop. An important item said to represent the Celestial Realm's commitment to a peace treaty. Zhu Nai spoke mysteriously, because even she didn't know what the heaven would give to Lin Xiu. As for Lin Xiu, his acting strangely was actually an act. Now that the heaven is under his control, he certainly knows what the heaven is going to give him. It was none other than the Holy Sword of Blessing, that the heavens had collected with great difficulty. Originally, the Holy Sword Excalibur was divided into 7 pieces, of which the 2 most powerful were the Holy Sword of Blessing and the Holy Sword of Domination. According to Lin Xiu's estimation, the quality of the Blessed Holy Sword should be close to the gold level. As for the Holy Sword of Domination, Lin Xiu estimated that its quality was exactly gold. Otherwise, in the original story, it would be impossible for Wally and his companions to use the Holy Sword of Domination to control the god-slaying wolf Fenrir. Of course, if it was just a gift of a holy sword, Lin Xiu would definitely not be asked to go in person. The blessed holy sword itself is not important. Xiu also does not value the so-called blessed holy sword. There are 2 things that really matter. First, giving the Holy Sword of Blessing can express the heaven's friendship towards Lin Xiu, improve Lin Xiu's image in heaven and the church, and enhance Lin Xiu's status among the 3 forces. Second, the messenger who delivers the Holy Sword of Blessing is very important. The envoys who delivered the Holy Sword of Blessing were carefully selected by Lin Xiu and the Heavenly Realm, and were considered Lin Xiu's main course. That was a main dish that Lin Xiu had wanted to eat for a long time. Huh? I almost forgot about this. Rias finally came back from her excitement at the sight of Akino's size, remembering that they and Lin Xiu seemed to have some serious business to attend to. Zunai, I'll leave Lin Xiujun to you. You must bring Xiujun to the designated location on time. After explaining the mission to Akame, Rias turned to look at Lin Xiu again. Mr. Lin Xiu, I believe this meeting with the Celestial Realm will be very important. It may even affect the Celestial Realm's attitude towards the 3-party talks. I hope you have a safe journey. Although Li Yasi got Lin Xiu's chess piece, now only Kun Xiu knows that he has already dominated the heaven. Therefore, Leah solemnly gave Lin Xiu instructions and blessings. Don't worry, Rias. The 3-party peace talks will definitely be facilitated. Lin Xiu smiled mysteriously, took Zhu Nai's hand and left the old school building. Huh? Akame hadn't expected Lin Xiu to actually take her hand, and subconsciously glanced in Rias's direction. The agreed time was in the evening, so there was no need for Lin Xiu to take her hand and leave at noon. Could it be that Lin Xiujun wants to date her? Seeing that Rias's expression didn't seem to change, Yino hurriedly broke away from Li Yu's eye contact. Rias looked at Lin Xiu and Akame holding hands with a hint of anticipation. Shu-kun, are you finally taking action against Akame? Let me see how much my favorite Shu-jun really understands about girls' hearts, right? If possible, Rias certainly hopes that Akame can serve Lin Xiu with her to enhance her competitiveness. The best case scenario is that all her relatives are with her, so that she doesn't have to pick a time when her relatives are not around to be intimate with Lin Xiu. As time passed, Rias gradually changed her mind. On the one hand, facing so many beautiful girls, Rias felt a little overwhelmed. On the other hand, according to Lin Xiu, due to the evolution of her bloodline, the bloodline that Lin Xiu had advanced with great difficulty could no longer allow her to become pregnant. She had become stronger, but she had lost the qualification to get pregnant. Rias was really at a loss whether to laugh or cry. So, since she had chosen to support Lin Xiu in finding more people to support his bloodline evolution, Rias thought it would be better to keep the benefits within the family and eat up the beautiful girl around her first before considering other things. Lin Xiu certainly didn't lie. The succubus bloodline rewarded by the system could indeed be advanced through intercourse with the opposite S**X. The more bloodline there was and the higher the quality, the faster it would advance. Requesting flowers. However, to do so would require a huge number of people of the opposite S**X, and Lin Xiu had never expected to advance through this method. In other words, Akame, you are happy to help Rias do things that are inconvenient for her to do? Lin Xiu asked back. With a sigh, Akino's gentle smile carried a hint of helplessness. Really? Seeing how you were competing with Rias for the chance to favor me, I thought you had a crush on me. As for me, no matter how Akame feels about me, I like Akame. Having said that, Himejima Akame did not push Lin Xiu's hand away and still maintained contact with Lin Xiu. The reason he said this was just to win Rias's support. My experiments have proven that she will resent my closeness to you. In other words, she likes you. That's why Lin Xiu and Rias's relationship will become increasingly distant, isn't that right? Because She doesn't want to get hurt anymore. As Lin Xiu activated her own succubus bloodline, Akano's sister island, who already had some feelings for Lin Xiu, gradually became flushed. But in order to make Rias feel better, Lin Xiu still used this more acceptable explanation. But, holding a girl's hand without her permission is very rude. Lin Xiu knew that even if he didn't say so, the understanding Rias would definitely agree after a little struggle. 0.0. Lin Xiu-kun, the reason I said that at that time was to help Rias clarify her own feelings. Hearing this, Zhu Nai smiled helplessly. Holding Zhu Nai's hand, Lin Xiu walked out of Ju Wang Academy. I'm sorry. The knot in my heart will never be untied. Lin Xiu likes this sentence very much. I don't dislike your greedy behavior of wanting to get all the pretty girls. However, I am willing to accept Lin Xiujun and stay by your side with Rias. However, since the succubus bloodline can only make people aroused and does not force mating, Himejima Akano still maintained basic rationality. Zhu Nai, on the condition of being willing to sacrifice herself, asks Lin Xiu not to pry into her heart anymore. Zhu Nai's argument made sense, but unfortunately, Lin Xiu didn't buy it. Zhu Nai pursed her red lips. Without a doubt, this was an unanswerable question. Because the expression of this sentence is both clear and vague, which can well confuse the mind of the young girl who is talking to him. As for Kitty and Gaspar, you've already helped them resolve their initial concerns. I guess when you finally resolve their issues, it's time for you to eat them. If I'm not mistaken, Yomei and her church companions have already established a substantial relationship with you. She felt that if she said yes, Lin Xiu would most likely say something like, Rias can't have children. Since you two have such a good relationship, why don't you help her have a child first, Akano? So, Lin Xiujun, could you please stop trying to pry into my mind? As for me, you probably want to help me untie the knot in my heart, just like you did with Yumi, Kaneko, and Gaspar, right? Lin Xiujun, I actually like you very much. With Lin Xiu's experience and thick skin, he can easily say to a girl, you just have a crush on me. If it's between people of the opposite S*X of the same age, this would only happen if they liked each other. Lin Xiujun, your hands feel very nice. Lin Xiu naturally noticed Zhu Nai's reaction and replied with a smile. Chapter 138. Akino's Love, Grand Duke Princess Sikvera, Part 4. If Lin Xiu is playing gal game at this moment, an option will most likely pop up in front of him. Option 1. Accept Akino's advice, stop prying into Akino's mind, and marry Akino that night. Azuna's favorability increases slightly. Option 2. Reject Akino's suggestion and continue to explore Akino's mind. Azuna's favorability will decrease slightly. As a real man, Lin Xiu's choice is of course option 2. No, I refuse. Azunai, problems must be faced before they can be solved. If you keep avoiding them, you won't be able to truly move towards the future. Whether it's you, Kaneko, Yumi, or Gaspar, everyone has a past they don't want to face. Since everyone has chosen to move forward, Akano, you shouldn't stand still either. Lin Xiujun. Zhu Nai's voice suddenly became much louder, interrupting Lin Xiu's words. At this moment, the tenderness in Zhu Nai's eyes diminished a lot, leaving only pure helplessness and sadness. Lin Xiu-kun, you should have heard about me from Rias, right? How do you plan to help me move on from my past? Help me become stronger, and then beat up Baichu, or attack the Himejima family and bring those who plotted against my mother to justice. Either way, it doesn't make any sense to me. I just want my mother to be resurrected. This, with a soft sound, Zhu Nai's crystal tears fell to the ground, revealing her turbulent mood. Originally, she had hidden these things deep in her heart, but now, the softest part of her heart was exposed by Lin Xiu in the most direct way. At this moment, Zhu Nai finally expressed his true thoughts. It doesn't matter whether Baichu is her real father or not. Baichu has never been her real father anyway, so naturally he has never fulfilled his father's responsibilities. It doesn't matter what the Himejima family is. Baichu has already killed those who were chasing Himejima Shuri. Do they still need to attack the Himejima family to force the Himejima family to surrender? The only person she really cares about is her mother, Himejima Yuri. It was her fault. If it weren't for her, my mother's already sad fate would have been even worse. If she had not been born, even if her mother had lived a miserable life, she would not have ended up dead. Since her mother could not be resurrected no matter what, she could only rely on time to heal the scars in her heart. That's why she asked Lin Xiu not to try to pry into her heart. Because Lin Xiu's snooping would only make her remember the things she had tried to forget, it would only make her remember that she was the one who killed her mother. Lin Xiujun, I'm glad you're willing to accept such filth. I said, I am willing to accept Lin Xiujun and be his partner like Rias. So, Lin Xiu-kun, since resurrecting mother is impossible, please don't try to solve my problem the same way you solved the problems of other followers, okay? Zhu Nai looked at Lin Xiu, her beautiful purple eyes constantly filled with tears, which was both touching and heartbreaking. Looking at such a charming Zhu Nai, Lin Xiu slowly said, Akano, what if I say, there's a possibility of resurrection? Huh? Himejima Akano was stunned. What did Lin Xiu just say? Looking at the surprised Akano, Daisho repeated it again. Azunai, what if I told you that even if your soul dissipates and falls into reincarnation, your mother, Julie, still has a chance of resurrection? 14. Behind Lin Xiu, the wings of the 10 rose fallen angels spread out, and a sky full of black feathers lingered around Zhu Nai. Knowing two pieces of bombshell news at the same time, Nai's brain was a little overwhelmed. If she wasn't mistaken, the fallen angel aura emanating from Lin Xiu was different from those fallen angels who had fallen from angels. Instead, it was very similar to her and her mother. Lin Xiujun is also a born fallen angel. What's going on? Isn't Lin Xiujun a pure-blooded Leviathan from the demon clan? How come he has fallen angel wings? Wait, looking at it this way, isn't Lin Xiujun like me, possessing both the filthy bloodline of a fallen angel and the filthy bloodline? After realizing this, tears welled up in Akino's eyes. Lin Xiu used the fallen angel's wings to completely wrap herself in Akino, and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of Akino's eyes. Azuno, you were right. I have awakened the power of the angel. To be precise, it should be said that I mutated and developed the power of a fallen angel. Not only the power of the fallen angel, but even my demonic power is the result of mutation. You should have noticed that it's not just me. Rias, Kaneko, Gasper, and Yumi have all seen significant improvements in their strength recently. This is because they've all been affected by my mutant existence. I am the biggest singularity in the world. With me, nothing is impossible. Even resurrection from the dead is possible. Lin Xiu calmly narrated the facts. MBE. Zhu Nai did not say anything to question her, she just silently gave Lin Xiu a look of trust. Since Lin Xiu said he could do it, she would firmly believe in Lin Xiu. From the time she knew Lin Xiu until now, although Lin Xiu was very fickle and could easily fall in love with beautiful girls, but he had never broken his promise. Moreover, she witnessed with her own eyes the resurrection of Yumi Kiba's dead companions. If it's Lin Xiu, maybe it really works. In the black sphere formed by the black wings, Zhu Nai took the initiative to hold one of Lin Xiu's hands and looked at Lin Xiu, who was much taller than her. Mr. Lin Xiu, could you please close your eyes for a moment? Lin Xiu knew what Zhu Nai wanted to do, although he didn't like this kind of reward, he never had the habit of refusing things that were delivered to his door. Whatever can be obtained must be obtained first. Even if it is more of a nature now, Lin Xiu will gradually transform it into more of a nature in the future. Tisk, a soft sound. Akano stood on tiptoe and offered the girl's red lips. Feeling the scent of Akano, a woman who belonged only to her, Lin Xiu opened her eyes, one hand holding Akino's slender waist, and the other gently lifting the back of her head. The touch of her soft, silky black hair entered Lin Xiu's mind, and Lin Xiu began to attack with great aggression. Akano was very unfamiliar with the kiss and responded a little clumsily. However, due to Lin Xiu's superb kissing skills, Akano quickly got over the awkwardness and responded passionately. 10 minutes later, Lin Xiu released Zhu Nai, whose eyes were moist and whose body was exhausted. Thanks to the help of the succubus bloodline and Lin Xiu's superb skills, Akino's first experience was very wonderful and left a deep impression. The only problem was that Lin Xiu's deep kiss was a little too direct and too aggressive. Originally, Zhu Nai was planning to give Lin Xiu a cold look. After all, who would kiss a girl so violently the first time? But she found that she didn't even have the strength to roll her eyes at Lin Xiu. She could only snuggle in Lin Xiu's arms and feel Lin Xiu's breath. Holding Zhu Nai, Lin Xiu's ears flashed with the light of a communication array. Since it was agreed to resurrect Zhu Li, Lin Xiu immediately began to make preparations. In order to gather the materials for summoning the spirit, Lin Xiu contacted a girl who had given him her contact information at the last engagement ceremony. Hello, is this Miss Seekvilla from the Grand Duke's family? I'm Lin Xiu. The girl Lin Xiu contacted was named Seekvira, the next head of the Agara's house. Seekvira's appearance and temperament are somewhat similar to Sona's. Both are cold-hearted girls wearing glasses, and both are the next heads of pure-blooded demon families. In the underworld, the 4 great demon kings have the highest status, but in addition to the 4 great demon kings, there are 3 other families that also have a leading position. The 3 families are the King's House, Baal, ranked first among the 72 demons. Grand Duke, Agaras, ranked second among the 72 demons. Nobleman's House, Basago, ranked third among the 72 demons. Seekvira-san is the next head of the Grand Duke's family. Only the next female head of one of these 3 families in the 4 Demon King families can be awarded the title of Princess of the Underworld. Currently, there are 3 top female demons in the Underworld who can be called Princess of the Underworld. They are Lucifer's sister, Rias Gremory, the sister of the Demon King Leviathan, Kangna Sidi, and the next head of the Grand Duke's family, Seekvira Agaras. In terms of status in the Underworld, Seekvira is even higher than Rias and Sona. After all, Rias and Sona couldn't inherit their older brothers and sisters' Demon King titles, but Seekvira could truly inherit the title of head of the Grand Duke's family. Even if we only talk about strength, Seekvira is the best. Back when Rias and Sona were still high-ranking demons, Seekvira had already become the highest-ranking demon. Now, relying on her own strong strength and excellent management skills, Seekvilla has begun to gradually take over the family business of the Grand Duke. Grand Duke Agaras owns the resource exchange platform with the largest number of goods and customers in the Underworld. According to data, more than 30% of the transactions in the Underworld are conducted through the Grand Duke's trading platform. Lin Xiu approached Seekvira to get the resources he wanted. Master Lin Xiu, what do you want to talk to me about? Since they were not very familiar with each other, Seekvira-san used the name Lin Xiu-sama respectfully. Normally, with her status, she wouldn't have to be so reserved when facing Lin Xiu. However, considering that this was the first time Lin Xiu had approached her for a collaboration, she felt it would be better for her to act professionally. Yes, Ms. Sikvera-san, I do have something important that I would like to use the Agaras family's platform for. May I ask, with the resources of the Grand Duke, how long will it take to help me find the soul-restoring grass, the netherworld Ganoderma, and the my saliva flower? Lin Xiu has learned a lot from the endless knowledge of the God of the Bible. The soul-returning grass, the netherworld Ganoderma, and the ambergris have the ability to temporarily recall the souls of the deceased from the underworld. Considering that the 10,000 Worlds reincarnation pool needs the body and soul of other people to resurrect them, and Jidao Julie's soul has already entered reincarnation, before resurrecting her, Lin Xiu must find out where her soul is. These things. Let me check for you. Sikvera hadn't expected that it would be so easy to connect with Lin Xiu. She immediately tried her best to help Lin Xiu find relevant information. Chapter 139 Meeting the Dragon King and Building a God-Level Dangerous Species Legion, Part 1. Pictured. Silkwheela. Nowadays, Lin Xiu is arguably the most popular figure in the underworld. Strong strength, top-notch looks, and still being a minor. If he continued to grow, everyone knew that he would at least be able to obtain a seat as a Demon King, either the position of Leviathan Demon King or the position of Lucifer Demon King. However, the most important thing was that he was able to ignore the special physical condition of Shengli and the fact that he had married multiple wives. After realizing that the underworld means the future of the demon clan, a large number of pure-blooded demon families are thinking about how to join Lin Xiu's interest group. If nothing else, just to be able to share Lin Xiu's bloodline that can ignore holy power, marrying a pure-blooded family descendant is worth it. Sikvera was no exception. Of course, she didn't want to give it to Lin Xiu yet. As the next head of the Grand Duke's family, Sikvera-san cannot marry outside the family. She simply intended to build a good relationship with Lin Xiu. Some requests could only be made after she had established a good relationship with Lin Xiu. Lin Xiujun, what are you going to do? Zhu Nai came back to his senses and looked at Lin Xiu with excitement and disbelief. Could it be that Lin Xiujun is doing this? Yes, this is a necessary step to resurrect Zhu Li. Lin Xiu looked at Zhu Nai's trembling purple eyes and nodded. There's no way, Himeji Yuri is already dead. Since there was no way to determine which underworld Zhu Li was in, Lin Xiu could only use methods other than conventional methods to summon the soul. Of course, in addition to using Lin Xiu's method, there are other means of summoning spirits. In the original plot, the kitten, with the help of his companions and the calico cat elder Sanchu who knew his mother, contacted his deceased mother, Nekomatari Tuma, who was in the Western Paradise, through the mirror Yukai Migai mirror. However, when we don't know which underworld the target is, it is more convenient and quick to use Lin Xiu's method. Sikvera responded quickly. Master Lin Xiu, the soul-returning grass and netherworld Ganoderma are relatively easy to find. If we work hard to help you make the connection, we should be able to trade them within 10 or 2 days. As for ambergris, that's a bit more difficult. Ambergris is extremely rare and can only be cultivated in special lands by powerful dragons of at least the Dragon King level. However, most dragons are free and undisciplined, either wandering around or sleeping, and few Dragon Kings have the energy to cultivate ambergris. As far as I know, only the magic dragon Saint Tannen can cultivate ambergris. Is that really the case? Lin Xiu nodded. He had read relevant information about ambergris and knew that its rarity was even higher than that of the soul-returning grass and the netherworld grass. In fact, with his current strength, he can also cultivate ambergris. But considering the time and efficiency issues, it is undoubtedly more appropriate to look for ready-made ambergris. Then, Ms. Sikvera, could you help me contact Tanning? Lin Xiu asked again. Sikvera-san paused for a few seconds. Master Lin Xiu, I only know of the existence of ambergris, but I have never seen one in person, nor have I seen any records of its trading on the Grand Duke's trading platform. I'm afraid this isn't something you can buy casually. Sikvera was very tired. Lin Xiu had finally approached her to seek cooperation, but she was unable to meet Lin Xiu's needs. Is that so? Then please, Ms. Sikvera, help me trade the soul-returning grass and the netherworld Ganoderma. As for the ambergris, I'll get it from Tanning myself. Will they go to Tanning to get it? Master Lin Xiu means, Sikvera-san suddenly thought of a possibility. I mean, I can go directly to Tannin. Sikvera breathed a sigh of relief. She had just thought Lin Xiu was going to knock on her door. Well, if you, who possess the Red Dragon Emperor's Gauntlet, come and ask for it, Lord Tanning might indeed agree to a deal. Since that's the case, let's put the matter of the ambergris aside for now. Sikvela, in the name of the Grand Duke, guarantees that I'll help you trade for the soul-returning grass and the phantom fragrance within 1 day. Sikvera keenly grasped the meaning behind Lin Xiu's words. Lin Xiu dared to say it so easily, which meant that he at least had the possibility of seizing it by force if the negotiations broke down. In other words, Lin Xiu's strength has improved during this period and has reached the Super Demon King level. It was precisely because she realized this that Sikvera-san chose to open a fast track for Lin Xiu, shortening the transaction from several hours to just 10. Okay, then I'll leave it to Ms. Sikvera-san. Master Lin Xiu is serious. Helping demons solve problems is the purpose of the Grand Duke's establishment of a trading platform. Ms. Sikvera-san, we are of the same generation, yet you address me as sir, isn't that a bit too much? Lin Xiu knew that Sikvera had probably helped him get a backdoor, so he treated her quite friendly. Then, Kun Shu Tianren's opinion is, Sikvera was very happy. Lin Xiu was willing to say this, which meant that the back door she opened for Lin Xiu today was not in vain. Miss Sikvera, you can just call me, Lin Xiu-kun. That's what my friends all call me. Yes, Lin Xiu-kun. As for me, you can also just call me, Sikvera. As a courtesy, both of them changed the way they addressed each other to a more intimate name. Just like that, in a harmonious atmosphere, Lin Xiu hung up the communication array with Sikvera. Lin Xiujun, what we are going to do next is... Zhu Nai looked at Lin Xiu. Because she had already kissed Lin Xiu passionately, and because of the absolutely trustworthy temperament that Lin Xiu displayed, Zhu Nai had completely regarded Lin Xiu as her backbone. Lin Xiu glanced at the time. It's still a little while before the agreed time. Let's go to the underworld first, and then go to the shrine after we come back. So, Lin Xiujun, you must have a way to quickly reach the underworld? Zhu Nai had seen Lin Xiu use spatial powers to cross space, but she didn't know that Lin Xiu's spatial powers could cross the big world. She just thought that Lin Xiu used some quick teleportation technique or footwork. However, although Zhu Nai didn't know, she firmly believed that Lin Xiu had the means to quickly reach the underworld. Without a way to arrive quickly, the two would have no chance of catching up with the heavenly forces. Since Lin Xiujun has said this, he will definitely be able to do it. Now Zhu Nai firmly believes in Lin Xiu. Yes, Akano, take my hand. Zhu Nai smiled and stretched out his hand, placing his slender white hand in Lin Xiu's broad palm. The next moment, the two of them disappeared from the spot. Underworld. The territory of the evil dragon Saint Tannen. A large number of dragons are living carefree lives. Either sleeping, practicing, or eating, it can be said that he lives a very comfortable life. And at this moment, ang. Outside the territory, the shadow of a red dragon rose into the sky, shocking all the dragons in the territory. Because this is the dragon soul of a celestial dragon. This is Dryji's dragon soul. Has the host of the current dragon emperor arrived? Intermediate world. Theoretically, the strongest are at or below the super demon king level. The Akame world, the black bullet world. Task description. Ambergris is the result of the resonance between the flower of the earth vein and the powerful power of the dragon clan. In addition to enhancing the quality of medicine and making the medicine produce a wonderful sublimation effect, it also plays a vital role in improving the dragon clan's bloodline. Top world. Theoretically, the strongest are at or below the dragon god level. The late god slayer world, the shadow of power world, the reincarnation world, etc. Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows. He originally thought that this trip was just to collect materials for Himejima Yuri's revival, but he didn't expect it to trigger a good system task. As recorded in the knowledge of the God of the Bible, ambergris is not a simple product of dragon power catalysis, but a fusion product of dragon power and sister power. Quest level. Gold. Just as the system said, the super dangerous army in his world of killing Akame is very strong, and most of them have the strength of Super Demon King level after using chess pieces. With the help of the ambergris of the DxD World, the dragons of the Akame slashing world can break through the shackles of the main god level. With enough ambergris, the host can even cultivate a legion of all god level dragon type dangerous species. Quest requirements. Obtain ambergris and cultivate it to 100 plants. After realizing this, Tanning flapped his wings immediately and came to the source of the breath. Bang! If Lin Xiu really took out all this family wealth, he alone would be able to match one of the three major forces. The moment he saw Tan Ning, the system prompt sounded in Lin Xiu's mind. With a heavy thud, Tan Ning landed in front of Lin Xiu. Even if the strongest East Daxia Sea Cloud Dragon has a strength that is infinitely close to the main god level, it is only infinitely close and cannot break through that natural barrier. Most beings who cannot become main gods are stuck at the intermediate level of god level. For example, the first generation of Sun Wukong, the first generation of Zhu Baji, the first generation of Sha Wujing, a large number of gods with strength above the middle level in the DxD world, Azazel, wearing Fafnir, Rias, the dark beast princess form that resonates with Gasper. Theoretically, the strongest person in the world is in the single digit or less, box garden. Advanced world. Theoretically, the strongest person is at or below the main god level. Bloodthirst attack world, god killer world early stage, Suching world, Bone King world, Reo world, earthly wrong world. At this time, Lin Xiu was observing the ambergris from a distance. Lin Xiu seemed to have seen himself commanding a legion of dangerous god-level creatures in the future. Now, the existence of ambergris completely makes up for this shortcoming. Note. Low-level world. Theoretically, the strongest person is the highest level demon or below. Most of the daily world, low-level martial arts world. Super world group. Theoretically, the strongest is at the level of evil god, 3 digits, or below. Jiao, X world. Congratulations to the host for triggering the plot quest, Ambergris and Earth Veins. Anyway, under the effect of multi-mind communication, Lin Xiu's strength has been steadily improving, so he certainly doesn't mind spending some time and energy to cultivate his own power. However, the upper limit is still a little bit off. The dragon-shaped plant growing on the land where the earth veins and dragon energy are most concentrated is undoubtedly the legendary ambergris. In the world of Akame/, the host has collected a large number of dangerous dragon species. However, due to the size limitations of the world itself, it is difficult for all dangerous dragon species to break through the shackles of the Super Demon King level. In fact, the Infinite Dragon God and the Red Dragon God Emperor in the DxD World are also facing a similar situation. However, compared to the Infinite Dragon God and the Red Dragon God Emperor who can only rely on themselves to break through for the time being, the dangerous species in the world of killing the Red Eyes can also rely on the spiritual medicine of the top world to break through. Sure enough, it was cool to have one's strength reach the main god level, but bumping into main god level subordinates was another kind of cool feeling. Bite. Theoretically, there should be a god level below the main god level, which is considered an intermediate realm, similar to a quasi-demon king. Chapter 140. Breaking through the shackles of the Lord God level and educating the Dragon King, Part 2. The flower of the earth veins, plus the original power of the dragon race? Taking a look in the direction of the ambergris, Lin Xiu saw through the essence of the ambergris at a glance. As described in the knowledge of God in the Bible, ambergris gathers the essence of dragon veins and dragon clans, and represents the power of the earth. That's a bit insightful. Tan Ning didn't expect that Lin Xiu could see through the essence of ambergris at a glance. The contemporary Red Dragon Emperor Lin Xiu, I wonder what brings you to me, Tan Ning asked directly. In the eyes of the vast majority of nobles in the underworld, Lin Xiu's identity as Leviathan is greater than his identity as Red Dragon Emperor. But in the eyes of Tan Ning, the Dragon King, Lin Xiu's identity as the Red Dragon Emperor is obviously more important. After exchanging greetings, Lin Xiu got straight to the point. Mr. Tanning, I came to you this time to borrow your ambergris. Ambergris? Impossible. Without any hesitation, Tan Ning directly rejected Lin Xiu's request. Why? Lin Xiu asked calmly, for the future of the dragon race. Lin Xiu shook his head helplessly. He had already guessed why Tan Ning said that. He could only say that Xiu's vision was too low. Seeing that Lin Xiu didn't seem to accept his statement, Tan Ning continued. The dragon race must have dragon apples to survive. After the great changes in heaven and earth, the land where dragon apples can be grown has been greatly reduced. This place in the underworld is one of the few places I can make my own. Ambergris is exactly what I prepared for my successor. To prevent me from falling due to some circumstances, and to prevent my territory from shrinking rapidly after my death, I must train a successor who can reach the level of a Dragon King to inherit my title. Tan Ning gave Lin Xiu a lot of face and told him the reasons why he was unwilling to make the deal. Lin Xiu remained calm after hearing this, because he knew that was what Tan Ning was thinking. Really? Then, Lord Tanning, how long have you been cultivating this ambergris? Lin Xiu asked. 500 years. When saying this, there was a hint of pride in Tanning's tone. In his opinion, he was awesome for spending so much time cultivating the ambergris and being so dedicated to the dragon clan. If I tell you I have a way to quickly grow 10 ambergris plants within 10 days, would Lord Shou be willing to temporarily hand them over to me? 10 plants in 10 days? Are you kidding me? A stream of fire came out of Tanning's huge dragon nose. He was really angry. What did this young man think of all the hard work he put in over the years? Cultivating 10 plants in just 10 days? Do you think you're selling them wholesale at the market? I'm not kidding. I've seen a special method in ancient books that can utilize the effects of the Red Dragon Emperor's cage to cultivate medicinal herbs. Of course, Lin Xiu couldn't say that he saw the relevant knowledge in the knowledge base of the God of the Bible. He could only make up an ancient book. What ancient book? Who wrote it? And who verified it? If it's not accurate information, I won't agree. Tanning's attitude became very stiff. Lin Xiu was silent. He certainly could not have said that he had learned it from the knowledge of the God of the Bible. In ancient times, the God of the Bible once considered cultivating the Infinite Dragon God and the Red Dragon God Emperor so that they could transcend the shackles of the Dragon God level. Cultivating and purifying ambergris was the strategy of the God of the Bible at that time. Unfortunately, he failed. Simply increasing the dragon's bloodline power would not be enough to complete the promotion. After clarifying this, the God of the Sutra developed a deadly poison targeting the Dragon Clan, fallen dragon Samael. Samael's strength is not strong, not even at the main god level, but he possesses the terrifying power to restrain all dragons. Even the Infinite Dragon God Orpheus at the Dragon God level will be powerless in front of Samael. Today, in the entire world, only Lin Xiu knows the truth about Samael. Samael was not created simply to restrain dragons. On the contrary, Samael was created to help the dragon race evolve. If the Infinite Dragon God and the Red Dragon Emperor God can withstand Samael's venom and achieve coexistence and integration with Dragon Killer, they will definitely be able to reach a new level. The coexistence and fusion of completely opposite energies is itself an extreme and a symbol of a brand new future. Lin Xiu is the only person in the world who knows the ways of the God of the Bible and intends to put the ideas of the God of the Bible into practice in the future. Lin Xiu estimated that even if he took out a specific ancient book, Tan Ning would still question whether it was authentic and valid. Because, in Tanning's eyes, he is the best in cultivating ambergris. A person who considers himself an academician would never allow an undergraduate to question his research results. Of course, the reality is quite the opposite. According to the current situation, Lin Xiu, who inherited the knowledge of the God of the Bible, is an academician, and Tan Ning, who conducted independent research, is an undergraduate, even a private undergraduate. Tanning, you can't believe that it's actually a junior like me, right? Lin Xiu asked with a sigh. As soon as the words fell, Tanning immediately replied impatiently. Isn't that a matter of course? I've been cultivating ambergris for 500 years. Even if you've read some ancient books, you can't possibly have more practical experience than me. Tanning's words make sense. It's a pity that this world is unreasonable. Huh, Lin Xiu sighed, his eyes gradually becoming firm. Since you refuse to believe me no matter what, then I have no choice but to speak to you using the Dragon Clan's way of speaking. Oh, the Dragon Clan's way of talking? Hearing this, Tanning's already ferocious eyes instantly became even more aggressive. Lin Xiu, you mean, you want to fight me? No, not a fight. Lin Xiu shook his head. I just want to tell you with facts that whether in cultivating ambergris or in your own strength, you are not as strong as you think. That's all. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Forbidden Hand. Red Dragon Emperor's Armor, Boosted Gear Scale Male. Green spiritual energy surged into the sky, and Lin Xiu's entire body was instantly covered in red armor. Under Lin Xiu's amazing dragon energy and spiritual power, Tan Ning's Dragon King level momentum was instantly suppressed. This is a god level aura that surpasses the Super Demon King level. How is this possible? Swoosh, after the holy light and dark light were balanced and initially merged, a dark golden light ball emitting a chaotic aura was formed. Just by using the Forbidden Hand, one can reach god level combat power. This means that the artifact user's body strength has reached at least the level of a Demon King. And it can't be a low-level Demon King. Under normal circumstances, the artifact can exert a power close to that of a Demon King, but if you want to truly use the power of a Demon King, you must develop the Forbidden Hand. These two, respectively, explained chaos from the perspectives of integration of all paths, and fusion of yin and yang, and pointed out to Lin Xiu the direction he should move forward. Originally, the god of the Bible refined the poison of Samael in order to extract the ultimate antidote to the Dragon Clan. Now, Lin Xiu, leveraging the system's characteristic of no conflict between any powers within the host body, has developed the Chaos Fusion method, which was originally only available to peak-level Lord Gods and only Dragon Gods. The shackles that had kept him at the God level were shattered. The same goes for the Forbidden Hand mode. In the Forbidden Hand state, the artifact can exert a power infinitely close to the main God level, that is, the God level. However, if you want to break through to the main God level, you must unlock the Ba Long mode. I just want to say that as a Dragon King, your vision is too narrow. Originally, there was an upper limit for each stage of the artifact. Possessed by the camel's incarnation, Lin Xiu unleashed a divine kick, sending Tan Ning flying dozens of kilometers into the air. If it weren't for the modified fate and future, the god of the Bible would probably have taken a similar path. Tanning, I don't care whether you intend to take on the task of helping the dragon race continue its race. The biggest benefit of breaking through the upper limit of the Forbidden Hand mode is that you can use all the energy used to break through the shackles of the Overlord mode to improve your strength, thus reaching the peak of the main god level. The integration of opposing forces is the only way to transcend the world. However, what surprised Tanning even more was yet to come. Tanning's huge dragon eyes were almost popping out of his head. What a joke. How long after awakening, he's already become a god-level being. Where did this pervert come from? It doesn't matter if you don't believe me, because I will use my strength and the truth to let you know. Your 500 years have truly been wasted. The next second, Lin Xiu flashed in front of Tan Ning. The Son of the World was originally the pinnacle of holiness, but after his bloodline degenerated into an angel, he became extremely corrupt. The world was originally chaotic, but due to contact with the devil, the darkness of chaos was produced. If holy light is sacred and dark light is corrupted, then after the initial fusion, it represents the light of chaos. Bang! Buzz buzz buzz. Lin Xiu, without using Ba Long, and only using Forbidden Hand, successfully shattered the shackles of the main god level. Under the guidance of the white immortal power, the dark golden ball of light extended downward, while the demon bloodline carrying 10,000 paths expanded upward. After slightly suppressing the light bloodline to achieve a balance with the demon bloodline, Lin Xiu completely integrated all of his bloodlines. Click. A new book is launched. Please give me flowers, comments, and monthly votes, Zhang. Then, the demonic bloodline that manifested the rules of the world due to Lilith, the mother of demons, itself represents the darkness of chaos. How long have you been awakened? How is it possible that you have grown stronger so quickly? In Lin Xiu's body, with the demonic power that carries all the ways as its foundation and the immortal power as its source of support and guidance, the two completely opposite energies of Xin Guang and Nguang have formed a perfect balance. Under the continuous rotation, a hint of chaotic aura emerged. Chapter 141. Titled Dragon King and Dragon King, wielding the magic sword of light cannon, third update. Bang 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 bang, in the air. Every time he was kicked, Tanning's body would fly upwards for a distance. Every time he flew out, Lin Xiu would use Vimana's power to chase him out and give him another kick. One kick, and then another kick. As if it were endless, Lin Xiu sent Tan Ning directly to the top of the underworld. At this moment, below, a group of dragons were looking at the battle situation of their Dragon King in surprise, among whom there were several powerful dragons that had reached the Dragon King level. The Dragon King level is different from the titled Dragon King, who is truly recorded in history and is confined to his own title. The equivalent of the Dragon King level is the Demon King level, and the Dragon Kings, who have their own titles, have all reached the Super Demon King level. Just like the 4 Demon Kings in the underworld today. There are many masters of the Demon King level in the underworld. As long as they are the original 4 Demon Kings, the 3 major families, or some mutated bloodline, it is easy to cultivate to the Demon King level. For example, the direct descendants of the old Demon King faction, the successive heads of the Gremory family, the next head of the former Great King family defeated by Cyroorg, the current next head of the Grand Duke family, Seekvera-kun, etc. As long as they practice diligently, most of them can achieve Demon King level strength. However, to possess limited titles such as 4 Demon Kings, or Emperor, most of them require Super Demon King level strength. These Dragon King level dragons were all chosen by 023 Tanning as his successors. Although they had not yet reached the level of having a title, they were still at a pretty good level. But now, these Dragon King level dragons can only watch Tanning get beaten, looking as if they didn't dare to take any action at all. On the one hand, before receiving Tanning's order, it was really embarrassing to engage in a group fight, not only for themselves, but also for Shou Kunshu. On the other hand, in the face of the pressure from the Heavenly Dragon level, a group of Dragon Kings who had just reached the Demon King level did not dare to make any moves. Not only were they surprised, but even Akame opened her red lips in surprise. She knew that Lin Xiu had easily defeated Kirkball, the 12-winged fallen angel, but she hadn't expected that even then, Lin Xiu hadn't used her full strength. And now, for her, Lin Xiu is willing to fully demonstrate this strength. After realizing this, Zhu Nai looked at Lin Xiu with ripples in his eyes. Rias, is this why you fell in love with Lin Xiu-kun? Indeed, this sense of security and being cared for is truly heartwarming. Although Akame is not the type to rely on her man, there are still many ripples and fluctuations in her heart. As expected, the people of the Gremory family have the trade of treasure hunting. Lias, Lin Xiu-jun, this is the most precious treasure you have ever found after spending all your luck in this life. But I'm sorry, now you may need to share some of your treasure with me. Akame felt a little sorry for Rias, but it was only a little. Anyway, Lin Xiu had been separated a long time ago, and the fact that he married 2 wives at the same time was proof of that. Not to mention, Akame also realized that Rias actually wanted to match her with Lin Xiu. When Akame thought about the fact that the always arrogant Rias was willing to take the initiative to help Lin Xiu find a woman, she could imagine the pressure she was facing. As she thought about it, Akame recalled the scene she and Kaneko had seen that day, the scene of Rias, Lin Xiu, and Revel. There were Revel's followers lying on 10 large beds. When she thought about herself being added to this big bed, Akino's purple eyes became moist and her body gradually became hot. As he was thinking, Zhu Nai suddenly noticed a familiar figure. That lady. Has she come here too? I didn't expect that she would care so much about Lin Xiu's affairs. The person Akame saw was called Seekvera-san. After learning that Lin Xiu was planning to talk to Tanning, Seekvera had a bad feeling. Therefore, she planned to talk to the former Dragon King Tan Ning on behalf of the Grand Duke, and try to reach an unprecedented deal before Lin Xiu arrived. Who would have thought that Lin Xiu, who was far away in the human world, would arrive earlier than her? Not far away, a girl with long blue-gray hair and glasses, who had a noble temperament, had just arrived and opened her red lips in surprise at the scene in front of her. That giant dragon that was constantly being kicked and had its wings broken, is that Lord Tanning? Seekvera had expected Tanning to lose, but she hadn't expected him to lose so miserably. Most demons don't know how big the difference is between the levels above the Demon King. After all, to them, all the demons above the Demon King are the same, and they are all big figures that must not be offended. But Seekvera was different. Coming from a Grand Duke family, she quickly realized how powerful Lin Xiu was. Mother once said that the current 4 Demon Kings are extremely powerful, at least as powerful as the original 4 Demon Kings. Among them, Demon King Lucifer has completely surpassed the original Lucifer, reaching an extremely terrifying level. Now it seems that Lin Xiu-jun is no less capable. If I didn't have the responsibility of being the next head of the family, if the next head of the family wasn't unable to marry, I'm afraid I would want to marry Lin Xiu-jun like other female pure-blooded demons, right? It's a pity. I still have the responsibility of being the next head of the Grand Duke's family on my shoulders. Unlike Rias, Seekvera had no intention of letting the current head of the family hold on for a while longer. Although she was indeed quite satisfied with Lin Xiu and recognized her excellence as a partner, she really couldn't give up her position as the head of the Grand Duke's family. The battle here is basically a foregone conclusion. I have to go back and take care of Lin Xiu-jun's affairs. After taking a quick look at the battle situation and greeting Akame and Tannen's dragons, Seekvera left the scene. The other side, on the battlefield between Lin Xiu and Tan Ning. After kicking dozens of times, Lin Xiu felt that simply kicking was a bit boring, so he took out some of the more novel equipment in the 10 King's Judgment. Tan Ning was kicked so hard that his whole dragon was in a bad state. He only recovered after Lin Xiu temporarily stopped attacking. However, just as he let out an angry dragon roar, a huge iron ball appeared in front of him. Dragon Emperor Qin Guangchu. Sai Lu's Qin Guang Ball is just a simple heavy object, while Lin Xiu's Qin Guang Ball contains multiple techniques such as crushing, attraction, and gravity. As Qin Guangchu approached, Tan Ning discovered that it carried a powerful gravity spell, which directly shattered his idea of dodging first and then counter-attacking. In that case, asterisk at r%e asterisk caret r caret e. Tanning opened his mouth, and all sorts of wondrous runes swirled around him. Using the dragon language magic unique to the dragon race, a blazing meteorite the size of a giant Qinguang ball flew out of Tanning's mouth. Bang! The blazing meteorite wrapped in dragon breath collided with Qin Guangchu, scattering the meteorite, but Qin Guangchu was also pushed back a little by the meteorite's explosion. Taking advantage of this period of time, Li Ning wanted to distance himself from Lin Xiu. Success! As soon as it flapped its wings, hundreds of small missiles flew over, bypassing the meteorite fragments. Red Dragon flying ballistic bullet. Bang 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 bang. Countless small missiles seemed to have eyes, flying towards different parts of Tanning. Looking at the missile flying towards his reverse scale, Tanning felt like he was in trouble. The reason why the reverse scale is called the reverse scale is because it is an extremely important scale that protects the dragon's reproductive organs. Given the dragon's level of evolution, their reproductive organs would certainly not be exposed. Almost all dragons' reproductive organs were protected by their reverse scales. Tanning's current situation is the human equivalent of someone trying to set off a giant firecracker around your through your pants. Although he was very unhappy, Tanning hurriedly used magic to protect his body. True dragon body. A golden light flashed, and Tanning's defense was greatly improved. The already strong dragon scale technique was even more covered by the Vajra technique that had just been used. Under Tanning's special care, his reverse scale area was covered with several layers of Vajra technique. Bang 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 bang. After the missile exploded, Tanning's dragon body was damaged and blood was flowing from many parts of it. But fortunately, he protected his reverse scale. Kid, some things can't be done just by having strength. After being kicked dozens of times by Lin Xiu, Tan Ning was already furious. Adding to that the missile aimed at his reverse scale, Tan Ning was even more furious. Indeed, the dragon clan will submit to the strong. But, that was after they defeated me. Isn't the god of the Bible strong enough? Tianlong attacked the god of the Bible even when his own battle was interrupted. It is the nature of the dragon race to constantly challenge the strong and constantly improve themselves. %E**r*e *r*. The Dragon King's Sigh. The Dragon King's Sigh is the most powerful breath that only a Dragon King level being can use. Each Dragon King would make improvements to this most basic move that suited him or her. Therefore, this move was the killing move that best suited the dragon's body structure and innate abilities. Looking at the ever-increasing Dragon King power in Tan Ning's body, Lin Xiu shook his head. Many things can't be accomplished simply by having strength. I certainly know this, and what I'm teaching you now is exactly this. Dragon Emperor Taishan Cannon. A huge turret appeared behind Lin Xiu. Me. Dragon Star Bishop. Although Lin Xiu does not have the chess piece transformation ability of Hyodo Issei, he has developed a similar ability based on his own research on chess pieces. Abandon most of the power to maintain armor and accelerators, and concentrate all of your own strength on the artillery attack. Boom. As the artillery shells flew out, a silver golden glow appeared on Xiu's body. Under Lin Xiu's control, this layer of silver light gradually spread to the energy beam cannon that was ejected. I swear here, I don't allow anything in this world that I cannot cut apart. This sword can cut and slice through everything on Earth. It is an invincible blade. The torn silver hand has the ability to transform anything into a sword. In the later period of God Slayer, Tony transformed the meteorite into his own magic sword. And Lin Xiu, he turned the light cannon into his own magic sword. 6 EP Chapter 142, The Ultimate Dragon, Kang Na's Action, Part 4. What? After Tanning's light cannon was easily blocked, what greeted him was not a direct attack from the light cannon, but a slash from the light cannon magic sword. Swoosh. The light cannon demon sword tore through space, tore apart Tanning's dragon wings, and tore apart most of Tanning's dragon body. Dragon blood splashed and scales fell off. Like a bird with broken wings, the ancient Dragon King fell from the sky. Standing under the sky of the underworld, Lin Xiu looked down at the fallen Tan Ning. After confirming that Tan Ning had lost his combat capability, Lin Xiu turned his gaze to the sky again. Beyond the sky of the underworld is not outer space, but the underground of the human world. This is the place where demonic and dragon powers converge. The dragon territory in the underworld corresponds to Kyoto in the human world, which is also the territory of Yasaka, the nine-tailed fox general in the original story. Just as described in the knowledge of the God of the Bible, it must be a place where dragon veins converge, where powerful monsters grow, in order to create an environment suitable for growing ambergris. Gods, dragons, demons, beasts, and all kinds of powerful native life forms complement each other and constitute the power flow system of the DxD world. How to conform to the heaven and earth, and then guide and control it, is the key to achieving transcendence. Since Lin Xiu has completed the complete strategy for both worlds, he may be the one at the forefront in this regard. Nine-tailed fox Hisaka. For a yokai like the nine-tailed fox, who thrives and lives on dragon veins, it's only natural that they have a deep connection with the dragon clan. But, from the looks of it, it seems this territory won't last long. If the dragon vein dries up, the nine-tailed fox that lives with it will probably lose its future. Rather than that, it's better too. After thinking about it for a while, Lin Xiu took a step forward and disappeared on the spot. In Tanning's territory, with blood all over the sky, Tanning's huge dragon body fell from the sky and landed near the core area where ambergris was planted. During this period, a large number of demon-level dragons flew towards Tanning. However, they all crashed into a transparent shield. Since this shield reached the Super Demon King level, they could not break it even if they tried their best. A Demon King level blue thunder dragon lowered its head towards Akano and pleaded in a low voice. Ms. Akano, could you please discuss this with Master Lin Xiu? The Tanning territory is willing to pay any price. We only hope that Lord Lin Xiu will not engage in any more fighting with Lord Tanning in the core area. If any more fighting breaks out and hurts Ambergris, then everything will be over. In response, Akano just smiled and shook his head. Mr. Lei Long, I believe that Xu Jun has far more knowledge than you and me, so you should not worry about the safety of the Ambergris. Zhu Nai already has the consciousness of being Lin Xiu's partner and will only support Lin Xiu's decision because she completely trusts Lin Xiu. Lin Xiujun must have his reasons for letting things develop to this point, and she shouldn't interfere with Lin Xiangjun's actions. At this time, in front of Tan Ning, Lin Xiu walked towards the Ambergris calmly. Ambergris, as its name suggests, perfectly combines the characteristics of dragon and flower. Rather than looking like a flower, it is more like a small golden dragon coiled into the shape of a flower. Stop. If you pick it before it's ripe, most of its medicinal properties will be lost. Tan Ning stopped Lin Xiu and mentioned Taiwang's dragon blood. Oh, really? Lin Xiu stretched out his hand towards the gorgeous ambergris, and a strange liquid of 3 colors, golden, dark golden, and blue-purple, flowed out of his hand. Boost. 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 Transfer. The enhanced 3-colored blood dripped onto the ambergris. Ang 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 ang. The one who made this dragon roar was not Lin Xiu, nor was it Tan Ning, but the ambergris that was madly absorbing dragon power and demon power. Watering with dragon blood? Success on the first try? Tanning found it hard to accept the reality. Watering with dragon's blood can indeed promote the growth of ambergris, but it requires extremely strict conditions. It must be done on the 15th day of the first lunar month and the 15th day of the 7th lunar month every year to have a certain success rate. He also failed many times before he succeeded once. How could Lin Xiu succeed in one go? I've said it before, my knowledge of ambergris far exceeds yours. Lin Xiu certainly knew that ambergris could only be watered at specified times. However, this is actually because those 2 days are the time when the demonic power is at its strongest in the year, and the resonance between the ambergris and the demon race will reach its highest point. If dragon blood is injected at that special time, the ambergris will be able to absorb dragon power and demon power to the greatest extent. But for Lin Xiu, the situation is different. Lin Xiu, who possesses the spear that penetrates the world, has been able to influence the world in a small range after reaching the main god level. Just now, Lin Xiu first covered the world around the ambergris flower to make it the most suitable environment for absorbing demonic power, and then injected blood. The next second, Lin Xiu moved forward into the air and took out a golden droplet from the ambergris. Normally, a whole ambergris flower is needed to activate the spell, but with the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet, a single drop of liquid is enough to unleash the medicinal power of a whole ambergris flower. Oh, I almost forgot about this. After casually picking up a mature ambergris flower and throwing it to the place with the strongest dragon energy in the Akame-chan world, Lin Xiu turned to look at Tan Ning. Ang 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 ang. Dragon Eater. The true Red Dragon Emperor's dragon soul flew out of the cage, and the red dragon opened its mouth, completely swallowing Tanning's body. Soul. Taken. Dragon soul swallowed completed. Using the same method he used to control the East Daxia Sea Cloud Dragon, Lin Xiu also brought Tan Ning under his control. Note. The 2 Tianlong are Treasure Tree's Protector Dragon, Laden, Super Demon King. Resembling a tree grown into a dragon, it has a large rift where it appears to have a face, and the glowing red holes within are its eyes. It specializes in enchantments and barriers. It was killed by the first-generation hero Hercules after he poured Hydra venom into its mouth. It was resurrected by the Misfortune Group, the Crescent Moon's Dark Dragon, Kron Kawak. Dragon level. The strongest evil dragon created by the demon god Baral, the Dream Dragon, the dragon in charge of war and death. Originally just an ordinary evil dragon, he relied on his own training to become a dragon-level existence. Nidhogg, Super Demon Lord. A greedy dragon from the Nordic Ice Realm, possessing the power of resurrection. In the original story, he assaulted Orpheus, who offered no resistance to Issei's parents' capture, and was subsequently slain by the Crescent Moon's Dark Dragon. The 6 evil dragons are, the 6 Dragon Kings are. But Sona has actually already obtained 3/4 of Vritra's sacred weapon. It seems that I have given her quite a stimulus. Dragon and Beast are already the pinnacle of power in the DxD world. If you want to transcend the DxD world, you must obtain the power of Dragon and Beast that can build the foundation of the world. Quest requirements. Use the Red Dragon Emperor's cage to devour the 2 celestial dragons, the 6 great dragon kings, and at least 6 evil dragons. Golden Dragon Lord. Fafnir. Super Demon Lord level. A golden dragon famous for collecting treasures, he has signed a contract with Azazel, the governor of the fallen angels. He began to pursue pure destruction, fighting powerful opponents and finding satisfaction in encountering unusual objects. He once fought against the army of the god Zoroaster, but was nearly sealed away by Tito. In the original story, he was defeated by the demon king Wavali in the battle against the evil dragon. His long-cherished wish is to witness the future of the Dragon Clan and to withdraw from the evil tree after it attacks the heavens. a new terrorist organization formed by Li Zevim after absorbing the remnants of the disaster group after the defeat of the hero faction and the old Demon King faction. To reach the limits of the current world, one must have a deep understanding of and the ability to influence the world's infrastructure. The Mad Dragon, Yamada no Orochi, Super Demon King level, that devours spirits, an evil dragon with 8 heads. Even if its heads are cut off, it can regenerate and attack with the severed heads. Its venom is very dangerous and its aura is pitch black. Half of its soul is in the Tiankongyun sword and the other half is in the execution platform of the Purple Flame Priest. If that's all, Kang Na is still a long way from realizing his dream. The End Dragon, Jormungandr, Super Demon King level, Loki's creation, the largest dragon king, usually sleeps lazily in the sea, and it is said that he will only get up and move around at the end of the world. The Demonic Dragon, Tiamat, Super Demon King level, a beautiful woman with long straight blue hair wearing a neat dark blue trouser suit. She is the only female member of the 5 Dragon Kings and holds the title of the strongest Dragon King. She is one of the underground referees and true managers of the current ranking game. The Red Dragon Emperor, Diedrich, has been killed, and his dragon soul has been made into the mythical Cage of the Dragon Emperor. Apep, the primordial dark dragon, heavenly dragon class, a slender, snake-like dragon over 100 meters in length. Its abilities include controlling darkness and shadows, and releasing black water that consumes and corrodes all matter. In the original story, it was defeated by the dragon deified Hyodo Issei during the battle of the evil dragon, Real Zhao. A new book is launched, please give me flowers, comments and monthly votes. When devouring a dragon god level being is impossible, devouring the heavenly dragon, the Dragon King, and the evil dragon is undoubtedly the best option. White Dragon Emperor, Erubian, already killed, his dragon soul was crafted into the artifact, White Dragon Emperor's Wings of Light. The Dragon Boy of the West Sea, Yulong, Super Demon King level, the white dragon horse that Tang Monk rode when he saw Buddhist scriptures, and the youngest of the 5 Dragon Kings. The next second, the system prompt sounded in Lin Xiu's mind. The Celestial Dragon and the Dragon King are the foundation of the Dragon History Crystal. Congratulations to the host for triggering the plot mission, Ultimate Dragon. The gathering of the younger generation of demons from the underworld will be held soon. Sona should be able to show off the results of his training then, right? Task level. Red. Task description. In order to transcend the world, you must first reach the limit of the current world. Bite. The Black Dragon King Vridra, Super Demon King, in Indian mythology, the nemesis of Indra, the god of heaven, has his soul split into 4 parts. Hannah Siddhi has collected the main part of it. After the mission of the Ultimate Beast, will the next step be the Ultimate Dragon? It seems that the evolutionary direction of the Securute's Gauntlet, the Ultimate Dragon Beast, is not given in vain. The Forbidden Dragon of Magic Source, Ari Dahaka, Dragon Class, a 3-headed black dragon that can use thousands of magics and has destructive impulses and self-destructive tendencies. Dragon Saint, Tanning, Super Demon King, one of the original 6 Dragon Kings. Because the dragon race requires dragon apples, grown in a special area of the underworld to survive, in order to continue the dragon race, Tanning reincarnated as a demon and resigned as Dragon King. He has now been successfully subdued. Grendel the Sinful Tyrannosaurus, Super Demon King, a 15-meter-tall, black-scaled, silver-eyed dragon giant. He loves battle and slaughter. His blood is blue. His scales are arguably the toughest of all extinct dragons. He was slain by the first hero, Beowulf, and resurrected by the Scourge. Chapter 143. Yasaka's Worries, the Nine-Tailed Fox Clan's Extinction Crisis, Part 1. Pictured as the Nine-Tailed Fox General Yasaka, the next second after Lin Xiu took the ambergris. Boom, with a soft sound, a slight tremor occurred in the upper reaches of Tanning's territory. The original form of the ambergris flower is the earthvein flower. As expected, if the earthvein flower is disturbed, this earth vein will also be affected. But fortunately, the impact is not serious. As long as the dragon energy is replenished within a certain period of time, it will be fine. As long as the dragon energy is replenished, this earth vein will be able to produce another earth vein flower. It's just that, when watering the ambergris, the Dragon King level dragon energy is useful, but when replenishing the dragon energy, the Dragon King level dragon energy is not enough. I wonder what measures the Nine-Tailed Fox General Yasaka will take. Just as Lin Xiu said. At this time, Kyoto. A beautiful golden woman wearing a golden kimono and with a gorgeous figure slowly stood up and looked at the ground with worry. What's going on? Why did the ley line suddenly decline? The earth veins are extremely important to the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. The Nine-Tailed Fox can even fight in conjunction with the earth veins. If the value of the Nine-Tailed Fox is 1, then with the Dragon Vein of Kyoto, the value of the Nine-Tailed Fox can be raised to 5. In the original plot, Cao Cao took a fancy to the power of the Nine-Tailed Fox Yasaka that could combine with the Kyoto earth veins, and imprisoned it to prepare it as the best tool to summon the Red Dragon God Emperor. In fact, a mere Nine-Tailed Fox was not qualified to summon the Red Dragon God Emperor. Cao Cao actually valued both the Dragon Veins of Yasaka and Kyoto at the same time, and used the Nine-Tailed Fox that was compatible with the Dragon Clan and the Earth Veins of Kyoto as sacrifices to summon the Red Dragon God Emperor. In short, Kyoto's Dragon Veins are extremely important to the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. After realizing that something might be wrong with the Earth Veins, Yusaka immediately began to investigate the cause. However, after searching for a long time, Yusaka still couldn't find the reason. There is no way, the monsters and demons in Kyoto have always kept to themselves. Yusaka didn't know that the reason why the dragon veins were strengthened on the 15th day of the first lunar month and the 15th day of the 7th lunar month was because Tan Ning was pouring his essence in blood. Tan Ning also didn't know that the reason why the demonic power increased on the 15th day of the first lunar month and the 15th day of the 7th lunar month was because in addition to the full moon, the sister monsters in Kyoto were also performing sacrifices. Dragon veins are indeed important, but Tan Ning would not take the initiative to explore the connection between the dragon veins of the underworld and the dragon veins of the human world, and the nine-tailed fox Yusaka would not have thought that the dragon veins of the underworld would affect Kyoto. But now, the problem has become so serious that Yusaka has to worry. There's nothing wrong with Kyoto's dragon veins. They've simply weakened considerably. However, just because they're fine for a short period of time doesn't mean they can continue like this. The nine-tailed fox lineage needs the help of the Kyoto dragon vein to give birth to the next generation. If the dragon vein continues to weaken, the 10 veins of the nine-tailed fox will be cut off in my next generation. After realizing the seriousness of the problem, Yusaka began to frantically search through ancient books, looking for a solution. A day later, after reading through all the ancient books related to dragon veins in Kyoto, Yusaka sighed helplessly. No, there is still no way to resolve it. Although this crisis is not a crisis that will break out immediately, it is definitely urgent. Yusaka felt terrible when she thought that the nine-tailed fox lineage might be cut off in her daughter's generation. In the end, Yusaka only found some very vague descriptions in ancient books, saying that if the dragon veins in Kyoto undergo unidentified changes, it may be related to the underground medicine. It's related to the underworld. The underworld is currently divided into several parts. Fallen angels, demons, and Hades each occupy a portion of the underworld. Of these, the demons have the largest territory, followed by the fallen angels. As for Hades, due to his base in Hades, the underworld itself, his territory is the smallest. The underworld connected to Kyoto is the domain of the demon clan. CCCE, in other words, if we want to find the final cause, we have to contact the demons first. Thinking of this, Yusaka got a headache. Currently, the demon clan is negotiating with the fallen angels and angels who were once its enemies. If the negotiations are successful, Kyoto will be able to make contact with the demon forces. In the original plot, Yusaka actually only considered concluding a peace treaty with the three forces after the Loki expedition ended and the Norse gods joined the peace treaty. Now, before Odin reaches the three major forces, there's a great risk in contacting them. Just as Yusaka was hesitating, a crow-like dog came to her door and knocked, saying, "Lord Yusaka, there's some big news coming from the underworld." "Oh, what's the news? I can't explain the details, so please check it yourself, Master Yusaka." Soon, Crow Tengu handed over the latest newspaper. The current Red Dragon Emperor defeated Dragon King Tannen? Are the younger generation's strength growing so fast nowadays? Yusaka was quite impressed by this junior named Lin Xiu. Because, not long ago, she saw the news about Lin Xiu's marriage robbery. At that time, Lin Xiu's strength was only at the Demon King level. She didn't expect that he would become a top-level Super Demon King so quickly. Since the battle situation was not leaked, Yusaka naturally classified Lin Xiu's strength as that of a Super Demon King. After all, main god-level existences are extremely rare, and their meaning is completely different from that of a Super Demon King. Being able to become a Super Demon King so quickly is already quite impressive. There's no way this junior named Lin Xiu could have directly skipped the Super Demon King and God-level stages and instantly become a main God-level being, right? Yusaka had no idea that soon he would be forced to invite this junior to help solve the problem of Kyoto's Dragon Bane. She didn't even know that Lin Xiu was actually the culprit who caused the problem with the Dragon Bane in Kyoto. The other side. Long before Yusaka was still reading ancient books, Lin Xiu had already conquered the underworld dragons. Lin Xiu first transplanted the ambergris to the imperial capital of the Akame slashing world, and then gathered the dragon energy of the entire imperial capital and a large number of super dangerous species connected to the earth veins to create an environment similar to the Tanning territory. Then, Lin Xiu used the dragon blood of the Red Dragon Emperor and the knowledge of the God of the Bible to make the ambergris grow rapidly in the best environment at all times. Finally, in just one day, Lin Xiu successfully cultivated a second ambergris plant. Moreover, this is a day in the world of Akame DxD World. In just less than 5 hours, Tan Ning watched Lin Xiu bring back the second ambergris. This is. The facts were before his eyes, and Tan Ning could not help but be excited. "This is the ambergris that you have cultivated for 500 years but has never produced any fruit," Lin Xiu replied calmly. Ang. Looking at Lin Xiu's 2 ambergris flowers, Tan Ning let out an excited dragon roar. "Master Lin Xiu, you are the son of all dragons in the underworld." Tan Ning was of course very excited. He believed that with Lin Xiu's ability, he could even cultivate ambergris, not to mention the less difficult dragon apple. As long as the production of dragon apples and ambergris can be increased, the number and quality of dragons will be greatly improved. How could he not be excited? Not only Tan Ning, at this time, a large number of demon-level dragons also gathered in the huge ancient venue. After seeing Lin Xiu take out the second ambergris, the dragons, who had already been conquered by Lin Xiu's strength once, were completely convinced. That's all. Unbeknownst to everyone, Lin Xiu subdued all the dragons in Tanning's territory. After leaving an ambergris flower to the excited Tan Ning and arranging a task, Lin Xiu returned to the human world. At this time, the human world was approaching dusk. Under Zhu Nai's guidance, Lin Xiu was brought to a big mountain. There is a long staircase in front of the mountain, and the rows of torii gates on the stairs highlight the uniqueness of this place. Apparently, this is a path leading to a shrine, according to the requirements of the heaven, or in other words, according to Lin Xiu's previous request, the handover of the Sword of Blessing will take place at the Zunai Shrine. Azuno, is this where you live? The scenery is indeed very pleasant. Yes, Lin Xiu-kun. Once upon a time, my mother and I lived together in a shrine. Later, after coming here, I decorated this place exactly like her shrine in order to commemorate her. Akano smoothed down the police officer's black hair and replied gently. Because of Lin Xiu, Zhu Nai can now talk about his mother calmly. Because, for her, her mother's death is a thing of the past. As long as Seekvera-kun gathers the other two ingredients, Lin Xiu can revive her mother. Lin Xiujun, thank you so much for liking me and for everything you've done for me. Holding Lin Xiu's hands, in front of her favorite shrine scenery, Zhu Nai held Lin Xiu's head and gave her a girlish kiss. Akano kissed deeply and passionately, letting Lin Xiu move in and out of her mouth, capturing her fragrant breath full of Yamato Nadeshiko's characteristics. Due to the effect of the succubus blood, even though Lin Xiu took over while kissing, Zhu Nai still looked like a lovely girl ready to be taken advantage of. Lin Xiu believed that even if he asked for Zhu Nai here, Zhu Nai would not refuse. However, Kun Xiu is not so unromantic. Besides, Lin Xiu had already booked someone to sleep with for today, so she couldn't accompany Zhu Nai for the time being. A full half hour. It was not until the agreed time was almost up that Zhu Nai was released by Lin Xiu. Because Lin Xiu's movements were a bit rough, the knot that Zhu Nai originally used to tie her ponytail fell off. Fortunately, Lin Xiu had helped countless beautiful girls with their hair, and soon, Lin Xiu helped Zhu Nai tie the knot again. Xiu-kun, you're really skilled. Did you learn this from Rias? Zhu Nai still smiled, not complaining at all about Lin Xiu's skill. It's not just Rias. I practiced braiding hair with many people. You won't be able to develop any skills just by braiding one person's hair, Lin Xiu replied truthfully. Really, Lin Xiu-jun, you're really honest, but also really greedy. However, considering that greed is the driving force of human progress, I fully approve of Lin Xiujun's greed. After witnessing Lin Xiu's use of facts to subdue the Dragon Clan, Zhu Nai had no opinion on Lin Xiu's greed. It's normal for someone like Lin Xiu to have so many beautiful girls. So, greedy Lin Xiujun, can you answer a question for me? What's the problem? Zhu Nai, just tell me directly. Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows. Okay, Lin Xiu-jun, I'll be frank then. Zhu Nai once again put her arm around Lin Xiu's neck, looked directly into her eyes, and said with a soft smile. If I'm not mistaken, Lin Xiu-jun, you're planning to attack mother, right? Zhu Nai said this. The noisy wind in the mountains stopped instantly. Chapter 144. Zhu Nai, are you planning to attack my mother? Second update? Because Zhu Nai's speech was so explosive, Lin Xiu showed a hint of sudden realization after a few seconds. In these few seconds, Lin Xiu considered all the possibilities and figured out the real reason why Zhu Nai asked this. Zhu Nai, why do you ask that? Lin Xiu did not answer Zhu Nai's question, but asked Zhu Nai another question with a smile. Why am I asking that? Zhu Nai pursed her red lips and rolled her eyes at Lin Xiu too helplessly. She knew it, and Lin Xiu knew it too. When Lin Xiu didn't directly deny it, the answer was already obvious. Lin Xiu-jun, didn't you leave for a while to cultivate the ambergris? During that time, I asked Rias some questions. Oh, Rias actually answered questions related to my resurrection ability? Lin Xiu was very confident in his control over the harem and knew that Rias would not speak casually. She certainly won't answer all my questions casually. I have to say, Xiu-jun, your training of Rias was quite successful. Only after witnessing the intimate scene between me and Lin Xiu-jun did Rias agree to answer some of my questions. Rias told me that Lin Xiu-kun needs the bodies and souls of the dead to revive the dead. Lias also told me that after resurrecting Yume's companions, Lin Xiu-jun dispersed or sent all of Yume's male companions back to their original homes, and took all of the female companions into Shangzhang. At that time, I was thinking that since Lin Xiu-jun had his own selfish motives when he resurrected Yume's companions. Then, did Lin Xiu-jun have any selfish motives when he resurrected my mother? The answer is undoubtedly yes. Azunai answered directly for Lin Xiu. I believe that Lin Xiu-jun must be trying to use this incident to improve my favorability, and even wants to get my resurrected mother. These are all Lin Xiu-jun's selfish motives. But, I don't mind. Having said this, Akano smiled with relief. The breeze blew through Akino's long hair and moved her shrine maiden skirt, making it look particularly charming. Under Lin Xiu's gaze, Zhu Nai slowly said, I don't mind what Lin Xiujun's selfish motives are. I only mind what facts Lin Xiujun has achieved. I don't mind whether Lin Xiujun has any thoughts about my mother. I, Songyi, don't mind whether Lin Xiu truly likes me personally and my mother. The next second, Zhu Nai clasped his hands together, forming a virtual human-shaped image. Lin Xiu-jun, this is the image of my mother that I created based on my own memories. As you can see, my mother and I are over 90% similar. After giving so many premises and speaking so much from my heart, the next question is what I really want to ask Lin Xiu. As he spoke, Zhu Nai slowly sent the image in his hand forward, and the full picture of the image in his hand was completely revealed in front of Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu, do you like my mother who looks very similar to me? Can you protect my mother and prevent her from suffering similar hardships again? Lin Xiu, can you help mother to be happy? A tear fell from the corner of Akino's eye. She no longer wanted to see her mother being bullied, looked down upon, or even hurt or killed. Seeing this, Lin Xiu gently held Zhu Nai in his arms. He had thought about confronting Akano, and he had also thought about using some method to semi-force Akano to accept the facts. But he didn't expect that before he took action, Zhu Nai had already known and accepted the fact. Slowly wiping away Zhu Nai's tears, Lin Xiu gently lifted Zhu Nai's chin and looked into Zhu Nai's tearful purple eyes. Since Zhu Li and Zhu Nai look so similar, it's natural for me to dislike them. Since I like Zhu Li, I will naturally not allow the person I like to be hurt. Since I like Zhu Li, I will naturally do my best to make her feel happy. Zhu Nai chose to confront Lin Xiu, and Lin Xiu responded with truth. Because Lin Xiu knew that Zhu Nai had understood and accepted it, and even planned to promote this process. If Zhu Nai doesn't accept, Lin Xiu can only give up the arrangements made by the church and reach a fait accompli with Zhu Nai first. As for Zhu Li, Lin Xiu's original plan was to resurrect her in the Akame killer world first, tell her that she had been reincarnated into another world, then cultivate feelings with Zhu Li, and finally, confront Akano after the established facts were achieved. Although it seems a bit despicable and extreme, there is no doubt that the success rate of doing so is extremely high. Of course, now, it seems unnecessary to do so. After getting Lin Xiu's answer, Zhu Nai wiped away her tears and smiled with relief. Okay, in that case, Lin Xiu-jun, how about we make a pact? What agreement? Lin Xiu asked knowingly. As agreed, I will help you gain mother's true love. But correspondingly, before mother completely falls in love with Lin Xiu-jun must not show any signs of intimacy between you and me in front of mother. Because I want to completely make up for mother's regrets. Zhu Nai believed that if it was Lin Xiu who had given so many beautiful girls a home, he would definitely be able to give her mother a home. Her mother has been suffering since she became pregnant. Even if she herself was unhappy, she couldn't let her mother be unhappy. I couldn't do this before because I was limited by reality, but now that I can do this, Bayonai is willing to do his best. Okay, if this is what you wish for, Akano, I will try my best to make it happen. Lin Xiu held Zhu Nai in his arms, feeling the mountain breeze, and didn't move anymore. At this moment, Lin Xiu clearly realized that he was in a real world. Many character settings in the original plot are credible, but due to differences in some details, the plot will also undergo subtle shifts and changes. Akano was like that. In the original plot, although Akano missed her mother and felt sad and nostalgic for her mother's passing, she definitely did not have such a strong sense of guilt and desire for atonement as she does now. Lin Xiu had already guessed why Akino's sense of guilt and desire for atonement were so deep. Because she believed that she was the culprit behind Himejima Yuri's death. Because of Lin Xiu, the Jidao Zhuli in this world has no relationship with Baichu, and did not give birth to Zunai with Baichu. Akino's situation is similar to that of Takagi Yuriko and Miyamoto Rei, and her pregnancy was completely a matter of fate. Because fate had destined Himejima Akano to be born, when the time came, Zhu Li became pregnant with Chen for no reason. It was not until Zhu Li was killed that Akano learned the truth from the people of the Himejima family. It turns out that her mother was born a fallen angel. It turned out that her mother became pregnant with her without having any relationship with another man. It turns out that it was because she was pregnant with her that Yila left the Himejima family who were planning to have her have an abortion in order to protect her daughter. After knowing the truth, Zhu Nai, who could have attributed it to the outside world, could only put all the blame on herself for killing her mother. If it weren't for her, even if Himejima Yuri was a born fallen angel, she could still live alone in the Himejima family as before. If it weren't for her, Himejima Yuri would not have chosen to escape from the Himejima family. If it weren't for her, Shima Julie would not have been killed. Akano had always held this thought, therefore, Akano has always wanted to atone for his sins. Today, when she saw the aura of a born fallen angel in Lin Xiu, which was very similar to her mother's, Zhu Nai felt a sense of fate. Later, Zhu Nai learned about Lin Xiu's ability to resurrect others, and also learned that Lin Xiu resurrected others because of his own personal desires. Thus, under the influence of a series of events, Zhu Nai's brain completed a closed loop, which ultimately led to Zhu Nai's willingness to help Lin Xiu capture Zhu Li. Lin Xiu hadn't expected that Zhu Nai's strategy progress would deviate so much from what he had imagined. Fortunately, however, this deviation did not lead to any bad consequences. Lin Xiu felt her soul and body tremble when she thought about Akino's plan to help her conquer her mother. Sure enough, I am a big scumbag. Fortunately, Kunsho had long chosen to accept the fact that he was a greedy person. After helping Zhu Nai tidy up her appearance, Lin Xiu took Zhu Nai's hand and the two of them walked towards the shrine on the mountain together. At the Himejima shrine on the mountain, the church members had been waiting for a long time. In the shrine, after opening the compartment, Lin Xiu and Zhu Nai met the church members who arrived half an hour earlier. I can only say that the church members are still too disciplined. As for Lin Xiu, she would only arrive 10 minutes early at most. After realizing Lin Xiu's arrival, all church members gathered immediately. Led by the leading nun, everyone made prayer gestures toward Lin Xiu. Ah, Sir Holy Son, after the prayer, the other church members all looked towards Griselda in the middle. Griselda stepped forward, knelt on one knee, and saluted respectfully to Lin Xiu. Sister Griselda, along with the 4.1 members of the church participating in the tripartite talks, express our sincere respect to Master Weird. Because she was kneeling on the ground, Griselda's white stockings were stained with dust. However, Griselda didn't care, she was simply expressing her devotion to Lin Xiu. Son of God? Has Michael already told you about this? Lin Xiu glanced at the surprised Zhu Nai and directly admitted that he was the son of God. In name, Lin Xiu is already the leader of the heavenly realm. However, as the saying goes, the subordinates of my subordinates are not my subordinates. At this stage, Lin Xiu only has direct command over high-level angels such as Michael. Although the heaven and the church are nominally the superior and subordinate institutions, the angels are not very good at operating forces, so many powers are controlled by the church. In the original plot, the church did not send anyone to the tripartite talks, and only Michael, a high-ranking figure in heaven, attended. But this time, at Lin Xiu's request, the heaven realm also asked the church to send a large number of high-level personnel. Accepting the blessed holy sword was just a pretext. Lin Xiu's real purpose was to subdue all the church leaders and take full control of the heaven and the church. Middle. Chapter 145. Red Quality Holy Sword, Gathering of Saints and Nuns, Part 3. Pictured as Lin Saren, the user of the God Slayer, Purple Flame Priest's Disc, Holy Cross, in the later stages of the original story. Yes, Master Michael has already informed the church that Master Lin Xiu has been recognized by Master God and has become the son of God who will inherit Master God's legacy. Griselda replied respectfully. After the ceremony, General Zhe Lidang handed the holy sword wrapped in white cloth to Lin Xiu. Sir, this is the blessed sword. With this blessed sword, as long as we collect the last sword of domination, Excalibur will be able to see the light of day again. Yeah, I know. Lin Xiu nodded. The next second, 5 rays of light flashed behind Kun Xiu. The Holy Sword of Destruction, the Holy Sword of Mimicry, the Holy Sword of Sky Flash, the Holy Sword of Dream, and the Holy Sword of Transparency, the 5 holy swords were suspended behind Lin Xiu, naturally releasing a friendly aura. A calm command seemed to drive the rules of heaven and earth, and the 6 holy swords gradually moved closer. Under the purest golden holy power and the fiercest dragon emperor flames, the 6 holy swords were reforged into 1 holy sword. Ding, fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the King's Sword Excalibur semi-finished product, gold. This semi-finished product is already rated gold. If it is fused with a Holy Sword of Domination, even if it doesn't reach the red level, it will still be rated gold. However, as for the gold quality, there is still a lot of room for improvement. If it were an ordinary person, they would have to wait until they had collected the Holy Sword of Domination before trying to fuse the original Excalibur. But with Lin Xiu, not only was Excalibur, which was originally a single entity, but even other holy swords with different specifications and styles could be successfully integrated into one. Ding! A reward that can be fused has been detected. Items that can be fused: Holy Sword Prototype, Demon King Slayer Holy Sword, Durandal, etc. Is the host fused? Fusion. Ding! Fusion function activated. Fusion subject: Holy Sword Prototype, Purple, Fusion Materials, Demon King's Holy Sword, Gold, Excalibur, Gold, Durandal, Gold. A large number of holy swords in heaven, blue to purple. Byte. Fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Holy Sword of the Savior, red. Holy Sword of Savior, red. The fusion product of the prototype of the Holy Sword after absorbing a large number of holy swords. It is dominated by Esther's consciousness and possesses the terrifying power to save the planet. When used, in addition to using and amplifying the power of the fused holy sword, it can also absorb power from the planet and all sentient beings. The higher the recognition from the planet and sentient beings, the greater the increase. In Lin Xiu's hand, a platinum holy sword was gradually melted and forged, extremely gorgeous and sacred. Wang. Lin Xiu grasped the holy sword, and the holy sword seemed to respond to Lin Xiu, blooming with an unprecedented holy brilliance. In this holy light, all the church members present entered into prayer mode again. Oh, Lord, it took a full half-minute for the holy sword's brilliance to subside. Lin Xiu glanced at the church members whose loyalty had increased significantly, and nodded with satisfaction. The reason why he forged the holy sword in front of these church members was to increase their faith in him. If you want to be treated as a god, or the Son of God, you always need to show some magical qualities. He could see that although these church members called him the Son of God and showed respect, they did not have the fanaticism that believers should have. How can this be possible? Believers should look at their gods with fanatical eyes. Respect is respect, but what Lin Xiu wants from the church is not respect and some kind of sexual faith. What he wants is the fanatical belief of everyone. In order to change their attitude towards him from respect to crazy belief, Lin Xiu needs to show some extraordinary qualities. In the world of Akame / Lin Xiu had studied the so-called Dragon Energy and National Destiny, and knew that both Dragon Energy and National Destiny were essentially very similar to the power of faith in the DxD world, both being a combination of human heart and environment. The difference is that dragon energy and national destiny belong to the Emperor and the Empire, while the power of faith in the DxD world belongs to the gods. In terms of the purity and strength of faith, the power of faith is much higher than dragon energy and national destiny. After all, the people in the world of Akame Killer believe that the Empire is simply following old rules, and they just hope that, believing in the Emperor, can bring them a better life. But the believers in the church are different. In the church, there are a large number of believers who are willing to sacrifice their lives for God. What Lin Xiu needs to do is to transfer this faith in the gods to himself. Seeing Lin Xiu display his miraculous ability to instantly forge the holy sword, all the church believers looked at him differently. A young girl wearing purple stockings couldn't help but come forward and praise. The Holy Son is truly worthy of being called the Holy Son. He managed to perfectly fuse the holy swords together without even using alchemy. I believe such a Holy Son will surely carry on the legacy of the god. The girl's name is Lin Xiu. She has a very unique black and white mixed hair color. Combined with her heroic face and purple tights, she is very conspicuous among the group of casual people. Of course, the most important thing is that Lin Xiu knows this girl. This girl with black and white gradient hair color also has a role in the original plot. This person is Lin Xiu, the user of the god-destroying tool, Purple Flame Priest's disc, and one of the church members I requested Michael to personally visit. Before arranging this contact with the church members, Lin Xiu specifically gave Michael a list, including all the female church members that he had an impression of in the original plot. However, judging by the current plot progress, Lin Tay should not have obtained the Godslayer tool yet. At present, the Purple Flame Priest's disc that Dashi should own in the future is still in the hands of the villain Shen in Fallen Angel. Saint Lin Tay, please observe your etiquette. Griselda glanced at Lin Tay and said calmly. Although Griselda's voice was not loud, the effect was extremely obvious. As soon as she heard Griselda's words, Lin Tay stuck out her tongue awkwardly and stood upright by the side. Griselda is a very authoritative parent figure to most church members. Including Zenobia, a large number of young people have been cared for by Griselda to varying degrees, and have a foster mother-like affection for her. Of course, Griselda's influence is limited to the younger generation. For example, masters of the same generation or older generations are far beyond Griselda's influence. This is why Griselda is the leader and not anyone else. Other church leaders are still waiting and watching. Although there is no detailed description in the original plot, it is obvious that the heaven had very little control over the church at the beginning. It was not until the tripartite talks were concluded that the heavenly realm significantly increased its control over the church. The reason for the increased control is also very realistic. High-level angels have obtained the technology of demon chess pieces. After acquiring the technology of the demon chess pieces, the angels developed their own cards. High-level angels turned all those church members who had no specific affiliation but were only nominally superiors and subordinates into their followers, thereby greatly improving their control over the church. Normally, Lin Xiu should put an end to this kind of subordinates forming cliques. But angels are different. They are absolutely loyal to God and the Son of God. Therefore, this top-down subordinate management system can better consolidate the power of the church. However, in the original plot, even when a large number of high-ranking officials were reincarnated by angels, an armed coup still occurred in the church. In the church, the Pope has the highest status and ranks first. The second highest cardinal is Theodore Cerezo. The third highest ranking cardinal is Vasco Stratata. The cardinal deacon is ranked fourth, Everard Christodi. Among them, Theodore, who ranks second, is the most outstanding miracle child and the youngest cardinal. Ranked third, Vasco is Durandal's former user. He possesses power greater than Kirk Bowles and once severely beat up the fallen angel Kirk Ball. It was precisely because he could not defeat Vasco that Kirk Ball sought the power of the Holy Sword. Although Vasco had given Durandal away, he still had a replica of the Durandal that was personally given to him by the Pope. Ivard, ranked fourth, is the master of all church warriors and the former holder of Excalibur 580 holding a replica of Excalibur. There is no doubt that they are all extremely outstanding. However, the situation at the end of the original plot is that, apart from the Pope, the second, third, and fourth most important figures in the church conspired together, summoned the church's warriors, and launched a fake coup. The reason they launched the coup was very simple. The church was dissatisfied with the policies of heaven. It's fine if you reconcile with the demons and fallen angels, but later in the story, Yin Jia actually chose to reconcile with the vampires. This radical reconciliation policy deprived the warriors of the meaning of fighting and left the church warriors confused and angry. As a result, they chose the most inappropriate path of an armed coup. Of course, in Lin Xiu's opinion, if the blame is to be shared, the seraphim should also take part of it. After all, the seraphim are creations of God. For them, it is good enough to be able to barely maintain the system left by the God of the Bible. It is too difficult for them to understand people's hearts. Lin Xiu's current situation is quite similar to the original plot. Originally, the church had already identified Lin Xiu as a blasphemous demon and an absolute heretic. But the Seraph of Heaven told them that such a blasphemous demon had actually become the Son of Heaven. It was precisely because Lin Xiu knew the development of the church in the original plot that he took the initiative to let Michael identify those who were loyal to him first. Those who are here now are all church leaders who recognize Lin Xiu. The remaining senior executives were either not firm enough or did not approve of Lin Xiu from the beginning. They all needed to be corrected when Lin Xiu was too strict. Okay, Griselda, don't be too harsh, it's normal for young people to be energetic. This should be everyone in the church who agrees with the Heaven Realm's decision, right? Lin Xiu took a quick look and saw that they were basically nuns and saints. Also, those who launched the armed coup were church fighters, and most of the church fighters were men. Yes, Lord Saint. According to your instructions, the Michaelites gathered all the church members who were reluctant to accept orders without them at the church headquarters, Grahan replied respectfully. Chapter 146. Reincarnation of the 12-Winged Angel, Creation Explosion, 4th Update. So, those people are gathered in the Vatican. Lin Xiu is not a demon who would do something evil like destroying the church. However, education and rectification are still necessary. Yes, they are indeed in the Vatican now, Griselda replied respectfully. Okay, very good, in that case, let's follow the process. Lin Xiu glanced in the direction of the Vatican, then turned to look at the nuns and saints. Yes. Nodding respectfully, Griselda took out a list of names, which contained all saints and nuns who were completely loyal to heaven. Milana, according to the order, you are the first to be baptized by Master Lin Xiu. Griselda looked behind her at a nun with long ash-blonde hair. Milana, full name Milana Shatalova. Sister Milana has a delicate and fair Russian face, and her blue eyes with a hint of gray look very smart. Coupled with the long gray-gold hair lying under the veil, she shows the temperament of a nun while retaining the touch of a girl. Lin Xiu had an impression of this nun named Mirana. Because, in the original plot, Mirana is Gabriel's Ace of Hearts, and Griselda is Gabriel's Queen of Hearts. After the development of the angel cards, all of Gabriel's holy messengers, reincarnated angels, were female, as the Seraph of Hearts governed the suit. Among them, Queen, Griselda, and Ace, Mirana, were the most prominent. In the original plot, Mirana is a master of the power of light, and has practiced various ways of using it, even shooting spears of light from the ground. Even the highest-ranking demon would melt instantly if hit by Delarna's defenseless attack. Considering that it can easily throw a fallen angel Cadre-level ultra-giant spear of light, there is no problem in considering it as a Cadre-level, Demon Lord-level, existence. And this is just the effect after using the angel card in the original plot. 813 Lin Xiu's special chess piece has a stronger effect than the angel card, and the improvement will be greater. Sir, Mirana is honored to be the first nun to be baptized by you. Kneeling in front of Lin Xiu, Milana put her hands in a prayer position, extremely pious and respectful. Lin Xiu slowly extended his hand and handed out a card that had undergone a transformation and was now golden in color. The golden card was engraved with the emblem of the Ace of Hearts. This was clearly a move Lin Xiu had made after careful consideration. The demon clan's reincarnation props are chess pieces, and the heavenly realm's reincarnation props are also chess pieces. Doesn't this make it seem like Lin Xiu is plagiarizing the demon chess pieces? Although it is indeed plagiarism, it is definitely impossible to deny it. After a little thought, Lin Xiu deliberately modified the appearance of the unconventional chess piece, making it appear golden and holy. Of course, in essence, the angel card given by Lin Xiu is just a deformed product of the unconventional chess piece, and the root has not changed. On the one hand, although Lin Xiu's strength has reached the main god level, his time and experience are not enough to support him to develop his own chess pieces in such a short time. On the other hand, his special chess pieces are much more powerful than the so-called demon chess pieces and angel cards. Why would he use junk instead of luxurious items? Finally, considering that these nuns and saints were extremely loyal to the heaven and directly accepted the fact that the heaven sent new saints, Lin Xiu also had to give some benefits to these first batch of people who surrendered. Click. After flying out of Lin Xiu's hand, the golden card turned into countless fragments and poured into Mirana's body. Milana maintained a prayer posture, with holy golden light continuously radiating from her body. Finally, as if reaching a certain limit, the radiance on Mirana's body instantly intensified. 14. 12 pure white wings sprouted from behind Mirana, and the holy white feathers danced in the sky. Mirana, who was originally a Cadre-level existence, directly became a 12-winged angel. Although they had been mentally prepared, the holy nuns were still surprised by the facts presented to them. The Holy Son, Lin Xiu, indeed possesses the power to transform believers into angels. Furthermore, since the person who was reincarnated was a 12-winged angel, everyone's faith level soared to the highest point. They originally thought that being reincarnated as an angel with 8 or 10 wings was already very outstanding, but who could have imagined that this saint's son could actually be reincarnated as a 12-winged angel? Reincarnation as a 12-winged angel, in their opinion, that was something that only gods could do, but now, 10 newly born concubines, like Lin Xiu, have done it. Faced with such ironclad facts, the devotion of all saints and nuns to Lin Xiu rivals that of the God of the Bible. This is simply a miracle, sir. The Holy Son is undoubtedly the successor of Sir God. I believe that under the leadership of the Holy Son, this world will become a better place. Ah, Lord Saint, please grant us your mercy. In the following time, Lin Xiu roughly reincarnated a few saints and nuns who looked pleasing to the eye, but did not reincarnate all of them. The main reason is that Lin Xiu doesn't have enough chess pieces. The second reason besides the main reason is that Lin Xiu doesn't want the favor he gives to seem too cheap. If only a few saints and nuns were chosen to reincarnate, the remaining saints and nuns would severely poo themselves, thinking that they might have done something wrong, and thus become more pious. After absorbing the pure power of faith and preserving it, Xiu took out a platinum-colored holy spear. After obtaining this, Spear that pierces the world. Lin Xiu carefully studied the specific effects of this weapon and developed many uses that did not exist before. Originally, there was only one use for the spear that penetrates the world, which was to fix the possibility of the world and block all world lines, thereby ensuring that Lin Xiu could kill the evil god of the X-world who had the ability to control world lines. But now, Lin Xiu has developed some new uses for it. Although it was a bit of an overkill compared to the original purpose of blocking all possibilities in the world, it must be said that these 10 guns against the world were quite useful in practice. The vibrations of the Holy Lands spread rapidly, merging the surrounding world into one. Let's go to the Vatican and take a look. I will announce my existence and the truth of the Son of God to those people. CCBI. The next second, Lin Xiu took a step forward. With just one step, Lin Xiu and all the saints and nuns around her completed the space transfer at the same time. Normally, if Lin Xiu wants to take someone away, he needs to make contact with the other person first. However, under the influence of the spear that penetrates the world, the surrounding space is regarded as part of Lin Xiu, thus achieving the miracle of contactless transmission. As soon as he arrived in the Vatican, Dasho was enveloped by a surge of green spiritual energy. Awakening to the principle of seizing supremacy from the gods, the second celestial dragon. Infinite laughter, worry and fantasy. I will become the red dragon overlord, and you will sink into the red lotus purgatory. Juggernaut drive, belong. Before, just by using Tyrant Dragon, Lin Xiu's strength was able to break through the limit of God level and reach the main God level. Now, after using Tyrant Dragon, the energy originally used to break through the shackles was completely used to increase strength, allowing Lin Xiu's strength to suddenly surge to the pinnacle of the main God level. Explode. World. Smash the rules. This moment is a new life, however, this explosive magic is not just a destructive magic bullet. Exexito. On the other side, Ivard, known as the Mr. Warrior of the Church, also stood up. Just as Lin Xiu said, this explosion magic shatters the world rules within the area covered by the explosion magic. As the teacher of the Church Warriors, Ivard was not only powerful, but also trained a large number of Church Warriors. Whether it was Irina, Zenobia, or Linte, they all received Ivard's guidance to some extent. This is the power of Dragon. If he were truly an evil person, he would have betrayed the church long ago and lost his way, and no one knows which force he would have joined. If the peace talks are successful, they will be asked to give up what they said about the demons and fallen angels, and then bring up the topic of the Son of God, to discuss it together. This energy even surpasses the divine level. How is it possible? At this moment, within the area covered by the explosive magic, the old world rules have already collapsed. New world rules are taking shape. They really couldn't figure out why Michael would summon them at this time. Shouldn't Michael be busy dealing with the main party's talks? However, since they finally had the opportunity to get together, everyone also carefully exchanged their views on Lin Xiu, the Holy Son. His name is Vasco. He was the user of the previous generation of Durandal and the one that Kirk Ball hated the most. What kind of world rules will be formed depends entirely on Lin Xiu's thoughts. The Church Warriors summoned by Michael are holding a meeting. With Lin Xiu as the center, the explosive magic of the Shin Gun version continued to spread. In an instant, the entire Vatican was enveloped in it. This exploding ball of light ignored all their reactions, passed through their bodies, and enveloped the entire Vatican. Soon, they felt a burst of unprecedented terrifying energy. It was the energy fluctuation when Lin Xiu used Tyrant Dragon. This is the power of the Red Dragon Emperor. A new book is launched. Please give me flowers, comments and monthly votes. Vasco subconsciously took out Durandal II, a replica of Durandal, and prepared to defend himself. Of course, in addition to this, he also has some more powerful titles. Explosion. Create the world. Creation explosion. As a cardinal, Theodore was the first to stand up and look up into the sky. Although Vasco is ranked third in the church and second among the three, in terms of strength, he is the strongest among the three. A few minutes ago, the Vatican, after some discussion, the church warriors came to a unanimous conclusion. In other words, it's the power of the Holy Son. That is, wait and see, and make a move after the talks between the three parties are over. Generally speaking, although the church's warriors may have some impulsive tempers, they are not evil people. They just hate evil and cannot accept the ideals they have always practiced being trampled upon. However, their peace did not last long. Something's coming. Finally, a sturdy, muscular bald old man looked up into the sky. Although Theodore was young, he was the most gifted of the miracle children, children born from the union of angels and humans. So he became the second in command of the church at a young age. For example, the strongest warrior in Vatican history, the father of church warriors, the strongest human candidate, and so on. Chapter 147. God-destroying tool Brilliant Heavenly Thunder Prison, Dulio's Will, Part 1. Since Lin Xiu's Genesis Explosion is a rule-based skill rather than a destructive skill, the church's warriors did not suffer any damage even though they were covered. After more than 10 seconds, the three of them roughly confirmed the situation and rushed out of the church together as soon as possible. High in the sky, Lin Xiu, surrounded by a group of angels, slowly descended. Looking at the faces of these angels, the church warriors were surprised to find that these angels were all familiar faces. Sister Marana. She actually became a 12-winged angel? How is that possible? She could have been an angel, but why would she be a 12-winged angel? It's said that only gods can be reincarnated as 12-winged angels. What about that? This is. Holy Sword user Xenovia and Holy Sword user Irina? Aren't they out on a mission? Wait, there's also the witch Asia. Wasn't she deemed a witch and then expelled? How can an expelled witch be reincarnated as an angel? Witnessing the unbelievable scene, the already chaotic mood of many church members became even more confused. All along, they have been taught by the church that demons are evil, fallen angels are evil, people who are expelled are evil, and we fight for the gods and the people. But now, after experiencing events such as the blasphemous demon Lin Xiu became the son of God, and the witch Asia became an angel, everyone's faith shows signs of collapse. Fortunately, the church's warriors still have the belief that we fight against evil for the sake of God and mankind, and there is no sign of them venting their anger because of losing their faith. In the original plot, it was precisely because of the reconciliation between the heavens and the evil race of the past that the church's warriors could not find the enemy and even lost their last faith, so they launched an armed coup in confusion and anger. Although confused and unable to accept it, the facts are before their eyes and the church warriors can only find relief on their own. Behind Lin Xiu, Griselda, who had been serving beside him, took the initiative to step forward and introduce the important figures of the church to Lin Xiu. Sir, this is Master Vasco Strada, the former holder of Durandal and the leader of the church, Grahan introduced. Out of respect for Vasco, Griselda put Vasco in front. Vasco Strada was the person Lin Xiu cared about the most among those present. At 87 years old, he can already be called a grandfather. However, his body still looks very young, with strong muscles but a wrinkled face of an old man, exuding a strong masculine personality. To Xenovia, Irina, Yumi, Rint, and all the other warriors from the church, Vasco is like a leader. As a secretary priest, he advocates the importance of institutions for the training of warriors and is a key figure in the church led by warriors. In addition, he is the original owner of the Holy Sword Durandal, which is held by Xenovia, and is now regarded as a legendary warrior who is considered the most powerful among pure-blooded humans. Now, Vasco Strada is already known as a legendary warrior, and in the future, he will become the strongest human health supplement. Unlike other candidates for the strongest human, Vasco is not a reincarnation, nor has he acquired the blood and power of other races. This alone is enough to demonstrate its power. The moment he saw Vasco, Lin Xiu felt that the Holy Sword of Savior seemed to have a slight fluctuation. Lin Xiu knew that the Holy Sword of Savior had set its sights on the Durandal II in his hand. Not only did it affect Vasco, Lin Xiu's Savior Sword also caused a slight fluctuation in Ivard, who was standing beside him. Apparently, Esther was not only interested in the Durandal Eye on Vasco's body, but also in the Excalibur II on Ivard's body. Greetings, Saint Son. I am Vasco. I sincerely hope that the Church in the Heavenly Realm will find a more prosperous future under your leadership. As soon as Vasco said this, the expressions of Daedalus and Ivard beside him changed immediately. Because Vasco's words undoubtedly acknowledged Lin Xiu's status. Griselda noticed the two people's reactions and continued calmly. This is Lord Dadalu Lilingchi, the privy bishop of the church. If the pope steps down, he will most likely become the future pope. Oh, really, the future pope? Lin Xiu glanced at Dai Duolu. Perhaps because his reaction just now was a bit obvious, Dai Duolu shifted his gaze a little guiltily. I dare not, Lord Saint. I am only doing my best to fulfill my duties. As for the pope and the law, it will be decided jointly by Lord in the heavenly realm. Since he had been discouraged since Vasco, Dai Duolu spoke very restrainedly. Although he did not recognize Lin Xiu's identity from the beginning, he at least called him Sir Holy Son. After confirming Theodore's attitude, Griselda looked at Ivard, the last one standing. Sir, this is Master Ivard Christodius. He is the former bearer of the Sword of Kings and the warrior master of the church, having taught a great many of the church's warriors. Really? You've worked hard to teach so many warriors, Ivard. Lin Xiu gave Ivard a gentle smile. From beginning to end, Lin Xiu maintained this gentle smile. However, they felt an astonishing sense of oppression from Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu's smile is not the kind of smile that appears to be a smiling tiger, but secretly plotting sinister plots against others. Lin Xiu's smile was like the smile an adult would give when watching a child playing. It was gentle yet carried an unquestionable authority. Your Excellency, Holy Son, thank you for your kind words. It is my responsibility to train warriors for the church. Under Lin Xiu's gaze, Ivard also expressed his respect for Lin Xiu. Although he felt somewhat dissatisfied in his heart, Daedalus and Vasco had already expressed their opinions before him, so Ivard was forced to agree. Well, he is indeed the teacher of the church warriors, but Vasco is the father of the church warriors. Vasco was the first to express his friendship, so Ivard could only agree. Seeing this, Vasco smiled with relief. In any case, it would be good if there is no conflict. Being able to reincarnate so many people into angels, Lin Xiu has proven his identity and strength. If they still had any rebellious thoughts towards Lin Xiu after learning that she could be reincarnated as an angel, they would have defected from the church long before this. However, even in this situation where the overall situation has been decided, different voices still emerged in the church. A young man in gorgeous clothes walked forward slowly, smiling and extending his hand to Lin Xiu. Master Lin Xiu, are you interested in a duel with me? Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows and looked at the young man who was extending his hand to him. After Dulio's reincarnation, his class is Joker and he belongs to the Special Forces group. Lin Xiu remembered the identity of this young man. I am Dulio, the strongest exorcist in the church, the young man replied in a soft voice. Because, when he goes out alone, he is the king bomb. The fact that he stood up alone is of great significance. Dulio stood up to fight one last battle on behalf of the warriors of the church. Dulio stood up not to show off his strength to the Holy Sun. After the evil dragon incident, Dulio captured the captain of the anti-terrorist team, DxO Squad. The first generation of Sun Wukong, an unquestionable god-level combat power, and standing at the pinnacle of god-level combat power, he is believed by many gods to have the ability to fight against lower-level gods. Dulio? Are you the owner of the brilliant Sky Thunder prison? Because only in this way can the resentment of other church warriors be vented, and only then can they let go of the past and move towards the future. It can be said that Dulio represents the top combat experience of the heaven and the church. In addition to Lin Xiu's external efforts, someone else is also needed to initiate the process within the church. The reincarnated devil's chess pieces are from chess soldier to queen, and the reincarnated angel's chess pieces are playing cards A, K. Dulio didn't stand out to win. Obviously, he had no opinion about Lin Xiu, the Holy Sun. He stood up. In order to be defeated by Lin Xiu, Dulio may seem frivolous, but he actually has a very broad heart. Dulio, the wielder of the second most powerful god-destroying weapon, Brilliant Sky Thunder Prison. He is the strongest trump card in heaven, the first among the reincarnated angels, the candidate for Seraph, and the captain of the DxD team. The fact that he was able to surpass the first-generation Sun Wukong despite not having an advantage in age or status, not only because the first-generation Sun Wukong was unwilling to be the captain, shows how powerful Dulio is. Although he was clearly talking about challenging someone, Dulio's voice and expression were very gentle. After returning to the church by chance, he discovered that the people in the church had become extremely fragmented due to policy changes in heaven. The vice-captain was the legendary Sun Wukong. Not the handsome monkey from Wally's team, but the real first-generation Sun Wukong. At times like this, someone must unite people's hearts. In the original plot, Dulio once went to the underworld with Devil Lucifer and Ikis Tobio to threaten Hades, the god of the underworld, requesting flowers. Overall, Dulio is a powerful god-killer who is very capable and can easily handle any situation. Even Cao Cao, who wields the Holy Spear of Dusk, will be defeated in a head-on confrontation with Dulio. After all, most of Cao Cao's combat power lies in the Holy Spear. When facing an opponent like Dulio who can use large-scale forbidden spell-level moves with just a raise of his hand, Cao Cao will be extremely passive. That's right. As the strongest exorcist, he is the best person to exert power within the church. However, as the strongest exorcist in the church, he must stand up at this moment. Chapter 148. The Trial of the Son of God, The Way Out and Expansion of the Church, Part 2. After Dulio stood up, Lin Xiu heard the system prompt sound in his head. Byte. Congratulations to the host for triggering the plot mission, Church Conquest. Quest level. Gold. Mission description. Although the heaven issued doctrine to the church and recognized the host's identity as the Son of God. However, the church's warriors, saints, and nuns have been deeply brainwashed by their faith, and their extreme ideas are difficult to correct quickly. Although some saints and nuns were the first to recognize the host and reach the host's side, in fact, there are still a considerable number of saints and nuns remaining on the church side. Although brainwashing these church members can be conquered, it will block their hearts and faiths, erase their creativity and motivation, and make them lose their original firm beliefs, turning them into puppets. Of course, this is acceptable when recruiting people as tools, but when it comes to church members who need strong internal motivation to drive themselves, brainwashing them is equivalent to destroying their faith and their future possibilities. Task requirements. Transfer the faith of most of the church's senior members in God to yourself. Conquer the church. Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows. Isn't this what he is going to do now? Isn't it just brainwashing, but transferring these people's beliefs to me? Indeed, brainwashing is effective, but physical brainwashing through violence is far less effective than spiritual brainwashing through faith. For villains like Himeji Matandi, brainwashing is a good option. After all, villains use all sorts of devious methods to increase their strength, and there's no question of a future or faith. However, if we brainwash those who have become stronger through normal exercise in their own spiritual and 22 inches beliefs, it is equivalent to erasing their future and beliefs. They should transfer their faith to me and then go to a more valuable place to shine. Lin Xiu thought of his two copy worlds. Lin Xiu had only conquered these two worlds, but had not yet maximized their utilization. In addition to the value of the copy world itself, the life living in the copy world is also valuable. If he could convert all of them into his believers, he should be able to gain a huge amount of faith experience. As his strength improved, Lin Xiu also discovered some wonderful uses of the power of faith. The human heart is worthy of awe, and is also worthy of being driven and utilized. Most gods in the pantheon use the power of faith to amplify themselves, which is why they place great importance on spreading their own myths. Although Lin Xiu would not make the foolish move of binding himself to his followers, he would also actively collect faith to help him achieve convenience and escape. After making up his mind to expand the scope of the church's faith, Lin Xiu turned and looked at the other three people. Would you three like to come together? I have a lot to deal with every day, so my habit is to solve all problems at once. Dai Duolu, Vasco, and Ivor never thought that Lin Xiu would actually invite them to join them. Ha ha ha, great, Lord Saint is worthy of being called Lord Saint. I am willing to learn from you. Vasco was the first to set an example again. He had seen through Lin Xiu and Dulio's thoughts and planned to lend a helping hand to them. His thoughts were similar to those of Lin Xiu and Dulio. The church warrior group, which was already disunited, really needed to be reorganized. In this case, please give me some advice, Master Saint. Dai Duolu and Evid also saw what Lin Xiu was planning to do. However, now that Dulio has expressed his stance, it means the overall situation has been decided, and they have no intention of struggling. Just like that, several elemental halos flew out from Dulio's body. Vasco took out Durandal too, Daedro stretched out his angel wings, and Ivard took out the Sword of Kings too, and they were ready to go. Looking at the people with different expressions, Lin Xiu smiled and shook his head. I think there's some misunderstanding. Your real opponent this time is not me. But, you yourselves. Pa, Lin Xiu snapped his fingers lightly. Ka. The next second, the rules of heaven and earth moved according to Lin Xiu's thoughts. Several inexplicable auras gradually became dense. A few seconds later, several virtual images that looked exactly like them appeared before them. Defeat the church's warriors? Are you kidding me? Lin Xiu is the son of the church in the heavens, not the enemy of the church. Why would he do such a stupid thing? Wouldn't it be too cheap to fight against the church's warriors as the son of God? If Lin Xiu really wanted to use violence to suppress the rebellion, he wouldn't have used Genesis Explosion in the first place. Dulio frowned at first, then relaxed. It's simply a miracle. Dai Duolu's face was moved. I can feel that the shadow opposite is not an illusion, but a being with strength completely equal to ours. Ivard could not hide his surprise. It seems that the Son of God intends to give us a trial, Vasco concluded. Vasco's words directly compared Lin Xiu and their battle to a trial. On the one hand, comparing it to a trial can further strengthen Lin Xiu's position as a superior. On the other hand, doing so can also greatly resolve conflicts. Regardless, even if it's for the sake of uniting people, fighting is never a good look. Comparing it to a trial will help unite people to the greatest extent possible. Vasco was surprised to find that from the very beginning, the situation was under the control of the Holy Son Lin Xiu. He understood that the Holy Son Lin Xiu did not want them to see him as the one who inherited the heavenly realm, but rather as the next generation of gods. He admitted that after seeing Lin Xiu perform such a miracle, he was also shaken. Are you kidding me? The Holy Son Lin Xiu could actually easily create a puppet that was completely equal to their power? Who else could accomplish such a miracle if not a god? Vasco suddenly felt that it was a bit impolite to just call Lin Xiu Lord Holy Son. Your Excellency the Holy Son is worthy of being called the Holy Son. I'm afraid only you can perform such a miracle. Dulio looked at his own copy, and he actually saw the same God Slayer gear on his copy. Judging from what Lin Xiu said, there's no doubt that his clone should be able to exert the same combat power as the original. When he thought about the successor of the God of the Bible, Dulio's usually calm mood began to fluctuate. Boom! Dulio was the first to attack, flapping his 10 elemental wings composed of the 5 elements of wind, thunder, fire, water, and light, and rushed towards his own clone. Since Dulio has not yet been reincarnated as an angel, he does not have angel wings and can only condense wings with the power of elements. Boom! Across from him, his clone performed the exact same action, also extending the elemental beauty of the king. The wind howled, the thunder roared. Starting with Dulio, all the church warriors began their own trials. Lin Xiu calmly observed these church warriors. Judging from the sight of them fighting, they all seemed to enjoy fighting. Yes, the church trained them as fighting machines from the beginning. In the future, we can only let them continue fighting, and then gradually change their minds during the battle. Want to fight? Want to fight evil? Lin Xiu's men have plenty of places to go to fight evil. Whether it is going to the world of Apocalypse to fight against the zombies that appear from time to time, or going to the world of Akame killed to fight against the dangerous species that threaten the people, or preaching to those people who have no faith yet. Lin Xiu was not afraid that these church warriors were too energetic, but was actually afraid that their energy was not enough. Because, although the Apocalypse world and Akame/world were not as large as the DxD world, they were two fertile untapped territories. Taking over the faith of these two worlds would at least double the faith of the heavenly realm. Originally, Lin Xiu only intended to use these 700 worlds to train some of his own subordinates. However, after gaining knowledge of the God of the Bible, Lin Xiu changed his mind. The purity and use of the power of faith are far stronger than the so-called dragon energy and national destiny. Considering that Lin Xiu will inherit the throne of God in the future, it is necessary for Lin Xiu to establish his own kingdom of God, in addition to inheriting the legacy of the God of the Bible. If you want to establish the kingdom of God, you must have your own missionary organization. Although Lin Xiu's subordinates have good management capabilities, they are still not as good as the DxD World Church, which has been operating in this field for many years, in terms of missionary work. In general, the kingdom of God that belongs exclusively to Lin Xiu begins with the complete conquest of the church in the DxD world. Just like that, Lin Xiu walked in the holy city of Vatican while watching the warriors undergo the so-called trial. As they walked, Lin too provided guidance to the senior warriors who were undergoing trials. The church has a lot of warriors, but only a few can rush back to the Vatican in a short time. Nowadays, there are actually a large number of low-level church staff scattered around the world. However, as long as the headquarters is taken over and churches around the world are required to take turns to make pilgrimages to the Vatican, control can be extended to all parts of the world. This is not right. Your weakness is your lack of speed, but your excess holy power. You must surpass your original self to pass this trial. Warrior, how about trying to slow down a bit? Don't think about how to hit the opponent, but also think about protecting yourself in the battle. Fighting with yourself is much easier than fighting monsters before. There are many differences. Like a spring breeze, Lin Xiu brushed through everyone's heart, leaving an indelible impression in everyone's heart. Looking at Lin Xiu, who was giving instructions, Griselda finally couldn't help herself and took the initiative to ask. Sir Saint, if possible, please arrange the same trial for me. Please also give me some guidance. Chapter 149 Griselda, please guide me. Pictured as Sister Griselda, Griselda looked at Lin Xiu with a determined look. She really longed for Lin Xiu's guidance. She was very devout in her faith and could not accept that Lin Xiu gave trials to the church warriors but did not give them trials. Although she and the nuns and saints she led were indeed the first group to join Lin Xiu, and it was normal for them to have some privileges, Griselda still could not accept it. Because, in her opinion, she still has many shortcomings. Otherwise, Lin Xiu wouldn't have reincarnated so many nuns and saints, but not her as an angel. That's right, Lin Xiu reincarnated many nuns and saints at will. Theoretically, even if Griselda, as the team leader, is not the first to be reincarnated, she should be among the first group to be reincarnated. However, Griselda was not qualified to be among the first batch of reincarnations. The Holy Sun clearly took out the angel card, but he took it back after touching her. In this situation, Griselda naturally couldn't think that there was something wrong with Lin Xiu. Since Lin Xiu is fine, then the one with the problem can only be her. It must be because her awareness and faith were not strong enough that Master Lin Xiu did not include her in the first batch of reincarnation list. In this case, even if it's just to gain the approval of the Holy Sun, Zhe Lihida must participate in this trial. Griselda's speech attracted the attention of a group of saints and nuns. Obviously, these saints and nuns who were not on the first list of angels also realized that their awareness and faith were not enough. Sir, the Holy Sun, Sister Griselda is right, please give us trials and guidance. Sir, please guide us so that we can better implement your and God's ideals. Ah, Lord Holy Sun, please give the lost lambs compassionate guidance. Looking at the nuns and saints who were frantically seeking guidance, Lin Xiu first nodded, then shook her head helplessly. Those who knew him thought he was in the DxD world, while those who didn't thought he was in the hypnotic X-guidance world. However, if you think about it carefully, what he is doing now seems to be similar to what the male protagonist in that world does. He also used tools to change and control other people's thoughts, but the tools he used were called religion and faith. They were things that made people submit and believe from the bottom of their hearts. They were far more advanced than simple hypnosis. Of course, the prerequisite is that there must be an organization to help spread the faith. The power of an organization is strong. Anyone who is in an organization with extremely high purity will gradually be assimilated by the organization. They really believed that Lin Xiu didn't give them chess pieces because they were not pious enough. Little did they know that, apart from the characters Lin Xiu knew who were all given as pawns, Lin Xiu gave the saint and the nun Lin Xiu just based on their liking. However, Lin Xiu couldn't say that the direction of their efforts was wrong. If they can become more devout, they will receive more feedback from their belief system, and their temperament will become more transcendent and sacred. If you become more beautiful and attract more of Lin Xiu's attention, the probability of being reincarnated as an angel will indeed increase. The same principle applies to conducting trials. If they successfully complete the trial and defeat a clone with the same strength as themselves, their strength will most likely be improved, and they may even be able to advance to the next stage. If one's strength advances to the next stage and the origin of life changes, one can become more charming and the probability of being reincarnated as an angel by Lin Xiu will also increase. Judging from the reasons and results alone, the idea of these saints and nuns that they could increase their chances of being reincarnated as angels by becoming more pious and sincere and completing the Son of God's trials is quite valid. Okay, since this is your wish. Lin Xiu waved her hand lightly, and a large number of phantoms of saints and nuns appeared in front of her. Lin Xiu would naturally not let go of such an opportunity to do something stupid. Soon, the participating saints and nuns also engaged in a battle with their own copies. Lin Xiu continued to walk in the Vatican, practicing his previous ideas and giving kind guidance to the believers who were at a disadvantage. Several hours passed. The sun outside has already set, but the sun in the Vatican is still shining brightly. Before Lin Xiu came to the Vatican, it was around 6 in the evening in Fusang. The time difference between Vatican and Fuso is 6 to 7 hours, which means that when Lin Xiu arrived in Vatican, it was noon in Vatican. But now, even after several hours, the time in the Vatican has not changed at all. Because this world has completely become Lin Xiu's territory. Relying on his own strength standing at the pinnacle of the main god level, Lin Xiu destroyed the old world rules of the Vatican and implanted his own new rules. It can be said that now, in the Vatican, Lin Xiu is an absolute existence. He possesses the same omnipotent power as the gods in the Bible. As long as Lin Xiu can do something, in this area, Lin Xiu can turn it into reality with just a thought. Theoretically, Lin Xiu could even create a new world in this area. Of course, there is a limit to everything. If the strength used by Lin Xiu when using Tyrant Dragon is 10, then the limit of Lin Xiu's ability to speak and act is probably around 2.5 b. Although he can't really do what he says, when facing some opponents who are not strong enough, Lin Xiu can act like a real god who can do everything. Considering that Lin Xiu's current strength has reached the pinnacle of the main god level, that is to say, no matter what, as long as he is covered by the creation explosion and his strength has not reached the intermediate main god level, he can only be at the mercy of Lin Xiu. Obviously, none of the church members have this ability. Therefore, they can only try their best to pass Lin Xiu's trial. After a few hours, everyone completed the trial. Many church warriors failed the trial, and many church warriors passed the trial. However, regardless of whether they passed or not, their faith in Lin Xiu had already reached its highest point. When the first stage of the trial was declared over, Lin Xiu heard the system's prompt tone. Byte. Congratulations to the host for completing the story mission, Conquering the Church. Task requirements. Transfer the faith of most of the church's senior members in God to yourself. The reason for her frustration was simple. After subduing the church's high-ranking officials and a large number of senior warriors, Lin Xiu prepared to temporarily leave the Vatican. Giving this condition before completely conquering the church would inevitably make people think that the Son of God was cowardly, which is why he chose this solution to avoid conflict. Lin Xiu did not say this at the beginning, but only said it after he understood the situation. Before leaving, Lin Xiu was conveying his instructions to Gao Kong in the Vatican. After learning that the Son of God had actually traveled to another world and even saved people in that world, the way the church's top leaders looked at Lin Xiu gradually changed. Although Lin Xiu has a large number of chess pieces, he has even more followers. There's no limit on the quantity? After the pilgrimage, everyone must battle against their own shadows, complete the trial of the Holy Sun, and pursue their own breakthroughs. The thought of so many people still needing the mercy of Lord God and Lord Holy Sun ignited the enthusiasm of all church leaders and church warriors. Quest level. Gold. Only one person showed a lonely expression. Although it cannot deal with powerful enemies at the main god level, it is no problem to deal with some daily things. That person's name was Griselda, Sister Griselda of the church. Now, with the evolved reincarnation pool of all worlds, the problem of the relatively insufficient number of chess pieces has been completely solved. Considering that Lin Xiu still needs to give chess pieces to the heroines of the DxD World and the future copy world, Lin Xiu does not have so many chess pieces to give to believers. Of course, in addition to this, everyone in the Vatican can undergo trials regularly to become stronger as quickly as possible. It can be said that Lin Xiu's move announced the end of an era. Because this is a miracle that even the God of the Bible has not accomplished. Reincarnation. The target can be reborn into the most suitable race for them. While the strengthening effect and potential limit-breaking effect are far less than those of the special chess pieces, it still has a significant improvement effect on humans. Most importantly, it can break free from the limit on the number of special chess pieces, allowing unlimited reincarnation. Because Lin Xiu had released the Tyrant Dragon state, the upper limit of the Holy Spear that pierces the world had been reduced to its inherent Super Demon King level. Then there's the matter of what I promised you about the church going to another world to preach. By the time he finished speaking, Lin Xiu had already inserted the Spear of the World into the Vatican, turning this area into a semi-permanent territory that had been carved out. It could be considered a small kingdom of God. The Reincarnation Pool of All Worlds. Advanced version. The advanced version of the Reincarnation Pool of All Worlds. Purple. Can not only absorb the dead with flesh and soul to resurrect them, but also awaken the reincarnation. But she is still not on the second batch of reincarnation list. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Myriad Worlds Reincarnation Pool, Advanced Version, Gold. The reason is simple. The will of God cannot be disobeyed, and the will of the Son of God cannot be disobeyed either. Yes, this way I can be more free when I reincarnate as a believer. Starting today, the Heaven Realm will end its long-standing contraction strategy and begin expansion again. If there really is a problem with the Holy Spear that pierces the world, stationed here, Lin Xiu will be able to know it first. After the trial, the Holy Son Lin Xiu selected some church members to be reincarnated as angels. However, the church has always taught its warriors to fight evil and maintain peace. To ensure they don't lose the meaning of life, I found them new jobs. They can go to other worlds to preach. After the meeting, everyone was very happy. The reconciliation of the three major powers is a foregone conclusion and cannot be changed. This is my will and the will of the late God of the Bible, Noma. For the next period of time, let the secondary churches around the world send people to the Vatican in batches for pilgrimage. Chapter 150. Zenobia, the one who calls me mom, do you want to come and watch? Second update. Pictured. Irina and Zenobia. Griselda was confused and frightened because she was not chosen as an angel twice in a row. Hadn't she already successfully defeated her own clone? Why did the Holy Son still seem to think she wasn't doing enough? Why did the Son of God still reincarnate some saints and nuns into angels even though they couldn't defeat their own copies? Griselda didn't know why. She just bit her red lips and returned to Zhuang Town with Lin Xiu with unprecedented frustration. After arriving in Zhuang Town, Griselda's nightmare still did not end. Because this time, Lin Xiu directly bypassed her and took dozens of reincarnated angel saints and nuns, saying that he was taking them to another world to preach. When Grace thought that the Holy Son might have some opinion of her and she was unaware of it, she felt terrible. Of course, she would not question the Son of God and felt that there was nothing wrong with his decision. The Son is right, the Son is always right. If that's the case, then there must be something about her that has not satisfied the Holy Sun. So, after Lin Xiu left with a large group of saints and nuns, Lady Zhe Lixiang sat on the sofa in deep thought. Zenobia noticed Griselda's arrival and noticed that she seemed to be in a bad mood, so she took the initiative to talk to her. Sister Griselda, is there something on your mind? There was no response. Griselda seemed not to have heard Zenobia's words. She continued to sit calmly on the sofa, her hands in a prayer position, thinking deeply. None? Sister Griselda? Oi, Griselda, Zenobia called out several times before Griselda slowly opened her mouth and said. What on earth am I doing that fails to satisfy the Holy Sun? Although Griselda opened her mouth, it was obvious that she did not hear what Zenobia said and was just talking to herself. In that case, don't try to trick me into using a killing move. Zenobia glanced at Irina, then turned to look at Griselda, as if she had made up her mind. The next second, Zenobia opened her red lips slightly. Griselda. Mother Griselda. Mom. What mom? Griselda finally reacted to Zenobia's shocking words. Turning to look at Zenobia, Gray's eyes instantly turned cold when she found that it was Zenobia who called her mother. Eh? Seeing Griselda's reaction, Zenobia's smile instantly turned awkward. She had always called Griselda, sister, or Sister Griselda, and this was the first time she called her, Mom, or Mom Griselda. Zenobia, who was used to being criticized, felt a little scared when she thought that Griselda would criticize her harshly. Zenobia was right. The look Griselda gave her at first was indeed one that indicated she would definitely discipline her severely. However, the next second, Griselda seemed to realize something and her expression gradually softened. The reason she reacted this way was because Zenobia had become a 10-winged angel, and was one of the first angels to be reincarnated. She had not been reincarnated as an angel and had not been recognized by the Son of God, so she seemed to have lost the qualifications to discipline Genoa. If she had been reincarnated as an angel, it would have been easier. As an angel, she could still use her previous status as an elder to educate Zenobia. But now, Griselda had fallen into a spiral of self-doubt and naturally didn't dare to criticize Zenobia, who had already been recognized by the Son of God. Taking back her criticism, Griselda sighed and asked, Zenobia, who told you to call me mother? I just think that if it's like this, you'll be taller than Gretting, Genovia said with a pout. Why do you think I'd be happy to be called Mom? Griselda was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. As a nun, she has vowed to dedicate her life to God. There's only one situation in which she would feel happy when someone calls her Mother, and that is when the Holy Spirit comes to the world and she is surrogate mother. At other times, how could a young girl like her be happy to be called Mom? Huh? No way. Zenobia was stunned. Griselda, wouldn't you be happy if someone called you Mom? But, when I called Lin Xiu Dad, he was obviously very happy. Irina. Zenobia. After hearing this, even Asia, who had been busy in the kitchen, poked her head out. Hearing the conversation unfold like this, Asia felt she should do something. If she didn't take action, with Zenobia's stupid personality, she would definitely reveal some big news about Lin Xiu. After thinking for a while, Asia took off her maid outfit, changed back into her nun uniform, and walked towards Genovich and the others. While Asia was changing clothes, the conversation on the other side had entered the next stage. Zenobia, you. What did you say? How dare you call the Son of God, Dad? How dare you do that? Do you still have any sense of being an angel? Griselda stood up angrily and criticized in a condescending and harsh voice. Obviously, Griselda misunderstood something and interpreted this action as a unilateral act by Zenobia. Zenobia felt very aggrieved about this, but, it was Lin Xiu who asked me to scream like that. When I screamed like that in bed, Lin Xiu was so happy. In bed? Griselda frowned, as if she understood something. After taking a look at Zenobia, Griselda admitted that although Zenobia was a clumsy fool, her figure and appearance were indeed top-notch. Most importantly, her willingness to undertake a mission with a very high mortality rate like retrieving the Holy Sword shows that she has a strong faith, laughs. So, Gernodvi, you have been chosen to give birth to the next generation of saints? Griselda looked deeply saddened. She had never imagined that Zenobia, who often messed things up and was practically useless except for her ability to eat and fight, would actually take on such a heavy responsibility as bearing the Son of God. However, perhaps it was precisely because of Zenobia's holy nature that the Son of God chose her to be the Holy Mother? However, the next second, Zenobia's answer made Griselda confused again. Virgin Mary. No, I'm not a Virgin Mary, because it's not just me, Ellie and Asia called me that too. Griselda. Griselda found that she really couldn't understand what Zenobia meant. She could understand Lin Xiu having intercourse with the angel. Given the past events of the Lord God, she also felt that Lin Xiu needed to establish a successor as soon as possible. But, what the hell are the three heirs? Could it be that the Holy Son is casting a wide net to ensure the birth of the next generation? But, how come the Saint Son's behavior looks a bit like sinking into lust? No, it's impossible. How could it be possible? The Holy Son must have his reasons for doing this. Although she was a little skeptical, Griselda quickly convinced herself. Requesting flowers. Zenobia, who told you to say such a thing? Irina covered Zenobia's mouth with her hand, her face flushed. She suddenly regretted accompanying Zenobia to comfort Griselda. If she had known earlier, she would have let Zenobia come alone. Griselda. No, that's impossible. I believe that it is absolutely necessary for the Holy Sun to give birth to the next generation of Holy Sons. Otherwise, if the Holy Sun were to suffer the same fate as the God, the heavenly realm and the church would once again fall into chaos. 0. That's right, Sister Griselda, what Zenobia said is true. We are indeed both angels serving Lin Xiu and his companions. A new book is launched, please give me flowers, comments, and moonlight. The only problem is that really the case? Griselda's eyes were slightly downcast. Why? Griselda demanded. I see, what did she just hear? Asia smiled as she sat across from Griselda, her white silk legs raised. Despite her innocent appearance, she managed to exude a hint of femininity. You, me, Zenobia, and Irina, we are all special people in Lin Xiu's heart, that's why we were brought home by Lin Xiu, Asia explained with a smile. How is it possible? How is it possible that someone would be so obsessed with? What did Asia say? Let her go and watch tonight. She admitted that she was very interested in the intercourse between the angel and the Son of God. She wanted to see how Zenobia, who had been reincarnated as an angel, could remain undead during intercourse with the Son of God. Sister Griselda, you seem to have an issue with the fact that Lin Xiu has many partners? Asia asked with a smile. She remembered that before being recognized as the Holy Sun, Lin Xiu already had 2 wives. Asia lowered her crossed white silk legs and extended her hand to Griselda with a smile. Seeing that Irina's words and Zenobia's words corroborated each other, Griselda sighed again. Asia smiled and shook her head. She knew that Griselda had only convinced herself on the surface, and there must still be some resentment deep down. Is that so? Griselda nodded, not quite understanding. Well, Griselda admitted that Lin Xiu might really be that kind of person. 2. Lord Aisha, I am not trusted by Lord Saint Sun. I am afraid Lord Lin Xiu will not agree to my presence. So Griselda, you're actually worried about this? Asia smiled gently and took a sip of black tea leisurely. No. How is that possible? This is the Holy Sun. This is the Holy Sun who went to another world to save lives without them knowing. Don't worry, Saint Sister Griselda, Lin Xiu will definitely agree. At this time, Asia finally changed her clothes and joined the battlefield. Griselda frowned. In that case, Sister Griselda, how about you come and observe tonight? With such a past record, it seems normal for the Holy Sun to be somewhat obsessed with lust. If I tell you that Seraph Gabriel, Angel Marana, Holy Sword Master Linte, and others will be coming to Lin Xiu's house tonight, will you accept that you are special in Lin Xiu's eyes? Because, if Lin Xiu didn't agree, he wouldn't have brought you home. Seeing Griselda's confused look, Asia immediately used her killer move. So, what Genovia said is true. Chapter 151. 14-Winged Seraph Gabriel, The Superposition of Artifacts and Fate, Part 1. Pictured as Gabriel, Griselda. What did she just hear? Seraph Gabriel, Angel Marana, and Holy Swordsman Linte? They've already been reserved by the Son of God for tonight? Lady Asia, are you telling the truth? Griselda opened her red lips in surprise. Of course it's true. Asia continued smiling. So, Sister Griselda, you don't have to worry about not being qualified. Since you are staying at Lin Xiu's house, it means that Lin Xiu likes you very much, and it also means that Lin Xiu intends to make you his partner. Since you have so many questions in your mind, why don't you ask Lin Xiu in person tonight? Okay, thank you for your guidance, Master Asia. Griselda nodded, her eyes determined. Just like that, night came. Griselda had dinner early, and was then locked in the closet by Asia. After dinner, Lin Xiu started to engage in regular entertainment activities with Isaiah and others. Considering that there were other people staying at home tonight, Xiu chose to feed the rest of the family first. Asia's choice was undoubtedly correct, although it was not easy for her to integrate into the team of the silver-haired Saint Olividan, after 447, debuted as the church trio, with Irina and Zenobia. The time Lin Xiu spent on them did increase significantly compared to before. After finishing his meal, Lin Xiu glanced towards his room and saw Griselda hiding in the closet. This is a gift from me to Lin Xiu. Asia smiled and looked at Lin Xiu, and before Lin Xiu responded, she took the initiative to kiss him with her red lips. Just like that, surrounded by Asia and the other two, Lin Xiu was warmly welcomed back to her room. Since today's theme was maids, Asia, Zenobia, and Irina changed into white silk maid outfits early in the morning. Lin Xiu had a lot of fun holding 3 pairs of delicate and silky white silk jade feet. Not only Lin Xiu, Asia, and Zenobia, but Irina as well were also surrounded by a sense of freshness and excitement. Because they all knew that in the closet, Sister Griselda, who was like their mother, was watching them. Generally speaking, among the 3, Asia is the most gentle and caring, Irina is the most shy and cute, and Zenobia is the most open and cooperative. But today, Zenobia, who is always enthusiastic and tireless, is unusually shy and looks like she is completely unable to express herself. Lin Xiu really liked Zenobia's cute contrast, so he pretended not to know but secretly adjusted his stance and posture. Finally, with Lin Xiu's adjustments, his head and feet were perpendicular to the wardrobe, and Zenobia, who was sitting on him, was facing the wardrobe directly. Zenobia sat down and observed the gap in the wardrobe. She seemed to see Griselda's motherly eyes that were both loving and strict through the gap in the wardrobe. Under multiple stimulations, Zenobia was defeated extremely quickly today. Under Griselda's gaze, Zenobia's eyes soon rolled back and she trembled. Inside the closet, Griselda felt a surge of heat all over her body, and her originally resolute gaze became extremely moist. However, even so, she still remained sober. Seeing this awakening, Lin Xiu smiled slightly and silently used all his strength to stimulate his succubus bloodline. Since Griselda already believed in Lin Xiu, even though they were at a distance, under the influence of the succubus blood, Griselda quickly extended her slender fingers under the nun's long skirt. Tonight is destined to be extremely long. Griselda gradually lost her sense of time until the arrival of the golden-winged seraphim Gabriel, and then Griselda felt her eyes light up. Ah, Lord Gabriel's body is so sacred. Gabriel had always been known as the most beautiful woman in heaven. Even Griselda, who always considered herself a beauty, felt a little ashamed in front of Gabriel. As a high-ranking official in the church, Griselda had met Gabriel before. However, meeting him before and meeting him now were two completely different situations. Therefore, at this moment, 14 golden wings stretched out from behind Gabriel. This surpassed the 12 golden wings he had before. After the evolution, Gabriel's temperament became more prominent, and his appearance had also evolved compared to before. That was why Griselda was still immersed in Gabriel's appearance even after meeting him. Today, Griselda is stuck in a dilemma. According to Asia and others, Lin Xiu possesses the ability to allow believers and angels to evolve again, and is the most qualified successor to the legacy of the God of the Bible. In fact, Lin Xiu did it perfectly. Logically speaking, the Son of God who has achieved this should be the one who has perfectly inherited the will of the God. However, the Holy Son Lin Xiu seems to like to have believers and angels as his bedmates. Not for any other reason, but simply because of personal preference, Lin Xiu took a large number of saints and nuns into his harem. Before, Griselda thought that Lin Xiu took those saints and nuns to another world to preach. Now it seems that Lin Xiu is planning to eat all those Shin women and Tiao women in the other world. It is even possible that he has already eaten them. Griselda couldn't hold back her excitement when she thought that the Holy Son was actually a person who was obsessed with lust. Griselda couldn't hold back any longer when she thought that even if the Holy Son Lin Xiu was indulged in lust, he would still be seen as the most outstanding successor in the outside world. As expected. Is there something wrong with her thinking? Why does everyone seem to think this kind of thing is insignificant? Just like that, under Griselda's gaze, Gabriel slowly bent down, and his wings and jade toes, which were shining with golden light, stretched out at the same time. As the seraph Gabriel's wings are of a very special color, golden. It was the first time that Lin Xiu saw golden feathers flying all over the sky, and she found it very novel. The golden-haired seraphim kept swinging his waist and flapping his wings, and golden feathers kept falling. Fortunately, angel feathers are a polymer of energy and can be continuously generated as long as there is energy. Otherwise, at this rate of feather loss, no matter how many wings they have, they will not be enough. Is it because Lady Gabriel didn't fall from heaven when she and the Son of God had no evil thoughts in their hearts when they had S*X? Griselda knew that once an angel had intercourse with the opposite S*X, there was a high probability that they would fall from heaven, but this was not absolute. In theory, as long as the angel has no distractions during intercourse, he can maintain his angelic identity. In practice, with the help of the barrier, the heavens have indeed given birth to some miracle children, hybrids of angels and humans. However, Griselda saw Gabriel hugging Lin Xiu so actively, his eyes rolling back from time to time. It didn't look like he was not affected by any distracting thoughts. So, there's only one reason left. It can only be because the Holy Son is a special existence, so as long as they have intercourse with the Holy Son, no matter whether the angels have any impure thoughts or not, they will not fall from heaven. After reaching this conclusion, Gretchen didn't know what to say. She only knew that Gabriel was very powerful and that after evolving into a 14-winged angel, he was the one who lasted the longest. Next, it should be Linte. Griselda shifted her gaze slightly and looked at the girl with the unique black and white mixed hair color. Beside the golden bed, a girl named Linte was covering her eyes with her hands. However, Griselda could clearly see her watery eyes through her open fingers. Obviously, Linte's behavior of covering his eyes is to try to cover up his own mistakes. Is this the final test? Linte covered her mouth tightly with her hands while rubbing her white and tender feet in black loafers against her purple stockings. Ms. Linte, don't worry, Shujun is very gentle. At this time, Asia, who was defeated in the first wave, had woken up and was gently helping the somewhat nervous Linte. Lin Xiu stretched out her hands, one hand gently stroked Linte's hair of a very special color, and the other hand pinched Linte's little feet wrapped in purple stockings. Lin Xiu had to admit that the black and white hair color and the unique purple stockings caught his eye. It is not known if it is due to the influence of the divine weapon, but most of the users of the divine weapon, Purple Flame Priest's disc stand, wear clothes related to this divine weapon. In the original plot, we will not talk about Yakusta, who was the first to use the Purple Flame Priest's disc, Holy Cross. After Yakusta, the second-generation Holy Cross user, Waboga, is a witch who likes to wear purple gothic Lolita clothes. After Waboga, the third-generation Holy Cross user, Lin Saren, is a reincarnated angel who likes to wear purple silk stockings. Considering the White Dragon Emperor's silver hair, perhaps the user's preferred color is actually related to their divine body? Soon, Linte put into practice what he had just learned from Gabriel. Then, 4.2. Please take care of me, Master Lin Xiu. Linte glanced at the unconscious Gabriel, closed his eyes and slowly got down. The pure wings of Beimei spread out, and the toes of Linte's lavender stockings kept tightening and loosening. As the jade toes curled and stretched, the wings behind Lin Tae also kept tightening and loosening. Move. Looking at Lin Tae, who was so cute but still mustered up the courage to bend his waist, Lin Xiu held the part of Lin Tae's purple silk stockings that touched his waist and thought about a problem seriously. My original idea was that if I encountered Waboga or Yakusta in the future, I could remove the purple flame priest's disc from them and transfer it to Waboga. However, since Imperial equipment has evolved into divine equipment, and I possess the complete guide to Imperial equipment manufacturing, and possess an absolute understanding of Imperial equipment, my knowledge and practical experience with divine equipment have recently improved significantly. According to the knowledge of the God of the Bible, the artifact will automatically seek out a host with high compatibility. According to the system's theory, the abilities acquired during the original storyline were a matter of fate. If I forcibly change this fate and combine the two destinies, will I be able to better unleash the power of the Purple Flame Priest's Disc? Chapter 152. The Trial of the Strongest Female Red Dragon Emperor, Sister Griselda, Part 2. The picture shows the strongest female Red Dragon Emperor Elsa. Lin Xiu looked at his left hand. His left hand houses successive Red Dragon Emperors, or more precisely, successive female Red Dragon Emperors. When the system was awakened, the soul fragments of all generations of Red Dragon Ministers were crystallized and preserved by the system. Not long ago, after gaining a preliminary understanding of reincarnation, Lin Xiu dismissed the souls of the male Red Dragon Emperors and sent them to reincarnation. There has been only one female Red Dragon Emperor throughout history. He remembered that the strongest of the female Red Dragon Emperors seemed to be called Elsa. In the original plot, this strongest female Sekiryude and the strongest male Sekiryude together helped Hyodo Issei, allowing him to completely get rid of the curse that using belong would consume his destiny. Before conducting experiments related to overlapping fates on Lin Tae, we can first conduct a pilot experiment on the crystals of successive Red Dragon Emperors. If it succeeds, it will probably usher in a new era for artifact users. Speaking of which, there's been news recently from Himejima Tandi that the Witch in Oz is plotting something. If I remember correctly, the first user of the Holy Cross, Yakusta, was the second Witch of the East from the Witch of Oz. If the timing is right, I can not only take down the Holy Cross, but also the other god-killing tools and some of the heroines on the dog god's side. After thinking about it for a while, Lin Xiu added this matter to his subsequent schedule. As for now, Lin Xiu felt that it would be better to give Lin Tae the best first experience. So, Lin Xiu held the girl's slender waist and slowly pressed down. Lin Tae's red pupils gradually turned white, and his white wings embraced Lin Xiu like arms, completely enveloping both of them. Just as Lin Xiu said, at this time, Wally's side was in chaos. Originally, he planned to appear during the Kirkball incident and fight with Lin Xiu first. However, something strange suddenly happened on the fallen angel's side. Before Lin Xiu captured Jidao Tandi had already launched the Shuchan incident, abducting a large number of artifact users. Furthermore, the Witch of Ozu also had unusual actions. Then, Valley's adopted sister Lavinia had an accident. Lavinia, whose full name is Lavinia Renee, is the holder of the god-destroying tool, Eternal Ice Princess. Lin Xiu's divine weapon, Momentary Ice Emperor, has an effect similar to that of Eternal Ice Princess, but in a different direction. It can be regarded as the companion artifact of Eternal Ice Princess. Although the frequency of using Eternal Ice Emperor has decreased as Lin Xiu's strength has advanced, it is indeed the most powerful elemental artifact, and it does not live up to its name. Since childhood, Lavinia has awakened the artifact and can subconsciously use the powerful power of ice. But Lavinia's awakening is not a good thing for others. Many people are troubled by the invisible frozen monsters that Lavinia materializes and regard Lavinia as a weirdo. After her parents were killed in an accident, Lavinia was adopted by Glinda, the Witch of the South Kingdom of Oz, and was taught magic and knowledge of artifacts. She realized that the frozen monster was the embodiment of her own divine weapon, the Eternal Ice Princess. A few years later, Lavinia was sent by Glinda to study with Mephistopheles, the chief of the Grey Magicians, and to communicate with other magicians. Later, after hearing the news that Glinda was attacked by the Witch of Oz, Lavinia returned to Glinda's residence, but found it empty. Later, in order to find her mentor Glinda, Lavinia has been trying to find information about the Witch of Oz and hunt down the Witch of Oz. Originally, Lavinia should have fought alongside Ikizeo, Valley and others during the Hollow Cicada incident. But now, perhaps because Lin Xiu changed the plot, Lavinia met Yakusta in advance. In the original plot, Lavinia was distraught when Yawakusta revealed that Glinda was their accomplice, and was possessed by Yawakusta. The situation is similar now. Lavinia has been possessed by the Witch of Yakusta and is helping the Witch of Oz to carry out her activities. After receiving this news, Valley no longer cared about Lin Xiu's mood and immediately found Azazel to ask Azazel to provide him with information about the Shuchan incident and the Witch of the Oz group. He wants to rescue his elder sister. It's a pity that ideals are full of hope, but reality is very skinny. The Witches of Oz are still easy to deal with, but the Shuchan organization has entered a state of complete contraction and dormancy since being conquered by Lin Xiu. In order to avoid being exposed, Lin Xiu even used spells that could only be used by Master God level masters in many bases, and the fallen angels could not find any trace of the Shuchan organization at all. Finally, Wally even went to the first-generation Monkey King for help. After promising the first-generation Sun Wukong that he would not destroy the Piece of Will, Wally successfully obtained the God level tracking technique, God level. the level between the Super Demon King level and the main god level, and went to track the Witch of Oz. Now, Wally has tracked down a very core location, but has not yet tracked down the most important person. The other side. Lin Xiu's side. Sister Mirana's long, gray gold hair spread out, and she lost her fighting spirit, trembling and fainting. As Mirana fell, her wings, which had been wrapped around the two of them like a golden sphere, gradually unfolded. Griselda had witnessed Lin Xiu being intimate with everyone present, and knew that she was the only one left after Milana, so after taking a deep breath, Griselda took the initiative to open the wardrobe. Sir Saint, you should have known I was in the closet a long time ago, right? Griselda bit her red lips lightly and looked at Lin Xiu helplessly. It was okay once, but every time Lin Xiu turned those people's faces towards her, it was a bit too direct. Perhaps it was Lin Xiu's succubus blood that affected her thinking. Griselda only then realized that the Saint's son was almost at the level of a god. How could he not even notice that she was in the closet? Although Griselda is powerful, she is still far from the main god level. I wonder if Lin Xiu is still a long way from being the god of the Bible. But it is also true that the god of the Bible has always been merciful, and regards all lives in the DxD world as beings that need his help, and has never used extreme violence. The few times he fought desperately were when he was targeted by the world consciousness and enemies from the future, and he had to do it in order to have a chance of survival. However, Lin Xiu never seeks all qualities in one person. Before the final stage, Zhe Li needs to resolve her own worries. It is a woman's nature to find the strongest and most outstanding opposite S*X she can find, and then help him give birth to offspring. Despite possessing a mature, feminine body that was extremely attractive to men, Griselda possessed a compassionate, holy face, her green eyes filled with a sympathetic desire to redeem the world. Coupled with the white silk stockings she wore beneath her conservative, slender nun's attire, she exuded a sense of both sanctity and a sin-inducing forbiddenness. Griselda, there are some things that you don't need to ask me if you already know the answer, right? Does your excellency think I'm not pious enough? Or do I harbor doubts about you deep in my heart, and you've noticed this? However, Lin Xiu already has many saints and nuns who believe in him. On the side, Zenobia and Irina stood up again and came to Griselda's side. Griselda looked at Lin Xiu, Liao Nuo Zhao. With a rare look of urgency, she was eager for Lin Xiu's answer. It is good to believe in him. The high-class nun's clothing, which is more advanced than that of ordinary nuns, cannot hide Griselda's explosive figure. Just standing there, Griselda subconsciously shows an amazing mature charm. Well, if that's what your trial is about, slave. Griselda, I have already answered your question. On the other hand, I don't want you to completely treat me as an object of faith. Gabriel was indeed the most beautiful, her divine aura and forbidden touch leaving a lasting impression on Lin Xiu. However, when faced with other beautiful girls, Lin Xiu would still be touched by their different charms. The same is true for Lin Xiu. If Amano Yuuma represents first love, Rias represents lover, Irina represents childhood sweetheart, and Gabriel represents sacredness, then Jay Lizan is the representative of motherhood. When she was a child, Lin Xiu unconsciously felt an unprecedented sense of sacredness and maternal love. Slowly, supported by Zenobia, Irina, and Asia, Grey Tongtian slowly landed. No, there's actually no complicated reason. Lin Xiu shook her head. Although he lost the relevant memories after growing up, Lin Xiu is still subconsciously pursuing this feeling. Sir, can you tell me why you gave so many saints and nun angel cards, but didn't give me any? If there was one more, it wouldn't be very attractive to Lin Xiu. Therefore, even if the woman is not the best, as long as there is one aspect of her that touches him, men are actually willing to have a relationship with her. As if to tease Griselda, Zenobia instantly shifted her support downwards, applying immense force. Sister Griselda's eyes rolled back uncontrollably, and her toes, tucked into a ball within their white stockings, instantly huddled together. On the one hand, I sense that you still have doubts about me becoming the Holy Son. If you don't want me to believe in you, then what do you want me to believe in? Griselda asked in confusion. I hope to answer the following questions when you undergo the trial. As your believer, I am happy to accept your trial. As Griselda walked out of the closet, her full appearance was fully revealed in front of Lin Xiu. It is a man's nature to try to find more women so that he can pass on his genes when he was not sure whether he was the father of the child in ancient times. Lin Xiu. As he spoke, he slowly put down Milana on his body and made room for Griselda. In terms of appearance, Gabriel was undoubtedly the best. Judging from Lin Xiu's perspective and personal experience, his experience with Gabriel was indeed the best. After saying that, he walked aside. Griselda pursed her red lips and sat down respectfully on Lin Xiu's waist. Chapter 153. The Reason for Becoming the Holy Son, Griselda Returns, Part 3. Even though her beautiful eyes were slightly rolled up, Griselda still made a praying gesture. Because, for her, this is a very sacred thing. However, Lin Xiu took the initiative to hold her hands, pried her hands apart, and forced the two of them to interlock their fingers, which seemed very aggressive. Sir, can you continue to answer my questions now? Griselda took a look at the white silk stockings that were torn open by several square centimeters, and looked at Lin Xiu helplessly. She really couldn't figure it out. Wasn't it a good thing for her followers to believe in her? Why did Lin Xiu seem so reluctant? No problem. Which question do you want to start with? Lin Xiu gently held Griselda's slender yet voluptuous waist, slightly parted the nun's long skirt, and exposed Griselda's slender thighs wrapped in white silk stockings. The nun's skirt is black, but Griselda wears white tights. The white tights and the black nun's skirt complement each other, further reflecting the sense of prohibition and sacredness. First question, what about the group of saints and nuns that Master Z took away today? Have they already served Master Z? Yeah, that's right. Lin Xiu nodded. This was his plan from the beginning today. After all, the flow of time in Akame Killer's world was much faster than here, so it would save time to go there. After receiving Lin Xiu's answer, Griselda fell silent. Although saints and nuns were originally beings who served the gods and the Son of God, wasn't the service that Lin Xiu understood somewhat different from her own? As she remained silent, Griselda's mind subconsciously recalled the familiar saints and nuns. The thought that they might have behaved in front of Lin Xiu the same way she did now, or even worse, made Griselda tremble physically and mentally. 397. The second question is a follow-up to the previous one. Although her mind was gradually becoming dizzy, Griselda still insisted on asking. Sir, you said you don't want me to treat you as an object of faith. So, what role do you think I'm best suited for? And how should I serve you, sir? Lin Xiu didn't say anything, but just gently signaled to Asia next to her. After Asia got the instruction, she smiled gently and took the initiative to hug Griselda from the side. Originally, Griselda's figure belonged to that of a mature woman, and she was definitely not light. Now, with Asia's weight added to it, the gravitational potential energy was superimposed, and Griselda was almost about to tear the white silk between her toes. The scariest thing is that this is just the beginning. Seeing that Griselda seemed to be a little overwhelmed, Zenobia clapped her hands, smiled playfully, and hugged Asia from the opposite direction. Zenobia, you... Griselda's eyes, which had almost completely turned white, slightly turned back and cast a cold gaze at Zenobia. Zenobia subconsciously let go at first, but the next moment, as if remembering that Lin Xiu was right next to her, Zenobia quickly regained her composure. Humph. Now that she has Lin Xiu's support, she no longer has to worry about Sister Zhe Li causing trouble. Griselda's glare didn't last long, because soon, the last member of the church trio hugged her from the front. Irina is innocent and cute, and isn't very good at this kind of thing, but since Asia and Zenobia are already on top, she has no choice but to join her companions. Under the combined weight of three people, Griselda's beautiful green eyes rolled back completely, her mind went blank, and she no longer had any dissatisfaction with Zenobia. In theory, Griselda should have expressed her dissatisfaction with Zenobia's rebellion at this time. But now, being held by several girls she had taken care of, Griselda really felt some maternal instinct in her heart. Theoretically, nuns cannot marry and cannot be real mothers, but Griselda has taken care of many saints and nuns. She has fulfilled the role of a mother without being called a mother. Now, under the influence of Lin Xiu, Griselda's maternal instinct has been completely aroused. It was at this moment that, through the ability of the succubus bloodline to sense and infect emotions, Lin Xiu input his thoughts into Griselda's mind. So that's how it is, Griselda completely understood what Lin Xiu meant. It turns out that rather than a believer, Lin Xiu wanted a partner with the attribute of maternal. It turned out that Lin Xiu didn't reincarnate her as an angel not because he was dissatisfied with her, but simply because he wanted to take the opportunity to pua her and change her originally stubborn personality and ideas. Judging from the results, Lin Xiu's pua was quite successful. Griselda, who had always believed that her beliefs were firm and her ideas were sound, now doubted herself to the point that she wanted to understand why Lin Xiu was dissatisfied with her, even offering herself to him. At this moment, Griselda was already trying her best to hold on to the last bit of her rationality. On the one hand, after being penetrated by the symbiote and pressed down by three angels, Griselda's physical endurance has almost reached its limit. On the other hand, after learning the true side of the Son of God, Griselda's faith also shows signs of collapse. What supports Griselda's faith now are the real miracles that Lin Xiu has demonstrated. Although Lin Xiu may be a pervert, although Lin Xiu may be indulged in lust, the things he has accomplished and the achievements he has achieved are by no means illusory. Your Excellency, can you answer one last question for me? Griselda's body and mind were about to collapse at the same time, and she also wanted to know the answer to that question. What's the problem? Lin Xiu smiled slightly and tickled Griselda's delicate white silk soles with a playful look, causing her to subconsciously want to pull her soles away. However, due to the weight of Asia and the other two, Griselda could only move minimally. And because pulling the foot out requires moving the center of gravity backward, Griselda's center of gravity, which was already lowered backward, was lowered even further. Hiss. Under Lin Xiu, CCBE's evil behavior, Griselda trembled all over, her red lips opened involuntarily, and saliva flowed from the corners of her mouth involuntarily. It took a while for her to recover. Griselda asked tremblingly, maintaining the last bit of her sanity. I want to know how the god chose you as his son. Griselda knew that Lin Xiu's selection as the Holy Son must have been approved by the God of the Bible. Those overly kind-hearted seraphim would never do anything to disobey the God of the Bible. However, considering that Griselda had already made up her mind and even put on makeup before coming to him, she looked ready to sacrifice herself. In response to Griselda's will, Lin Xiu did not intend to give a perfunctory answer. They claimed to carry on the god's legacy, and let the love of the departed gods spread throughout the world, but in reality, they are simply forced to accept reality. They have simply transformed from fanatical believers into more realistic ones. So, what exactly is the true will of the Lord God, and how much of the Lord God's will has the Holy Son inherited? The difference is that he succeeded. Feeling Lin Xiu's demands and needs for her, Griselda felt only incomparable happiness and peace. He gained the recognition of the gods, passed the 3 trials of the gods, gained the approval of the Holy Lance, gathered the possibilities of other worlds, and easily defeated the 4 seraphim single-handedly. In theory, no matter what Lin Xiu said, Griselda would choose to accept it. So, Lin Xiu raised her upper body slightly and wanted to put her forehead against Jie Li Tang Da's forehead. The reason why the god chose him as his successor was because he was a powerful invader from another world. A new book is launched, please give me flowers, comments and monthly votes. What she values is only Lin Xiu himself, nothing else. Golden light flickered, and countless streams of information flowed from Lin Xiu's brain into Griselda's brain. There is no doubt that these are the most holy and pure actions, and anyone who sees them will feel that Lin Xiu is doing the absolutely right thing. An answer that wasn't perfect, but was absolutely true and definitely shocked her. Now, he is absorbing the knowledge left by the god, hoping to become the god's true successor. Sir, please grant me in this world mercy. From now on, Griselda no longer looks at right and wrong, justice and evil. Reading the memories of Lin Xiu after he became the son of heaven, Griselda was filled with endless shock. He recruited an evil organization, forcibly possessed a girl with a damaged soul, and brought a large number of saints and nuns with him to open silver handkerchiefs. However, while doing these right things, Lin Xiu also did many evil things. But at this moment, instead of disgust towards Lin Xiu, Griselda's eyes were filled with helplessness and pity. Because of his invulnerability to the holy sword, like many saints and saintesses, he embarked on the journey to the 7th heaven to undergo trials. 7th heaven, the boy who was invited. Griselda got the answer from Lin Xiu. Because if she didn't accept it, Griselda's faith would likely collapse. Having already accepted the death of the god of the Bible, Griselda couldn't accept the fact that the son of God was a pervert. They are a group of evil gods with the powerful power to destroy world lines and timelines. The reason why the gods fell is because they suffered at their hands. In order to prevent the erosion of the other world, he is searching for and purifying the Village of Evolution, a tool that will cause the erosion of this world. Lin Xiu knew that Griselda was mentally mature. Rather than a one-sided explanation, I think it would be better for you to witness it with your own eyes. After opening the silver handkerchief, she now lets Zenobia, who is almost her adopted daughter, hold her and do this kind of thing. It can be said that this is extremely evil. In order to choose an heir, the god left a will to the 4 great seraphim and also left behind the holy pressure. In order to transcend the limits of this world, he merged the holy power with his other powers, just as the gods hoped that the dragon race would transcend through dragon killing. Finally, after praying softly, Griselda took the initiative to release her praying hands and offered her red lips to Lin Xiu under her. As one of the senior officials who had long known that the god was dead, Griselda, like the other senior officials, had already deceived herself once. Chapter 154. Holy Mother God, the First Contact with the X-World, Part 4. After getting the real answer from Lin Xiu, Griselda thought that being needed by Lin Xiu was an extremely happy thing. Lin Xiu's memory clearly showed that the god of the Bible was so powerful that even the most powerful red dragon god emperor and infinite dragon god in the world today were severely restrained by his dragon kill. However, such a powerful god of the Bible still died in the cross-world line pursuit of a powerful enemy. There is no doubt that the world they live in is in an unprecedented crisis. If no action is taken, the world she lives in will surely become a vassal of the invaders in the future. The only person who can realize this crisis and is willing to do his utmost to save the world, both in ideal and factual terms, is Lin Xiu. After realizing this, Griselda's eyes were filled with pity and heartache for Lin Xiu. In the past, Griselda's question was, can the Son of God take on the burden of the God and make the heaven and the church develop better? Now, Griselda is thinking about the fact that the Son of God has taken over the burden of God and has the great responsibility of fighting against the other world. As believers, we should support the Son of God with all our strength. It was precisely because she saw the extremely heavy responsibility on Lin Xiu that Griselda changed from being passive to active and took the initiative to serve 637 and worship Lin Xiu. There wasn't much she could do, but if the Holy Son wished to have her be his partner with maternal attributes, Griselda would be happy to share his worries. Lin Xiu clearly felt the changes in Griselda. On the one hand, Griselda became a little too proactive and doted on him, pushing him against her chest, which was an overflow of maternal love. On the other hand, Griselda's already strong faith line became even thicker. It can be seen that after learning the whole truth, Griselda cast aside all doubts and became more pious than before. According to Lin Xiu's original idea, it didn't matter whether Griselda figured it out or not. Because he believed that in Lin Xiu's family, Griselda's ideas would gradually change over time. However, since Griselda had thought it through so clearly, Lin Xiu felt that she had to make some response. After finally being released by the extremely proactive Griselda, Lin Xiu took out a golden angel card. Wang, as the golden card fragments merged into Griselda's body, Lin Xiu also started the blood infusion method. Under the effects of the blood infusion method and the special chess pieces, Griselda continued to tremble and sublime. Click. Finally, with the overflowing symbiote added to the mix, Griselda broke free from the Demon King level shackles and became a 12-winged seraph. That's right, not an ordinary angel, but a 12-winged seraph. This scene made Lin Xiu reveal a hint of surprise. According to the Bible God knowledge base, some seraphim wings are golden because the Bible God bestowed upon them a drop of his own blood. Therefore, most seraphim possess greater combat power than their peers. My blood certainly hasn't reached the level of the God of the Bible. The blood of the God of the Bible is at least red or even colorful. According to my analysis, Grizzle's golden wings are probably the result of the dual factors of accepting my blood and faith reaching its peak. Stroking Griselda's golden wings, Lin Xiu suddenly felt the urge to pua other church members. It has been decided that from now on, when performing blood transfusion on the saints, nuns, female warriors, female swordsmen of the church, and female angels in heaven, you can also do some pua. With Griselda as an example, everyone should be eager to express their faith in the Son of God by evolving into a seraph. After enduring countless blood infusions, the 12 golden wings behind Griselda appeared increasingly sacred. However, Griselda only cared about this matter at the beginning. Later, as time passed and she endured more and more blood infusions, Griselda no longer had any thoughts in her mind. She just held Lin Xiu in her arms, with a maternal glow between her eyebrows. Lin Xiu looked at Griselda, who had become a 12-winged angel, and nodded with satisfaction. After evolving, Griselda's temperament became more holy, the aura of a saint became stronger, and her skin became softer, as white as jade and seemed to reflect a golden glow. Griselda, you are very beautiful now, Lin Xiu whispered softly into Griselda's ear. Griselda didn't say anything, but hugged Lin Xiu tightly silently, as if she didn't want Lin Xiu to leave her arms anymore. She only knew that listening to Lin Xiu's words and feeling her rhythm made her happy. It was a happiness even greater than the happiness and satisfaction she felt when praying to the Lord. Master Lin Xiu, could you please repeat what you just said to me? Griselda begged. At this moment, she seemed to have turned back into the holy nun who prayed to God. What I just said, of course. As long as Griselda wants to hear it, I can tell you as many times as I want. Lin Xiu hugged the motherly nun, and a feeling of care and tolerance that she had never felt before surged in her heart. The church is really a good place. This kind of saint with a sacred temperament and unique taste can only be produced in a special building like a church. Griselda, you are very beautiful, I love so much. Especially when you hold me, it makes me feel like I'm back in my mother's arms. Lin Xiu doesn't have a single memory of his mother. Theoretically, even if both parents are dead, even if she was adopted, Lin Xiu should still have some impression of her parents. But in fact, he had never seen his so-called mother since he arrived as a child. In a sense, this can be considered a kind of childhood deprivation, right? So, after feeling Griselda's overflowing maternal love, Lin Xiu hugged her even tighter. The holy nuns of the church were born to redeem the world. However, he was rather selfish and turned the holy nuns of the church into his own private property. Griselda smiled gently and slowly extended her hand to Lin Xiu, who looked like she was in need of love. The holy nun of the church hugged Lin Xiu with one hand and gently stroked Lin Xiu's head with the other hand. Yes, Master Lin Xiu, it is my honor to make Master Lin Xiu feel like a mother. Thinking of this, Lin Xiu's expression became more subtle. Griselda had long been prepared to be a maternal girlfriend, so her words were full of tenderness and care, showing the greatest degree of maternal love and doting. Xiu-chan, if you heard this, could you please reply to me quickly? If you reply within a few seconds, I will give you a warm facial cleanser. If the Virgin Mary can contact this place, then the evil gods of the X-world can't contact this place. Lin Xiu first took a breath of cold air because of the sudden change in cavity pressure. Before he could feel it carefully, Lin Xiu was attracted by the sudden appearance of golden light. Lin Xiu knew exactly who this Holy Mother Goddess was. Lin Xiu sighed because he was unwilling to establish any connection with the Holy Mother. Establishing a connection with the Holy Mother would mean that the DxD world had been deeply eroded. In short, it's likely due to the extreme maternal emotions that the Holy Mother Goddess, Chinamune Kipauchi, successfully established a connection with me. I am one of the gods who live in a world called X. I hold the power of motherhood and breasts. Everyone calls me the Holy Mother. Yes, little Lin Xiu, it's mom, shit, I'm actually connected to the Holy Mother? Whether it was because of her or Griselda, or because of this kind of thing that established a connection with the Virgin Mary, Tu Xiao felt a little unbearable. At this moment, Griselda's body was once again surrounded by a golden glow. So, the current situation is. Within a few seconds, a lot of information flashed through Lin Xiu's mind. Miss Virgin Mary, what do you want to talk to me about? Before the countdown for the Virgin Mary's facial cleanser invitation ended, Lin Xiu sighed and replied in time. It's either because of my desire for motherhood or because of the extreme motherhood Griselda displayed. Considering that the term, breast goddess, is a bit awkward, I sometimes refer to her by another name, weird mother goddess. Like, right now. In the original story, when fighting against the evil god Loki, due to his obsession with breasts, Issei Hyodo accidentally established a connection with the Milk Elves, a subordinate of the Virgin Mary, creating the first contact between the two worlds 3.0. A new book is launched, please give me flowers, comments and monthly votes. The Virgin Mary? Also, the Milk Goddess? If Master Lin Xiu doesn't mind, you can call me Mom in special circumstances in the future. Lin Xiu sensed a strong aura from another world from this radiance. Griselda showed an unprecedented gentle smile. As she hugged Lin Xiu back, the symbiote went deeper as her body leaned forward, causing the whites of her eyes to roll up. The next second, a female voice seemed to come from the sky, and it became clearer and clearer as time passed. Because this golden light did not come from Griselda herself, nor was it the light of a seraph. Griselda smiled gently and slowly increased the torque on her waist. She had known for a long time that Lin Xiu would be happy that Xenovia called him daddy in bed. So, what better time than now? Can you hear me? If you can you please reply to me? Shu-chan? Can you hear me? The Holy Mother, whose real name is Commune Kibauchi, nicknamed the Milk Goddess, is a high-ranking elf god from the X-World. What do you mean by special circumstances? Lin Xiu asked with a smile. Later, he frequently had conversations with the Virgin Mary and took on the bizarre task of collecting 12 heavenly milks to save the world. Then, Mom? Lin Xiu called out tentatively. Hearing this, Lin Xiu smiled playfully. It seemed that after getting into the role, Griselda couldn't wait to show her maternal nature. Chapter 155. The Virgin Mary's Commission, The Good God's Joyful Trust, Part 1. Oh, the voice is coming back. Great, Shu-chan. I finally got in touch with you. The God of Mercy will be very happy if he finds out. After hearing Lin Xiu's response, a very cheerful response came from the Holy Mother. Shu-chan? Why do you call me Shu-chan? Lin Xiu asked with concern. Why? Because Shu-chan is Shu-chan. The Virgin Mary looked as if it was a matter of course. Lin Xiu was silent. Although the Virgin Mary's nickname is the Milk Goddess, her girlish aura is much stronger than her maternal nature. Shu-chan is such a shameful name. Recently, apart from Seraflor, only the Virgin Mary would call him that. Miss Holy Mother, can you answer a question for me? What's the problem? Since you can contact this place through some means, can the evil gods of the X-World also contact this place? It shouldn't be possible for now. Right now, the good god is using various means to intercept them, preventing them from focusing their energy on the DxD World. Oh, by the way, DxD World refers to the world you are in, Shu-chan. After a moment of silence, the Virgin Mary finally realized something was wrong. You know the X-World, and you know the evil god? Right? You inherited Xiaosheng's knowledge. Xiaosheng's knowledge should contain content related to the X-World. Well, it's good that you know about the X-World. In short, things aren't looking good in the DxD World right now. Although the good gods are doing their best to stop the evil gods, they may not be able to hold out for much longer. It is necessary to do it as soon as possible. As soon as possible. Execute World 22. Release. The core of the world, otherwise. As she spoke, the voice of the Virgin Mary became intermittent again. Ms. Holy Mother, I hear your voice is a little weaker. If there is anything you need, could you please speak quickly? If I understand correctly, you want me to clean up the X-World and put it into the core of the DxD World first. Yes. That's right. Shu-chan is indeed worthy of being the God of Mercy. In short, the good God is trying to stop. You must clear. Besides that, be wary of evil gods, external timelines. I must maintain the integrity of the timeline of Shu-chan's world. Otherwise, even the God of Mercy would not be able to. The voice of the Virgin Mary became weaker and weaker, and soon it became so weak that it could not be heard at all. Anyway, Shu, please, I'll do my best, please also. Goodbye. Goodbye. Salala. Although it was still just a few words, Lin Xiu could tell that the Virgin Mary was saying goodbye to him in the languages of various countries. Listening to the slightly strange accent of the Holy Mother, Lin Xiu couldn't help but frown. I have to say, this Virgin Mary is just as lively as in the original plot, worthy of being a deity who likes dragon song. Luckily, the information transmitted was all key words. If it were prepositions or function words, it would be extremely difficult to piece together and deduce. After a few seconds, Lin Xiu figured out the possible meanings of all the blank spaces. In short, apart from the most basic issue of the erosion of the world core of the DxD World, the most worrying thing for the good gods is probably the impact that the X-World will have on the past of the DxD World through the world line. If the timeline and world line of the DxD World are destroyed, things may become irreversible. Fortunately, Lin Xiu's source of information is not limited to the Holy Mother Goddess, Kyune Kibauchi. So, after drawing a rough conclusion from the Virgin Mary's few words, Xiu opened the system interface. System. Is there any connection between what the Holy Mother mentioned in the system? If so, please tell me all the information related to the system. By now, Lin Xiu has become more and more proficient in using the system. For many questions, as long as Lin Xiu raises them and they are related to the system will provide answers within its authority. Therefore, nowadays, when encountering any problems, the repairman will first ask the system whether it is related to the system. Ding, there is a certain connection. In order to completely conquer the DxD World, the host must maintain the integrity of the DxD World's timeline. If the X-World erodes too deeply, it will be difficult for the host to conquer the DxD World and make it their own. Considering that the evil gods of the X-World had previously attacked the timeline where the God of the Bible resides, there is indeed a possibility that they will continue to influence the timeline, causing chaos in the DxD World. The timeline after the host's birth will not be easily disturbed due to the existence of the system's singularity. However, before the host was born, each era had its own protagonists. If these characters were killed, it would cause a huge fluctuation in the world line, and it would be possible for someone to take advantage of the situation. So, I need to protect the past timeline. But, how do we protect them? Should we finish the main storyline of the DxD World first, and then go back to the past timeline to rescue them? Ding, no protection is required under normal circumstances, but if it attacks the past world line again, the system can teleport the host to the corresponding era. Okay, I understand. In other words, there's no need to take any action for now. I'll respond after the X world takes action, okay? That's about it. On the other side, Griselda's side. As the connection with the Holy Mother was severed, the golden light in Jay Li's eyes gradually disappeared. Sir, this is... Griselda looked at Lin Xiu with surprise. Just now, it seemed like some god from another world was communicating with Lin Xiu through her? That person just now is the Holy Mother God from the X world. She is considered the opposition to the evil god faction in the X world. It's precisely because the good god, the leader of the Virgin Mary's faction, has been obstructing the evil gods that they haven't attacked the DxD world. So that's how it is. Griselda smiled gently and gently rested Lin Xiu's head on her chest. Although she couldn't speak just now, she heard the conversation between Lin Xiu and the Holy Mother, present mother. Just as she thought, the Holy Son is indeed the savior of the DxD world. Can other gods directly communicate with the powerful beings in the X world like this? However, besides feeling honored and tender, Griselda also felt a little distressed. So, she slowly lay down, allowing Lin Xiu to fit in with her as completely as possible. Sir, I will always be by your side. Although I can't offer you much help, if this body can offer you even a little comfort, it would be my greatest honor. Behind Griselda, Asia smiled helplessly and lay down beside Lin Xiu, holding Lin Xiu's arms against her chest. Griselda's realization, which she has only just realized, was actually something she had already had. The other side. X world. As soon as the God of Goodness returned, the connection with the Holy Mother God was forced to be cut off. Dragging her gorgeous golden dress floating in the air, the God of Goodness returned to her throne. Commune, regarding this communication incident with the DxD world, please inform me of the entire process and outcome of the matter. Yes, Lord Good God. In front of the Good God, even the usually lively Holy Mother Goddess restrained her temper. In terms of combat power, the Mother Goddess Commune is far inferior to the Good God Lashan Tolash, but in terms of the ability to communicate with other worlds and escape, the Mother Goddess is unmatched. The reason why the Good God Lashan Tolash came into contact with the DxD world was precisely because the Holy Mother Goddess Commune had accidentally communicated with the DxD world, which led to the biblical god of the DxD world, and then the two gods established a connection. Therefore, communicating with the other world has always been the exclusive job of the Virgin Mary. Soon, through the data and spiritual light transmitted by the Holy Mother, the good God knew the whole process of the matter. Is that so? That child, was he really chosen by the God of the Bible? The good God sighed, lifted up his long, white and smooth legs, and let his gold-plated high heels draw a graceful trajectory in the void. Buzz, the next second, as the high heels passed by, the world line and timeline of the entire DxD world gradually appeared in front of the good God. There is no doubt that the good gods also have the ability to interfere with world lines. It is precisely because of the intervention of the good gods that all the invaded worlds have not completely become playthings of the evil gods of the X world. Otherwise, with the evil gods of the X world's ability to interfere with other worlds, they would be able to mess up the world line of the invaded world before they officially invaded. The benevolent god Lashan Tolash has the ability to possess people from the past timeline and thus influence this era. Using this extremely special ability, the good gods can not only hide their identities, but also strike back at the tentacles of the evil gods that are reaching out. But, more than 10 years ago, she suffered a loss in the DxD world, or to be more precise, at the hands of Lin Xiu. The God of the Bible did not simply wait to die. Before her death, the God of the Bible used her already disabled body as a sacrifice to summon the unknown higher dimension she discovered. Then, her wish was answered. An unknown existence descended into the timeline of Issei Hyodo's birth and completely replaced the protagonist's position with the power of its existence. As a result, the timeline of the entire DxD world was radically changed. It can be said that whether it is the advancement or delay of some plots, or the fact that the Gremory family has only one son for a generation, or even the fact that a large number of maternal characters who were supposed to marry and have children with the opposite S*X become pregnant due to fate, they are all due to the influence of the summons of the God of the Bible. This change severely shocked the good God who had been observing the DxD world line. Originally, the God of the Bible was the most promising ally she had chosen from among the many invaded worlds. She had always wanted to train the God of the Bible into a partner to fight against the evil God of the X world with her. But she fell into the trap of the evil gods and was trapped in the past world of other invaded worlds. When she came to her senses, the God of the Bible had been killed, and his fate of death was sealed. In addition to regret, the good God felt the huge changes in the DxD world line. So, out of curiosity, she came to the timeline where Lin Xiu had just arrived. Chapter 156 Irina's Mother, the True Virgin Mary, Part 2. The child that the little saint summoned by sacrificing himself before his death was indeed special. Although the exact nature of that child remains to be verified, however, since that child has inherited Xiaosheng's position, I should consider him as our quasi-ally. In order to prevent the evil gods from discovering the child before he grows up, I must distract the evil gods as much as possible. The child that the good God was referring to was of course Lin Xiu. The reason why she called Lin Xiu that child was because she had indeed taken care of Lin Xiu for a period of time. At that time, the good god used his ability to possess the past, possessed a person who was almost unnoticeable, and then took care of Lin Xiu for a period of time. During that time, the good god had been trying to see something from Lin Xiu. However, she failed. Considering that the time of possession was about to end, she finally made up her mind and decided to scan Lin Xiu's body. Outside. Then she was expelled from Lin Xiu's timeline and could never enter again. Lin Xiu was the only person she felt she couldn't understand at all. Although it looks very weak, it is completely unaffected by changes in the world line and timeline. Although he looked very weak, he was able to expel her clone directly from the past timeline of the DxD World after coming into contact with her, making it impossible for her to enter again. Only someone like Lin Xiu is qualified to save the DxD World from the crisis of destruction. Therefore, with Lin Xiu as the only breakthrough point, the good god could only do his best to protect it. The other side, in a church somewhere in Europe. A girl who looked very similar to Irina, with a very similar twin-tail hairstyle, was wearing a 130 cm wide robe and had her hands in a praying posture. If this girl's hair wasn't black, anyone would probably have difficulty telling her apart from Irina at first glance. The black-haired girl with twin ponytails is named Shido Maki, and is the mother of Shido Irina. In the original story, Irina was born into a church family in Kamao Town, Japan. Her father, Shido Fuyuto, was a pastor of the Protestant Church, one of the 10 major Christian financial factions, and also worked as an exorcist. After the world line changed, Irina's mother's surname was Shido from the beginning. She became the incarnation of the god of the X-world, the good god, and became connected with the church and chose to join the church. Normally, a person possessed by a good spirit would not have any memories, but since the good spirit did not leave on its own but was expelled, some memories still remained in Shido Maki's mind. Originally, considering Shido Maki is in her 30s, she should not be called a girl, anyway. But, on the one hand, Shido Maki has never had any male partner. On the other hand, because she was possessed by a god, her physical state has remained that of a young girl. Therefore, there is really no problem in calling her a girl. And all of this, it all started 17 years ago. 17 years ago, Shido Maki was pregnant by God. She thought she felt the guidance of God and joined the church. And the reason why she joined the family crest was because she experienced a mysterious event. She had a very long dream. In that dream, she took care of a cute little boy. It was not until she woke up several months later that she realized that what she had experienced was not a dream. So she moved to the boy's home and took care of the child as if he were her own. Later, she was sent by the church, CCAF, to Europe to preach, and was given the title of saint in the Nordic church. However, considering that Shido Maki was possessed by a benevolent spirit and had taken care of Lin Xiu, it would not be an exaggeration to give her the title of Holy Mother. After Lin Xiu conquered the Vatican, he ordered all church leaders from around the world to make a pilgrimage to the Vatican. As a saint, although Irina's mother was not a high-ranking official and could not go to the church during the first wave of gatherings, she was also on the second wave of pilgrims list. So, with an extremely devout faith, Shido Maki came to the holy city of Vatican. Under the guidance of the specially appointed, Holy Maiden of Trial, Shido Maki came to the holy spear left by Lin Xiu. Saint Wisteria, this is the holy spear left behind by the Holy Sun. As long as you can pass the test of the holy spear, you will be qualified to serve the Holy Sun. According to the order, if you pass the test today, you will be able to go to the side of Master Shungza in 6 months and listen to Master Shizi's teachings. According to the rules and regulations, the trial saint added Shido Maki's name to the list of trials in progress, according to the rules. If Shido Maki succeeds in the trial saint will add her to the list of successful trials. Lin Xiu's idea is that there doesn't need to be too many people coming, and a dozen or so people a day is already the limit. If one day can be used as 5 days, and there are more than 10 of them at a time, Lin Xiu can eat them after learning about the life of each saint and nun and having a heart-to-heart talk with them. If he simply ate them, the speed would undoubtedly be much faster. However, Lin Xiu still wanted to discover and feel the charm of beautiful girls with different attributes as much as possible. Moreover, since Lin Xiu initially followed the process of direct physical communication without opening their hearts, according to his observation, if the hearts are opened first and then the physical communication, the probability of the saints and nuns becoming seraphim when they are reincarnated as angels will be greater. There is no doubt that the speed of more than a dozen in 5 days, is already quite fast. However, even so, with the huge population of the church, the current qualification to serve the Son of God has been put off for half a year. Now, even if Shido Maki passed the trial, she would have to wait for half a year if she wanted to see Lin Xiu. Yes, in order to obtain the qualification to serve the Holy Sun, I will definitely work hard to pass the trial. Shido Maki's eyes were full of piety. This is it. The moment she came into contact with the Holy Spear, Shido Maki's beautiful eyes widened instantly. Because she felt a very familiar aura on the Holy Spear. The aura from the Holy Spear was the same as the one she felt when she was sleeping. In other words, that's the aura of God. Shido Maki's feelings were correct. Although the God of the Bible is a genius, he is not capable of creating weapons capable of killing evil God-level beings before he becomes an evil God-level being. The holy lance that pierces the world is not only the hard work of the God of the Bible, but also incorporates a lot of knowledge and power from good gods. Originally, the good God contacted Lin Xiu through the Holy Spear. It's a pity that Lin Xiu has a system on him. after being included in the system, the Holy Lance that pierces the world no longer has anything to do with the good God. In short, above the Holy Spear, Shido Maki felt the same aura as God. Although she worshipped the wrong God, mistaking the good God for the God of the Bible, who says the good God is not God. In a sense, isn't the good God the God of the Bible, in the niche of the X-World? Just like that, by some strange coincidence, Shido Maki accepted the trial of the Holy Spear with an extremely pious attitude. After taking a look at Shido Maki, the trial saint nodded with satisfaction. Is this Lin Xiu? At this time, the saint of trial also discovered something was wrong. In addition, the church she belonged to was too remote, so she really didn't know that Lin Xiu had become the son of God. A new book is launched, please give me flowers, comments and monthly votes. Even Shido Maki only found out about her daughter's mission to recover the Holy Sword before she set off for the pilgrimage to the Vatican. According to the regulations, a saint who fails to pass the trial will be stripped of her qualifications as a saint. Please take this seriously. Before the trial began, the saint of the trial gave a final reminder. Could it be that I forgot this very thing? Is it God's fault? Maki Shido also noticed something was wrong. However, after seeing the shadow of the Holy Sun, Shido Maki was stunned. Saint Shido Maki, who allowed you to call the Holy Sun by his real name? The saint of trial frowned instantly. Therefore, even though Shido Maki was extremely loyal to the gods, she never thought that Lin Xiu might have any connection with the gods. Because, Shido Maki will not disturb Lin Xiu's life too much. This is a predetermined fate that was completed before the world line was fixed. Even if a benevolent god intervened, there would be no reward. A golden light flashed, and 3 shadows appeared in front of Shido Maki. The second is to defeat your own copy in terms of faith, and become more devout than before. Yes, I understand. I believe I can pass the test. After the trial begins, a person who is almost identical to you will appear in front of you. These 3 phantoms are Shido Maki's battle body, and body of faith, plus the phantom of the Son of God himself. Generally speaking, there are 2 main ways to pass the trial. In the original world line, Lin Xiu did not have any magical properties, and she had never told the church about Lin Xiu. Maki Shido's brain was a little overwhelmed for a moment. Wait, Saint Wisteria, you mean to say that you knew the Holy Sun long before you became the Holy Sun, is that right? What you need to do is to surpass your past self in some aspects. Why didn't I report Lin Xiu's information to the church when I clearly felt that it was God's will to take care of him? Later, after the intervention of the good gods, the world line related to Lin Xiu was fixed again. After joining the church, Shido Maki has been living an isolated life in Northern Europe. At most, she studies techniques with the old lady next door and rarely uses electronic devices. In order to better help the believers pass the trial, Lin Xiu will also set up an image of himself to provide guidance during the trial. Of the buzz, with considerable determination, Shido Maki accepted the trial. Saint Sun. Lin Xiu Jun is the Saint Sun. But Lin Xiu Jun is not. The first is to defeat your own clone in combat and become stronger than before. Yes, I took care of Lin Xiujun for a while when I was a child, and later I joined the church. Although Shido Maki's idea was fantastic, she was not wrong. Chapter 157. Grayfia arrives, Lin Xiu's Demon King costume, Part 3. What? You said, you took care of the Holy Sun when he was little. Could you please wait a moment? I'll report your situation immediately. Really? How do the people in the Nordic branch of the church do things? After complaining bitterly, the trial saint quickly reported the information about Shido Maki. Although the trial saint is a newly created position, she is directly responsible for the Holy Spear of the Son of God, so her status in the church is extremely high. Soon, the trial saint received a response from her superiors. Saint Wisteria, the Saint Sun has responded specifically to this matter. The Holy Sun said that Irina has been reincarnated as a 10-winged angel, a 10-winged seraph of extremely high purity. If you wish to see Irina in her current state, you can visit him anytime. As for the trial, you can take it if you wish. If you don't wish, that's fine. The church will always maintain your position as the saint. After conveying Lin Xiu's meaning, the trial saint looked at Shido Maki, waiting for her reply. I see. Has Irina really been reincarnated as an angel? Shido Maki nodded. Well, since Lin Xiujun has become the son of God, it is normal for him to reincarnate Irina as an angel. However, even with the connection with the Saint Sun, I will still undergo the trial. Changing the subject, Shido Maki's gaze towards the Holy Spear became softer. After not seeing each other for many years, the little boy she once took care of has grown up and become the legendary Holy Sun. Shido Maki's eyes are full of emotion. If possible, she wanted to pass the trial before going to the boy. Okay, I understand. I will arrange the trial for you right away, the trial saint nodded. In fact, she also thought it would be better to try it out first and then go. Although it is not impossible for Shido Maki to become a relative with her energy, it is true that only those who have passed the trial will be generally recognized within the church. Buzz. The golden light was so bright that the light of the Holy Spear enveloped Shido Maki and the 3 phantoms, and they flew together towards the small world within the Holy Spear. The other side. As for Lin Xiu, he had a very busy 2 days. Originally, it took quite a while to test the warriors of the church. Later, when Lin Xiu finished eating those dozens of saints and nuns and returned from the Akame slashing world, it was already late at night. Later, after Lin Xiu dealt with Gabriel, Linte, Milana, Griselda and other plot characters, it was already dawn of the next day. However, although his life was very tight, Lin Xiu also lived a very comfortable life. The girls in the church gave him an experience he had never had before. It turned out that being served as a god felt pretty good. Compared to a simple partner relationship, Lin Xiu can't say which is better or worse, I can only say that each has its merits. Of course, if Lin Xiu simply had a good experience, then, Griselda was obviously a little too involved. Ever since Griselda completed her self-closure, she had harbored an extraordinary maternal love and possessiveness towards Lin Xiu. Until the tripartite meeting began, Lin Xiu had been immersed in Griselda's body. Okay, Griselda, I have to go to Ji Yuqi's appointment first. Lin Xiu gently lifted Griselda's long legs wrapped in white stockings, trying to pull out. Griselda subconsciously held Lin Xiu in place, preventing him from leaving. It was only during this rise and fall that Griselda suddenly woke up. Recalling what Lin Xiu had just said to her, Griselda finally remembered that the nominal purpose of their trip to Zhuang Town was for a tripartite meeting. Yes, Lord Saint, I look forward to the day when you completely subjugate the three forces. After saying that, Griselda slowly stood up with a pop sound, walked to the clothes rack, and brought Lin Xiu the clothes he would wear today, as if she wanted to help him tidy up his appearance. No, you don't need to wear this today. The clothes I want to wear today are not with me, but with Grayfia. Lin Xiu raised her hand to refuse. In Grayfia's place? Griselda tilted her head. Yes, at Grayfia's place. Grayfia contacted me so that she could help me prepare all the etiquette before the meeting. Just as Lin Xiu said. Before the trilateral talks began, Grayfia came to Lin Xiu's home alone to help him with the etiquette and makeup preparations. After Lin Xiu left a seal on his room, he went downstairs to keep his appointment with Grayfia. After meeting Lin Xiu, Grayfia always felt that there was something different about Lin Xiu. Grayfia's feeling was correct. After Lin Xiu successfully transferred the church members' faith in the God of the Bible to him, although it did not have much impact on the pool of faith accumulated in the heavenly realm, it still had some impact on his own life level and temperament. Furthermore, after meeting Grayfia, Lin Xiu had been fully activating his succubus bloodline, so it was normal for Grayfia to feel that Lin Xiu was a little different. Suppressing the slight throbbing in her heart, Grayfia bowed and entered the standard pre-meeting preparation process. Originally, she should have been helping Alice prepare for the meeting with Demon King Alice. However, Alice asked her to help prepare for the training session. Alice's reasons were very valid. After all, this was Lin Xiu's first time attending such a high-level meeting, and she would also be shouldering important responsibilities at the meeting. Therefore, Grayfia should first tell the inexperienced Lin Xiu some precautions. There was no doubt that Demon King Alice's words were correct. However, Grayfia felt that Alice was planning to push her to Lin Xiu. Grayfia was very dissatisfied with Alice's obvious act of giving it away. She really wanted to get rid of the original shackles, she really wanted to find a real partner. But she doesn't need anyone else to make the choice for her. She admitted that Lin Xiu was very good, and also admitted that she had some reaction when she saw Lin Xiu doing intimate things. However, this does not mean that she becomes Lin Xiu's person. Regarding Demon King Alice's obvious matchmaking, Shefia strongly condemns it. As a remnant of the old era, there was really no need for her to participate in the carnival of the new era. Declaring one's identity as the Son of God is equivalent to declaring that one's seed is completely in heaven. After thinking for a few seconds, Lin Xiu casually started a topic. The situation of the Demon Clan and the Fallen Angel Clan is much more complicated than that of the Heaven and the Church. Grayfia, she probably didn't come here on her own initiative. It's likely Alice gave her an order. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Taking action against the Demon Clan and the Fallen Angel Clan in the capacity of the Son of God will only accelerate the division of the three forces. But today, Lin Xiu is wearing an outfit that can be described as overreaching. Hearing this, Grayfia temporarily stopped helping Lin Xiu tidy up her appearance and looked up and said. Therefore, he set up an organization specifically for himself to facilitate his actions, which should be outside the tripartite organization. Moreover, these weren't just any of the four Demon Kings. The Demon King costume Lin Xiu was wearing was a set of rules only worn by the original four Demon Kings. Lin Xiu knew that in this situation, gentle actions like conquering the church would not be very effective. The reason I came to help you with your makeup today is precisely to inform you in advance. From now on, as long as Lin Xiu maintains the existence of this organization and continuously enhances his prestige and power among the three factions, if a major crisis ever arises, Lin Xiu will be able to bring all three factions under his wing. Look at Rias, look at Revel, and then look at their families, they're all young people. Although Lin Xiu's achievements, strength, and status in the heavens made such an outfit seem unworthy of him and could even be considered condescending in the eyes of the demons who didn't know the truth, Lin Xiu's current outfit was indeed a bit overstepping the bounds of his authority. Lin Xiu also noticed that Grayfia's mood today seemed different from usual. It was precisely because Lin Xiu had wanted to completely subjugate the three forces from the very beginning that he did not take the initiative to reveal his identity as the Son of God. Besides, she was from the previous era. How could it be right for her to marry the same man as a bunch of other young girls? Because this position was created for him by Lin Xiu through consultation between the Heaven Realm and Sirzex. Lin Xiu looked as if he understood. The Demon Clan has the rebellious Old Demon King faction, and the Fallen Angels have the Fallen of the Abyss, both of which are forces dissatisfied with the existing regime and system. Because it also does not benefit the integration of the three forces. Since there weren't many things that could make Grayfia look unhappy, Lin Xiu only thought about it for a moment and got the answer from Grayfia's expression when she looked at him, which was a little bit longing but more of dissatisfaction. At today's three-party meeting, Lord Searsex will propose that you take on an important position. Please accept it without hesitation. However, in reality, Lin Xiu had already known all the arrangements for the tripartite talks through Seraph, and knew what position he would get. After conquering the heavens and the church, Lin Xiu set out to conquer the demons and fallen angels. In order to show respect and inheritance to the four great demon kings of the first generation, the current reformist demon kings, except for the demon king Lucifer who still uses the same regulations as the original Lucifer, the regulations of the other three demon kings are slightly lower than those of the original generation. If the church was only slightly dissatisfied with the heavens, and the rebellion did not break out until later due to the heavens' violent reconciliation policy, then the demons and fallen angels were in a state of division from the very beginning. In this way, he has sufficient reasons and position to take action against any of the three forces. So that's how it is. Master Lin Xiu is not mistaken. This is exactly the regulation that the first generation Leviathan should have. Just as Lin Xiu said, what he was going to wear today was no longer the quasi-demon king outfit from before, but a higher standard raised to the regulations unique to the level of the four great demon kings in Song Dynasty. Therefore, Lin Xiu set up such a structure to make it convenient for him to take action whenever he wanted. Grayfia, if I'm not mistaken, the costume you prepared for me is a limited edition outfit that only the Demon King can wear. Chapter 158. Revealing the Demon King's True Identity, Grayfia's Kiss, Part 4. Soon, with the help of Grayfia, Lin Xiu successfully completed her makeup before the formal meeting. Since we are ready to subdue the Demon Clan, the several major demon families, especially the Demon Lord Lucifer's family, must not be excluded. So, while Lin Xiu was adjusting her look, she asked. By the way, Grayfia, now that I'm the son-in-law of the Gremory family, I should be considered a member of the Gremory family, right? Yes, of course. You are the only son-in-law of the Gremory family, and undoubtedly a family member of Rias-sama, Searsex-sama, and Venelana-sama, Grayfia replied respectfully. Before, Grayfia was respectful to Lin Xiu, just fulfilling her duties as a maid. But now, after witnessing the achievements that Lin Xiu had made along the way, Grayfia's respect for Lin Xiu came from the bottom of her heart. From defeating Rebel, Theodora, Ricer, Laval, etc. at the beginning, to defeating the 12-winged fallen angel Kirkball and defeating and subduing the Dragon King Tanning, Grayfia has always witnessed Lin Xiu's progress. At this point, Grayfia is convinced that Lin Xiu will become the ruler of the underworld in the future, or even the ruler of the three forces. Well, as a member of the Gremory family, shouldn't you keep everything going on at home from me? After a few seconds of silence, she took the initiative to ask. Master Lin Xiu, I don't quite understand what you mean. Are you saying that your family is hiding something from you? That's it. To be precise, a certain member of the Gremory family, who is also the Demon King Lucifer, is hiding something from me, Lin Xiu said with a chuckle. What's the difference between this and directly naming Alice? After complaining in her heart, Grayfia smiled helplessly and replied. Are you saying that Searsex-sama is hiding something from you? After hearing Grayfia's answer, Lin Xiu stood up and turned to look at Grayfia. Sazix, Grayfia, you're still using my pseudonym, Searsex, in front of me. Don't you think you're being a little too distant? Isn't the name, Alice, much cuter than Sarsex, or Sarsex? Alice. Alice. After hearing the name, Alice, Grayfia was so scared that she took several steps back. Huh? Alice? How? How did you know Alice's real name? Grayfia was truly surprised. Lin Xiu knew Alice's true identity, but how could he know Alice's name? Even within the Gremory family, Demon Lord Alice's real name is strictly confidential information. Except for her, the first Gremory, and Venelana, even the previous Gremory family heads didn't know Alice's true identity. Looking at the surprised Grayfia, Lin Xiu smiled. Have you forgotten? I told you I have the so-called revelation ability, which allows me to automatically obtain some intelligence based on the situation I encounter. Apocalypse ability? You mean the apocalypse ability that predicted that you and Rias would have multiple offspring? Grayfia's brows relaxed in understanding. Yeah, why didn't she think of it? As early as when Lin Xiu made a doll that was exactly in line with the figure of Demon King Alice, she made it clear that Lin Xiu knew Alice's real gender and even her real figure. Now, he even knew Alice's real name. No wonder Alice placed her hopes on Lin Xiu. She admitted that Lin Xiu was indeed extremely special. Grayfia, if I'm not mistaken, you should be very disgusted with the current situation, right? Lin Xiu said as he approached Grayfia. Grayfia didn't say anything, but just responded with a calm look. However, Lin Xiu observed Grayfia's fluctuating magic and state of mind through the eye of truth. So, Lin Xiu moved closer and pushed Leia into the corner. It's clearly the other person's fault, but I have to bear the consequences of my mistake because of them. It's clearly not my fault, but other demons are spreading rumors about me saying, you can't have children, so you're not married. This world is so unfair. The demons are so powerful, but they just think that the devil Lucifer is stronger and put all the blame on you. Faced with such unfair and one-sided bullying, don't you want to vent your anger and let the truth out to the world? As she spoke, Lin Xiu reached out her hand and lifted up Grayfia's fair and smooth chin, admiring the struggling look in her silver-gray eyes. I do want to, but I won't do it. After a few seconds, Grayfia gave the same answer as always. Haha, of course I know you won't do that. It's okay, I will help you fulfill your wish. So, now I plan to collect some rewards first. As he spoke, Lin Xiu quietly reached behind Grayfia's back and suddenly exerted force, pushing Grayfia into his arms. Return? Wait. Before she could say anything, Lin Xiu took away Shei's red lips. Grayfia showed a hint of determination on her face, and took the initiative to open her mouth, ready to bite Lin Xiu's tongue hard. As she opened her mouth, Lin Xiu took advantage of the opportunity to explore inside, and she did bite it. But the result was that it did not cause any harm to Lin Xiu, but instead allowed Lin Xiu to explore deeper, more closely and more comprehensively. When she was about to take the second bite, she found that she had completely lost the ability to do so and responded to Lin Xiu subconsciously. Overall, Grayfia's performance was very good. With Lin Xiu using all his strength to activate the succubus bloodline, it was already very difficult for Grayfia, who had not yet reached god-level strength, to take the first bite. While still kissing Grayfia, he said, Grayfia, I really want you, and I like you very much, although it is a kind of liking similar to desire and possessiveness. Who says that this kind of liking is not liking? I know you want freedom, and I'm willing to help you break free from your current situation. However, I just want you to be mine. I believe that as time goes by, no one in the underworld will be able to defy my will. Neither you nor Alice can do that. Grayfia, don't you think your thoughts were too naive from the beginning? You hope that Alice will have a successor so that she can smoothly let go of her responsibilities and you can break free from the shackles. However, given Alice's extremely responsible personality, her successor must possess greater power and ability than hers, otherwise, she will absolutely be unwilling to abdicate. You can't even control Alice, so how can you control this new heir? What Lin Xiu said made sense, but unfortunately, adaptation didn't work that way. HMPH, speculative talk. Lin Xiu Jun, we're not talking about a virtual heir now, but the real you. What Grayfia meant was that since Lin Xiu existed, the discussion should be based on him, rather than proposing a fictitious successor. In this regard, Lin Xiu could only say that Grayfia still thought too highly of him. If Lin Xiu didn't like her, he wouldn't have deliberately provoked Leah when they were already married. Perhaps, pursuing the love she understood was indeed a luxury for her. She was already old enough and should give up such naive ideas. She admitted that what Lin Xiu said made sense and that he was indeed suitable to be a leader. Grayfia was silent. Lin Xiujun, do you mean that you want to arrange your own partner among the top leaders of various major forces? Grayfia frowned. Since it is a full collection flow, so DxD World. That's what I mean. I believe you should attract people to your side by setting up benchmarks among the major powers. While simple rule by force is feasible, powerful resistance will eventually emerge. A world of joy. Considering that I'm destined to be at the top of the world in the future, I'm pretty lucky that I can choose who I want in a partner. This kind of silent and subtle penetration method is the most effective. She was already feeling a bit resentful about Alice forcing her to help Lin Xiu today, and now that she was forcefully kissed by Lin Xiu, her anger increased even more. A new book is launched. Please give me flowers, comments and monthly votes. Fortunately, Lin Xiu's kissing skills were quite good, and combined with the full force of her succubus bloodline, Grayfia's attitude softened. Otherwise, Grayfia would probably not want to talk to Lin Xiu at all. The next dungeon is the God Slayer, which will be opened within 3 days. It may be conquered in 2 stages. After all, the difference in combat power between the early and late stages of the God Slayer is quite large. She wanted to deny it, but when she thought about it carefully, it seemed to be true. According to the results of the likes, after the God Slayer, it should be Shadow Power and Bloodsucker. If you like other worlds, you can also go to the top page to like your favorite. After the accumulated manuscripts are used up, I will update 3 times a day, each with more than 3,000 words, or about 10,000 words a day, which will be one less update than before. If he didn't like her, Lin Xiu wouldn't have deliberately cast explosive magic around her to provoke her during the game. Originally, the author's limit was less than 10,000 words a day. I was able to maintain more than 10,000 words a day for a month thanks to the nearly 100,000 words in my backlog. Therefore, I was able to quickly increase my writing from 100,000 words to 500,000 words this month. Lin Xiu, do you think you're a bit too much of a scumbag when it comes to relationships? Grayfia's voice was filled with resentment. Holding the self-deceiving thoughts of, I was forced, Lin Xiu is a scumbag, and I have no choice. Grayfia gradually immersed herself in the close contact with Lin Xiu. As for Lin Xiu saying he likes her, it's the rhythm of ending a world. Finally, Grayfia even took the initiative to press the back of Lin Xiu's neck and put it into her mouth, as if she wanted to thoroughly feel all of Lin Xiu. The plot of the world may be slow, please understand, after all, each heroine needs a little plot. It can't be like the copy world where you can just go through it in a hurry. However, her understanding of love was somewhat different from Lin Xiu's understanding of love. Sorry, I'm not as obedient and gentle as you think. Just like that, after some serious thinking, Grayfia decided to stop thinking and enjoy the present moment. What I'm showing you right now is the real me. It's not all of me, but it's definitely the real me. Faced with Lin Xiu who had already completed her self-construction, Grayfia had no choice but to do this as there was no way to force her to change. Scumbag. Of course not. I just think that if you only think about emotional issues when thinking about issues related to me, isn't it a bit too shallow? You just need to maintain your strongest posture and attract everyone to you. As for the rest of the ideological work, those people will complete their own self-construction in the process of yearning for you. From the Phoenix family, the Gremory family, and even Irina's mother, everyone should be able to see that the author is still very serious about collecting all the characters. You've been with Alice for so long, you should know that the higher one's status, the less likely they are to consider emotional issues. Chapter 159. Sexually Repressed Grayfia, and Kangna Collects the Dragon King's Artifacts, Part 1. Half an hour later, Grayfia had gradually gotten used to the close contact with Lin Xiu, and perhaps she didn't even notice that while kissing her, she held the back of Lin Xiu's head from the opposite direction to make the kiss more intimate and smooth. Finally, it was Lin Xiu who let go of Grayfia, who was a little too involved. Lin Xiu didn't say anything, but just smiled and looked at Ji Ya, who was a little nostalgic. Grayfia did not say anything. While savoring the moment, she felt Lin Xiu's playful gaze, and then silently shifted her gaze away from Lin Xiu. Looking at Grayfia's inconsistent reaction, Lin Xiu smiled slightly and prepared to give Grayfia the final blow. Grayfia, do you know why I took your first kiss? Because you are a lustful scumbag, because you want to control everything that interests you, Grayfia replied calmly. You're right, I'm indeed a scumbag, however, this answer isn't perfect. Smiling, Lin Xiu leaned over to Grayfia again. Grayfia subconsciously closed her eyes first, raised her chin slightly, and prepared to accept Lin Xiu's violent seizure of her. However, after a few seconds, Lin Xiu still didn't eat it. In doubt, Grayfia opened her eyes again. After seeing the playful look in Lin Xiu's eyes, Grayfia bit her red lips lightly, full of resentment. Are you kidding me? When Grayfia thought about how she had subconsciously closed her eyes and prepared to accept Lin Xiu's kiss, she had the urge to bang her head against the wall. Well, since raising her chin was too proactive, Grayfia's brain automatically filtered out the memory of her raising her chin and opening her red lips. Playing with you? Do I look like someone with such a bad taste? Lin Xiu smiled and looked directly into Grayfia's silver-gray eyes. Grayfia silently averted her gaze from Lin Xiu. She really had no solution to the situation just now. Lin Xiu was certainly a person with a bad taste, but at this moment, Grayfia really was in no mood to argue with Lin Xiu. Smiling, Lin Xiu finally lowered her head again. Lin Xiu leaned close to Grayfia's ear and whispered softly. The reason I did this is because I just think it's cute that you, Ji Yanya, are so insincere. Grayfia, don't you think you should show more of your girlish charm? Don't you think you're living a bit too repressed? Grayfia, don't you think that the you who shows a variety of emotions in front of me is the real you? Just as Lin Xiu said, Grayfia has always been suppressing herself, suppressing her girlish side, and suppressing her true temperament. Logically speaking, Grayfia, who has never experienced a man and has never given birth to a child, should not have the same charm of a young woman as in the original plot. However, before Lin Xiu discovered the true nature of Grayfia, he did not notice any difference between her and the one in the original plot. Therefore, Lin Xiu easily came to the conclusion that Grayfia was suppressing herself a little too much. This kind of repression is not only psychological but also physiological and sexual. It would be fine if there was an evacuation route, but unfortunately, Alice had no ability to give Grayfia relief, either psychologically or physically. In terms of psychological problems alone, Alice's situation is even more serious than Grayfia's. Grayfia's will suppressed herself, and so did Alice. In short, through the contact when Grayfia was doing his makeup, Lin Xiu realized that Grayfia had been suppressing himself. That's why he brutally took away Grayfia's first kiss. Faced with Grayfia who has been suppressed for so long, it is necessary to use violence to free her from her current state. Judging from Grayfia's current condition, Lin Xiu's strategy was very successful. At this time, Grayfia also roughly understood what Lin Xiu meant from his words. As a result, her frown deepened. She originally wanted to say, whether I suppress myself or not, whether I show my true self or not is none of your business, but she found that after experiencing the feeling of being violently seized by Lin Xiu, she could no longer say such words. An unprecedented feeling rose from Grayfia. Although her first kiss was forcibly taken away, Grayfia actually had a strange thought. Maybe this is not a bad thing. Looking at Grayfia's silver-gray eyes trembling constantly, Lin Xiu silently delivered the final blow. Grayfia, you should have some feelings for me, right? Otherwise, why were your panties wet before I kissed you? Upon hearing these words, Grayfia's pupils instantly dilated. Lin Xiu discovered. Now, Grayfia really wanted to die in front of Lin Xiu. I'll go change it first. With trembling red lips, Grayfia quickly deployed a magic circle and fled. If even this was discovered, she really didn't have the courage to stay in front of Lin Xiu anymore. However, the next second, Grayfia was surprised to find that although she had unfolded the teleportation array, it was stuck in the middle and had no intention of continuing to operate. While Grayfia was distracted, Lin Xiu kissed her again. While maintaining the verbal battle, Lin Xiu said, if you feel good today, and if you really need a way to vent, you are welcome to contact me anytime in the future. As long as you look for me, I will definitely have time. As long as you come to me, I will give you an experience no less than today's, allowing you to release your desire to vent and comfort your heart that wants to be close to others. Grayfia had no intention of replying, but just kept responding to Lin Xiu's kisses with her actions, as if she wanted to suck out Lin Xiu's soul. Facing such a Grayfia, Lin Xiu pushed her hard, Sorry, today's time is up. Huh? After being pushed away by Lin Xiu, Grayfia leaned back with a look of surprise. What a joke, Lin Xiu actually pushed her away. However, before she had the chance to express her dissatisfaction, the teleportation array under Grayfia's feet that had been stopped by Lin Xiu was activated again, sending Grayfia out of Lin Xiu's home. Seeing Grayfia's somewhat unsatisfied expression when she was pushed away, Lin Xiu smiled with satisfaction. In fact, Grayfia has always been under his guidance and control. Fundamentally speaking, if it weren't for Lin Xiu's full-strength succubus bloodline, Grayfia's panties wouldn't be wet at all. Oh, you've already collected all 4 Dragon King artifacts? As expected of Sona? Considering that Demon Lord Alice also wants to have more contact between Grayfia and me, if we can maintain contact for a while, Grayfia should be able to be taken down quickly. Seraflor, you look beautiful today too. In other words, Kang Na just completed the transaction not long ago, and is now trying to suppress and integrate the dragon soul in his body? Although Seraflor was wearing the same pink magical girl costume as usual, Lin Xiu did think that Seraflor was more beautiful. The demon girl Seraflor spoke highly of Lin Xiu's demon costume. Indeed, the evil dragon Fedor's dragon spirit must be suppressed as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if something goes wrong during the meeting, it will become a diplomatic incident. The other 2 races, the demons, naturally couldn't say anything, and the celestial realm was completely under Lin Xiu's control. Therefore, the diplomatic incident Kang Na was worried about, from Zhao, was only a theoretical incident, and it was impossible to happen in reality. New book launch, please give me flowers, please give me reviews, it will be published in the sleepy month. As the nominal lords of Komao Town, Rias and Sona both needed to make a report in front of the leaders of the 3 factions, so they were dressed particularly formally. Holding Lia's hand, Lin Xiu walked into Zhuang Academy with her. Shortly after entering the academy, Lin Xiu saw Kang Na in a light blue dress. Through his own eyes, Lin Xiu knew the specific reason. From a distance, Kang Na saluted Lin Xiu, then turned and walked towards the student union room. After all, looking at Grayfia's expression just now, if I didn't teleport her away, she would definitely rush over to me again for a kiss. Walking into the academy, Lin Xiu saw Rias, who was also dressed in a gorgeous dress. Of course, Lin Xiu knew that it was only a theoretical diplomatic accident and it was impossible to happen in reality. Besides Sona, after noticing Lin Xiu's arrival, a girl with twin ponytails dressed in a pink magical girl outfit came up to her with a smile. Normally, she should have come over to chat with Lin Xiu after seeing her, but Kang Na clearly had no such intention. However, whether it was Seraflor, Lin Xiu, or the other participants, everyone knew that after today, Lin Xiu's status would be elevated to a higher level. This last piece of the Dragon King's artifact was given to Kang Na by the Fallen Angel. The Fallen Angel will not say anything even if he uses it with all his strength. Overall, Lin Xiu was very satisfied with the progress on Grayfia's side. So, in a good mood, wearing the limited grade Demon King costume that only the first generation Demon King was qualified to wear, Lin Xiu went to Zhuang Academy at the appointed time. Although Grayfia was indeed suppressed, she was not yet at the point where she would react when in contact with Lin Xiu. Shu Chan. Shu Chan looks so handsome today. Lin Xiu knew exactly why Seraflor looked so good. Seraflu has collaborated with Lin Xiu on many shows, and she has played the villain quite a few times. Who says Lin Xiu is actually a quasi-demon king, now? Judging from the fact that some of the Dragon King's artifacts still carry the aura of a fallen angel, this last artifact must have been acquired through a trade. Because Seraflor looks very healthy, with a rosy complexion, making people want to take a big bite of her. Because Sangna got the complete artifact, and she was happy that her sister was one step closer to her dream. Although Kangna didn't say hello, someone came forward to greet her on her behalf. Who says the devil costume can't be a cuz costume? What happened today is definitely not enough to take down Grayfia. However, today's events are bound to leave an indelible impression in Grayfia's mind. But now, Lin Xiu turned around and said that it was Ji Yu Ya who suppressed it himself. Chapter 160. The Fallen Angel Queen makes a grand debut, and Azazel comes to visit, Part 2. HMPH, pretty? Am I not wearing the same clothes as usual? Shu Chan is really smooth talking. Is this how Shu Chan got so many girls to like you? Despite saying so, Seraflor happily put her hands on her hips, her beautiful pink eyes curved into crescents. It was obvious that Seraflor was very pleased with Lin Xiu's words. Although she didn't have much romantic feelings for Lin Xiu, even if she just regarded Lin Xiu as a fellow cuz enthusiast, her relationship with Lin Xiu was quite good. However, Xian Yasi obviously would not be angry about such things. After a series of events, Rias has completed her sublimation. However, what Rias didn't know was that in addition to accepting Lin Xiu's decision to open a harem, she would also usher in an even greater wave of sublimation in the future. After all, compared to gaining the entire Gremory family, having a harem is nothing. After chatting about some serious matters related to the meeting and some personal matters related to the cosplay activities, Lin Xiu and Seraflor temporarily parted ways. Not long after parting with Seraflor, a bearded uncle came uninvited. Hey, isn't this the Red Dragon Emperor? He actually brought his fiancée to the wedding like this. Should I say you two are in love, or should I say you don't know the rules? Azazel glanced at Rias, who was almost throwing herself at Lin Xiu, and showed a slightly bad expression. Governor Azazel, I think you are no worse than me. Who would wear slippers to a meeting? Lin Xiu smiled and hit back directly. Ah, haha. I came too hurriedly and didn't have time to change. I will change into formal clothes when the formal meeting starts. Azazel laughed. Lin Xiu knew exactly why Azazel said, "It's too hasty," because the fallen angel's current condition was indeed not very good. The Misfortune Group and the Witches of Oz seemed to be taking 777 actions against the fallen angels, so from the constantly fluctuating energy in Azazel's body, it could be seen that he had just experienced a battle. By the way, Lin Xiu, can you answer a few questions for me? Azazel went straight to the point. Now that he was facing a powerful enemy, he was in no mood to chat with anyone. He had his own purpose in finding Lin Xiu. Governor Azazel, please speak frankly. Lin Xiu raised his hand slightly and looked at Azazel with a smile, because he already knew what question Azazel was going to ask him. Okay, since you're so frank, I'll ask directly. Those female fallen angels who recently returned to the fallen angels headquarters from Zhuang Town should all be your people, right? The female fallen angels that Azazel was talking about were none other than Linali and her group. After conquering Lina Li's 3 best friends and the female fallen angels of Zhuang Town, Lin Xiu did not keep them by her side, but let them return to the fallen angels headquarters to continue to shine. At the beginning, Amano Yuuma was actually very reluctant. On the one hand, she didn't want to be separated from Lin Xiu for too long, even if she could transfer back every day through the chess pieces, considering that she would have to spend a long time working every day at the fallen angel headquarters. Amano Yuuma was unwilling to do so. On the other hand, when she thought about the fact that Lin Xiu asked her to work for the fallen angel clan in order to develop power, provide pawns, and recruit fallen angels loyal to Lin Xiu, Amano Yuuma didn't want to go even more. Because she had read the action plan given by Lin Xiu, which required them to recruit only female fallen angels. How could she possibly spend so much time working just to find more competitors for herself? Although Amano Yuuma accepted the fact that Lin Xiu would have many women, he would not take the initiative to help Shi Shu find women. The turning point of the matter still happened to Asia and others. Since she had invited Asia before, after reincarnation, Amano Yuuma also had a special conversation with Asia. It was at that time that Asia told Amano Yuuma her idea of forming a small group to get more attention from Lin Xiu. Then, the Alhui Trio made their grand debut. Now, after Griselda joined, the Church Trio has evolved into the Church 4. In the future, if Shido Maki is added, it is possible that the group will evolve into the Church 5, or even the Church 6. Although Lin Xiu will try to treat all harem members equally, complete equality is impossible. Complete equality would be unfair to those who work hard. Asia's words gave Amano Yuuma a great shock. Later, Amano Yuuma proved Asia's discovery through experiments. After she brought her best friends Middle and Calvana along, Lin Xiu's average time with them did increase significantly. So, under the influence of what he saw and heard, Amano Yuuma gradually changed his mind and made an important decision. She will work hard under Lin Xiu and ascend to the pinnacle of the Fallen Angel clan as the Fallen Angel Queen. Those female fallen angels were not her competitors, but rather her helpers, helping her gain more recognition and attention from Lin Xiu. After figuring this out, Amano Yuuma quickly returned to the Fallen Angel headquarters, and successfully obtained the position of a cadre-level Fallen Angel with his own wings and some artifact information obtained from Lin Xiu. Azazel didn't care much about a cadre-level Fallen Angel. After all, everyone has their own adventures. Even if someone suddenly becomes a 10-winged Fallen Angel from a low-level Fallen Angel with low strength, as long as their race is still a Fallen Angel, he theoretically won't care. However, one cadre-level Fallen Angel alone is not enough. The key is that Amano Yuuma also brought back a large number of high-level Fallen Angels. Moreover, these high-ranking Fallen Angels are all female. After knowing this, Azazel quickly focused his attention on Lin Xiu and concluded that the changes in Amano Yuuma and others were most likely due to Lin Xiu. That's why he specially visited Lin Xiu before the meeting today. Governor Azazel, when you say my people, are you referring to the fact that Yuuma was once my partner? Lin Xiu smiled back. Shouldn't I be asking you about this? Not only did they send fallen angels to Ko Town, where Rias and Sona were stationed, but they even attacked me while I was at Ko Academy, CCBE. Even if I hadn't awakened at the time, sending a small team to Zhuang Town, where 2 high-ranking demons were stationed, wasn't that a serious provocation? Azazel knew that Lin Xiu would bring up the past, so he spoke slowly. I admit that sending a team to collect artifacts to Zhuang Town, where a high-ranking demon was stationed, was wrong on the part of the fallen angels. However, considering that the 3 forces had not yet reached a truce, as an enemy, I do not believe that the Fallen Angels' headquarters' decision to send out the artifact collection team was a mistake. Compared to such insignificant matters, doesn't Mr. Lin Xiu think that the matter of the old demon lord Leviathan sending a high-level undercover agent to the Fallen Angel forces is much more important? Undercover, Governor Azazel, you must provide evidence when you speak. Do you mean to say that Shi Ma became my undercover agent after dating me for a while? Lin Xiu asked with a smile. So, you admit it. Azazel narrowed his eyes. Admit what, Governor Azazel? What do you think it would benefit me to send my most trusted confidant, a 10-winged fallen angel, to a precarious fallen angel faction? It's because I don't know why you did this that I came to you today. Whether in terms of their own strength or their ability to utilize divine weapons, they are much stronger than before. This speed of growth is truly extraordinary. Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows. At this time, he already knew the reason why Azazel asked this question based on his question. As he said these words, Azazel stretched out his hand to block Lin Xiu's way, as if he would not let him leave unless Lin Xiu gave a clear answer. What's the problem? Azazel sighed. By the way, can I ask you one last question? Unlike the previous questions, this one is just a personal question of mine. First of all, I certainly wouldn't start a war. Believe it or not, I'm actually a pacifist. So, I'll just ask you other questions. Roll. Can I study your artifact? After thinking for a while, Lin Xiu slowly replied. However, this answer did satisfy him. Since he had no evidence and Lin Xiu was unwilling to admit it, he naturally wouldn't insist on it. Third, besides female demons, do you also like female fallen angels? Azazel smiled awkwardly and looked at Lin Xiu eagerly, as if he was looking at some rare treasure. Now, I just want to ask you 3 questions. Azazel really didn't expect Lin Xiu to say, in addition to female demons and female fallen angels, I also like female angels. Lin Xiujun, I know you don't want to admit that Amano Yuuma and her team are your people, at least you definitely don't want to admit it now. Pa. Second, if the fallen angels encounter any danger after the 3 forces sign a peace treaty, are you willing to intervene? Governor Azazel, are you satisfied with my response? Asking this means that Azazel will allow Yuuma Amano to continue to stay in the Fallen Angel organization and will also recognize the fact that Yuuma Amano's team has seized the power of the 10 clans of Fallen Angels. As soon as Azazel finished speaking, Lin Xiu walked past him with Rias. Only young people like Lin Xiu, who are not bound by racial concepts, are qualified to lead the 3 major forces into the future. Lin Xiujun, I believe that only with such a broad-minded spirit like you can lead the 3 forces towards true peace and prosperity. This has happened to so many people around you, so I can only focus my suspicion on you. Secondly, as you can tell from my Demon King attire, I already know what the leaders of the 3 major factions are planning to do today. Therefore, as long as it's within my responsibility, I will take action. Finally, besides female demons, I not only like female fallen angels, but I also like female angels. After a few rounds of applause, Azazel slowly spoke. I already know that the reason why Amano Yuuma suddenly became stronger is because of you. First, would you start a war? Because just now, I was walking around Ko Academy and ran into some of Rias Gremory's followers. A new book is launched, please give me flowers, comments and monthly votes. Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows. Chapter 161, The Establishment of the DxD Agency, Grayfia's Expectations, Part 3. HMPH, Azazel, are you dreaming too much about studying Lin Xiujun's divine weapon? After Lin Xiu, Rias also complained harshly about Azazel before leaving. After Azazel, Lin Xiu greeted some other people. For example, the smiling Demon King Alice, the resentful Grayfia, the gentle and respectful Michael, and the extremely holy and beautiful Gabriel. Finally, Lin Xiu arrived at her preparation location. As soon as the meeting started, Lin Xiu said goodbye to Rias and came to the meeting room. In this meeting, the leaders of the 3 forces sat in 3 directions respectively, and the other participants sat next to the leaders of the forces. It can be said that they were clearly divided. If we really talk about Lin Xiu's identity, she should actually be in the main position of the Angel Force. However, for the bright future of the 3 forces, Lin Xiu still sat next to Demon King Alice and sat together with Seraphor. Soon, after everyone arrived, the trilateral talks began in an orderly manner. The general content of the meeting was to resolve the various disputes that had recently arisen among the 3 forces, such as whether your demonic strength was doing well here, and whether the fallen angels were doing something wrong there. However, all participants knew that the meeting was just a formality and the really important content had been decided before the meeting. 99.7, and above is Rias Gremory's report on the Kokobol attack. The above is Kang Nasidi's report on the Kirkball attack. After finishing the report, Rias winked at Lin Xiu several times before leaving. No matter how you look at it, the biggest problem in this incident lies with Kirkball, who stole the holy sword from the church. Governor Azazel, how exactly do you manage your subordinates? Demon Lord Alice cast a rather oppressive look at Azazel. She really couldn't imagine how the situation would have turned out if Lin Xiu hadn't been there. If Rias and Sona had been killed together, she might have really started a war against the fallen angels together with Seraphla. At this point, her strength has reached the upper limit of the main god level, and she may break through to the sub-dragon god level at any time. Even if only the reformist Demon King and the Devil join her, she is enough to destroy the fallen angel clan. As for Azazel, when he heard about this matter, he made a gesture of begging for mercy. After all, he was really in the wrong in this matter. Okay, I admit my mistake. I am useless. I failed to manage my subordinates well. I should be punished. The fallen angels should also compensate the demons and angels. Okay, it's good that you admit your mistakes and correct them. Governor Azazel, please manage your subordinates more seriously in the future, Michael said with a smile. As a former colleague, he was very happy to see Azazel looking so frustrated. In order to quickly put an end to this situation where everyone was judging him, Azazel sighed deeply. Anyway, I just want to lie down and study the artifact. Could you please stop talking about this meaningless stuff? What are you waiting for? Let's sign a peace treaty. Isn't it just to sign a peace treaty that we've all come here today? Yeah, that's true, Demon King Alice nodded deeply. If the gods were still alive, they would definitely agree to let us embark on a path towards peace. Michael also made a prayer gesture. Lord God. By the way, speaking of Lord God, Michael, I have something to ask you. I heard that a holy sun appeared in heaven at some point. Is this news true? Although Azazel did not know the true identity of this person, he did know that this monster existed. Michael didn't respond, but just smiled back. The church has extremely strong restrictions on saints and nuns. Because of the restrictions, nuns and saints cannot have any contact with evil creatures such as demons and fallen angels. This already mature prohibition system can not only be used to maintain a high purity of faith, but can naturally also be used to block information. Nowadays, all believers who know Lin Xiu's true identity have undergone the trial of the Holy Spear. Under the dual guarantee of their own faith and physical restrictions, it is naturally impossible for them to leak the news of the Son of God. Okay, let's put this aside for now. I have another more important matter to discuss with you. Azazel quickly got to the point. In addition to concluding a peace treaty, he came to the meeting this time for a very important purpose, which was to ask for assistance from the Demon Clan and the Angel Clan. Generally speaking, an organization in conflict is not eligible to conclude a peace treaty with other organizations. If a peace treaty is concluded with an organization that is in conflict, the concept of a peace treaty itself will be distorted and become something like a military alliance. However, Demon King Alice and Michael agreed to the covenant with the fallen angels. Michael agreed because it was the will of the Holy Son. Alice's agreement was entirely of her own volition. Even considering the recent increasing terrorist activities, Alice planned to find an opportunity to show off her muscles. Otherwise, if they really regarded her as a loser like the first-generation Lucifer who barely reached the level of a main god by relying on the position of the true Devil King and the blessing of the underworld, she would be very troubled. It is normal for Demon King Alice to think this way. Many organizations believe that the Demon King can only exert considerable combat power in the underworld, so he dares to cause trouble in the human world. Ahem, after coughing a bit, Azazel formally made his request. You should also know that the fallen angels are currently facing two major rivals, the Shuchan organization and the Witches of Oz. Although it is not the entire Oz, it is only the East Oz. But it's also very frustrating. In order to prevent the fallen angels from falling into a protracted conflict, I would like to request that the Demon Clan and the Angel Clan send reinforcements to the fallen Angel Clan. Of course, judging by the current situation, sending reinforcements directly would cause a huge shock within the three factions. So, my suggestion is to set up a high-level supervisory body composed of senior officials from the three-party institutions and combatants, bypass the existing established rules, and give it independent law enforcement powers. I don't know, what do you think? Azazel looked at the other two. Well, I think Governor Azazel's proposal makes sense. Seraflu was the first to chime in. That's right, this way, many things will be much easier. Gabriel clasped his hands together, smiled and nodded. After the two of them, Demon King Alice and Seraph Michael also expressed their opinions. Thus, with the approval of the top leaders of the three forces, a new supervisory agency was formed. Lin Xiu calmly watched the meeting proceed according to procedure. He knew that after Azazel asked him those questions and received satisfactory answers, he was destined to be the head of this independent supervisory agency. Soon, after discussions among the three parties, the supervisory agency named DxD Agency completed its initial structure. The specific personnel arrangements are as follows. The highest decision-making level, Chief Speaker, Lin Xiu Leviathan. Honorary Speaker, Demon King Lucifer, Devil, Fallen Angel Governor Azazel, Fallen Angel, Seraph Michael, Angel. Vice Speaker, Demon Lord Seraflu, Devil, Fallen Angel Deputy Governor Shemhasa, Fallen Angel, Seraph Gabriel, Angel. Grassroots decision-making level, Member. The Demon Clan, number 3, 1 for the old reformist ministers, 1 for the old demons who accepted the reforms, and 1 for the old demons who are still stubborn. Fallen Angels, 3 in number, 1 for the supporters of Azazel, 1 for the most powerful artifact user, and 1 for the opponents of Azazel. Angel Clan, number 3, 1 for the Seraph, 1 for the reincarnated angel, and 1 for the church representative. Execution Layer. A senior combatant of the three forces. The highest decision-making body of the DxD agency is similar to the upper house in the Western legal system and has the legislative power of review and approval. The grassroots decision-making level refers to the House of Commons in the Western legal system and has the legislative power to propose bills. The executive level is the simplest and easiest to understand, and has judicial power under the constraints of the chief speaker Lin Xiu. When voting, Speaker Lin Xiu has 3 votes and has the final veto power and judicial power over bills. The vice speaker has 1 vote per person and has legislative power, and can propose bills. He also has voting rights and can vote. Each member of parliament has 1 vote and has the right to vote and question. The honorary speaker is the leader of the 3 factions and has no real power, but has the power to dismiss the vice speaker and the speaker. The honorary speaker, ethnic leader, of each race can dismiss the vice speaker of their own race. If the 3 honorary speakers vote together, they can remove the chief speaker. Any vote that does not involve the sovereignty of the major races will be considered passed if the number of approvals exceeds 50%. When it comes to the basic constitution of each major race, it is considered passed if the number of approval exceeds 66%. Since many personnel structures and rule-makings were based on the customs of the countries and 3 major forces in the human world, the discussions proceeded quickly. At this stage, although the specific laws of the DxD agency are still being formulated, the fallen angel Governor Azazel proposed a plan to carry out special operations when the agency is not yet complete. Ahem, According to Article 3.1 of the DxD Agency Basic Law, when facing enemies other than the three major forces, the General Speaker may launch a special operation to eliminate the threat to the peace treaty force. Now, I formally propose a proposal, requesting the DxD Agency to take action to resolve the security issues facing the fallen angels. Proposer. Honorary Chairman of the DxD Agency, Governor General of the Fallen Angels, Azazel. At this time, Lin Xiu no longer sat on the side of the demon clan, but sat in the center of the room to demonstrate his absolute neutral position. The counting of votes will begin now, beside Lin Xiu, Grayfia said reluctantly. Because, just now, she was appointed as the special liaison between the honorary speaker and chief speaker, Lin Xiu of the demon clan. Each race has one such liaison. Grayfia knew very well that once she became the liaison, it would be difficult for her to get rid of Lin Xiu. However, although she was unhappy, Grayfia felt a little bit of anticipation in her heart. Will Lin Xiu take this opportunity to do something to her? If Lin Xiu really flirted with her, she would be very angry. However, if Lin Xiu did nothing, although she herself was reluctant to admit it, she would probably be even angrier. Chapter 162. World Line Divides. Seraflor is also repressed, Part 1. Pictured. Grayfia. Just like that, with a rather awkward feeling, Grayfia completed her first special operation. Although theoretically the Speaker General's power could bypass the DxD parliamentary level when facing external enemies, this was only for emergencies and when Lin Xiu needed to act arbitrarily. Under normal circumstances, it was more convincing to follow the normal process. Furthermore, this was the first action of the DxD Agency, and it was a bit embarrassing to use the special power of the Chief Speaker for the first action. Power, after all, is what people want. If you give people a resistance impression from the beginning, it will be extremely difficult to change this initial impression later. In any case, power institutions such as DxD agencies are destined to expand their power as they continue to exert their intelligence. The greater the role they play and the more times they perform their functions, the faster their power will expand. In the future, when it is destined to face many enemies, the power of the DxD agency is bound to expand wildly. According to Lin Xiu's plan, the DxD agency will expand into a global organization in the future, and all pantheons will participate in it, gaining power, protection, and even jurisdiction. Now that the three forces have been integrated, the next step is to deal with the Fusang demon clan, which has the most frequent contact with demons, and the Nordic pantheon, whose leader yearns for peace the most. The Speaker-in-Chief voted with 3, the Vice Speaker voted with 3, and the members voted with 9. Honorary Speaker Azazel's proposal was passed unanimously. After saying that, Grayfia looked at Lin Xiu. She knew that Lin Xiu's status and power had surpassed the Demon King at this time, and there was even a hint that he was surpassing the Demon King Lucifer. Normally, it would be impossible for Lin Xiu to be promoted so quickly. However, the three leaders took a different approach and chose Lin Xiu, a person who was trusted by all three parties, to take up the position. Although she was very unhappy with Lin Xiu's performance on issues concerning men and women, Grayfia was still looking forward to seeing how far Lin Xiu would go in the future. Well, I did receive the decision of the General Council. Once the DxD team is successfully formed, I will lead the DxD team to assist the fallen angel forces. The DxD team that Lin Xiu mentioned is the executive team of the DxD agency, mainly composed of young strong men from the three major forces. At this stage, only a list of candidate members has been given, and most of them have not officially joined the team. Currently, the only ones confirmed to join the DxD team are Ikus Tobio from the Fallen Angel Force, Sona Sidi from the Demon Force, and Dulio from the Angel Force. Perhaps because he felt he had to accumulate merits as quickly as possible, or perhaps because he had obtained the Dragon King's artifact, Kang Na also joined the DxD team and became a direct subordinate of Lin Xiu. Before the DxD team officially dispatches, please ask the Fallen Angel Governor Azazel to provide as much intelligence as possible about the enemy. I will lead the DxD team to eliminate them at a specific location. Although Lin Xiu knew that the enemy would attack before he could take action, he didn't have to follow the necessary procedures. Governor Azazel, how long will it take to compile and submit the enemy's information? Lin Xiu looked at Azazel. I understand. The intelligence about the enemy was already prepared long before I submitted the proposal. Azazel hurriedly handed over the proposal he had prepared long ago. However, at this moment, something strange happened. An inexplicable wave instantly covered the entire Zhuang city. Lin Xiu's body surface was automatically covered by the Supreme Emperor's protective shield. At this time, due to the conquest of the Church and the completion of the transfer of the Church's faith, Lin Xiu's Supreme Imperial weapon coverage limit has reached the main god level. Moreover, as more and more Church members were reincarnated as angels, and as the faith of the Apocalypse world and Akame/world spread, the strength of the Supreme Emperor's shield was gradually increasing. As Lin Xiu's Supreme Emperor artifact automatically covered the area, the others in the room also subconsciously launched a defense. Art. After being exposed to this inexplicable wave, almost everyone disappeared inexplicably. Only Lin Xiu, Serafla, Grayfia, Rias, and Gabriel were left there. Ding! A world line area split has been detected, and the confrontation has been automatically completed. When facing world line-like skills, the host body and the existence of the host's power within the body can be immune to the impact. World line skills? What's going on? Lin Xiu. While asking the system, he looked up relevant knowledge and the knowledge of the God of the Bible. In a breath, Lin Xiu got the result. So that's how it is. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, Seraflor quickly turned her head to look at Lin Xiu. So that's how it is. Why do you say that, Shu-chan? Do you know what happened? Seraflor rarely showed a trace of panic, because the current situation is really weird. They had already set up a defensive barrier outside and had a lot of methods to deal with enemy attacks. But facing that wave of fluctuations just now, all of these methods were ineffective. Except for these people present, everyone else has mysteriously disappeared. Master Lin Xiu, what kind of attack have we suffered? Grayfia also looked at Lin Xiu for help. Normally, she would never show such a weak and dependent attitude in front of Lin Xiu. But now, facing an unknown crisis, Lin Xiu has become their backbone. Although from the outside world's perspective, Lin Xiu's strength is still limited to the peak of the Super Demon King, both Grayfia and Seraflu are aware that Lin Xiu's strength has reached the level of a main god. It is precisely because they know this that Grayfia and Seraflu attach great importance to Lin Xiu's opinions. Clearly, judging by the casual words, so that's how it is, that Lin Xiu just said, not only is Lin Xiu's strength, but even her vision far surpasses theirs. Under the gaze of the two, Lin Xiu slowly said, the attack we suffered is called World Line Split, which can split an area into different world lines. Because this world line attack is a special attack that affects the rules of the world, physical defense is useless. Therefore, even if everyone deployed defenses in time, they were still sent to different world lines. By now, everyone should have been transported to different world lines, each suffering from an enemy ambush. Lin Xiu looked out the window. Judging from the unchanged world rules outside the window, they still stayed in the original DxD world and did not enter the cutout area world line. But, why weren't we teleported away? Grayfia asked curiously. This, Lin Xiu smiled playfully. Because I have a special physique, I am immune to this kind of world line specific merit. As for you, it's because you have my power within you. Because we have your power within us? As soon as she heard Lin Xiu's reason, Grayfia remembered the scene where Lin Xiu forcefully kissed her today. Could it be that she wasn't teleported away because there was still some of Lin Xiu's bodily fluids in her body? Although Lin Xiu didn't say it explicitly, Seraflor herself knew very well why there was Lin Xiu's body fluid in her body. It's understandable that Rias has Lin Xiu's bodily fluids in her system, since they're already engaged. But, what about Serafla? Why wasn't she teleported away? As for Gabriel, since then, Seraflor found that she wanted to have physical or even deeper contact with Lin Xiu more than before. Grayfia hurriedly looked towards Serafla, and met Serafla's equally puzzled gaze. The reason for this is that it is precisely because Lin Xiu opened her mouth when being intimate with Seraflor that Seraflor is now unaffected by the world line skills. Grayfia simply ignored Gabriel. Lin Xiu couldn't possibly attack the Seraph, right? The reason Gabriel wasn't teleported away must be because of the god of the Bible. During an event, Seraflor accidentally drank from Lin Xiu's cup and had an indirect kiss with Lin Xiu for the first time. Because, according to Lin Xiu, he had already noticed her little tricks. It started out as pure accident. This way, Seraflor only needs to wash the clothes on her chest after the event to simultaneously achieve the keep her own clothes temporarily, and get Lin Xiu's clothes next time. Achievements. Lin Xiu, who has a collecting habit, certainly would not refuse Seraflor's proposal. He has long wanted to collect the full set of do-style clothes worn by Saragwan. However, she didn't intend to ask Lin Xiu to do the laundry. Seraflor suggested that as a commemoration of every time they participated in an event together, the two of them could exchange cosplay costumes after the event. A new book is launched, please give me flowers, comments and monthly votes. Could it be that she was also Lin Xiu? They all felt that it would be better not to pry too much into each other's privacy. In the end, both of them withdrew their gazes tacitly. Etc. Besides feeling embarrassed and guilty, Grayfia also felt a lot of resentment towards Lin Xiu. After Lin Xiu left, Seraflor struggled internally for a long time before finally taking off the magical girl costume she had just worn to hold Lin Xiu. She placed the part of the costume with the ribbon embroidered on the chest on her face and continued to absorb Lin Xiu's chess pieces. As time goes by, this desire becomes more and more difficult to suppress. Then, one day, when Seraflor was rewarding Lin Xiu by burying her hands against her chest, she was surprised to find that Lin Xiu actually opened her mouth. Shy as she was, Seraflor didn't say anything, but silently endured this further intimacy. From then on, Seraflor completely broke the taboo. After several exchanges, Seraflor discovered that Lin Xiu didn't seem to have the habit of washing clothes. Every time she wore new clothes, she would throw them away after wearing them. Even after struggling for a while, Seraflor stopped washing her own clothes. After using up the set of clothes she gave to Lin Xiu as a reward, Seraflor would clean the fabric on her chest a little, and then give the entire set of original cuz clothes to Lin Xiu in the next event. She knew that with Lin Xiu's lustful nature, and how could she not expose her hands to Seraph when she often appeared in the same cosplay settings with her. The two agreed that every time they attended an event together, they would exchange the clothes they wore at the last event. Grayfia suddenly discovered a blind spot. Thus, the deal was done. On Serafla's side, after retracting her gaze from Grayfia, a layer of attractive redness appeared on Serafla's delicate white face. In fact, regarding this point, it was really Grayfia who misunderstood Lin Xiu. Originally, Seraflor disliked contact with men, with Lin Xiu being the only exception. After this accidental incident, Seraflor discovered that if she had originally enjoyed contact with Lin Xiu, Now she was extremely eager to have contact with her. In addition to often deliberately giving Lin Xiu rewards and letting Lin Xiu leave her scent on her clothes, she even proposed a new strategy of exchanging Kuz costumes. Chapter 163. The Purple Flame Priest's Disc Stand, The Witch Master and Disciple Arrived, Part 2. Grayfia didn't know what happened to Seraflor. She thought Seraflor had also been kissed by Lin Xiu. Seraflu didn't know what was going on with Grayfia. She thought that Grayfia was taking revenge on the devil Lucifer in this way because she had never married Seerzex. Besides being surprised and feeling guilty, neither of them had any intention of asking further questions. So, they both turned their gazes to Gabriel. The reason why they can stay here has been determined. Why can Gabriel stay here? Could it be because? A possibility popped up in both Grayfia and Seraphim's minds at the same time. Me? The reason I wasn't teleported away was because of the Lord's grace, Gabriel replied with a smile. The master she was talking about was naturally Lin Xiu. But obviously, both Seraflu and Grayfia only regard this Lord as the God of the Bible. Since the God of the Bible was indeed an extraordinary existence, they did not associate Gabriel staying with Lin Xiu. Shu-chan, what should we do now? After calming down, Seraflor looked at Lin Xiu. Since they were immune to the influence because of Lin Xiu, and since Lin Xiu's strength was the strongest among those present, then Lin Xiu was naturally qualified to lead them. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, Lin Xiu slowly said, "At this stage, we must first eliminate the enemies in the real world, and then travel to different world lines to rescue people. This world line split technique is extremely powerful. Theoretically, it can deal with enemies that are several or even dozens of times larger than one's own strength." Dozens of times? How can there be such a powerful spell? Lord Lin Xiu, do you have any way to break it? Grayfia also subconsciously relied on Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu noticed Grayfia's subconscious reaction and licked her red lips, implying something. Isn't Lin Xiu trying to say that he'll only tell me if I kiss him? Grayfia took a deep breath, nodded, and looked at Lin Xiu for mercy. Her meaning was very clear. She agreed to this matter, but it could not be done here in front of everyone. Lin Xiu curled his lips and continued. Several dozen times is a conservative estimate. Theoretically, this move can create an infinite number of worlds. In the divided world, we all exist independently, but the enemy can have a separate self in every world line. In other words, after being hit by this move, everyone will face all enemies in different world lines. Lin Xiu estimated that while it wouldn't be possible to create an infinite number of parallel worlds, it would still be possible to create a few uninhabited parallel worlds. This would be equivalent to doubling the combat power several times. As for the method of cracking it, it's also very simple. Just completely crack one world. If it's not used by the person himself, as long as a special method is used to completely crack one of the worlds, the other worlds will automatically collapse. Master Lin Xiu, what do you mean by not used by the person himself? Are you saying that the real owner of this ability is not present? Grayfia took a breath. If the technique can produce such a powerful effect even without the user present, then wouldn't it be? That's right, he is not at the scene. You don't have to worry about him coming to the scene. This is a technique from another world. It is so difficult for us to cross the big world, let alone cross two-dimensional worlds. The difficulty of crossing two worlds can be said to be harder than climbing to the sky. Lin Xiu told Grayfia not to worry about the things in the physical world. Wait, Shu-chan, how do you know this is a technique from another world? Have you ever encountered any enemy from another world? Or even, have you ever been hit by this move from the enemy? Serafl asked hurriedly. Before Lin Xiu could answer, Grayfia took the initiative to reply. No, if I'm not mistaken, Master Lin Xiu saw something through his own apocalyptic ability. Correct answer. Lin Xiu nodded. In a sense, his intelligence ability can indeed be called apocalyptic ability. His understanding of the plot comes from the anime in his previous life, which can be said to be from a higher dimension. His understanding of system-related intelligence comes from the system itself and also from higher-level intelligence. His understanding of the rules of the X world and the DxD world comes from the God of the Bible. Since Lin Xiu's sources of information are gods in higher dimensions, it seems, there's nothing wrong with calling Lin Xiu's abilities divine abilities. Well, in that case, this crisis will depend entirely on Master Lin Xiu. Master Seraflu and I will obey all your orders. At this moment, Grayfia could be said to have placed all her hopes on Lin Xiu. Faced with this situation, she had no confidence in the Demon King Alice, who had reached the pinnacle of strength, but for some reason, she was full of confidence in Lin Xiu. Perhaps this is the subconscious dependence that females show towards males they approve of? That's true. Anyway, you should go to the old school building and protect those who are still in the real world. Leave the leaders of the three factions to me. I will be responsible for rescuing them. After saying that, Lin Xiu stretched out his hand forward. Boom. The next second, a purple-gold sacred flame fell from the sky. Judging from the energy level, this sacred flame has surpassed the Super Demon King level and reached the God level. Considering this is holy flame, it will deal a significant amount of damage if it hits a demon. If it hits directly, even the 4 great demon kings of the underworld will suffer significant damage. However, just as it was about to hit Ju Wang Academy, a transparent barrier appeared out of nowhere and then rapidly expanded. Boom. After striking the supreme barrier, this sacred flame, like a red-hot charcoal suddenly thrown onto the ground, first erupted with an extreme brilliance, then dissipated in an instant. Buzz. The next moment, Lin Xiu appeared on the rooftop with the people around him. Looking up at the sky, two figures emerged from the void. At the same time, the teleportation array in the air continued to open, and one after another, magicians wrapped in magic robes gradually appeared. The fact that the robe magician joined the group of trouble was actually revealed as early as when the three forces started peace talks. In the original plot, the leaders of the three forces were also attacked by the old Demon King faction during a meeting. However, in addition to the leader of the old demon faction and a large number of demon warriors, a large number of human warlocks and magicians also participated in the terrorist attack. The leaders of those people are the two people who have descended before us. Yakusta and Huapoga. Under Lin Xiu's gaze, Yakusta, who had the appearance of Ice Princess Lavinia, spoke. A gentle snap of fingers. Although Lin Xiu quite liked the crazy woman attribute, that was only when the other party liked him. Facing these two witches who already had the crazy woman attribute, Lin Xiu had no intention of stopping. It seems that Himejima Tangdili's intelligence work is not quite up to par. Whether it's the value of the body, female aspect, the value of the soul, researching the overlapping fate of artifacts, or the value of memory, information related to the X-world, it's all worth Lin Xiu's effort. Lin Xiu looked at the girl next to Yakusta who was wearing a purple gothic Lolita skirt. That is the breath of a crazy woman. There was a hint of madness in Yakusta's voice. Is it because I didn't show enough value that I was marginalized by the trouble group? The information I provided regarding the artifact is sufficient for Himejima Tandi to maintain his position. Yakusta looked at Lin Xiu with an aggressive gaze, as if he wanted to see through Lin Xiu completely. Yakusta was right. Normally, the two of them had no reason to attack the trilateral talks. It seems that what I didn't get from Jidao Tandi, I can only make up for it from you. That's right. Let them handle the issues between the three factions themselves. We're here only to ensure that the fallen angels who have been pestering us are severely damaged. Therefore, the Yakusta who appeared in front of Lin Xiu at this time was actually using the body of Ice Princess Lavinia. In other words, except for Himejima Tandi, all other leaders should have been implanted with the evolution core. They have become puppets of the DxD world. But now it seems that we have hit the jackpot. The only one who has the qualifications and the ability to unite the fragmented group of disasters is the X-world. However, using Lavinia's body to make such a broken expression made Lin Xiu somewhat uncomfortable. Waboga looked like a doll, a young woman in her early 20s. She wore a purple Gothic-style dress and twirled a purple Gothic-style parasol, her beauty tinged with a touch of strangeness. In other words, this targeted attack wasn't just a single action by the old Demon King faction within the Misfortune group, but a collective action involving several factions within the Misfortune group. As one of the leaders of the Trouble group, he should have known the plan of this attack, but the reality was that he only knew the approximate time of the attack, and did not know the specific plan of the attack and the world line splitting technique that was specially invested in. Is it because you felt that using two god destroyers was a bit wasteful that you gave the Holy Cross to your disciple? I thought that one of the three factions might be able to escape through special means, but I never imagined that someone could be unaffected by the changes in the world line from the very beginning. Because the value of these two witches is extremely high. Explosion. The world. This pair of master and disciple, whether it is Yakusta or Waboga, both have a lot of virginity. Pa, if I hand you over to those people, I will definitely gain even greater power than I have now. The one who just launched the attack was your disciple Wabogia. The Yakusta that Lin Xiu mentioned is none other than the Witch of Oz, who stole the body of Wally's adopted sister, Lavinia. In other words, there is only one reason why Himejima Tandi was marginalized, and that is, Himejima Tandi is different from other leaders and did not accept the power of evolution from the X-world. As Lin Xiu said, Waboga is a cadre of the Witch Knight, a rogue magician group affiliated with the Disaster Group in the original plot, and is also the descendant of Yakusta, the Witch of the East Kingdom of Oz. With Lin Xiu as the center, the colorful exploding magic ball expanded instantly. In just a moment, it expanded to a size large enough to cover the entire Jawang city. If I'm not mistaken, the old Demon King has sent people to personally deal with the three major forces. Were you sent here to maintain order? Chapter 164. Fusion of the Red Dragon Emperor's Dragon Soul. A permanent Master God level, 3 more chapters. Yakusta, Waboga, and a large number of witches and demons were all enveloped by Lin Xiu's explosive magic. This is the aura of a Master God. How is this possible? Despite trying his best to resist, Yakusta still couldn't completely withstand this wave of explosions, and his figure completely disappeared in Lin Xiu's explosion magic. Not to mention Wabogia, her strength is far inferior to that of her master Yakusta. Before using the evolution core, Yakusta's strength barely reached the Super Demon King level, and Wahia's strength was even lower, not even reaching the Super Demon King level. It was only after using the artifact that his strength reached the peak of the Demon King level. After using the core of evolution, Yakusta's strength has reached the main god level, and he is barely qualified to resist Lin Xiu's instant explosive magic. Even though Wabogia used the evolution core to increase his strength by nearly a large stage, he still had no resistance to Lin Xiu's explosive magic. After coming into contact with the overflowing explosive magic ball, the magic spell on Wabogia's body instantly dissipated. Not only Wabogia, but also demons and magicians from the outside world, and even the entire Jawang city, as well as the neighboring Linkou city, Chuangzu city, Chang'an City and other dungeon cities, were all caught in this explosive magic. This move was so powerful that even Grayfia, Seraflu and the others were caught in it. Grayfia subconsciously tried to defend herself, but she discovered that the explosion magic did not cause any harm to her at all. Surrounded by the brilliance of explosive magic, Grayfia personally felt the terrifying power unleashed by Lin Xiu. There was no doubt that Lin Xiu's attack had already reached the main god level, and it was definitely not even at the level of just entering the main god level. But, didn't Lord Lin Xiu use the divine weapon? The light of the explosion magic faded, and Grayfia looked at Lin Xiu in confusion. Just as she thought, Lin Xiu was not wearing the Forbidden Hand armor and still maintained the same posture as before. As if seeing Grayfia's doubts, Lin Xiu calmly explained. Grayfia, I've already achieved the initial integration of the Securute's gauntlet. It can be said that I am the Securute, and the Securute is me. Therefore, even without using the Forbidden Hand, I can still unleash my full potential. Just as Lin Xiu said, after gaining the knowledge of the God of the Bible, he began to extensively learn about divine artifacts. Among all the divine artifacts, Lin Xiu had studied his own the most deeply and had already embarked on the path of completely integrating the Red Dragon Emperor's cage. Theoretically, as long as Lin Xiu passes the limit of maintaining the Forbidden Hand mode for 24 hours, he can completely integrate the Forbidden Hand mode and thus obtain the permanent strength of the main god level. Next, Lin Xiu's goal is to maintain the Tyrannosaurus mode for 24 hours. As long as he can achieve this, Lin Xiu will have taken another big step beyond the initial fusion. By following these steps step by step, Lin Xiu will be able to gradually fully utilize the power of the Bed Dragon Mat. After becoming a Tyrant Dragon, if Lin Xiu completes the use and transcendence of the Red Dragon Emperor's original power, then he will have completely integrated the Red Dragon Emperor's Dragon Soul. After that, the Red Dragon Emperor was him, but he was definitely not just the Red Dragon Emperor. It is for this reason that Lin Xiu plans to resurrect Elsa, who is known as the strongest female Red Dragon Emperor. After initially integrating with the Red Dragon Emperor's Dragon Soul, Lin Xiu was, in a sense, already the Red Dragon Emperor's Dragon Soul transformed into a divine artifact, and was qualified to choose his own divine artifact user. Lin Xiu's original plan was to resurrect all female Red Dragon Emperors, and then use a power similar to overlapping fate, to superimpose the talents and powers of artifact users together, transforming quantitative change into qualitative change, while using the power of himself and previous artifact users to surpass the limits of the artifacts. From the perspective of thinking, Lin Xiu's approach is highly similar to the God in the Bible bestowing divine artifacts on mankind. However, at this stage, it is not too difficult to make all generations of female dragon emperors use the same consciousness. In the absence of experience, Lin Xiu planned to experiment on Yakusta, Waboga, and Lint. They are all female users of the God-destroying tool who appeared in the original plot, and they use the same kind of God-destroying tool. They have the luck of supporting characters and are easier to operate. When studying delicate existences like souls and artifacts, one should go from large to small, from simple to complex. In short, given that Lin Xiu has initially integrated the Red Dragon Emperor's Dragon Soul and completely integrated the Forbidden Hand mode, at this time, Lin Xiu's permanent combat power has reached the main god level. Boom! A divine-level explosion magic was cast. Even if it was only an instantaneous explosion magic, it easily covered Zhuang City and several nearby cities. When the explosion magic ended and everyone saw the light of day again, Seraflor and Grayfia discovered that only Yakusta and the other two were left in the sky. At this moment, even her disciple Wabogia looked like he had fallen from the sky and was seriously injured. How is that possible? Yakusta originally thought that the main course this time was the leader of the three factions, and Lin Xiu was a rare prey she discovered by chance. Who knew that she was the prey in Lin Xiu's eyes? Wait, those disappeared magicians and demons don't seem to be dead yet? Through the technique used by the Misfortune Group to control the Grassroots members, Yakusta felt the current status of those Grassroots members. She was right, those disappeared magicians and demons were not dead. It was just that they were not in the real world now, but were taken into Lin Xiu's own little world. Next second. Buzz! Lin Xiu's small world unleashed a wave of full-scale purification magic, completely severing the connection between Yakusta and his female magician. From now on, Lin Xiu has these Grassroots members of the Trouble Group in his pocket. This was possible thanks to Lin Xiu's ever-evolving explosive magic. Currently, there are three main versions of Lin Xiu's explosion magic. They are Explosion. The purest form of explosion magic, it can change its form according to the host's thoughts, turning into a lightsaber or a light cannon. The longer the chanting time, the greater the power of the explosion magic. Explosion. The World version. The evolved explosion magic rewarded by the system, which can break all barriers in small worlds. Explosion create the world. A new skill fused with explosion magic in the Holy Lance. It can shatter the rules of the old world, then use the Holy Lance to create a new world. As long as the upper limit is not exceeded, the new world can be omnipotent. As Yakusta activated, a cross-shaped flame erupted from Waboga's body. Yakusta stretched out her hand towards Waboga, and the spell in her body was instantly activated. What Lin Xiu just used is the improved explosion, the world. This move condenses the essence of search, attack, retreat, and can be said to be the ultimate packing skill. Incinerate Anthem Balance 2.2 Breaker, Forbidden Hand, Yakusta of Purple Flame. Although it has not been fully proven, it is obvious that Yakusta has helped him complete some of the pilot experiments. Retreat. Teleport after the damage reaches the upper limit. After the flames shot up into the sky, Waboji's body recovered a lot, and he took out a constantly leaping, chaos snake, from his personal space. After taking over the body of Bingji, in order to exert the greatest combat power, Yakusta gave his original artifact to his disciple Waboga to use. Behind Yakusta, 3 huge figures rose from the ground. They are the Ice Princess Phantom, in the forbidden mode of Eternal Ice Princess, and the Purple Flame Giant, and Purple Flame Yumata no Orochi, under the forbidden mode of Purple Flame Priest's Disc. Judging from the current situation, it is obvious that Yamagusta also has a backup plan for Waboga. Incinerate Anthem Balance Breaker. The Flame Sanctions delivered by the final judge, as a unique hand restriction mode developed by Waboga. With just one move, Lin Xiu used the basic version of explosion magic to eliminate the combat effectiveness of the female magicians, and then used the rules for distinguishing the world version of explosion magic to trigger the teleportation program after the damage is automatically determined to reach the critical point. At the same time, Yakusta also made the same move as Waboga and took out the Snake of Orpheus. Absolute Demise Balance Breaker. Forbidden Hand, the Silver World I Long Forever. At this moment, as the original holders of the artifact, Yakusta and Waboga used the soul chains they had left on the artifact together to use the forbidden move of the God Annihilating Tool, Purple Flame Priest's Disc. Combining some of the ideas of Genesis Explosion, Lin Xiu used Explosion the world version of explosion magic. A new book is launched. Please give me flowers, comments and monthly votes. Search, scope coverage and identification. Oh, as expected, it's just as I thought. Can a divine weapon user use a divine weapon at the same time? After realizing that his female magicians and demons from the old Demon King's faction had been taken away in large numbers, Yakusta was shocked and terrified. Boom. No, I have to use that trick. Boom. Facing such a powerful enemy like Lin Xiu, she must fight to the death. After all, using Genesis Explosion would simply reveal one's identity. A little research later revealed that this move was the same one that still blocks the Vatican to this day, a pure act of self-entrapment. The Holy Cross, Purple Flame Priest's Disc, is a special attack artifact in the soul aspect. In addition to causing holy attribute damage, it also causes additional soul damage. After the improvement, Lin Xiu added the function of distinguishing friend from foe and the critical point trigger. Yakusta of Purple Flame was developed by Yakusta and has its own forbidden hand mode. Lin Xiu rarely showed a hint of excitement. He was very satisfied with Yakusta's performance. It was like he was sleeping and needed a pillow. Originally, Explosion, the world, had the ability to only damage objects but not people. After some adjustments and the integration of the most basic explosion magic and creation explosion, it achieves such a magical effect. Therefore, most users of the Holy Cross have in-depth research on the soul, so Yakusta was able to take over Bingji's body. Hit, Explosion Magic removes its resistance. Chapter 165. The Gap Between the Lord God and the Lord God Level Artifact User, and the Witch Master and Apprentice, Part 1. Pictured as Waboga, the leader of Witch Knight. Almost at the same time, 3 main god-level summons launched an attack on Lin Xiu. After using Orpheus's snake, Yakusta and Huapoga burst out with even greater power. However, facing such a situation, Lin Xiu remained unmoved, but assigned tasks to Rias and Grayfia beside him. Boom. Boom. Ding. 2 flames, 1 icy force, 3 god-level attack forces fell on Lin Xiu at the same time. It clearly hit Lin Xiu, but it didn't cause any damage. It was like a water ball falling from a high altitude hitting something absolutely rigid. It completely dissipated before it hit Lin Xiu head-on. Huh? How is that possible? This attack power has long surpassed that of a primary god? Yakusta's eyes widened. She had thought that Lin Xiu might use some defensive moves to block it, but she hadn't expected that Lin Xiu's automatic defense alone would render her attack completely ineffective. Yakusta was not wrong. From the beginning to the end, Lin Xiu had been using the Supreme Barrier that came with the Supreme Emperor's weapon to resist Yakusta's attacks, and had never really used any other means. In fact, Yakusta's attack has reached the upper limit of the Supreme Barrier under normal circumstances, but now after the transformation, Lin Xiu's Supreme Imperial equipment can already improve its own protection level according to the intensity of the attack. With the power of faith, the Supreme Emperor's defense is constantly increasing. Considering that it also has the ability to absorb dragon energy and national destiny to temporarily increase its defense, as long as the enemy's strength does not exceed the main god level, there is no possibility of breaking through the Supreme Emperor's defense. Therefore, Lin Xiu was really assigning tasks with Ji Yufei and others as if he was strolling in the garden. Rias, this thing is yours. It will unleash explosion magic at any time and at any place according to your wishes. The effect of this explosion magic is the same as before, and it can instantly incapacitate enemies below the main god level within the range. Lin Xiu handed the transformed, Holy Spear that pierces the world, to Rias. After all, the original Holy Spear was still a bit too eye-catching. While I'm gone, Rias, use this to deal with the enemy. At this stage, the Misfortune Group is still sending troops here. I'll feel more at ease if you have this with you. Of course, in addition to protecting Rias and the others and clearing out the miscellaneous soldiers, Lin Xiu also wanted Rias to help him pack up the entire Witch Knight organization and take it away. Grayfia, Seraflu, and Gabriel, I'm counting on you to protect Rias and her followers. Although the items I gave Rias can theoretically deal with all low-level enemies, I'm worried that the enemy will specifically target Rias. Therefore, the task of protecting Rias and her followers is now left to you. After saying that, Lin Xiu enveloped everyone in his small world and moved everyone to the old school building. Understood, Master Lin Xiu, I promise to complete your task. Grayfia responded subconsciously at first. Suddenly, Grayfia seemed to notice something was wrong and turned to look at Rias's followers. Just as Lin Xiu said, none of Rias's followers were teleported away. But, why? On what basis? Why were Demon Lord Alice and the others teleported away, but Rias's followers were still allowed to stay here? Could it be? All of Rias's followers are already gone. A terrifying thought popped up in Grayfia's mind. The next second, Inlaya looked at Rias's followers. Sure enough, they all looked at Lin Xiu with absolute trust. Lin Xiu, what exactly do you want to achieve? Grayfia couldn't help swallowing several times when she thought that all of Rias's followers might have been taken by Lin Xiu. Could it be that in addition to attacking her, Lin Xiu also wanted to attack Alice? Actually, this was Grayfia's misunderstanding of Lin Xiu. Akano, Kaneko, and Gasper were not yet in Lin Xiu's possession. So far, Lin Xiu had only obtained Yua and her fellow holy swordsman. The reason why they believed in Lin Xiu so firmly was because they had all been trained by Lin Xiu and knew part of Lin Xiu's truth. Yes, Shu-chan, leave it to me. Seraph Ruby gave a thumbs up. Although she had considered this possibility, she didn't take it too seriously. Unlike Grayfia, Seraflu had never cared whether Lin Xiu was promiscuous or not. She, Song Ziping, had her own feelings about Lin Xiu when they were together. Well, I'll leave it to you. After saying that, Lin Xiu took a step forward and disappeared on the spot. What does that Lin Xiu want to do? Is he trying to break into the separated world line alone? He really doesn't know how to live or die. Yakusta noticed that Lin Xiu looked like he was about to give instructions and was about to launch an attack. However, the next second, Lin Xiu disappeared from her sight. Danger. Extremely dangerous. Yakusta subconsciously covered his body with ice for defense. Her feeling was indeed not wrong. Lin Xiu took a step forward and appeared in front of her the next second. Bang. With a sudden kick, Lin Xiu directly kicked the ice layer around Yakusta. Although he was using the most basic divine domain kicking technique, Lin Xiu managed to unleash the effect of a secret sword technique. True secret sword skill. Poison Moth Blade. With one kick, Lin Xiu not only shattered the ice that protected Yakusta's body, but also directly transmitted the force through the ice into Yakusta's body. Ka. Bang. The 3 layers of ice barrier he had hastily constructed shattered in an instant. Coupled with the special force of the secret sword technique entering his body, Yakusta flew backwards, spurting blood. Lin Xiu looked at the seriously injured Yakusta and shook his head calmly. After all, the artifact user is too limited. Items that enhance the original body's strength, such as the Red Dragon Emperor's Gauntlet and the White Dragon Emperor's Wings of Light, are fine. However, most artifacts simply increase the artifact user's energy output and do not fully enhance the user's physique. If the enemy you encounter is not strong, you can still suppress it with pure brute force output. But if you encounter a hexagonal warrior like Lin Xiu who is both offensive and defensive, the weakness of the artifact that makes the body fragile will become extremely fatal. To put it nicely, he is a powerful artifact user with the strength reaching the level of a main god. To put it bluntly, he is just a demon king who is playing with main god level firecrackers. Yakusta didn't expect that he would be so powerless when facing Lin Xiu. Severely injured and unable to move, she could only command her disciple Wabogia to stop Lin Xiu. Up. Yamada no Orochi. At Wabogia's command, the purple flame Yamada no Orochi suddenly rushed towards Lin Xiu. Too tender. Whether it's the use of power or the use of divine weapons, it's too naive. Facing the attacking Yamada no Orochi, a golden holy sword appeared in Lin Xiu's hand. Esther, torn silver hand, boom. The golden light cannon shot out, and then Lin Xiu transformed the golden light cannon into a magic sword and swung it down fiercely. True secret sword technique. Rhino strike, swoosh. As if encountering no obstacles at all, Lin Xiu's light cannon magic sword easily cut through the 3 summoned creatures. Purple flame Yamada no Orochi, purple flame giant, and Ice Princess Phantom. How is that possible? The 3 summons were destroyed simultaneously. Yakusta and Waboga were both severely injured, and they simultaneously spat out 10 mouthfuls of blood containing organ fragments. Dragon Eater. Ang. In Lin Xiu's hand, the true Red Dragon Emperor's Dragon Soul, which had been prepared long ago, appeared and rushed towards the Yamada no Orochi. The moment the Red Dragon Emperor's Dragon Soul pierced through it, the Yamada no Orochi's soul, which was bound to the Holy Cross Con, also instantly disappeared. Soul. Taken. Dragon Soul swallowed completed. Yamada no Orochi is also one of the evil dragons to be collected. However, what is bound to the Holy Cross is only half of Yamada no Orochi's Dragon Soul. From Lin Xiu's perspective in his previous life, Yamada no Orochi should never be called a dragon. But the DxD world and many anime worlds are like this and all believe that dragons and snakes have 10 bodies. Not to mention Yamada no Orochi, even Orpheus, who has the title of Infinite Dragon God, is not his true form a Chaos Ouroboros? No, we must ask for support. Yakusta wants to contact the leaders of other evil groups. Unfortunately, it's too late. She found that no matter how hard she tried, her technique could not be successfully constructed. After taking a look at Yakusta, who was doing useless work, Lin Xiu picked up Wabogia with one hand like a chicken and reached for her head with the other hand. Ong! A burst of light passed by, and Lin Xiu obtained all of Wabogia's memories, and then threw them into his own private space. At this time, Yakusta was still trying to initiate the communication spell. Not only communication spells, Yakusta even tried to activate healing spells and teleportation spells. However, all the spells failed. Not to mention the native spells of the DxD world, even the spells from another world that she obtained were ineffective. Glancing at the panicked Yakusta, Lin Xiu slowly spoke. This is my special method of suppressing magic. It is very useful for interfering with some weaker warlocks. Forget about the spells from the DxD world. You can't even use the spells from the Eek world in front of me. Ever since Katreya ran away last time, Lin Xiu has been researching the spells that he reproduce. Now, Lin Xiu has finally found a way to restrain the spells of the X world. After all, the teleportation technique in the X world is essentially to escape to a parallel world first, and then return from the parallel world to other nodes in the real world. In other words, as long as you are within the range of the Holy Spear or have Lin Xiu's energy within your body, you cannot activate this technique that changes the world line. Next, there are other worlds that have been separated. After absorbing Yakusta's memories and throwing her next to Waboga, Lin Xiu disappeared in an instant. Chapter 166, Witch Knight Organization Complete Collection, Demon King Alice's Strength, Part 2. According to the system, Vamana, the incarnation of God, has the ability to cross to other world lines. However, before reaching the color level, Lin Xiu can only cross the world line of the small world in the current time. Only after reaching the color level can he shuttle between the parallel world lines of the big world. In other words, Lin Xiu can still cross the world line of this temporarily divided small world. When Lin Xiu crossed the world line, the battles on both sides were also going on at the same time. In the real world, Rias followed Lin Xiu's instructions and launched the Holy Spear every once in a while, constantly eliminating the lost magicians and demons that arrived. Well, it's not quite accurate to say that it was cleared. To be precise, they used explosive magic to neutralize it, then packed it up and sent it into Lin Xiu's small world. After controlling Yakusta, Lin Xiu asked Yakusta to issue a request for help to the disaster group, requesting a large number of grassroots personnel to come to support. In short, it was, the enemy is in great danger, quickly finish them off. Thus, before the trouble group could react, Lin Xiu had already taken almost all of the rogue magicians of Witch Knight into his own little world. At this stage, the only group of magicians that Lin Xiu could completely pack up and take away was probably the Witch Knight. After all, Yakusta and Waboga are the leaders of Witch Knight. They can mobilize all the members of Witch Knight, but they cannot mobilize too many other factions to come for support. After realizing that the support sent here would never come back, other factions began to gradually reduce their support, and finally even cut off the support directly. In the end, except for some members who were not at the headquarters of the disaster group, the two witches of Witch Knight, and a large group of high-level and low-level magicians under their command were all taken away by Lin Xiu. On the other side, in the different world lines that were separated, the top leaders of the three forces were struggling to resist. Since this technique was not used by an evil god-level being, the world line was only temporarily divided into 7 parts, and it did not reach the extreme situation where theoretically everyone needed to face all enemies at the same time. However, even so, the situation is not optimistic. Because the leaders of the old Demon King faction also used the Evolution Core, and Orpheus's snake, they temporarily raised their strength to the level of the main god. Although they cannot be compared with the real Lord God, the leaders of these old Demon Kings are undoubtedly much stronger than Yakusta and Waboga. Because, before using those power-enhancing items, they were already genuine peak Demon Kings, and their 6 dimensions were quite outstanding. If it weren't for Yashukusta, the 10 songs had output and ability. The level of outstanding artifact enables comparison. At this time, the leaders of the 3 major factions were leading some of their guards in a difficult resistance, and it could be said that they were in an extremely embarrassing situation. There are 3 main leaders of the evil group that besieged them, namely Crusader Asmodeus, the leader of the old Demon Lord Asmodeus faction. In the original story, he was easily defeated after Sirzex used his destructive magic to eliminate the snake in his body. Charluba Beelzebub, leader of the old Demon Lord Beelzebub's faction, he banished Asia to the dimensional rift in the original story. Later in the storyline surrounding Orpheus, Charluba attempts to seize Orpheus, but is stopped by Issei Hyodo's team. While being killed by Issei, he unleashes a poisonous arrow from the fallen dragon Samael, successfully killing Issei once more. Catalia Leviathan, the leader of the old Demon Lord Leviathan faction. In the original plot, she fought against the fallen angel governor Azazel and was defeated. She wanted to pull Azazel to self-destruct, but Azazel broke the attack by cutting off one of his hands and then self-destructed, and then she was killed. Normally, the direct descendant of the old Demon King Lucifer, Lizevum Lucifer, should also join the old Demon King faction and become the leader of the Lucifer faction. However, Lizevum had no interest in playing house with these idiots and refused to join the old Demon King faction from the beginning, becoming a completely free force. Rather than restoring the name of the old Demon King, Lizevum is more interested in the great cause of plunging the world into chaos. Judging from the battle records in the original plot, Li Zevim had the strongest record, but it was a pity that he did not join the group of trouble. Apart from Li Zevim, Sha Luba has a good record and ability, and has caused a lot of trouble for the protagonist group. The most shocking ones were Cruzier and Katria. After getting the snake, one of them went to find the fallen angel governor and the other to find the devil Lucifer. It was pure suicide. Although these old demon kings are indeed a bunch of trash. But under the recycling of the X world, they are really being reused. I can only say that the combination of Core of Evolution and Snake of Orpheus is too much of a cheat. Even an old demon king who has only been able to reach the peak of the demon king level after his entire life can instantly find a level to fight against the main god. Fortunately, the strength that Orpheus's snake can improve is limited. After the strength is improved to the main god level, it is extremely difficult to improve to the later stage of the main god level. Otherwise, if 3 old demon kings with the peak strength of the main god level really appear, let alone the 3 major forces, even the most powerful Indian pantheon will have a headache. Of course, although the leaders of the 3 major forces were miserable, no one was able to put up an effective resistance. Among the leaders and high-ranking officials of the 3 major factions, only one person put up an effective resistance, and that person was the red-haired magical Alice. All along, the strength that Demon King Alice has shown to the outside world is god level, surpassing the peak of Super Demon King, but not yet reaching the main god level. But now, the old Demon Kings suddenly discovered that Demon King Alice had actually hidden her strength. What god level? Demon King Alice's strength is almost surpassing the main god level. Swoosh, 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 thousands of destructive magic balls flew out from behind Demon King Alice, directly breaking through the old Demon King's magic formations and attacking their bodies. If Alice hadn't been besieged by a group of high-level demons from the old Demon Lord faction, she could have even defeated the 3 old Demon Lords single-handedly. The next second, Demon King Alice transformed into pure destructive force and exploded from the spot. Destruction blood drop. After the explosion, tens of thousands of drops of destructive blood, enough to easily penetrate time and space, splashed back and forth in the air. With just this one move, Demon Lord Alice wiped out nearly half of the old Demon Lord's subordinates. Fortunately, 7 parallel worlds have been created. As long as they are not destroyed in every world, they will be able to maintain their existence. Otherwise, with just this one move, the old Demon King faction would be on the verge of collapse. CCFF, shit, is this a human? No, is this a demon? After dodging the blood drops of destruction from Demon Lord Alice, Inchilea looked at Alice with fear in her eyes. Why is it that even though she, a noble descendant of the Demon King, used 2 power-up items, even if she and her companions attacked together, she still couldn't defeat the Demon King Lucifer? Is this generation's Demon King Lucifer really that powerful? Under normal circumstances, even if Catalia's defense was broken, it wouldn't be broken to this extent. But now, after encountering Lin Xiu and Demon King Alice, 2 opponents she couldn't defeat even with her best efforts, Catalia's mentality was about to collapse. Why is Lin Xiu, a non-direct Leviathan, so much stronger than her? How could the Demon King Lucifer, a nobody from the Gremory family, gain power that surpassed the original Lucifer? Are they, the descendants of the true Demon King, really no match for these fakes? With these as a foundation, the fusion progress of the 3 major bloodlines in Lin Xiu's body suddenly increased. The evil god, was not someone to be trifled with. He had given the evolution core to erode the DxD world, not to make these people stronger. He was simply using them to erode the external features of the DxD world through the core of the X world, Broken Moon. At this moment, a voice that was very familiar to Cartria sounded beside her ears. But using the core of evolution really means becoming a dog in the X world. Judging from the aura surrounding Lin Xiu, Xiu even seemed to be slightly overpowering her. Katreya felt the terrifying power in Lin Xiu and the Leviathan aura that shared her own origins, and subconsciously developed a strong desire to submit. Her blood and her reason told her that as a descendant of Leviathan, she should submit to Lin Xiu, the strongest pure-blooded Leviathan. However, even so, Lin Xiu's body still burst out with incredible energy. After initially integrating the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet, Lin Xiu can still unleash the artifact's power even without summoning it. Using Orpheus's snake can also comfort yourself. After all, Orpheus is a stupid lowly that everyone believes in. Catalia suddenly looked in the direction of the voice and saw the familiar boy. Alice's feeling was not wrong. This is, therefore, as a master at the peak of the main god level, Lin Xiu can release an aura more powerful than that of the Demon King Alice. As this, Lin Xiu's voice, now, not only the old demon lords of the Misfortune group, but even the Demon Lord Alice looked at Lin Xiu with surprise. However, Lin Xiu is special. Awakening to the principle of seizing supremacy from one's own god, the second heavenly dragon. I will become the Red Dragon Overlord and sink you into the Red Lotus Purgatory. Katria, even if it means becoming someone else's dog, do you still want to reclaim the throne of the Demon King? Normally, Lin Xiu's combat effectiveness should be the same as before. After all, the initial integration of the Red Dragon Emperor's caged hand only normalized the power of the Forbidden Hand. Facing Katria's attack, Lin Xiu did not resist at all but just raised his left hand slightly. After strengthening his physique, the meridians in Lin Xiu's body were widened, and his physical fitness was also greatly enhanced. It may not be obvious now, but when the X world truly arrives, all those who use the core of evolution will have no choice but to surrender to the evil gods, and even become the nourishment that ignites the world. Juggernaut Drive, belong. The Red Dragon Emperor's caged hand did not appear, but a green gem appeared on Lin Xiu's hand. As if stung by Lin Xiu's pitying gaze, Catalia erupted in anger and attacked Lin Xiu directly. After realizing this, Catalia's defenses were broken even further. Infinite laughter, worry and fantasy. Lin Xiu also looked at Catria, with a hint of pity in his eyes. Pure green spiritual energy surged into the sky, instantly clearing out all the high-level demons around. Don't look at me like that. Yo, looks like the battle is going well here. After initially integrating the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet, Lin Xiu's physical fitness and soul power increased exponentially, and he suddenly crossed the threshold of the peak of the Demon King level and the peak of the Super Demon King level, becoming the so-called normal main god.